Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Happy Super Bowl 59 week to all of you out there. Man, it is great to be with you. We are coming to you live from Radio Row in New Orleans, Louisiana, for the 59th edition of the greatest American sporting event that there is, the Super Bowl. The Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles. Welcome in on a Monday, everybody. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope you're having a great morning. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. Seth Payne is getting his credential right now to get onto Radio Row. Even he's no. They closed the credentialing at 5 p.m. on Sunday, and Seth didn't get into New Orleans till after 5 p.m. That's how travel goes sometimes. So I'm getting updates from him. So if you're waiting for Seth, the latest update I got is they're still not letting the credentialing people in. So they're not letting the people in yet who have to let Seth in. So we're 2 layers removed from Seth being at the table here on Radio Row. But that's cool because we got plenty to talk about for sure today. As the gods have blessed us not only with a Super Bowl, but, man, Texans offensive coordinator news, or at least names to cross off the list. The Luca Doncic trade, we could go an hour on that alone right out of the chute if we wanted to. We've got the text page up and running here, 713-572-4610. So it's great to be with you. Let's get it on for this week, man. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. I want to thank Flight by Yingling right off the top for sending us here. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch on the webcam, you've got Mokaram Injury Lawyers to thank for the live stream. So we are streaming all week long here. We've got a camera on on me. We got a camera on Seth. We got a camera on the exclusive furniture hot seat, the beautiful recliner that I took in the back of my truck here yesterday. Little cardboard flying out the back of my truck off the box at certain points. Probably, I probably could have done a better job of taping some things down back there, but we made it. I didn't get arrested or anything like that. I'm here. So at any rate, the exclusive furniture, really comfortable recliner, by the way. We all took a spin in it yesterday. Very, very comfy for sending us here. So all of our sponsors getting us here to Radio Row this week for a Super Bowl that I'm looking forward to. It's interesting where we're sitting here. All the Odyssey stations that are on Radio Row are all kind of in the same general area here. There's only like 5 or 6 Odyssey stations that made the trip here, and we're one of them. So we're all kind of in the same area here, and it's very interesting because the Philadelphia, Kansas City, and Dallas stations are all here, and they all go boom, 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 right in a row. Philly, Kansas City, Dallas, right behind us. And the only one that's here is Kansas City. The other 2 are not here yet. They've got people here, but their hosts are not here yet. I'm guessing they'll be here perhaps tomorrow. But I anticipate looking over at those 3 cities and going, happy, happy, very, very sad. Because it was not a good weekend in Dallas this weekend with the Luca Doncic trade. I'll get into that in just a second. But we all made it here yesterday. We didn't convoy here. We took 3 or 4 vehicles that all happened to pull up at the same time. It was like a movie, like we planned it that way. So that was pretty sweet. And John Lopez cooked a delicious brisket and some awesome chicken and potato salad. The whole thing was fantastic. We dined like kings last night. And then a few of us, I'm not going to say who, because they may not want their business out there, although it's all on Instagram. Follow us on social media this week. But a few of the fellas took to Cafe Du Monde and had a pretty good time out there. Ate a lot of beignets, brought a lot of beignets home. We call people good teammates. So we're off and running here in New Orleans. Great to be with you this week. And the big Super Bowl storylines, we know Kansas City going for the three-peat. That's probably the biggest one. I would say the biggest storylines with this Super Bowl as we lay it out, Kansas City going for the three-peat, going for history. I think it's interesting that Tom Brady's going to be calling the game where that could happen. I think it's interesting that Tom Brady's calling the game, period, especially after what went on with Chip Kelly becoming a $6 million man as offensive coordinator for the Raiders yesterday. That's got a lot of people very upset, thinking that the infusion of cash that's come into the Raiders is largely being paid by Fox to Tom Brady. Fox is essentially hiring Chip Kelly by laundering money through Tom Brady, is what a lot of the other owners and people around teams feel. But I think KC going for the three-peat. On the flip side, in Philly, to me the biggest Philly storyline is Saquon Barkley, the chance to cap off maybe the greatest season that any running back has had in the history of football. 2,000-yard regular season. He's probably going to be Offensive Player of the Year. Might have a case for MVP if he weren't living in a world where Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson just were on another planet this year. But he's had an amazing postseason too, Saquon. He had 118 yards against Green Bay. He had over 200 yards against the Rams, again, like he did in the regular season, and then he was outstanding against the Commanders. So I think that's the big storyline on the Philly side. The refs, whether the refs become a storyline in this whole thing or not, is what America is sitting on pins and needles about. We got the Kansas City guys sitting right behind us over here. So they're happy about the refs being a part of the conversation. So those are the Super Bowl storylines. We're going to have guests this week. We're being very choosy about our guests. We're making sure that they're guests that are going to resonate with you guys. We promise not to have people who you've never heard of pimping energy pills or anything like that. It'll be a good week of guests here on Radio Row. So as far as the things going on around the world of sports that Seth and I are going to get to, I'm going to start with the Luca Doncic. I know the Texans are still looking for an offensive coordinator. There's been no news directly tied to the Texans other than the candidate that everybody seemed to want, fans, this show. I'm sure a lot of people associated, maybe even in the building over there with the Texans, wanted Chip Kelly. And when I say in the building, I'm not talking about D'Amico and Nick Casseri. I'm just talking about people in the building who are football fans. Chip Kelly would have been an exciting proposition. He's going to be the Raiders OC for $6 million per year, which tells me that the Texans were never in the mix to begin with. because I don't think money was going to stand in the way of getting Chip Kelly. But if he's getting $6 million a year from the Raiders, I don't know anybody who picks the Raiders over the Texans and views that, unless you're viewing it as a challenge. Unless Chip Kelly is viewing next season as wanting to play Madden on like the all-Madden level by going to the Raiders and seeing what he can do there, because there's no way that that's a better job than the Texans' OC job. But you can cross him off the list. We'll go through where we're at with all the candidates. Adam Stenavich, the OC for the Green Bay Packers, popping up at the end of last week, is a very, very interesting candidate to me, given his background with the long play. He was an O-line coach there. He's a former O-lineman. He played for the Texans for a season, actually. Somebody with a pedigree in the offensive line for the Texans, I think, would be really, really good. So we'll talk about that as Seth continues to attempt to get his credential here on radio. Or if you're wondering where Seth is, he's getting his credential right now. So it will be Payne and Pendergast here. The Luca Doncic trade. Okay, this is the big story from the week. If there was going to be any story that would have trumped football on Super Bowl week, it would be one of the top 5 players in the NBA. I would say one of the top 5 assets in the NBA for sure. If he's not one of the top 5 players, he's one of the top 5 assets because of his age, Luca Doncic. And this was one of those things that literally had to be triple and quadruple checked to make sure that I can't even say that there was a blue check mark, because anybody can get a blue check mark these days, but make sure that Shams Charania tweeting it was actually at Shams Charania and not at I just got you NBA or something like that. So Shams Charania tweets out on Saturday night, late, that Luka Doncic has been traded to the Lakers for a package that included Anthony Davis. This is basically a Doncic for Davis trade at the end of the day. There's a first-round pick that's going to Dallas in this whole thing that's a few years from now, whatever. This is Luka Doncic. For purposes of this season, it's Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis. And so at first, you had to double-check, make sure Shams didn't get hacked. So we knew it wasn't a fake account. We knew it was really Shams. And then he retweeted because they reacted to it and said, no, this is real. And so, and then ESPN tweeted it, and then I'm like, okay, well, I don't think ESPN got hacked. I think they, I know their staff isn't as robust as it was during the, during the salad days of ESPN, but I'm guessing they've got somebody there who prevents their main Twitter account from getting hacked. So Luka Doncic on his way to L.A., and people are still trying to make sense of this trade 2 days later, and it's not helping that the Mavericks GM is explaining that the only team they talked to was the LA Lakers in this whole thing. I've got so many thoughts about this, and I know Seth does as well, and we may have to actually carry it into the next segment. But first and foremost, the Mavericks, the explanation from Nico Harrison, or at least the explanation from Nico Harrison was just a general concern about the Supermax contract that Luka was going to get starting next season, 5 years at nearly $70 million a year. The scuttlebutt, the rumor, was that the reason they were concerned was because Luka's conditioning is not the greatest in the world, which, as you can tell, just look at him. He doesn't look like, he doesn't look like he runs 5Ks in the offseason or anything like that. I'm guessing that there's no washboards underneath that jersey and that cutoff sleeve T-shirt that he wears. That said, they traded him for Anthony Davis, who's probably in fine cardio shape, but by and large, for the course of his career, can't stay on the floor. And I know Luka's not playing right now either. The Mavericks didn't create a market for one of the top 3 maybe assets in the league. Is just complete malpractice. And when Nico Harrison, we'll play audio from him a little bit later, admits, like, no, I called the Lakers, then the two of us just kept it secret the whole time. This is the most stunned I've been by a trade probably since the DeAndre Hopkins trade. Just in terms of the terms of the deal coming out, and as they continue to unfold, going, I can't believe this is real. I can't believe that somebody got hired. I can't believe somebody gets paid 7 figures to make a trade like this. Like that's my reaction to that. Like this is something that kids playing on. This is something that kids playing on NBA 2K. The computer wouldn't allow them to do something like this. This is a trade that every fantasy owner would have shut down. Like not fantasy owner, fantasy commissioner would have shut down. If this trade got done in a fantasy league and it actually got executed, the commissioner's phone would be blowing up at work trying to get that thing reversed. So I am now. Look, here in Houston, I think we're ecstatic about this because that's the other angle to all this, is that mere days ago, the Dallas Cowboys hired Brian Schottenheimer to be their offensive coordinator. They introduced Brian Schottenheimer with a straight face as the head coach. Their former offensive coordinator hired him to be their head coach with a straight face, explaining why this was a good idea. And I think with the Cowboys, it feels like there's almost resignation when it comes to stuff like this. Like, just Jerry gonna Jerry. And I think that the Mavericks felt like at least a bit of a safe haven from that because you had Luca Doncic. He got you to the finals last year. We at least know our NBA team has a guy who's going to keep us relevant. And then just a few days later, the Mavericks are like, hold my beer. And they trade him to the Lakers. So I'm very excited, actually, for our Dallas friends to get here this week just to get their reaction to all of this. But there's so many angles to all this. I've got cross-sport comparisons to this. We had people going, hey, can you explain this to me in baseball terms? Can you explain this to me in football terms? I've actually got a couple of analogies I want to bounce off of you guys for that. So we'll do that. We've got a whole lot to get to here on the show. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, still getting his credential, but he will be here soon enough. Until then, it's me and you guys getting through this here at Radio Row. We are super excited to be here. Thanks again to Flight by Yingling for getting us here. The fridge. If you guys follow us on social media, on Instagram, Figgy is killing it right now on Instagram. If you want to go check out and see what our first 24 hours have been like here in New Orleans. 24 hours. We've been here for about maybe 12 to 15 hours at the most, and Figgy's got it all chronicled on the Sports Radio 610 Instagram. We're all sharing it on our stories as well, so you can keep up to speed with us on social media throughout the week. So we'll roll on here, Payne and Pendergast, live from Radio Row in New Orleans all week long. I want to tell you guys as well, the Odyssey app. Be sure that you're listening. If you've been listening to the first segment, then you are 47 minutes away from being qualified today to be entered into our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. I'm going to be headed to Vegas to stay at the Circa Resort and Casino. Oh, Circa's nice. Las Vegas premium sports viewing destination. That sportsbook is money. You can enjoy the March Hoops party at the Stadium Swim as part of your ultimate college basketball championship experience, and you and your friends are going to have an extra $20K in your pocket to spend while you're in Sin City. So just download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and that's your daily entry to the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Up next, let's dig into where we're at with the Texans on this offensive coordinator front, and we'll get back to the Luca Doncic trade as well. So much to get to here on Radio Row as we get things kicked off here on Monday. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. Oh, Men's Tea Clinic. That's right. I was slam dunking in Vegas.
flag. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Text message. Oh, it's from middle screen, actually. Sean, now is your chance. Seth isn't here. You can say whatever you want. Too late.
I got a list of complaints and issues with you
back.
people, and I'm going to let them all be known.
He's here.
I got to tell you about my Odyssey I had this morning.
Yeah.
On the Odyssey app.
Odyssey.
As I listened on the Odyssey app. Listen, so Credential Center is supposed to open at 6 a.m., and I thought, hey, I'll probably get there, and they'll probably open a little bit early. It'll be no big deal. At about 5:40 a.m., some people were trying to get into the building, and I was like, oh, hey, listen, everybody, just sit back here with me. I've been here a while. And they're like, oh, no, we're the credentialing people. We run that office in there.
We let you in.
Yes. And I was like, well, this is a pickle. And they're like negotiating with different security officers. They brought in the NOPD at one point. And these people, they look like they really want to do a good job. They're getting stressed out that they can't get in to open on time.
Yeah.
So finally, right around 6:08 a.m. or whatever, they let the credentialing people in, and then a couple minutes later they let us in. And there were only 3 of us that needed to get into the main area, where it's this huge. It's one of the halls, and they've got partitions where
there's nobody here,
right? So, but when you're walking into the security area, it's like you got to go through the TSA maze. But there's 3 of us, so we all duck under, everybody here.
Right.
And then there's 7 people behind the desk. I don't know why they couldn't go open the doors. And this, you guys will be proud of me and how much I've grown at the age of 49, how mature I've become.
You would have killed this person, I think.
We get up to the front. We're all just being polite, you know, and we get up to the front, and the guy behind the desk, the main guy, stands up and says, guys, we need you guys to follow the line through so there's not congestion.
No, he made you go back?
No, he didn't. No, thank God, because that would have snapped me. But I was
Oh, my God.
I was ready, like, hey, fella, I'm going to need you to. I didn't say a thing. I chuckled at the absurdity of how strict he was being and how regimented he wanted us to be after they had botched the opening. And I chuckled at it. I chuckled at the absurdity of it. I did. You know what I did?
What'd you do?
I took the lesson from Dusty Baker. And I channeled, what was the name of the philosopher?
Camus.
Camus.
He says Camus.
He says Camus, the absurdist.
Yeah.
And I was like, you got to chuckle at the absurdity of this little D-bag.
That's good.
Excuse my language.
Text in 713-572-4610. What are the other societal rules that this particular person does he? If you're standing at a crosswalk, is he like no, up, 2, 1, now go? Yeah. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Text in. How you doing, my friend?
I'm good. I'm ready to go. I just saw the fellas from Kansas City. They're over there broadcasting early in the morning. They were able to get here on time with their credentials.
Yeah.
Wonder how many palms were greased for that nice little benefit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They just waltzed
Who's
right
running
in.
this whole thing again? Oh yeah, the NFL. That's right.
I asked him. I was like, "So how are you guys handling all these cheating allegations?"
Yeah.
And we were having a little conversation about that. And I was like, we don't really talk about it too much because people do bring it up. And he said, you should lean into it. And I was like, why is that? And I read it as because there's validity to it.
Right.
Stuff's
going to come out.
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah, thanks for the tip. I winked, and he's like, why are you winking? And I was like, I hear you. And he's like, what do you mean? I meant for radio purposes.
I'm hip.
I'm hip to what you're laying down, fella.
Yeah. So we got Kansas City. Yeah, Seth, Philly's sitting there. Kansas City sitting there, and I'm pointing. Sorry, I know we're on the radio, but I already told the audience this. They're all they're both next to Dallas, and the range of emotions that are going to be sitting here next to us, given the Luca Doncic trade, and
the amount of NBA
Ryan
talk on one side. At some
Yeah.
point, they'll probably bring us over to ask about. The people from Dallas might bring us over to ask what it was like to have an asinine, just senseless, irrational, the value makes no sense kind of trade, and likewise. Remember when Doncic gets traded, and apparently it looks like part of the reason that you don't get the value you should for a 26-year-old superstar is because nobody even really knew he was available.
That's right.
And that was likewise with DeAndre Hopkins. We found out afterwards all these other GMs were like, I didn't even know. you wonder, all right, well, what are we even doing here? Like, how are you guys operating as a franchise? That's what it was like with the Texans. Whereas, let's say if Caserio were the GM for either the Mavericks or the Texans, you feel like, all right, dude, the guy's on the phone all the time.
All the time.
He's very active. He's going to, if he wants to trade somebody, people are going to know that there's a possibility for it, so you can create a market.
Yeah, the GM from the Mavs was practically bragging yesterday about the fact that he only worked with the Lakers because he and Rob Pelinka were able to keep it secret from everybody for 3 or 4 weeks.
What the hell?
Yeah.
That's like if you bought a car and somebody's like, did you check like what the values and did you not even if you check with another dealership, did you check Kelly Blue Book?
Fire up the Blue Book.
Not at all. I mean, the guy came to me and he said it was a great deal, and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
You're not going to give it to anybody else, are you? And he said, I don't know. You better only if I can be assured that you don't talk to anybody else.
Can you imagine?
I won't talk to anybody else.
Can you imagine being Rob Pelinka and getting that phone call like 3 or 4 weeks ago, like, hey, just floating. Hey, Ben, do we have Nico Harrison as long as we're talking about it? Just get in my ear and tell me. We've got it? Okay, here is, Seth, for context purposes, here is Nico Harrison, the GM of the Mavericks, explaining the trade yesterday.
I'd like to give Rob Pelinka a lot of credit. You know, trades, you guys have been around here, trades don't happen at the smallest level without stuff getting out. And Rob and I were able to have, you know, really intense conversations over the course of, 3 or 4 weeks. That, is more, hey, would you ever, I don't know, would I? Let me think of, and then it built upon that. And, we kept it between us. We had to keep it tight. J. Kidd didn't know about it. But J. Kidd and I are aligned, and we talk about archetypes, and we talk about the culture that we want to create. So I know the type of players that he likes without actually talking to him. Hey, would you like, so I know that. And J. Kidd coached them when they won a championship. So I think when you're aligned with your coach like that, I know the type of players that he likes. And so I felt good about it making sense to where we're trying to go.
Let me point out one thing about that audio. It was pulled from a video of the press conference where the GM of the Mavericks, Nico Harrison, is literally sitting next to Jason Kidd, the coach of the Mavericks, while he's saying this. Jason Kidd looks like he's in a hostage video. Jason Kidd has a look on his face like, don't put this evil on me, bro. Don't put this evil on me. I ain't part. You just said it was you and Pelinka the whole time. And he literally just said right there, he's like, nah, I knew J. Kidd would be cool with it because I know what we look for as players.
Yeah, so I totally detached him from any of the conversation about it. It feels like, I don't know if you guys have anybody in your family that's like this, but like my mom just has these, to this day, she has these misconceptions about things that I like and don't like. And she'll be like, oh, yeah, Seth loves liverwurst. He loves liverwurst. And I'm like, where on earth have you ever that, what are you talking about?
J-Kid.
But if we were sitting up at a press conference, I don't want to sell out my mom. And she's like, ooh, he's team liverwurst, I'll tell you that much. And I'm like, I don't know if I've ever even seen liverwurst. What on earth are you talking about? What on earth are you talking about?
Cooking up liverwurst. She's like, who really loves liverwurst? S. Payne.
Yeah.
He's the J-Kid.
Pope Zuzu. And then she would mess up my name.
Right, that's right.
She'd say Pope Zuzu, as they call him.
That's right. It's a crazy deal, man. And that explanation, that's something I got to imagine. There were reportedly Shams Charania, who broke this news, had people from every corner of the NBA texting him. And it came down at midnight on Saturday. I was ready to go to bed. I'm getting ready to close my laptop up. And I see that tweet with Vanessa Richardson retweeting it saying, Shams got hacked. Something like that. We should check if Shams got hacked. And I'm looking at this. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. All right, I'll wait and see how this plays out before I go to bed. And then it's an actual trade. And now you're up for 2 hours because say what you will about X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it these days, and maybe what a toxic thing it's become for certain things. For things like this trade, it was made for that.
Right.
Reacting to it, jokes about it, memes about it. Twitter was amazing for the next 2 hours.
I was so confused, especially when you wake up and I woke up at 3:30 in the morning yesterday, and I'm trying to wake up, and you're looking at all these, and it's so hard to sort out. It's one of these moments you have these days where you don't know what's real and what's fake,
totally,
and you don't even know if the people you think real or talking about it?
Yep.
Did they get hacked? Is this a mock account? I don't know.
Yeah.
And I needed extra stimulants to get through it. Adam Schefter had the worst take on it, which was he said something. This is embarrassing too. This is like when you're at a convention and one of your colleagues stands up and says something idiotic, and you don't want to sell out your colleague. But Adam Schefter said an NFL equivalent would be the Ravens trading Lamar Jackson to the Bengals in exchange for Joe Burrow. And it was like, no, Adam Schefter, you're missing so much here. Just shut up. Why are you being so stupid?
It's funny, Seth, because there were people like Michael Schwab was the first one I saw. Michael Schwab, who he has a lot of Astros content, and he said, "Explain this to me in baseball terms." And my comparison off the cuff was this would be like the Astros, because I'm trying to get in the shoes of how a Houston sports fan would feel, similar to how Dallas people felt. And this would be for baseball would be, imagine waking up and the Astros traded Yordan Alvarez for Mike Trout. Because Anthony Davis is still a very good basketball player. We need to keep that in mind. That's the difference with the Hopkins trade, is he traded for a second-round pick and a washed-up running back whose contract you were paying in its entirety. Yeah. Anthony Davis is still a valuable player in the NBA. He's still an all-star. He went for 40 and 20 a week ago in a game. And as is, like I'm assuming when he's healthy, Mike Trout, still probably a very good baseball player.
But he's 31 years old, and he's got a vast injury history.
He's beat up, and he's got a huge contract, and Yordan's on a great contract, and he's 25 or whatever.
And Doncic, even if you don't like him for whatever reason, is incredibly traded. Could have gotten a plethora of awesome things for Doncic.
Imagine how many prospects you could get for Yordan Alvarez.
Who just got traded for like 5 first-round picks? It would be absurd how many what the Mavericks could have gotten.
You create a market like that. So okay, good. So the Yordan Trout analogy resonates. That's better than Schefter's analogy of Lamar Jackson for Joe Burrow. But I think the football analogy, and I put this one up too, if we're just talking about Houston. C.J. Stroud has not accomplished the football equivalent of Luca Doncic. But I think if the Texans traded C.J. for, say, Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford's won a Super Bowl in L.A. He's 36 years old.
That's a perfect one.
You know what I mean? You get Stafford. The Texans are probably still winning the AFC South with Matt Stafford. But you just chopped off 13 years of your future window.
The Knicks gave up 5 first-rounders for Michael Bridges. That's the one that so.
That's wild.
I know. And then the complete lack of creating any kind of a market or anything.
Malpractice.
All right. Now, okay, if the argument that the only way that Dallas could honestly justify this is. And it still doesn't justify the fact that they didn't actually shop him, is if Doncic is just that much of a train wreck away from the building. If he's just got hardcore issues or problems or something.
That was my other reaction.
Like above and beyond conditioning or whatever. Yeah.
Will there be an article it's always The Athletic these days. It's able to get like a novel speaking on the record. Will there be an article like that comes out about Doncic and the Mavericks behind the scenes? I think there's a chance there is. Yeah. This trade is so absurd that get him a personal trainer. You know what I mean? Do that before you trade him. See if he'll
or just ask around. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. If you're going to trade, if you're hell bent on trading him, then you got to get the most that you can. Someone's asking, are we going to mention the Texans in screwing up on Chip Kelly? We're going to talk. I talked a little bit about it in the open. We'll get to the Texans. There's so much stuff.
Right. There's
so much stuff.
There's a lot. So Chip Kelly, and a big dynamic there that even this morning still, I think a lot of people aren't bringing up the fact that he's getting paid almost twice what the highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL is right now. And it's to a team where one of the minority owners is a guy who's also very, very rich in Tom Brady. Yeah. And is making $37 million a year off of Fox to cover the NFL.
You were still walking over here. I was saying that Fox is basically paying Chip Kelly. They're laundering the money through Tom Brady, essentially. They're funneling. For whatever reason, Fox, $37 million to Brady. People are angry about that.
Enough people made counter arguments because I was all hot and heavy for Chip Kelly. A lot of our listeners made counter arguments that kind of brought me back down to earth into how he is still somewhat of a wild card in the NFL, to the point where, especially, look, if the Texans were going to have to pay $6 million, let's say the Texans had offered him $6 million, the Raiders offer him $6 million. I'm guessing he takes the Texans.
I would guess so too.
but I don't need to be overspending for him to that degree.
Right. Well, and I wonder too. Like at that point, I don't know what D'Amico makes. You know what I mean? Like I know that there's a lot of NFL coaches that make 10.
D'Amico makes about $5 or $6 million. If I recall
like now you're
properly.
talking about his OC making more money than him. So now you're bumping up, which I don't think the McNairs are. I think the McNairs they're not cheap. I mean I think they'll pay for stuff like that. But like I mean you're
$4.6 million per year.
Yeah, so you're talking about like that. So there's a lot of moving parts when it comes to paying $6 million to an OC. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Yes, Texter and listeners, we will dig into where the Texans are with their offensive coordinator search. There's a name that came up this weekend with them that kind of intrigues me, and I'm thinking it intrigues Seth as well. That we'll get to. We'll do it in headlines. We got headlines coming up next. Busy weekend, both on the hardwood and we're live here on Radio Row at the Super Bowl, thanks to Flight by Yingling. So stick with us. We'll do headlines coming up next. It's Payne and Pendergast with you on Sports Radio 610. But first, Prize Picks. Boy, it's a big week for Prize Picks, man.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
The headlines as we are coming to you live from Radio Row in New Orleans, thanks to Flight by Yuengling. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. The latest with the Texans search for an offensive coordinator. The search is ongoing. Chip Kelly, you can cross him off your list. If you had him in your pool of Texans OC candidates, if you and your friends are doing a pool to see who can get the winner, whoever had the ticket that says Chip Kelly on it, you can crumple it up and throw it on the ground. He's the new OC for the Las Vegas Raiders. He's going to get $6 million a year to coordinate an offense that, as of right now, has Aiden O'Connell as its starting quarterback.
Which is, and the interesting thing about that, the salary, is that that's a lot of money for an offensive coordinator. The last guy that got lured away from being an offensive coordinator immediately after winning a national championship in college was Todd Monken. And Todd Monken got $3 million a year for Baltimore, and he's obviously done very well up there. Monken had been in the NFL a lot more than Chip Kelly had. He kind of bounced back and forth. He was in the NFL right before he was with Georgia. Mm-hmm. So that was less of a surprise. There was a lot of questioning about, well, there was a whole spectrum. A lot of people thought, like, well, why would Chip Kelly leave? I started to think, all right, well, there's no whisperings or no actual reporting or connections to him. So I him in part of the conversation. I wouldn't be surprised. I know there was a sighting of him at the airport this past weekend.
Intercontinental, yeah.
Right. And was he there on a recruiting trip? Was he there talking to the Texans? Who knows? If what kept him from being the offensive coordinator was that the Texans didn't want to pay $6 million per year, I'm cool with that. Yeah. I know it's tempting. I do this all the time. I say, oh, there's no salary cap for coaches. If you really want it, you got to go for it. You don't always just want to be throwing money at the situation, and especially where you'd be making more than
you'd
your
have
head
to give
coach.
D'Amico Ryans a raise.
Significant raise. For what necessarily?
Right.
Not for not advancing into the conference championship game again. So it wouldn't have made a whole lot of sense. And before any of this news came down, just in conversations with our listeners and others, I was real hot and heavy about Chip Kelly to begin with. The big question about him is really, all right, in the NFL, you still have that question of, man, he came in and he had this superpower to be able to go super up-tempo, and it kind of caught the league by surprise. Mm-hmm. But then its effectiveness started to dwindle, and then he goes to San Francisco and did absolutely nothing there. So I like the fact that he's a head coach and has been a head coach. I like the fact that he could have been basically the head coach of the offense when you've got a young defensive-minded head coach. But not enough to pay him more than, wildly more than anybody else is willing to pay. And and I had already kind of emotionally gotten comfortable with the fact that it looks like most likely they're going to hire a guy that doesn't have as much experience as I want. It makes it more of a wild card, but sometimes, hey, every great offensive coordinator got a first job somewhere sometime.
Yep, that's right. We'll dig into some of the non-Chip Kelly candidates at the top of the hour. But, yeah, Chip Kelly off the board. He's going to the Raiders for $6 million a year. Let's circle over to the NBA. Rockets over the weekend, bad loss to the Nets at home. They were on the road for 4 games. They got 4 road games coming up here, and right in between they got to come home for a game against the Nets, which should feel like a little bit of a breather, and they treated it like a little bit of a breather. They got blown out by the Nets at home on Saturday night. So I guess all the things – I don't know how much goodwill that gives back after you just beat the Cavaliers and the Celtics on the road the week before. It's the NBA. It's an 82-game season. But that was disappointing. That was a game they played the Nets, and it's like a double-digit game, all night long. I kept expecting the Rockets to work their way back into the game in the second half. And as I was split between the WWE Royal Rumble and the Rockets game, I kept glancing up. I'm like, all right, Rockets, you're going to get main screen coverage in my living room as soon as you can cut it below 10. And they never cut it below 10.
This is the kind of moment – I thought of it from Mark Cuban's perspective when he sold off the controlling interest to the team to that family a couple of years ago, and
the Adelsons.
It's like whenever your company, but he's still a minority owner.
27%.
That's a substantial amount, and that's a few years ago. Said he would sooner leave his wife than let Luca Doncic go.
Oh, we're under the. I was just talking about. We're under the Doncic.
Oh, sorry.
I was just talking about the Rockets. Losing to the Nets.
Sorry, man. Sorry.
That's okay.
You said another trade, and I immediately went there. All right, sorry.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, I was talking about the Rockets losing it. But we can skip over to the Doncic trade. I'm cool with that.
I swear I'm going to be checked into this show by the beginning of the next hour. I promise.
You're good.
I promise.
You're good. Let's flip over to the Doncic trade because that is a big headline. I didn't want to spend too much time on that Rockets game, but I
wanted to get into that.
Funny, I'm glad you brought that up, Sean. The Doncic trade was a complete shocker out of left field on a Saturday night. Nobody in the NBA expected it. Now, you know what, Seth? My love language when it comes to stuff like this is gambling and the odds.
Yeah.
And I think what's interesting is that with this trade of Doncic to the Lakers, Anthony Davis to the Mavericks, the Lakers title odds have gone from 25-1 down to 10-1, fourth overall. The Mavericks odds have gone from 20-1 up to 33-1. And they picked up the older player in the trade. Their title odds got worse, and they picked up the player with the lesser shelf life. Like normally, if you made a trade during the season and it diminished your title odds somewhat, you'd be like, yeah, but it's the long play.
He's a younger guy.
It's the long.
If you had brought in a guy like, say, Luca Doncic, then it would be different. If you're similar to Luca Doncic, then you might feel better about this.
Yeah,
but no.
Yeah. So
a 31-year-old who's just had a vast and extensive injury history.
Yeah,
in his career.
He's not an Iron Man.
Yeah,
like he's missed a bunch of games. So that took the. How are we processing this as Rockets fans? Because Luka Doncic is out of the division, but I don't think people care about divisions in the NBA like they do in other sports.
You care about the conference, and
he's still in the conference, and now he's on a team. The Rockets still have to get through the Lakers.
Right. Yeah. No, and then in the overarching picture, when you look to the NBA as a whole. You have to kind of like sit back and acknowledge yet again, all right, the Lakers somehow got a superstar on their team. Like they just have a way of figuring out they can get a guy on who a straw who stirs the drink.
It's always trades too, other than LeBron who signed there in free agency.
Yeah.
But going back to Kareem. Like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, trade. Kobe Bryant, trade. Pau Gasol, trade.
They've got Bronny.
Anthony Davis, trade. Somehow that would have been the best, dude. If Pelinka threw Bronny, they just threw Bronny into this deal.
Yeah, like
the Luka deal. Like the Mavericks are getting Anthony Davis, Max Christie, a couple draft picks, and Bronny. Dude, LeBron would have flipped. LeBron's
claiming that he had no awareness of any of this,
which I believe. The part I believe in all this is Nico Harrison saying like nobody knew.
Yeah.
Because if anybody knew this was going on, it would have gotten out. Like, can you believe these guys are about to trade? Like he's giving Rob Pelinka credit at the 7 o'clock hour. Like, good job. The GM of the Mavericks is saying, boy, what a good job Rob Pelinka did keeping it secret. If I'm Pelinka and I've got a GM calling me saying, hey, what do you think about trading for Luka Doncic? I'm not telling anybody.
Is this something? I'm not as active in the NBA Twitter world. Are people pointing to this that Shrania is just not Adrian Wojnarowski?
I brought that up on Saturday night. That was one of my reactions. I'm like, all right, is this where we're starting to feel the Woj info vacuum right now? You know? Like, would he have been dialed in on something like this? And I don't know, like if his source was Rob Pelinka, maybe Pelinka was just going to keep it. Like
he would have had to keep it quiet, but he would have had a 2,000-word article on it immediately.
Well, here's the thing: if it gets out, then Nico Harrison has every GM in the NBA calling him. Like, wait, you're thinking of trading Luka?
Yeah.
So that's why Pelinka, I'm sure, was like, God, I'm not telling LeBron, I'm not telling my assistant GM. This is between me and this guy.
And credit to him for recognizing that this is an incredible deal.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, the one that's closest is, and it's Harden was not Harden. Nobody knew. When the Rockets traded for Harden, nobody knew exactly what he'd be like as one of the main guys. Nobody knew.
Yeah.
But it would have been. There are a lot of teams that would have been very, very, very interested if they had known at all. Morey was the Rob Pelinka in that situation where Morey realized, like, okay, here's the deal. Yeah, I'm going to take it. And you don't sit down to, evaluate and discuss and run it. I think I knew it was a good deal,
Totally.
and like, all right, I don't need to check with anybody. I'm about to bilk this idiot.
Yeah, there's a short list of players that you just go, you're going to trade me this guy?
Yeah.
And if you think the deal's good, you just make the trade and you figure it out later.
Yeah.
You know? Absolutely, Luca's on that list. All right, we got a lot to get to, man. Super Bowl, we haven't talked to any Super Bowl yet, and we're sitting on Radio Row. That's how much news is going around right now. Let's circle back to the Texans here and talk about this OC search. No more Chip Kelly. We'll react to that, but also some interesting names. And Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle had a good piece about the search on Friday on the Chronicle's website that kind of laid out who's leading the search here and the big decision that the Texans are trying to make internally right now.
And to credit to Jonathan Alexander too, he had a little nugget in there about Chip Kelly that ended up being a very prescient nugget.
Yep, we will get to that as well in the 7 o'clock hour. Stay there.
I promise everybody in the next hour I'm going to be dialed in. I'm going to listen to Sean and everything. I'm gonna know what topics we're talking about. I'm gonna do all of it, and it starts now with.
WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, you can text us. We do have the text page open, 713-572-4610. Big thanks to Flight by Yingling for getting us to Radio Row, Low T Center, as well as supporting sponsor. If you're watching on the live stream, that's brought to you by Mokaram Injury Lawyers, and you are looking at me, Seth, and an empty exclusive furniture hot seat. The only guest we have today, I think people will enjoy, it's Brooks Kubena. He's going to join us at 9 a.m. today.
Former beat writer for The Athletic in Houston,
yes,
covering the Texans, but now he's with the Eagles.
Yeah.
So relevant.
Good Super Bowl insight coming from Brooks Kubena.
And also some of the, one of the interviewees that we...
Brian Johnson.
We wanted to talk to him about Brian Johnson. The Texans, one of the 8 guys that we know of that they either interviewed or will be interviewing is Brian Johnson, who was the offensive coordinator for the Eagles last year in 2023 when the Eagles offense was a disappointment.
Yes.
But there's a lot of people wondered, okay, how much is this Brian Johnson's offense versus Nick Sirianni being heavy-handed in it? So Brooks has a more of an inside view into that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward
and what
to
Brian Johnson might bring to the Texans
That's
that
right.
wasn't able to bring in Philadelphia. You did a good job mentioning this last week when we talked about Brian Johnson. You do have to point out that Saquon Barkley was on the Eagles this year, whereas he wasn't in 2023.
It's a big difference. Yeah, the guy rushed for 2,000 yards. He didn't have the Offensive Player of the Year on his team.
Yeah.
So Brooks Kubena will join us at 9 a.m. in the exclusive furniture hot seat. So we're looking forward to that. Chip Kelly off the board for the Texans. He's going to the Raiders for $6 million a year. We've touched on that a couple times already. You and I have not talked yet, Seth, on or off the air, really, about Adam Stenavich,
right,
who has entered the fray. The Green Bay offensive coordinator has been interviewed by the Texans. He has something you touched on last week. I believe you and I were talking about this, and you had mentioned how few offensive coordinators around the NFL come from an offensive line lineage. So many of them come from a quarterback lineage.
Right, or a passing game coordinator lineage. And Adam Stenavich was an offensive lineman in the NFL. Then he was an offensive line coach. And then for the last couple of years, he's been the offensive coordinator for the Packers, but it's Matt LaFleur's offense, and Matt LaFleur is the play caller. That's why the Texans are allowed to interview him for a lateral move. So there's still that unknown about, okay, what would he be like when he's running the whole show? But he has been an offensive coordinator on a good offense. And the thing that scratches that ability to actually engineer and implement a running attack, and an understanding of how everything's all intertwined. There are a lot of guys in the NFL these days, and I would put Bobby Slowick in that same group. Bobby Slowick was – one of our listeners pointed this out, and I'm glad he did, that Bobby Slowick was never even a position coach. You know, like he never really worked with he was the pass game coordinator, so he was working with Brock Purdy very closely and all of that. But he didn't have the same nuts and bolts experience that some other guys have had, and especially on the offensive line. That part very much intrigues me. But you're still, like it would be with a lot of these other candidates, you're kind of just hurtling yourself into the unknown in terms of what's it going to be like when it's his whole complete offense.
Yeah.
It was with we were talking to Ross Tucker. That's who it was. We were talking to Ross Tucker about why it's weird that there aren't more offensive line coaches who become coordinators when it's worked out for guys like, I don't know, Andy Reid. Andy Reid seems to have done pretty well for himself.
He's done all right, yeah.
Although also hated running the ball for years and years and still kind of does.
I heard he's coaching in this game coming up on Sunday, Andy Reid. I heard he's doing pretty good.
The part about Chip Kelly also that really intrigued me more than anything else was the fact that a lot of people call him an offensive line coach as part of him being a really good coordinator, is that he's really good at coaching up the offensive line and getting the most out of them. Yeah. He's a guy that gets it in terms of all 11 guys being involved and important.
So if they were to hire Stenavich, based on what we know, I don't know that's list I'm over the moon about because there's the lack of collective experience there. With most of them, I know Bill Lazor's got a lot of experience, but by and large, these are a lot of young guys, many of whom haven't called plays, but they're very well thought of, most of them at least, around the league. Where would Stenavich be a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
I would give a thumbs up. The thumbs up. The guys that The guys that I would be most skeptical about, just for, I guess, lack of experience right now, is actual play caller. I guess the one I'd be most skeptical about is the 28-year-old Grant Udinski, who is the assistant quarterbacks coach with Minnesota underneath Josh McCown.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these interviews are not made public the way head coaching interviews are made public, and I just wonder if I think the Texans probably had a chat with Chip Kelly, at least a chat. With Josh McCown, I wonder if they've had a chat, but they also figure, like, we don't need to pull him through this again and make it a
PTSD.
Josh McCown, it felt like the last time when he was up for the Texans head coaching job, to everybody's surprise, it felt like he was kind of blindsided by, wait, people really hate me all of a sudden, and I haven't done anything other than accept the phone call. I don't know if this is what I want.
Right.
But Grant Udinski would be the guy, because he's 28 years old, and he looks like he's 22 years old.
Yeah.
And he's never been a full-time assistant coach, but he's this boy wonder. 5 different teams have interviewed him. The Seahawks interviewed him twice.
Yeah.
I would imagine most of those interviews are exploratory, but if you were to get hired, it would minded coach.
Yeah. That's one that's so far off the, 28 years old, not even a full-time position, like an assistant coordinator, an assistant quarterback coach.
Yeah.
That would be I'd get excited for that. I'd be excited for skydiving or something like that. I'm like, all right, YOLO, let's do this.
This is the whole thing about a 28-year-old. He can't have a well-developed personality. It has to be one of these stories where, man, he came in and he was just going way too hard and he was yelling at 35-year-old vets and everything. And it's going to be one of those things where, in the moment, okay, that's not the right strategy, and yet I don't know if there's any way to soft pedal your way through it when you're a 28-year-old. You almost have to be a psychotic weirdo that learns how to tamp it down over time.
Yeah.
If he's too well adjusted, I don't want him. Okay. Tell me he had a bad home life growing up.
Okay.
I don't want some kid that grew up in a cul-de-sac. Okay.
Let's see what we can find out.
All right. Yeah. Did he ever go without presents at Christmas? Then maybe I'll consider him.
Oh, man. All right, so that's where we are. Now, Jonathan Alexander had some interesting factoids in his overview of the search on Friday. He talked to a half dozen sources and found out this. I thought this one of the biggest decisions that they're trying to make is whether to switch to a more spread RPO-based offense or stay Kubena-Stanny. Do you have a strong feeling either way on that?
I don't. I think that sometimes the Kubena-Stanny stuff gets talked about a little too much. I've been guilty of that because the fact of the matter is everybody, McDaniel runs a much different offense in Miami than what they do in San Francisco. Mm-hmm. So I think that's overrated at times. I think I just want to be sure that whoever you hire has an ability to adapt and adjust to the personnel that he has.
Yeah.
And with CJ, I think especially giving him options in the quick game, giving him hot routes, having some kind of an RPO game, a developed RPO game, I think that's something that should be appealing to any NFL team right now.
Yeah.
And especially, the problem with Bobby, again, is, okay, if you're going to run this offense, and you're going to line up with all these condensed formations, you have to have at least a credible rushing attack.
Yes.
And they didn't at all. So even in games where they had good yardage in the run game, the whole thing is you can't be wasting these downs.
Right.
They wasted first downs. They wasted second downs because all of a sudden it was 2nd and 10 or it was 3rd and 10 because Bobby's thinking we got to be able to show that we can run out or pass out of these formations. But teams would look at it and they would say, well, we're not worried about when you run.
Yeah.
We can stop that with our 4 defensive linemen. We'll worry about the passing game.
That might be the biggest thing. If I had a request of the new offensive coordinator that was based in a statistic, if there's one statistic with the Texans that I want this offensive coordinator to improve, at its very core, the base one would be, I'd rather they rush for 4.5 yards a carry. That would be amazing. But if they could get out of being the worst third and whatever team, they have third and
you'd have to be awesome at running the ball to set up the play action.
Correct.
But you have to be at least a viable threat.
Yeah.
Teams have to respect it to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Because if they don't, then they're dialed in on the pass, as we saw for so much of the season, and that's all they have to worry about. So that's the sum total of it was that it just wasn't a good offense for multiple reasons, but especially that was the biggest and most glaring and obvious thing was, man, nobody respects the run. All these things you're trying to do to set up the play action, it doesn't matter, and it just makes it easier to defend the pass.
I think CJ, if I'm trying to think, like, okay, what would he prefer? Because that's one of the other things that Jonathan says in here is they're going to seek CJ's input when it comes to this hire. What that means, I don't know. Just like, hey, run it past him or really get into the nitty-gritty of what he's looking to do. We don't know. The article says they're looking for his input. And I know you just illustrated it's more nuanced than, hey, this is the spread RPO and this is a Kubena-Stani offense.
Right.
It's more, but if you were to just label it, like which one would CJ enjoy more, especially with his newfound magic legs that he has, he might like that spread RPO game a little bit.
No, I think so. The thing that the ability to adapt to the players you have is one of the big things, and you just aren't going to know with some of these guys other than what they think philosophically. Mm-hmm. I think Bill Lazor, because of all these candidates, he's had the most experience as an NFL offensive coordinator and play caller, and he's done it in multiple different places. If you're pointing to strengths of his, he's had to work with different quarterbacks and kind of adapt his scheme to what in 2 of his 3 stays as an offensive coordinator, he's been working under an offensive-minded head coach who at times was the actual play caller compared to Bill Lazor. And okay, how do you glean out the difference between when it was Joe Philbin versus when it was Bill Lazor?
Yeah.
Well, for people that want to air it out, I mean, the criticism for Lazor when he was in Miami was that they were too pass happy. But they were running much more of a spread offense than was common in the NFL at that point.
With Tannehill.
So if you're looking for knowledge and comfortability with running more of a college-style offense, Lazor's been there and done that, as has a lot of these other guys. The one guy that I would really hesitate to put Gerard Johnson in the Kubena tree, just because his full-time coaching has been with the Vikings and then with Bobby Slowick. Yeah. So both of those guys are in that Shanahan-McVay world.
Yep.
I think that O'Connell in Minnesota has added his own wrinkles to it. And then Gerard, just by virtue of having played as a college quarterback more recently, he's seen both sides of it.
Yeah.
I think there's probably parts of the college game and the RPOs and the zone read and the quick game that he feels that should be more a part of the Texans offense, and that's something we'd only know if we were sitting in on the interviews.
Right. I firmly believe that Gerard Johnson doesn't make it this deep into the process by saying, we want to run the same thing and do it better. Like, I truly think he's probably coming with new ideas and things like that.
The guy, Jeff Nixon, the Syracuse offensive coordinator, my big concern, his experience as an NFL coordinator, but it was with the Panthers and under Matt Rule, which was itself a college dudes trying to transition to the NFL.
It was after they fired Joe Brady, and he was the interim OC.
Right. Yeah. Boy, I'll tell you, there's the cautionary tales. Yeah, Joe Brady was no good for the Panthers, but, man, he's done some good work for the Bills.
Crushing a team that just lost like 3 in the AFC title.
Yeah. So Jeff Nixon's best year was this past season with Syracuse, where they had the number one passer in the nation. Yep. But they also didn't have much of a run game at all.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of unknowns with most of these guys.
Yeah. The other things from Jonathan's article, Jonathan Alexander, it's a good article on the Chronicle from late last week. They're trying to make a decision on the basis of their offense, Kubena-Stani versus spread RPO. D'Amico is the one leading this search, and he's looking for someone strong in the run game. I think that makes perfect sense, as you've just talked about. Toward the end of the season, there was a sense in the building that C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick weren't necessarily seeing eye to eye on how C.J. was being used.
Yeah.
Jonathan says that in the article. So that's interesting, because that's interesting when you tie it to C.J.'s comments he made in his exit press conference about tough conversations,
right?
Open communication.
Yeah,
it's what we got to do.
There's stuff during the season that you have to bite your tongue on. Because there's only, you never want to be the guy that's not listening to the coach, and you don't want to be the guy that's not on board with the game plans and what have you. But you might have that maybe those conversations were had at the end of the season.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder if they had. I wonder if there will be any talk of drama throughout these past 2 years. I mean, both Bobby and CJ have at times have kind of hinted that, we'll butt heads and it's no big deal.
Oh, yeah, they talk about it openly.
I believe that. I mean, that's common. In a healthy football environment, you should have guys having arguments or at least debates, and sometimes it gets heated, but as long as you're not as long as nobody's overly sensitive about it, that can be very, very productive. So I don't know. This is where I always get nervous about. Remember the Patriots? There's that big expose about how awful everything was in the Patriots, and they won the Super Bowl that year.
Seth Wickersham,
Seth Wickersham. The article comes out in August or something, and it looks like, this is the most toxic, dysfunctional place in the world, and then they go and win a Super Bowl that year. I mean, all right, there's a functional toxicity sometimes, or a functional dysfunction in NFL teams.
I will never forget Ted Johnson coming in the day that article came out.
Yeah.
We were doing afternoons, a triple threat at the time. And we were doing a show at Twin Peaks on 290. The article came out at like 11 in the morning. And, boy, Ted was practically skipping into Twin Peaks, ready to talk about all this Patriot dysfunction. And everybody hates Belichick and Brady. Brady was the one who got Garoppolo shipped out of there. And,
I don't know, man.
Ted just rubs his hands together.
I guess, he's just waiting for the
something bad for the
Belichick. But there came a point with the Patriots where what are you going to say at any given point? Like, all right, like I told you so. If you're somebody in the mid, I hear he's dishonest with the ladies in his life. It's all going to fall apart for him, I'll tell you. And then meanwhile, he's just spitting out gold record after gold record.
One after another. They keep
winning. All right, great. Yeah, you pointed out there's some flaws with Frank Sinatra.
Keep winning Super Bowls. Yeah, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We are live on Radio Row thanks to Flight by Yingling. Monday is sort of the calm before the storm here. You know, it's light here on Mondays.
It's good that I got a Frank Sinatra reference in to keep the young people engaged.
Strong.
Yeah, that's what the youngs want to hear about.
He's making a comeback. You never know, man. Let's
Friends, the sitcom.
These things are cyclical.
That's big with the kids.
They do. The Sopranos is making kind of a comeback that way. Yeah, a lot of people are watching the Sopranos these days. It ages pretty well. Let's get to Acknowledge Me, because I want to lay out. We got to acknowledge one of our teammates here at Sports Radio 610. We do it every week at this time, 7:20-ish. Actually, 7:20 on the nose.
Good job, Sean.
Good for you, Sean and Seth. Yeah, there we go. All right, so let's do Acknowledge Me. We'll do our acknowledgments for this week. And is the music playing? I can't even tell, Ben. Do we have? It is? Okay, cool. All right, let's start. I want to acknowledge John Lopez.
Acknowledge me.
Boy, John Lopez put a spread together yesterday. He put it together on Saturday. He smoked a brisket. He smoked a couple gigantic chickens. He made homemade potato salad, which there's still like half a vat left of it in the fridge. He made beans that were incredible. He had a buffet of barbecue and barbecue adjacent products that were incredible.
Yeah, no, it was to the point where I honestly, without even having to think about it, might not eat until Tuesday. I feel like a python right now.
Yeah.
Like a bloated python
you
just laying on the floor of the rainforest, happy that I just ate an entire mammal. And I did. Honestly, conservatively, I would say I probably ate 1/16 of a cow last night.
Yeah.
In the form of brisket.
You were going after it, man.
Or whatever the whole brisket is on a cow.
Yeah.
It was really good. So thank you, John.
Yeah, he did a really good job. And I like our spot too. We got a good. If you're following us on social media, you're seeing all this. Follow the station on Instagram. Follow all of our social media accounts. But
I get the sense that at some point we're supposed to turn that house kind of into like almost where one of the Paul brothers, Luke Paul, or
like we're the Real World.
We got to play pranks on each other.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you come home today, you're gonna open the door and giant water balloons.
Yeah. and I'll just laugh like it's the opening credits of an '80s sitcom.
Then I'm gonna come up and kick you in the nuts.
And I'll try to laugh. Oh man, yeah. No, it's gonna be good. And the fellas, Aaron Raybald, our engineer on site here, went out with Reggie and Figgy and Show, and they all hit Cafe Du Monde last night. I was not ready to go to Cafe Du Monde at 9 o'clock at night, the day before our first show.
Right.
We got to ease our way into the week.
I did an Irish goodbye at about 8:30.
You did an Irish goodbye to 3 people? football, and it's incredible.
I don't tell people when I'm leaving. They don't need to know. They'll do fine without me. I don't have an ego that thinks like, I gotta let these guys know that my witty banter will no longer be available to the crew, and I'll give them time to adjust. Any issues they might have or questions they have or life advice, they'll have to write it down and send it to me tomorrow.
Ironically, it's stuff like this right now that we were missing when you walked out of the door. Yeah, I think it was Clint. He's like, "Where's Seth go, Chief?" Like 15 minutes after you were gone.
Seth's dreaming about jack-o'-lanterns right now.
Yeah,
that's what I was doing.
He Irish goodbye us.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So that was
Aaron Raybald saying I need to Irish goodbye this show someday. Just
no,
walk right
no,
out.
no.
I've already been there, done that.
You Irish
I did it
hello.
with Mike and Paul back in the day. I just left. After Mike told me that I was unbearable 17 times in a row, I just left. That felt like it was a little bit announced. That wasn't like a complete surprise.
No. We could hear it.
Yeah.
So good job, John Lopez. John Lopez is acknowledged. All right, let's get to some sports acknowledgments. Jack Besh.
Acknowledge me.
Who's Jack Besh? He is a TCU wide receiver who scored the game-winning touchdown in the Senior Bowl this weekend. Here's what it sounded like.
Last shot as the American team makes their move. Hennigan on the move. Looking. Yes. Got it. Jack Besh has his Mobile moment.
That's a walk-off.
And the American team Besh.
All right, so who is Jack Besh? Why are we playing that highlight? Well, he's a prospect, A, that John Harris likes a lot.
Yeah.
But B, more importantly, and the story that got a lot of attention this week as we sit here in New Orleans, ironically, his brother Tiger played football at Princeton. He was one of the victims of the recent terror attack here on early New Year's morning when the Sugar Bowl was here in town. So that was a really feel-good story. He had a really good game. He had another catch that went viral, a highlight catch. But just look, it's the Senior Bowl's an all-star game that not a lot of people pay attention to. But it's a sad story, obviously, but that it at least has this inspirational wrinkle to it for Besh is pretty cool.
Yeah, that was a nice moment.
Yeah.
It was one of the, and it was like he's an actual prospect. It wasn't like one of these. It wasn't like a feel-good moment. Like, let's be sure. It's probably going to be obviously a very, very emotional in a lot of ways. You got big stuff going on in your life, but then some in your football life, but then something actually huge in your actual life.
Yeah, I saw the interview after the game with him, and he was very emotional about it. Talked about how his brother was kind of with him, spiritually in that game. So, got to acknowledge that. That was pretty cool. We'll see if he's on the radar for the Texans as a prospect. All right, Yordan Alvarez.
Acknowledge me.
Was named the best left fielder in baseball by Major League Baseball in their top 10 exercise that they do. Astros had a few guys in there. Yainer Diaz among the top 10 catchers. I think Framber Valdez is among the top 10 starting pitchers. They had a few guys. Jose Altuve is the best, if not the second best, second baseman, soon to be turned left fielder part-time. I don't know. But Yordan Alvarez, this is why he's getting acknowledged. They put a graphic up, Seth, MLB.com did, and they have the highest career OPS plus through age 27. This is since 1947. So for about 80 years, soon to be about 75 years, the last 75 years, OPS plus, which is basically where your OPS is in relation to the average.
Yeah.
For example, if Frank Thomas, his OPS plus is 183, he's 83% above the average through the age of 27 he was. Yordan Alvarez has the fifth best OPS plus of any player in the history of baseball since 1947 through age 27.
Think about Yordan. I was trying to figure this out emotionally, like the difference between some of the big name guys who have left versus guys who have stayed.
Yeah.
But emotionally, Altuve, Correa, George Springer, Kyle Tucker, Bregman possibly. Yordan's unique in that he has that feeling, because there's like a visceral feeling almost like you're in high school and that's the kid that you're sending off the bus first. And you kind of feel like you're strolling into this little town with this gigantic monster of a man that's going to destroy people. It's he has a different feel with Yordan than it is with any of those guys. It's not better or worse, it's just unique in that almost feels like he'll stick up for the little fella.
He will.
Yeah.
He will. He's right. He's a gentle giant, is what he is. He also signed a long-term extension, so we haven't had that sort of like, oh, that's right, next year. Like, we haven't had to feel the same angst with Jordan that we
haven't had to play these stupid little emotional experiments about, like, well, how would we feel if Alex Bregman were to leave?
We may someday, 2028 or whatever.
Bregman? Whenever?
No, Jordan.
Oh, no, I thought that was when Bregman's ordeal would be over, not in 2028.
2028.
I feel like we're going to find out. Bregman signed a 1-month contract with the Astros. You're going to give and see what happens. Then he's going to test free agency again.
Yeah, the people – I polled the people, man. People are, at least the people that responded to the Twitter poll, about like 1,500. I asked them, Alex Bregman, tell me how you're feeling. Where are we at? Reportedly, he's got 6 years, $156 million on the table.
Yeah.
Where are we at on this? And the three choices were take it or leave it, take as long as you want, or it's complicated.
Yeah.
How would you have answered that?
I would have said, what was the first choice?
Take it or leave it.
Take it or leave it.
It seems like you've been take it or leave it for a while.
I have. Yeah, and I'm not convinced that the offer is still officially on the table.
Yeah.
That feels like something an agent put out. The fact that Dana Brown says that he owes Boris a phone call.
Yeah.
It just makes me feel like it just doesn't make any logical sense that the deal would still be on the table after the Astros already made moves to adjust for the absence of Alex Bregman. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Not with the way Jim Crane operates. Well, hey, let's just leave that biggest contract or longest contract I've ever offered out there.
No.
Well, we also go and make other aggressive moves financially.
No.
And, well, at the time, Ryan Presley was still in the organization. We're just going to, with all that going on, we're just going to go ahead and have Alex Bregman have the ability to come in and plunk down a luxury tax burden on us. No.
These were the choices I put up there, and there were 1,400 votes. Take it or leave it, bro. Exclamation point. We will happily wait for you, or it's complicated. Now, you're a take it or leave it guy. I'm a take it or leave it guy. What percentage of the people do you think were take it or leave it guys and gals?
The way that's framed, because you didn't put a –
you want me to read the tweet?
There wasn't an option for – yeah, go ahead.
I'll read the whole tweet.
Yeah.
Pender poll. The Astros seem to have their 6-year, $156 million offer still sitting out there for Alex Bregman to take. Where are you with this?
Right. I guess if there was an option for pull the offer back, that might have been more extreme.
Yeah.
So the it's complicated one is probably the people that are like, hey, man, like just give it some time. I think 70% of people are at the take it or leave it point.
71.8%? Ben, give the man a ding. Thank you. Yeah. 13.4%. We will happily wait for you. 14.7%. It's complicated. So people are getting tired of it, I think.
Yeah.
At least the ones that vote in Twitter polls.
I think and then if there is an offer similar to it, say in Toronto, was that what Nightingale said, that there was one that there's
Toronto was mentioned.
Some people think Toronto might have a similar offer to the Astros table.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is there going to be a tariff on Bregman? Tariff on any? I don't know.
That would be sweet. All right. I need to acknowledge whoever runs the God account and the Satan account on X.
Acknowledge me!
It may be the same person for all I know.
There's a God account?
There's an account at God.
That seems more expedient than this this prayer stuff. If I can actually DM him.
Yeah. Let's check and see if his DMs are open. But this is why I'm acknowledging them. After the victory over the Bills in the AFC title game, Patrick Mahomes tweeted 3 words. Thank you, God.
Yeah.
God replied with, you think I did this? You think I want to see you and your cringe family get carried to another ring with a bad late call? Get over yourself, my dude.
My dude.
God
is a my dude guy.
God, my dude, and Patrick Mahomes. And then Satan replies, which leads me to believe that this
might be the same account.
Same guy, yeah. Satan goes, yeah, this was me. Huge fan of you and your family's work, by the way, especially your brother Jackson.
And not to mention the dad.
Yeah,
Dad's got how many DUIs does he have now?
3 is what I saw.
Can't afford an Uber, I suppose.
Yeah,
that's tough.
3 DUIs, man. Yeah, 3 DUIs. So there you go. Those are our acknowledgments. A little light on headlines and great accomplishments from over the weekend.
Should we acknowledge the Raiders for taking Chip Kelly off of our conversation plate?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
Acknowledge the Raiders.
Yeah, there we go.
But this is the thing about Morrill is this. Mark Davis is new money. Yes, his father was in the league forever, but the Raiders were never a team that was flush necessarily compared to other billionaire owners. He was, since they've gone to Vegas, they'll plunk down 10-year contracts for coaches like it's no big deal.
Yeah.
And he's just spending willy-nilly. If they would ever have some success, people would hate them for it because they could be like the Yankees or the Dodgers where they can just outspend everybody else. But right now they spend and spend and spend, and it's all to no avail. On the part of the spending, which is coaches, there's no salary cap. Right. They can outcompete anybody. I think if the Texans were interested in Chip Kelly, I'm not going to get mad at them not offering twice the highest paid salary for an offensive coordinator in the league right now for Chip Kelly. I had enough just lingering concerns. Chip Kelly was my favorite, but I had enough lingering concerns that I didn't feel like he should get twice as much as the highest paid offensive coordinator in the league.
I'm with you on that. I'm 100% with you on that.
And more than DeMeco Ryans.
That's the other thing. It gets complicated. Yeah, what did you say, 4.6 is what reportedly DeMeco makes? Yeah, I mean, you'd have to give him a bump up in pay, obviously, I think. The people around the league are upset or at least side-eyeing the Raiders' pay to Chip Kelly because all of a sudden the Raiders have this, they get Tom Brady owning a slice of the team. Yeah. There's been an infusion of cash. Yeah. And, if it's coming from Tom Brady, or if at least there's a lot of people connecting the dots like, okay, well, this new owner is making $37 million for calling our games. Mm-hmm. We are essentially funding or empowering the Raiders to go make moves. I don't know how sustainable this Brady commentator owner thing is going to be. If he's going to be super active in the Raiders operations.
Look, you've got right now in the NFL, they've got a few situations that make it just so easy for people to have conspiracy theories about everything. And there's certain things on the rules side of things where if they would just do some common sense things in terms of allowing replay on the QB hits and all of that, they could tamp some of that down. Tom Brady being an owner of the Raiders and a commentator who has access to, he can't sit in on all the coaches' meetings, but he has access to that information. It's just such a huge conflict of interest that I feel like they're going to have to squash it at some point.
They got to.
If you're a better commentator, I might be. And I think I've enjoyed him as a commentator, but it's not like I feel like, oh, yeah, the game's a lot better with Tom Brady as the commentator. I can do without him. I'll be fine.
You know what? This is what I want, because we know Tom Brady can be petty. Yeah. We know Tom Brady is hyper-competitive. If the Chiefs win and we get a deferential version of Tom Brady, I'm going to be a little disappointed. Like if they win, Patrick Mahomes, I want Brady to at least be a little chippy about him still being the GOAT. And having actually beaten Mahomes, never beat him in the postseason.
He'll never do it explicitly, but you have to do it by tone of voice.
I don't expect him to go.
Faint praise.
Yeah, I don't expect him to cut a promo on Patrick Mahomes or anything like that.
Awesome if he did. If he cared about his job, that's what he would do.
That would be incredible if he did, but my reasonable expectation is that as everybody's fawning over Patrick Mahomes, he gives little subtle reminders that he's won 7 of these.
Yeah.
He beat Mahomes the one time Mahomes.
I want him to come off looking desperately insecure.
Yes,
the way a lot of super successful people are paradoxically both desperately insecure yet extremely confident. Yeah, I want to see all of that.
I want no class from Tom Brady. Zero. None. Yes. Yeah, well, not zero, none. Well, that would be great if you had zero. But I would accept just passive-aggressive, I'm still the best.
I need something that's meme-worthy.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, say something good.
I want something that will make him hated in Kansas City.
Yeah. I want him to hand the trophy. I want him to be the one like Terry Bradshaw when it's – well, Terry Bradshaw is on Fox.
Terry Bradshaw took a poke at Andy Reid's body weight when he did it. Yeah.
I'd rather Tom Brady literally take a poke at Patrick Mahomes, like he's handing him the trophy and he just either pushes him off the stage or belts him across the face, something like that. That would be good.
This is the thing that Terry Bradshaw has to be careful about when he just ribs guys like that publicly, because he's also been very public about his mental health issues and struggles. And there's something about when somebody that's had issues with depression and everything, when they try to jab you playfully, you're kind of like, all right, I feel like this is a little bit of a loaded game because I can't. I'm going to wear the heavy gloves on this, and I don't want to eviscerate you the way I could. You know,
Terry these days doesn't exactly look like he's leaving right from there to go to CrossFit CrossFit or anything.
Yeah.
Like, a little heavy.
A chubbier guy making fun of you being chubby.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like fat. Well, yeah, that's like fat football coaches when they're screaming at you about your conditioning.
Mark Mangino, that's the big one that comes to mind. I'll never forget that. The Kansas football program instilled new discipline from Mark Mangino. I'm like, that guy's instilled, and they did. They were actually really good while he was there. But I'm like, man, if I had that guy yelling at me in the weight room, I'd be like, dude, mix in a salad.
Get back on your scout and wheel your fat ass out of here.
There you go. That's
what I'd say to him.
Thank you. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, speaking of the Eagles, Chris Long, former Eagle, had thoughts on C.J. Stroud that were very interesting. Where does this Texans OC hire rank among most important, not just in Houston, but around the NFL? Chris Long had some good thoughts on that. We'll get to that coming up next.
Hey, where do you rank when it comes to Valentine's Day gifts? You can.
Way exit Kirkwood under the giant American flag. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're going to hear from Chris Long here, former defensive end for the Eagles, NFL player, really good NFL player. He's got a great podcast, the Green Light Podcast, talking about C.J. Stroud. But our engineer on site, Aaron Rayball, good reminder for acknowledgement, sort of an adjacent acknowledgement to John Lopez's amazing barbecue spread that he put together for us at our Airbnb last night. Acknowledging Ron the Show Hughley for the beans and potato salad hack that he stumbled upon. It's like when they yeah, you're acknowledged, Show. Absolutely. Yeah, so Show, Lopez made these beans, and we were all eating them out of coffee mugs, the beans, right? It's because it's got all the juices in there.
Bean soup.
Bean soup. And I think Show may have accidentally had some potato salad land in the mug. So he just said, screw it, scooped it out and put it in there. And may I say, I looked at it, I said, that looks interesting to me. I'm going to try that. 4 mugs worth later, I'm like, this is a really good hack that you've got right
I noticed this morning in the room when I woke up. I was like, wow, Sean really he went ham on those eggs. That was, boy, or ham on those.
Mobile gas chamber, yes. So good job, Show. Good job on that, on the hack. One more acknowledgement as well is the text message. Can we acknowledge the former Nike exec? His name's Nico Harrison, who's now the Mavs GM, for outdoing his original screw-up when he fumbled the Steph Curry to Nike presentation by calling him Seth.
Was he the one?
He was the one.
He was the one?
Let's acknowledge him, Ben.
Acknowledge me. I believe it was that he actually called him Steven.
That may be. Yeah, I think you're right.
Right.
He
was the one in that presentation that screwed that up?
He's a former Nike exec.
I know that, but I didn't know he was the one that screwed it up.
I guess, according to this texter.
According to the texter, okay.
Yeah. Why would a texter make that up?
That was one of the things where Under Armour just nailed everything right in their pitch to Steph Curry,
including signing up one of his buddies to a deal.
They had signed up to one of his buddies to an Under Armour deal and treated him like a king.
Yeah.
So that dude was always gushing to Steph Curry about how awesome Under Armour was.
Yeah, that worked out well. Worked out well for Under Armour and for Steph. Someone says that Brady should wear his 7 Super Bowl rings to the Fox broadcast
as he's presenting the trophy.
Yeah. Aaron said have him hung around
with a necklace with a Lombardi trophy hanging down.
Shark's teeth, like as the necklace part, and then a big trophy.
But the actual Lombardi trophy.
The actual
also,
trophy, and he had Patrick Mahomes has to unclip it from the necklace to take it from him. That would be.
And meanwhile, with Gronk hitting on Taylor Swift off in the background.
Yeah, or Patrick's wife, either one.
Saying something about a real man, a guy that actually likes, man, that run block? I could tell you no.
No, yeah, right. And then he just at the end goes, All right, here's Chris Long. Chris Long, Greenlight Podcast, talking about the Texans OC hire. Where does the Texans offensive coordinator hire rank among all the openings or all the moves that get made this offseason?
I don't know if there's a coordinator hire this offseason. I mean, I'm sure you can make an argument for somebody else, but a more impactful hire for the NFL at large than the Houston Texans offensive coordinator position.
All right, and he furders his argument there. We'll play more Chris Long, but your initial reaction?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. You've got a young quarterback that stagnated in his second year after a very promising rookie year, and it's not like CJ is a quarterback like so many other offensive rookies of the year that we've seen where their athleticism is part of what gets them that rookie of the year. CJ, it was his ability as a passer and his ability to do things at a higher level mentally than a lot of rookie quarterbacks. That's what made it so frustrating to watch him have the season that he did. You can't mess around with this, and it's not like CJ's a guy that can bail out a bad offensive coordinator with his legs all the time.
Right.
Yeah, he can do it. Yes, we know he can run. It's just that that's not going to be his calling card.
Yep.
So you got to get it right, and especially as that third year with quarterbacks is when a lot of them really start to take that leap into becoming genuinely polished NFL passers.
Yeah, here's one more from Chris Long talking about CJ. He says CJ's good for the league.
He's good for the league. If Houston think it's a really impactful, signing, because if they can take that next step, I think they're going to be scary. I really do. I mean, we said it before this year, and they didn't take the next step. I think scheme has a lot to do with that, right? Injuries too. But next year they could be one of those scary teams that are very impactful around the league. And also you're sitting there in a division with Jacksonville, right? With Tennessee, with Indy. Like, if they figure their shit out, they could be hosting multiple playoff games. I don't want to get out over my skis, but the quarterback's good enough. You got to build around him. And if they it up, we're just going to see a really potentially fun-to-watch quarterback. We saw it year one, kind of flounder through the first contract, and that's not what you want to see for Houston. So this is a really big deal.
This was a frustrating year as a Texans fan. If they end up having the same performance offensively next year, it's going to suck. Mm-hmm. It was frustrating this year, and it sucked in a lot of ways. But it will be a world of poop type of suck.
Yeah.
Because it would be, okay, wait a second. You guys botched the offensive coordinator hire again, or people are going to really start to hardcore question CJ. The one thing is Chris Long talks about the viability of the Texans or how exciting they could be. That's good and that I'm optimistic about is that I think the defense will get better again. That you still had a lot of guys who were new to the mix this year, and they ended up playing very well. They just weren't as consistently dominant as they could be, I think. One of those things, too, is I won't be surprised if they pick a defensive tackle. Remember last year in the draft, depending on what they do in the offseason in free agency with the offense. I think they might bolster the interior offensive line in free agency. But that's the one big thing is if you get a big old hoss of a dude there at defensive tackle that allows them to be even more aggressively elsewhere on defense and to be a little bit more consistent in there. They were a good run defense this year, but again, there's got to be a consistency to it. If you get the offensive coordinator right, I promise you don't actually need as much infusion of talent on the offensive side of the ball as it feels like.
Yeah.
I think those offensive linemen, every single guy who played on the offensive line this year, I believe is physically capable of playing better than he did if he's got an offensive coordinator and a coach where everything's all tied together. It was just a hodgepodge of mental errors that didn't make any sense at all, poor technique, all of these things that I've seen those guys individually play better than that. Even the young guys, if you improve on that, you're going to feel a lot better about the overall talent on the offense because you've still got Nico Collins, you've still got Joe Mixon, you've still got C.J. Stroud. And yes, Chris Long is 100% correct. None of it happens, though, without the right offensive coordinator.
There is nobody on either side of the ball that is a free agent right now for the Texans where they can use as an excuse if they were to leave
Yeah.
The best free agent they have by far is Stephon Diggs, and he played 8 games for you last year.
Yeah.
You never ever even really got adapted to him being part of this team. So the product you were putting out there at the end of the year didn't even include Stephon Diggs. So you've got no excuses from that standpoint. You got no excuses from a schedule standpoint. Like this schedule, I will admit, like this schedule, especially when you're coming off 2 years of playing noon Sundays every day. Now you're playing 3 straight primetime games, 3 games at Christmas time. The schedule's going to be easier next year too.
Well, and they lost Stephon Diggs, but that's not an excuse for being over the second half of the season one of the worst offenses in football.
27th in EPA.
Yeah, they were genuinely one of the worst offenses in football after they lost Stephon Diggs, while still having Nico Collins. You look at that roster and that depth chart. No, the individuals underperformed, but there's still no excuse for being as bad as they were.
Got to coach them up, man. Got to coach them up. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 8 o'clock hour we go. We're here live, Radio Row, thanks to Flight by Yingling. If you're watching on the Mokaram Injury Lawyer live stream, you can see we got our nice Yingling banner up there, and we've drank plenty of Flight by Yingling. We got cases and cases at the Airbnb.
Stuff is smooth.
It is smooth. It goes down. Yeah, it's nice.
I was drinking more Flight by Yingling than I thought I was going to last night.
It's easy, man. It's an easy drink. No doubt about that. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. What are the two things? What are the Houston analogies we can make for a Luca Doncic, Anthony Davis trade? And B, if they had said offered in a Luca Doncic, what would you give up for Luca Doncic, hypothetically, to be a Houston Rocket had the phone call been made to Houston? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Louis Flory and Ability Trees is...
The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast.
I like our little nook here at Streaming Row, as I like to call it.
With our
Radio
Odyssey
Row is
family.
antiquated. This
Yeah.
is Streaming Row.
Yeah.
But like Grant Paulson, who's from the Washington station.
Yep.
Now, obviously, the Commanders had a chance to come here, but the last, Grant we first knew because when the Nationals were playing the Astros in 2019, they were broadcasting from the studio next to ours, and after the first couple games in Houston, they were feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
And then, the business,
right?
And Grant came in with his tail between his legs, saying all is lost. We get it. You guys are the Astros are unbeatable, and that's all that will ever be written about them again. Nothing else. And
that's all I remember. Actually,
and 2 days later, he was doing crotch chops through the studio window at me.
I just
it was miserable.
Being sad twice. That's all I remember.
Yeah.
That's it. And he's crotch chopping now.
Grant's listening to this as we're
5 years later, he's still crotch chopping us. We're getting a lot of ideas as to what Tom Brady should do as part of the broadcast.
If the Chiefs win and if he has to present the trophy.
He should have a cute sweater made with a goat knitted into it. That's what Irwin said.
Okay, let's play out this little dreadful scenario in our brains.
Okay.
This is the problem with Patrick Mahomes being as young as he is.
Yeah.
And the problem with, Travis Kelce probably isn't going to play that much longer, and yet the Chiefs, it feels like every time I watch the Chiefs, it feels like they've got 7 tight ends that are just waiting to take over for Travis
They all look
Kelce.
like young Travis Kelce.
No. So that's the daunting part of it, is that Pat Mahomes, he is, at this stage in his career, he is a better quarterback than Tom Brady was after the Patriots won their first 3 Super Bowls.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Brady became the version that a lot of the young people know of Tom Brady wasn't the same version. That was a much more balanced team effort early in Tom Brady's career.
No doubt.
So that's the daunting part of it, is it's hard to envision exactly how they might fall off or not stack on a few more Super Bowl victories.
Because they never. You know what I mean?
It doesn't seem like Andy Reid has lost his fastball, or that he's gotten lazy, or
They're just so hard to beat, man.
Let's not talk about it anymore.
Okay, well, we'll have to at some point, but not right now. Let's enjoy and bask in the afterglow of the Dallas Mavericks committing roster-building suicide.
Let's take
Saturday.
joy in others' misery.
Yeah.
It's the healthiest thing you can do.
Schadenfreude. The Mavs traded Luca Doncic to the Lakers. Boy, Seth, I just took a walk while we were during the break there, and I popped open Twitter, and there's the video of Luca stepping off the private jet in L.A. And then sitting down next to Rob Pelinka doing that little L.A. sign with his fingers. And I'm thinking if I were a Mavericks fan, and I know we're from Houston, so we're programmed to point and laugh at Mavericks fans that this is the case, and for sure we're kind of doing that. But I'm thinking about that's the worst feeling.
Yeah.
Your franchise just took the biggest thing that has made them relevant and will make them relevant moving forward. They were in the NBA Finals last year because of Luca Doncic. He's 25 years old. And they just traded him for an injury-prone, albeit a good player, but injury-prone 31-year-old Anthony Davis. And this is the NBA, man, like where you land these things by luck.
Right.
It is
sheer
it's a lottery.
We talked about it earlier, the only compensation that would have made sense for the Mavericks in even trying to execute a move like that is if they got it doesn't make any sense in terms of your planning or building for the future. It's exactly what LA needs, as LeBron at some point here you would think is going to retire.
Yeah.
It's the DeAndre Hopkins trade, except that it's in a sport. It's like if DeAndre Hopkins were traded away, but he were a quarterback.
Yeah.
It's just the DeAndre Hopkins trade was horrible value, no matter which way you dice it. But at the very least, you could say, well, at the time, you thought you had your franchise quarterback. the Texans were being aggressive in other ways that would ultimately be doomed and proved idiotic. And yet it didn't feel like it was a death knell to the entire organization the way this is, to where – and then the GM gets up and is almost gleeful about how they were able to pull this deal off.
Yeah.
Like, wait, you were able to pull the deal off. And the only thing that makes any sense is if there's way more to the off the court stuff with Luca Doncic than just his conditioning.
Was there something behind the scenes?
Because even if it's his conditioning, that might be something that you're not super stoked about. And yet, unlike James Harden, Doncic showed up in the playoffs last year. It's something that you can live with and manage. Unless there's way more to the story. And then even if that's the case, then you wonder, all right, but I feel like Rob Pelinka would have sussed that out and figured that out.
If there was a reason,
there was more to the story.
If there was a cultural reason not to have him in the building, that kind of thing. Yeah, I would older and go, well, we're the Lakers. We'll figure it out. He's that good.
The Lakers have managed to make do with some pretty degenerate behavior through the decades.
Yes, they have. So Seth mentioned it. Here's Nico Harrison. He's the GM of the Mavericks who pulled off this caper on Saturday with the Lakers trading Luca Doncic. Here's his explanation of the deal.
I'd like to give Rob Pelinka a lot of credit. Trades, you guys have been around here, trades don't happen at the smallest level without stuff getting out. And Rob and I were able to have, really intense conversations over the course of, 3 or 4 weeks that started out as a coffee that, was more, hey, would you ever, I don't know, would I? Let me think of, and then it built upon that. And, we kept it between us. We had to keep it tight. J. Kidd didn't know about it. But J. Kidd and I are aligned, and we talk about archetypes, and we talk about the culture that we want to create. So I know the type of players that he likes without actually talking to him. Hey, would you like, so I know that. And J. Kidd coached them when they won a championship. So I think when you're aligned with your coach like that, I know the type of players that he likes. And so I felt good about it making sense to where we're trying to go.
This is the problem with that. The GM is sitting up there and saying, I didn't consult with anybody. Listen, I know a lot of people are going to criticize this, but don't worry. I consulted with nobody except for the person who got the really good deal in this. How cults operate. They isolate you from your family and from your influence. Anybody that might give you good advice about what you're doing with your life, whether you're going to participate in the castration or not. Like, all these things, this is what cults do. Yeah. Rob Pelinka pulled off. This was a masterstroke in isolating his counterpart and convincing him. Like, what were the negotiations? Like, did he talk him down from – was it originally – I don't understand. Like, why did it take several weeks for you to be convinced to make such an idiotic trade?
Yeah, that's that cut we heard. That's the type of cut you make when you win a deal like that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it was, like we kept it under wraps, and everybody's like, this guy is amazing at keeping it under wraps.
This is like when when somebody who's in a cult goes back and meets their family, and they're like, no, you guys, you don't understand. This is why I didn't talk to you for several months. It's because they were teaching me a new way to look at the world. And that's why I had to give them all my money, because these things don't matter. Yeah. Because and I just want you guys to understand that. Oh.
That's a fireable press conference cut right there.
And Jason Kidd, his body language didn't look like he was happy that Harrison was just pulling all the strings without consulting him.
We should point that out because it's just audio. People that didn't see the video of that is Nico Harrison sitting at a table like we're sitting at, and Jason Kidd is sitting next to him and looks like he's in a hostage video.
It reminded me.
He's got a gun pointed at him off camera.
Early in the Texans' existence, back in 2005, when we were in the midst of a 2-4. The McNair brought in Dan Reeves as a consultant to come in and kind of observe practice and everything. Yeah. And they got up and did a press conference and talking about it. And Mr. McNair was talking about how this is good for the organization. It's just good to have separate eyeballs on it and all of those. And Casserly was sitting up next to him looking a lot like Jason Kidd.
Yeah.
Casserly knew how these things always inevitably play out. He ended up being – now, Casserly did that year pulled off one of the best drafts in Texans history.
That was his last year. Oh, yeah, because
they kept him on.
Yeah.
He hired Kubiak.
Yep.
was with Kubiak through the draft.
Yep.
They drafted D'Amico Ryans and other good players.
Mario Williams, Owen Daniels, Eric Winston.
Yeah, and then it was sayonara, Charlie, after that.
Thanks for the draft, buddy.
So, unless there's way more that comes out about Doncic's behavior or something. Was he pulling a what's the name of the Justin Tucker or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
Unless there's way more or something deeper, it's really hard to make sense of it.
Makes no sense. I mean, the rumor is that they are upset with his lack of conditioning.
Yeah.
And they're worried about having to pay him a supermax contract. He would make $70 million a year.
This is the whole problem. Pay him the supermax and then trade him with an actual market.
Yeah.
With an actual market, you're going to get something better than that back in return.
Yeah.
This is so much like the Texans trade with DeAndre Hopkins, where all these GMs afterwards said, "Oh, we didn't even realize he was available."
Mm-hmm.
Like, "Oh, I mean, we would have been interested, but nobody even knew." And they just in a silo competing against nobody.
Yep. You could argue that no team has more to offer the Dallas Mavericks in a Luca Doncic trade than the Houston Rockets.
Yeah.
They've got 7 former first-round picks, 6 of whom are rotational, anywhere from rotational players to all-stars right now, literally. Now, you're not allowed to trade Jalen Green or Alperen Sengun until after the season's over because they signed extensions at the beginning of the year. But in a hypothetical world, let's pretend that they waited till after the season to trade Luca. Like, if they called up and said, Amen Thompson, Alperen Sengun, and we get to choose which of these first-round picks that you've got. The Rockets have a gaggle of first-round picks over the next 5 or 6 years. Would you do that deal?
I'd think real hard about it.
Sengun, Thompson, and a couple firsts for Luca Doncic.
I don't want to let up either Sengun or Amen Thompson. No, and he's and you're trading for a 31-year-old who's got an injury history.
No, you're trading for Doncic.
For Doncic.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
not
For
Anthony
Doncic.
Davis. Yeah. Would you trade Amen Thompson, Alperen Sengun, and a couple first-round picks for Luca Doncic?
Yes.
You almost have to, right?
Yes.
Like that's why you.
I want to drink with Doncic.
That's why you assemble all these assets. Me too. Me too.
Yeah, no, I would 100% do that.
Because then you ask, what would your team look like? Well, you'd still have a bunch of first-round picks because that's what you have.
Yeah.
You'd still have Jalen Green. I guess you'd be rolling with Steven Adams as your center, but you still have Jabari Smith, you'd still have Tari Eason,
but
you'd still have Cam Whitmore.
It's impossible to think that there wouldn't be multiple teams that would be really interesting. Whether the Rockets accepted that deal or not.
Yeah.
I mean, the Knicks just gave up 5 first-rounders for Michael Bridges. Mm-hmm. Like it's compared to Luka Doncic for a single player and who the GM consulted with nobody about beforehand.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm curious if the people would do that. Would do a deal similar.
Put it on a Pender poll,
Would
Sean.
you? I will. Would you trade? Because it seems like anytime these hypothetical trades come up, it's, the Rockets don't want to trade this guy, or this guy in the deal, which is understandable. So the hypothetical deals always end up being Cam Whitmore, Jabari Smith, Fred VanVleet, so the salaries work, and 3 first-round picks.
There were multiple people making the same joke yesterday that is still a very, very good joke, but basically – you pointed this out. Cowboys fans being okay with this because it means it makes the Lakers better, and they haven't been this happy since the Yankees traded for Soto.
That's the funniest tweet. I think it was James Roy. I saw tweet that first. Yeah, the Cowboy. There's probably the Venn diagram of Cowboy fans. Probably might overlap just as much with Laker fans as it does.
Cowboys, Lakers, Yankees. Those are my teams, man.
Yeah.
I
have a hard time making fun because a lot of those people root for Notre Dame also.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think a lot of them do.
Duke also?
Probably
Would they be Duke fans?
Probably.
What's the biggest hop-on NCAA basketball team?
That's a good question. Back in the day, it was Georgetown.
Yeah.
Georgetown was the one.
Maybe Kentucky.
Patrick Ewing was there. Kentucky, maybe. Yeah. Kentucky, maybe. Poor Dallas fan. Well, Jerry Jones has got to be thrilled that this trade got done because we'll ask our Dallas cohort. Some of them are showing up here right now. Like, where is the? I would imagine the heavy focus is on Luka this morning because the deal went down on Saturday.
One of their hosts up there, I got to talk to him, Mike Bassick. He said that he deleted his NBA app. He's not following anybody on the Mavericks anymore and everything. But he is a full-time sports radio host, so I feel like he says he's done with the NBA completely.
That would seem to be career limiting to me.
I feel like he's going to have to go back on that at some point.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, it's like a pizza place. We're not serving beverages anymore. Sorry.
Yeah.
You have to get your own drinks.
But that's how he felt in the moment, at least.
Yeah, no, I can see that. Dude, That is huge. I mean, that is like that's like pick any NFL team.
It's trading away your
quarterback. Yeah, like imagine if the Texans traded C.J. Stroud to the Rams for Matthew Stafford, because Anthony Davis isn't he's not a donkey. Like, he's not trash. He's still a good player, often injured, but still a good player, similar to Matthew Stafford, championship player, injured a lot, older, probably only has a couple of years left. You know, like the Mavericks are going to be able to compete with Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving as their two best players. They're still a playoff team in the West. Similarly, I would say the Texans, if they were to make that hypothetical I just said, Stroud for Stafford, yeah, like Texans are still, with Stafford, still the class of the AFC South, but you better enjoy it while you can, because by 2027 you're probably looking for another quarterback.
Yeah.
You know, like that's what this is, man. Like Think about it in Cincinnati if they just traded Joe Burrow away, or if in Baltimore they just traded Lamar Jackson away. That's what this is.
You know what's interesting in the NFL? Sorry to get off on it. Old viable quarterbacks anymore in the conversation. Because Aaron Rodgers isn't even he's not in the conversation of a viable quarterback until he proves elsewhere.
Stafford easily the oldest.
Derek Carr's getting to be an older guy.
2014.
But that's about it. There's everybody else is relatively young.
Yeah. No, I noticed that when they
Russell Wilson, I suppose.
Viable.
But
that's I know he played.
Not even. Well, he's not a full-time starter, but
right.
Yeah. There's no other comparison. You're right. Matt Stafford would be the closest comparison to an Anthony Davis.
Yeah,
is aging, but still very effective.
Yeah, won a title a couple years ago. That kind of thing. It's. There's got to be more, right? There's got to be more, or the GM gets fired, or the GM's overthinking it. You know what I mean? And there's so many conspiracy. The two conspiracy theories that I've seen is Nico Harrison used to work for Nike, and so he's sending Luca to go play with LeBron, who is the current face of Nike.
Oh, so this is a Nike-funded deal?
Nike, yeah.
Oh.
So now the other conspiracy theory that I saw is this new family that bought a big chunk of the Mavericks. Mark Cuban still owns 27% of the team, but this Adelson family, they're a Vegas gambling family. You know, that's where they made their money, and they bought into the Mavericks. Again, these are all things that I've heard people.
These are just conspiracy
theories. Yeah, that they bought the Mavericks with the idea that gambling was going to be coming to Texas.
Yeah,
and legalize gambling, and this would be their foothold in Texas when legalized gambling. And now they're gambling anytime soon.
Yeah.
So they are now doing things that are detrimental to kind of pull a Major League, the movie Major League.
Where
they strip the team down so she can move it to Miami.
So
they can move it to Vegas.
So then is Bassick in on it? Because he's if you're a sports radio host saying I'm done with the NBA completely.
One of the people.
What if we start seeing how many people are on the take here? I'm joking, everybody.
Yeah.
I'll tell Mike I said that later. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden all these guys in sports media in Dallas start bailing on the NBA completely.
Bail on the NBA. They got no choice but to move to Vegas.
Yeah.
So those were the conspiracy theories that I saw. It's a fascinating, of all the trades that could have gotten made, this one's got the most tentacles to it because it was such a bad trade. It was so poorly conducted by the GM who orchestrated it. And
he's bragging about how he didn't consult with anybody before he pulled off this awful deal.
It's incredible. He's a laughingstock.
That's like going home to your wife and telling her that you just bought land in Florida that you've never actually seen or anything.
Right.
The guy was really convincing when he told me about how awesome it was.
Kept it secret for 3 weeks while we was negotiating.
Right in the middle of a place they call the Everglades. Sounds like Evergreen, doesn't it? Yeah. Waterfront property in the Everglades? That's hard to come by.
All right. The commissioner, Roger Goodell, meets with the media today at 3 o'clock, Aaron? 3 o'clock today? 3 o'clock.
Oh, I've got some tough questions for him,
Sean.
Other
than this tough Seth C. Payne questions.
I'm going to pose as the kid reporter. They always get to ask a question.
A propeller hat, little short pants, suspenders.
Some Pokemon cards or something. Yeah.
Flip them up there.
Yeah.
Will the commissioner get asked about this very controversial topic? We will tell you what that is coming up next. Love talking about West Point.
Under the giant American flag. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, Roger Goodell meets with the media today for his annual Super Bowl press conference. And at any given time during Super Bowl season, some seasons, there are things going on outside of the game itself that are big, big topics. Whether several years ago when the topics were very political, I would imagine he'll get asked about officiating today because that's been a big topic.
Yeah.
I would imagine he's going to get asked about Justin Tucker.
Oh, yeah.
Especially considering we're just a couple years removed from Deshaun Watson being suspended 11 games for inappropriate behavior with a few dozen women in a massage setting. Justin Tucker, if you listen to this show or just follow the news, and you know that last week 6 massage therapists at 4 different spas in the Baltimore area accused Justin Tucker of inappropriate behavior and sexual misconduct during the massages. The Baltimore Banner was the outlet that picked up this story, and the story picked up more steam over the weekend. According to the Baltimore Banner, 3 more massage therapists have made accusations against the Ravens kicker. This brings the total to 9 from 5 different spas. Baltimore Banner reporter Justin Fenton posted a picture of a letter written by a new accuser that was filed as an internal report to her place of employment, the QG Spa in 2015. I saw this tweet.
Yeah.
There's a picture out there, and it's on a piece of paper.
Which, as we expected, because he allegedly had been banned from at least 2 from 2 massage facilities, that you'd think, okay, there might be a paper trail or a digital trail here
Literal
somewhere.
paper. This is literal paper. This isn't electronic paper. This is literal paper. And I'm going to read what I'll give the abridged version of what's in the letter just for brevity's sake. But it says, I, name redacted, at this time no longer feel comfortable working on Justin Tucker. He's made it a point in previous sessions to expose, and then it goes into great detail of some very inappropriate things that he did that's probably not great for kids sitting in the car right now. But she closes the letter with, I understand that Justin Tucker is an important client to the QG, but as an employee of the QG who has tolerated the previous interactions with him, I no longer feel safe or comfortable working with him. This is a printed letter that was put into a file. And keep in mind, this surfaced over the weekend in the aftermath of a vehement denial from Justin Tucker on social media that he has done none of these things.
Yes. I thought, for me, honestly, if they can verify that he was actually banned from 2 establishments, it's really hard to get past that. I've never heard of that from anybody that I ever played with or anything. And when I played, I used massage a lot. And I'd never I know that. And the second, and if Justin's defense is that his lawyers have been the ones that have said that, well, sometimes these things happen, alluding to accidental
slips out,
the sheet slips off the table or something. Like multiple different women are saying, okay, the sheet kept slipping off after I put it back on.
Do you know the odds on a parlay that it has to slip out this many times?
This many times, right?
I calculated it during the break. It pays off 250,000 to 1.
It was so after the first time.
Roughly.
If that were to happen to me and somehow it was accidental slippages that got me banned from a massage therapy place, I would be wearing bike shorts, a jock strap, everything. Like I don't want that on me, man. There's no way in hell I would end up being in a position to get banned from a second massage facility.
Oh my God, I'd look like the Michelin Tire Man walking in there from head to toe, just thick layers.
I flew through Baltimore yesterday, which is an awesome airport all of a sudden.
Oh, is it really?
I haven't been through it in a long time. It's awesome. Okay. Didn't see a single Justin Tucker jersey.
Yeah. I wonder how many there would normally be.
Zero. But it's
popular guy.
I wish I were more of a troll so I could put that out there, knowing that people would say,
"Oh, that'd be funny."
Oh, so people don't have kicker jerseys. So.
Yeah. Well, if there were a kicker, it would be Justin Tucker. He's the best of the generation. That's
till this last year.
And
but obviously, you wonder how much did he get wind of? Like some of this stuff is going to go public.
I
or
think
not?
It's a fair question.
Yeah.
Like, was there something to his performance dropped off so badly that it almost looked like he had the yips at times.
Well, and Justin Tucker is also the one. The Ravens special teams guys were the ones that made a habit of kind of being a pain in the butt. And when Travis Kelce grabbed his kicking tee a few years ago because they were warming up where Travis was trying to warm up.
Before the AFC title game.
Wait, when did Joe Mixon get in? Was it the Baltimore game when Joe Mixon got into it with somebody?
Yes.
It was the Ravens. The Ravens specialist.
Grabbing the ball and throwing it.
It ended up being Joe Mixon versus a bunch of the Ravens, but it started with some kind of the Ravens being in an area of the field and trying to monopolize. So
yeah. So
Justin Tucker, known to go places where he's not supposed to be.
That's right.
He puts his body in places it's not supposed to be, both on and off the football field.
There you go. So this is going to be interesting. So I think Goodell gets asked about this today. My guess is the answer will be that we are investigating this. We're looking into it.
But they usually let the process play out before they do their own thing.
Yeah, and who knows what this process entails because there's no criminal charges. Some of these women have lawyered up, but they've not filed any lawsuits yet.
Yeah.
So we don't know. Like the process would seemingly be in the very early stages.
It's all very murky, but it doesn't seem like this is as lawyer-driven as Deshaun Watson's situation. Which I feel like that makes it. I think for some people who are naturally skeptical of accusations, if you're in that category, I'm guessing that it makes you feel a little bit more like, well, okay, these women don't look like they were motivated initially by anything other than just that people reached out to them and asked about, like, hey, we're hearing a lot of rumors about Justin Tucker.
The genesis of each story is totally different.
Right.
The first inkling we had that there was anything going on with Deshaun was on Twitter. He reported it. This is an investigative report going on by the Banner that went and talked to all these women and interviewed all of them.
And it seems like there's corroborating witnesses of people that the women told at the time.
Yeah.
If he was banned from facilities, it seems like it's always going to be murky in these he said, she said situations, but it just seems like there's just more provable stuff in these scenarios than with the show on a legal side of things.
Well, now especially that there's actual for these that there, and I think you made this point last week. These are actual these are commercial businesses involved, as opposed to where Deshaun. There may have been some commercial.
There were
businesses,
some commercial businesses, but then there were also kind of people that were just solo operators on Instagram.
Yeah, who knows? They have Quicken Books or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be a more buttoned down paper trail with all these, presumably, with all these commercial outlets. What I think is interesting, Seth, is will there be a suspension for Justin Tucker if it gets that far, and will it match Deshaun's 11 games?
Yeah.
Or John Harbaugh is on the record as saying the Ravens have a zero-tolerance policy for this because he was asked about it when Deshaun was up for trade. Not that they were going to trade for Deshaun Watson, but the Browns are in the division, so it impacts them. So he was asked about it in a press conference at one point and said, we at the Ravens have a zero tolerance for this kind of thing. Well, that's what I'm saying. It'll be put to the test. Right? The one way or the other.
The Ravens have done a really good job of keeping things quiet through the years until somebody's at the end of their career. And
they're ready to keep
it's easy
it
to have
a
a
video surface.
It's easy to have a zero tolerance. That's right. They had a no problem, no issues at all. And the whole thing about Ray Rice, I talked to Eric Winston about this. This is where the Ravens are full of crap. I talked to Eric Winston about this,
former
and where Goodell was full of crap on it too.
Yeah.
When Ray Rice, when he was interviewed by the NFL, said and explained exactly what happened in that video, and the NFL didn't really give much of it. Like, Ray Rice was honest about what happened.
Yeah.
And the NFL didn't deliver that much of a punishment.
2 games.
The video came out.
Games.
The video came out, and then all of a sudden the Ravens and Roger Goodell have a zero tolerance policy about it. But Winston was furious about it.
Yeah.
Because of there was no new information in that video that the NFL and the Ravens didn't already have.
Right.
So as the players president at the time, he's saying, like, look, this is clearly you're not interested. Your punishment had nothing to do with the actual facts. It was all about PR.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it went from 2 games to suspended indefinitely, and then the Ravens just said, well, we don't need to be in this business.
Yeah.
You're not running for 4. You ran for 3.2 yards a carry last year.
Yeah, so the sum total of it is, in my opinion, John Harbaugh's full of crap on that.
And it would have been interesting. Look, I think there's a chance that they just move on from Justin Tucker because this version of Justin Tucker ain't all that good.
It's like Ray Rice at the end of his career.
It's like Ray Rice, the exact same thing. So I think there's a good chance that they move on. If you had to ask me, like, okay, fast forward to July 25th or whenever training camp opens, is Justin Tucker a Baltimore Raven? I bet no right now. I would bet no based on everything that's come out.
Yeah.
And I know it's still accusation. I'm just telling you what my feelings are about it, and B, how he looks as a player right now.
He's just, the juice isn't worth the non-consensual squeeze.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So that'll be something to keep an eye on, But Roger Goodell, 3 o'clock today. I'm guessing he gets asked about officiating. He'll get asked about Justin Tucker. I'm trying to think of what else.
Is there any other big thing bubbling? Or
probably like a lot of the streaming stuff with TV and the direction that's all going.
Oh, yeah.
How do you think the Netflix games went?
Yeah.
I would ask him that.
Were there any glitches in the Netflix broadcast? That's what we were all concerned about.
There were audio glitches at the very beginning, I think, of like the pregame show. But nothing horrible.
I didn't have any issues at all. I think I was fine with it.
Issues. Yeah, no in-game issues. All right.
Oh, wait. The Netflix game, we were in the
we
were at the game.
We were at the
right,
game.
Yeah.
We were at the game. Yeah, but from everything that I
so I had zero glitches or issues. Yeah.
Justin Tucker has 3 years left on his deal right now. $7 million dead cap hit. Thank you, Aaron. Yeah.
No, this is now I remember because I had to go back to I had to do television after that game. I had some kind of obligation. So I had to watch the halftime show and part of the third quarter on my phone in the back of an Uber and had no issues at all with it. So that was my experience with it.
He'll get asked about that, I'm sure, today. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app for an hour each day. Your entry, that gets you your entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. And we've got a sponsor winners. You and 3 friends. If you win, you're headed to Vegas to the Circa Resort and Casino. It's Vegas's premium sports viewing destination. They do a huge March Hoops party at their Stadium Swim where you can bet and sit out in the pool and watch all the games on gigantic screens. It's amazing, and the weather will be great in March for that out in Vegas. It's part of our Ultimate College Basketball Championship experience. You and your friends are going to get $20K in your pocket as well to spend while you're in Vegas. Just download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Radio Row is here. We're going to talk to Brooks Kubena, formerly on the Texans beat for The Athletic. Now he's on the Eagles beat for The Athletic. He's going to join us in the exclusive furniture hot seat at the top of the hour. Big thanks to Flight by Yingling for getting us here as well. Top Super Bowl storylines. Let's begin to get ready for this game coming up next Sunday. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Berkeley Eye Center.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast on Radio Row, brought to you by Flight by Yingling. We thank them for that. The Low T Center bringing us here as well. We're going to talk to Brooks Kubena at the top of the hour. He's already lounging in the exclusive furniture hot seat.
He's going to be one. We thought of him immediately when we found out the Texans were going to interview Brian Johnson.
Yes.
Because Brian Johnson was the offensive coordinator in Philadelphia in 2023. Brooks Kubena was covering the Eagles for The Athletic in 2023.
Yeah.
And many of you will remember, many people still they whine and complain about the fact that The Athletic doesn't have a beat writer in Houston.
Yeah.
Because guys like Brooks and what's his name before him did such a great job.
Yeah, well, no, Brooks Chronicle when he was in Houston. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
now you're The Athletic. That's right.
I made the same mistake. Yeah.
That's right.
I made the same mistake. So, yeah. Wherever he is, he's been amazing. So that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But now with The Athletic.
I remember when he was writing for the Penny Saver in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
The green sheet. Yes. So Brooks, we'll talk to Brooks. We'll talk Super Bowl. We'll talk Brian Johnson, a whole bunch of stuff. And we're kind of in his neck of the woods, too. He's a Louisiana guy. So there's that.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
It's a big week.
He covered out.
Yeah, it's a big week for Brooks. Text message, people watching on the Mokaram Injury Lawyer live stream there. My God, in heaven, y'all are eating too many bagels, muffins, cupcakes, and crap. You need more fruit. Go for a run, burn those carbs. Let me be
Shut up. Okay, tell this guy to shut the hell up. All right, it's one day in New Orleans out of 365 days in the year. Yeah. Are you serious with this? Oh, honestly, what the hell are you giving me health advice on my one day in New Orleans?
Yeah.
As if I'm not loaded up on like a damn cornucopia any other given day of the year.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
My God, let me eat a muffin.
Well, there's not many choices. That's the problem. Like Aaron Raybald, our engineer, went down to the media eating area, where they've got the coffee and everything else. It's all sweet. Pastries.
Well, we'll have I didn't have time to go to the grocery store last night. There's a grocery store close to us. I'm going to have fruit for us for the rest of the week.
Okay.
This is just one day.
Yeah. Yeah, we're here and we can celebrate.
This is my mom.
Yeah.
On my mom telling me, you guys need to. That's a lot of refined carbohydrates. I don't know if you're aware of this or not. I don't know if you've watched television at any point in the last 40 years, but you should probably be careful with all the refined carbs.
I'll find out if it's your mom. I'll ask and see if it is. I don't think so, but we'll see. Would you guys compare the Kyle Tucker trade to the Doncic trade? Not even close.
Oh God, no! There's nobody roundling.
Saying Dallas didn't want to pay the Supermax deal. Any similarities?
No, the Astros did what you should do when you have a guy where you don't want to pay. You shop him around and you find a deal for him. The Mavericks could have paid the Supermax deal and still traded Doncic.
Yeah.
The Supermax was not a barrier whatsoever to them eventually trading away Doncic. It's that they traded him away. They traded a 26-year-old in his prime away for a very good basketball player, but who's 31 years old and has an injury history, to where now the Lakers have their guy they can build around for the future. The Mavericks do not. And on the sum total of it all, I was going to say much of it all makes sense. Hardly anything makes sense about it unless there's way more to the conditioning issues or things that we don't know about.
The Mavericks are the only one that could have paid him the Supermax, the way the NBA rules work. Like, he lost out on about $115 million guarantee. Now he's going to make it up at some point. But the 5-year, $70 million, like $350 million, he could sign with the Mavs.
Yeah.
He can't sign that with anybody else because of the stupid collective bargaining rules. The most he can get is like 4 years, poor guy, like 4 years, $220 from the Lakers.
How do we know that they didn't shop the deal around to anybody else? Because the GM bragged about not shopping the deal around to anybody else.
Proud of that. Yeah. He was really super proud of it. What's your excitement level for this? What?
I'm gonna
cupcake guy.
I'm gonna just out of pettiness, I'm gonna eat 7 more cupcakes because that bastard. You tell me not to drink
terrible if you.
You're like it's like telling somebody that they should slow down on the drinking, fella.
Shouldn't have read it.
Yeah.
Excitement for Chiefs-Eagles on Sunday. We've not talked about this game very much on Monday. I'm sure we're going to talk about it more as we're going to talk about it with Brooks in about 10 minutes.
It's starting to bubble up. I'm for the Eagles on this one.
Yeah,
me too. I think I'm not going to listen to the sanctimonious bastards on television who tell me, "Hey, you should just be happy that you can even watch all of this happen because there's nothing like a dynasty." Shut up.
Yeah, no,
shut up. You're no better than the person telling me to eat more fruit and vegetables. You know,
might be the same guy. You never know.
God.
Nate Burleson might be watching the show on the Mokaram Injury.
You guys should just, I don't know why everybody's complaining about it. You should just enjoy the greatness. Like, no, that's not the way human beings operate. It would be better if this were a long beleaguered team like if the Lions, for instance, if the Lions were taking on the Chiefs. That would feel awesome. That would feel like, okay, this is a franchise that has had nothing but bad luck and incompetence for decades, and now they can be the ones to dethrone the Chiefs, at least for 1 year.
Yeah.
It's a little bit hard to sell with the Eagles just because they've won one recently.
7 years ago.
Philadelphians tend to not be the most pleasant people to be around in a sporting environment.
Yeah, we'll see how it's going up in Philly for him. Are you surprised that we've not gotten more blowback from listeners on, not to us, but on how great Saquon Barkley has been this year, given the fact that the Texans were openly admitted, Nick Caserio did, that they were in on Saquon, but reportedly they didn't want to go to the $14 million a year or whatever.
No, I think, honestly, I wanted Derrick Henry over Saquon Barkley, but both of those guys did magnificently. I would be hard-pressed to make an argument that that same season they had this year in Houston.
Yeah.
I just don't think the Texans were in a position to produce anything like that, no matter how good the running back was. Saquon Barkley with the Giants last year was not a different human being than he was with the Eagles this year.
Do you think he would have been better than Joe Mixon for the Texans?
Probably, but again, I don't know if it wasn't going to be a season for the ages.
No. He wasn't getting 2,000 yards behind that line for sure.
Right.
For sure. That's. And I think maybe because we haven't gotten a lot of pushback on that, maybe a lot of Texan fans realize that.
Well, the whole thing, too, is that, one of the things that Bobby Slowick didn't seem to really be all that interested in was using his running backs as receivers.
Yeah.
And I feel like he would have gotten Saquon Barkley and squandered him.
Yeah, for sure.
Bobby would have been like a lottery winner.
Yeah.
The same way he squandered the receiving talent.
I mean, Saquon is on the verge of putting the finishing touches on maybe the greatest season and plus postseason that any running back has ever had in the history of the game. Mm-hmm. He rushed for 2,000 yards. He could have broken the record if he had played in Week 18. He would have broken Eric Dickerson's record, could have. And he's gone for like $118 against Green Bay. He went for over 200 against the Rams, and he went for $115, $118, whatever it was, in the NFC title game, and 3 touchdowns, and including the first play of the game, which flipped that game early. Like, this is, I mean, I would blindly take the season Saquon has had and say, I'll put this up against anybody. Come at me with arguments.
The tough thing, well, if you think about Saquon Barkley and what he struggled with the Giants' offensive lines or just in bad systems, was that, man, if he's getting hit in the backfield, it's like there's a lot of times where he was just dead in the water on those plays. He had his last year in New York in 2023 and played in 14 games. He had 962 yards, 6 touchdowns. Maybe he would have had the exact. Maybe Joe Mixon did have a better year this year than Saquon would have had in Houston.
Maybe. I mean, Joe did a lot of stuff on his own,
and he got hit in the backfield a lot. He had very rarely had a clear picture in front of him to just hit a hole and go.
Yeah.
That's what Saquon was dealing with forever in New York.
Yeah, like I do think like Joe Mixon is a more physical runner than Saquon Barkley. You know what I mean? Like, and so he was maybe built more to at least have some success behind that line.
This is the difference between Saquon Barkley in New York and Saquon Barkley in Philadelphia. Yeah. The success percentage, like how often you're getting a certain number of yards on first down, second down, third down. Was it at least a productive run? You get 4 yards on first down. It's a successful run.
Yeah.
In his last year in New York, it was 40%. This year in Philadelphia is 52.5%.
Wow.
That's a huge
massive
difference.
Yeah, that's a massive difference. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Brooks Kubena is already sitting in the exclusive furniture hot seat. He's going to join it. We're going to ask him the tough questions because that's the hot seat he's sitting in over there. So we'll ask him how things are going in Philadelphia.
he got out of the hot seat. I'm going to make him eat 7 muffins.
Yeah, take that, 208.
Sign a contract to eat no vegetables.
That's right. The Super Bowl, thoughts on Brian Johnson? He covered the Eagles last season when Brian Johnson was the offensive coordinator who eventually got fired. He's in the mix right now for the Texans OC job. We'll get to that and a whole lot more with our good friend Brooks Kubena of The Athletic coming up next. But let me remind you once again, do what Amy and I did on Saturday. We Royal Rumble. That's what happened.
Sometimes they do it in the city where the lights went down in the middle of a Super Bowl.
I was there for that
a few years ago.
I was there. I was at. That's the only Super Bowl I've ever been to live. The game itself was the one where and we were sitting. I was there as a media member, sitting way up.
Yeah.
And the air conditioning went out too.
Oh, I never thought about that part.
Yeah, it wasn't fun, man. It was not fun. It was fun.
How dark was it? Was it super dark?
No.
Yeah.
No. Boy, this has turned into something, huh? Let's bring in Brooks Kubena, shall we? Brooks Kubena sitting in the exclusive furniture hot seat.
Thanks for, remember that time the internet went out at Radio Row?
Yeah, it was great.
That was, those
I'm pretty sure,
times.
I think Beyonce walked through. I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
That's it. How you been, man?
Oh, it's been great. Another out in his chair.
Yeah, it's
Mattress Mac bring this thing in here?
No, exclusive furniture. Exclusive furniture.
I'm already screwing everything up.
Okay, now you are going to get asked the hard questions.
So Brooks Kubena,
oh, it's an exclusive
chair.
So
are Philly people really as miserable as they seem, Brooks?
Oh.
Wait, by way of introduction.
Depends on the state of the team.
Brooks Kubena used to be the beat writer for the Texans for the Houston Chronicle. He now covers the Eagles with the Athletic. Yep. So he's all dialed in on the big game.
That's right. That's right. All these things are coming together. The last time I was here for a championship game, I was covering LSU. So here, talking to you guys again, and in a city I remember, and covering the Eagles in the Super Bowl. So
this is the biggest thing that immediately we thought of you when we found out the Texans were going to interview Brian Johnson.
Yeah.
Because Brian Johnson for the offensive coordinator spot for the Texans as an interviewee. The last time he was an offensive coordinator was in 2023 in Philadelphia when it looked like Jalen Hurts had stagnated. The offense was a mess, and Brian Johnson was the offensive coordinator. But there was a lot of speculation as to how much it was Brian Johnson's offense versus Nick Sirianni's.
Yeah, going into that year, that was when I joined the beat mid-season. And Brian Johnson elevated to offensive coordinator as the quarterback's coach the previous year under Shane Steichen. And to maintain continuity, they brought him up. And, from Baytown, knew Jalen Hurts and his dad from being around that area, and was the offensive coordinator of Houston and had a relationship with him as a offensive coordinator and all those ties. So they thought that would work. It was a disjointed process last year because Nick Sirianni, not a play caller, but going into that year was pretty hard fast about the way that he wanted the offense to run. I mean, they'd just gone to a Super Bowl. Yeah. So he thought, all right, we're going to do the exact same thing. He said that. Said as much after the season was over. They went in, and Brian Johnson coming in, I had heard a lot about how brilliant he is, and had an opportunity to come in and have some success with a really talent-laden roster. But it was a situation where there was some confines there.
Yeah.
Sirianni himself has said as much that he was too involved on the game plan process. It's partly why he's taken a step back this year with Kellen Moore and let him take more controls of the offense. So really what I saw was a system where they tried to give Jalen Hurts a little more agency over the offense. He had more freedom at the line for making checks, and there was a little bit more of how they were trying to run as an offense. They wanted to be run-oriented. They wanted to pass the ball. They wanted to get the ball to A.J. Brown. They wanted to take advantage of one-on-one matchups. They wanted to do everything and the same things that they were doing and all of that. And it just never played out on the field in a very streamlined way. I remember it came to a head in the end of the year whenever it all collapsed, and in the wild card round against the Buccaneers, I remember in the locker room afterward there was a pass on the Devontae Smith, one of the wide receivers, and the tight end, Dallas Goedert, ran the same route on the sideline. Yeah. And it was a consequential throw that ended up punting, and then the game unraveled from thereafter. And Devontae Smith said, well, Jalen Hurts made one check, and he made two checks, actually, but we didn't see the second. And that's kind of a microcosm of what was going on.
Okay.
So at that point, Nick Sirianni needed to make a change with the offense. And there was a lot of chatter, a lot of hell-raising from people in the city of Philadelphia, very passionate fans that wanted him gone for all the things that they had done. And Brian Johnson got caught in the middle. Yeah. Use the terms that you want, scapegoat, whatever you want. I mean, they needed to make a change offensively, and he was the one that needed to go to make that happen if they wanted to keep the team under Sirianni. So he leaves, and then they bring in Kellen Moore, and he's had a lot more agency over the offense. So Brian Johnson goes to the Commanders and basically starts his trajectory over. So to frame an expectation on Brian Johnson using what happened in Philadelphia may not be absolutely fair for what he was working with. You kind of have to understand, and I'm curious what the setup would be in Houston. D'Amico Ryan's obviously a defensive-minded coach, but has offensive-oriented ideas. If Brian Johnson were coming in, obviously he'd probably have, I would assume, a little more control over what he's doing. So, another extremely talented quarterback that he can work with. Obviously, Brian Johnson from the Houston area and has connection to the city, so it makes sense in some Philadelphia angle. That's what happened with him, and I think it's important to kind of view his status through that lens.
Would he be a good hire? If you saw the news blurb that the Texans hired Brian Johnson, what would your reaction be?
I'd be somewhat surprised given the situation the Houston Texans are in, because they're in a position where they need to make a run. You've got all the pieces together, and you went through the rebuild and got your quarterback, got your offensive line set up, with at least in terms of extending Titus Howard and Lane. Sorry, I'm still in
Laramie,
Eagles. I was saying Lane Johnson, Laramie Tunsil, and you need to make a run at this. And I would think that it would take a person. You'd be, if you're D'Amico Ryans and you only got a couple of shots at overhauling your staff, that you would go with somebody a little bit more proven. I thought Chip Kelly, I'd be interested to know a little bit more about, the conversations that happened. That was a name that I thought, okay, Ohio State connection, C.J. Stroud, you got this great quarterback, other situations.
He coached D'Amico for 3 years.
Coach D'Amico had that connection. Yeah. I really was thinking that might. I didn't. It wasn't really in my purview to go chasing that news, but I was interested to see that. So I would be surprised in the sense that they would be going with somebody that's not proven. As much at the NFL level as an offensive coordinator, but that would then mean what options do they have? They might have a little more trust in him than his record would show.
Maybe so, and we don't know how the interview went or what his explanation were. Okay, we got to hit a break because we had our technical issues. Are you available to stick around?
Yeah, I'm good.
Talk Super Bowl. You look awfully comfortable.
I'm here in this exclusive chair.
Exclusive. Brooks Kubena, The Athletic. He covers the Eagles. You guys remember him from covering the Texans for the Houston Chronicle. We'll spend a segment with him breaking down this game coming up this weekend between the Chiefs and the Eagles. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, I'd like to talk to you about something super, super, super important.
Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're on Radio Row, brought to you by Flight by Yingling, Low T Center as well, sponsoring our trip here to New Orleans. First day, been a good one, other than a few technical issues. We've got Brooks Kubena staying for a bonus segment with us in the exclusive furniture hot seat.
Brooks, yeah, you look comfortable, man.
Yeah, that's good. This exclusive chair has got, a recliner, and I'm leaning back in this. I think I might take this with me on my way back.
Don't
think
do
they'll
that.
let No?
Oh, take it back to Philly?
Yeah, put it on the plane.
Yeah, maybe. We can ask. We know people.
Brooks Kubena, who
put it on the plane.
Brooks Kubena was formerly the beat writer for the Chronicle for the Texans, so many of you remember him from our also his appearances on our show.
Yep.
We were talking earlier, Brooks, about Saquon Barkley and the incredible year he's had in Philadelphia, and whether he would have had a similar season if he had come to Houston. And I feel like there's no way in hell he would have, because Saquon Barkley had he didn't rush for 1,000 yards with the Giants a year ago when he was on a bad offense. How are you guys? How are you feeling about Saquon Barkley when he showed up into Philadelphia? And was it a slam dunk, or did you guys have trepidation?
I mean, it's an alley-oop slam dunk.
Yeah. I mean, at the time.
Oh, at the time?
Yeah.
It was a slam dunk for sure. That was one of the. I mean, it was the top free agency signing of the cycle, in my opinion. And what happens there, to understand Saquon Barkley's influence on the team, I was talking to the general manager, Howie Roseman, on Saturday. I asked him because he's been there a long time, and is that the single most influential acquisition of your career?
Yeah.
And he wouldn't pin it on that, but the two things that Barkley does is obviously he chose to come to Philadelphia, and what made sense immediately was their offensive line. It's Johnson on the right, Jordan Mailata on the left, Landon Dickerson on the left, and the interior. They had a great transition plan. Cam Jurgens drafted in 22 to replace Jason Kelsey. You look at the yards before contact that the running backs from last year had, and it was higher than the average in the NFL. So you put Saquon Barkley in that mix, where the New York Giants yards before contact, it was basically hitting the line of scrimmage or less. Mm-hmm. So he's got room to run, and he's going to be able to make people miss and then jump over him backwards. Yeah. That was an expectation that he would succeed. Would it be that he gets 2,005 yards? I mean, you wouldn't bet on that, but you wouldn't be surprised by it, considering the weapons that they had on the offensive line. The other part of it is that the Eagles organization really values mentorship and drafting and using the mentorship they have in the building to raise them up. And I think that's something that the Texans really would have benefited from because of the youth movement that's happened over the last couple of years. You bring Saquon Barkley into that environment, that's you're getting something very, very special in that. And I witnessed that talking to a couple players that didn't even see the field this year. Trevor Keegan was a fifth-round pick. Who eventually, through the offensive line pipeline that they have, might eventually become a transitionary starting inside guard. But he was telling me, early on the season, he was getting depressed because he doesn't play. I mean, he'd been a big-time offensive lineman for the Michigan Wolverines, won a national championship, and now he's not playing it down. And he was just, watching film before a game and felt kind of sad that he wasn't going to play. And then he, feels a tap on his shoulder, turns around to Saquon Barkley, and he's like, your time's coming, man.
Yeah,
your time's. He played Week 18, a game that didn't matter, but to the players that got a chance to play, and players on the that have big roles like Jalen Carter in his second year, the rookies that they just got, Quinyon Mitchell at corner and Cooper DeJean in the slot. Those are players that look to Saquon Barkley. I've talked to them several about this. And it's like, okay, immediately he comes into the building and he's demanding things of them, setting the example. And that was what was clear from the very beginning. Yeah. So his influence as the greatest running back the Eagles have ever had on the field is one thing. As they're trying to develop a very young team that is set up, and they have a lot of players under contract control for the next several seasons through 2028 mostly, this is a team that they hope is will be at this level for several years to come.
So give us a thumbnail sketch here, a little background, the Nick Sirianni experience there, because obviously us from 2,000 miles away, we see Nick Sirianni, we see the press conferences, we see him
screaming at his assistant coaches,
screaming at fans, like after games and things like that. And it's felt like at various times for a guy who's been so successful, made the playoffs every year since he's gotten there, now been to 2 Super Bowls, that it feels like at various times like he's still hot seat teetering on the brink. So give us the Brooks Kubena version of what the Nick Sirianni experience is like.
Well, when I first got there, one of the first games that I covered was a Monday night game between the Eagles and the Chiefs. And the Eagles win in pretty chaotic fashion, and Sirianni comes through the tunnel, and he's just shouting at Chiefs fans on the way out. And behind the scenes, like we were in to go in the locker room, and one of the people on the beat had picked the Chiefs to win because they had the better roster and the better coach. So Nick Sirianni
on y'all's beat.
Yeah, he looks over and playfully, but also kind of, strutting his stuff a bit, yells like, "Hey, who's the better coach now? Who's the better team now?"
I'd still be like Andy Reid.
So he's unapologetically himself.
Sure.
That from the very beginning, I could tell that. And he sometimes it's not the best PR thing, from a standpoint of the team where you've got a team that's collapsing at the end of the year, and it was humbling experience for him watching him go through that. And I remember asking him at the Combine, you had been unapologetically yourself. You go through a Super Bowl, and then now you have to fire coaches. And one of the things that I had learned, too, about him, a lot of people remember the 2022 offseason after the Super Bowl where Jonathan Gannon, the defensive coordinator, left for Arizona.
Yeah.
And it was a pretty big surprise for the Eagles that didn't know he was really looking to leave. He told everybody he was staying. But part of that is how loyal Nick Sirianni is to his coaches. He came up through the Frank Reich system, and loyalty also was like, all right, building something inside your staff. Once Nick Sirianni left for the Eagles, Frank Reich wouldn't let him have any of the coaches. It was like, these are my guys.
Yeah.
You got to start your own thing.
Yeah.
And I will, and Sirianni's done the same thing, firing Brian Johnson and Sean Desai was hard on him.
Yeah.
It was really hard on him. Because he wants him to have as much success. He wants them to go become head coaches.
Sure.
But you're not going to have any of my guys.
Yeah.
These are my, and he supports them, and seeing him go through a cycle where he's being questioned about, all right, well, what do you actually do, quote unquote? And he's not an offensive play caller. He's become more of a CEO type role. It doesn't mean he's not involved in game planning.
Mm-hmm.
So he was. I'm a reporter, so whenever you talk to a coach, like, he may not be telling you the inner sanctums of his thought process. So I asked him what about that process, and he's like, I was excited for the opportunity to start over again, basically. And I think going into the offseason, you saw one of the main questions about going into that year was, is he the right guy for this situation? Is he play calling? Is that a big deal? Is it not? Jeffrey Lurie, the owner of the Eagles, at the league annual meetings, said that wasn't a priority for him. He had other things that he wouldn't share that was important to him as a head coach. And going into training camp, and even at the first 4 weeks of the season, the team wasn't doing very well. This is a team that was 2-2 at the bye week. And coming out of it, Week 6, they play the Browns, barely escape out with a win. And on the sideline, Nick Sirianni was caught on camera chirping with the fan. And everybody sees that, and he comes in and he puts his, he comes to the podium and he's got his kids up there. And everybody was like, oh, he's trying to use them as a shield against questions about whether he's going to be fired or not. The Philly media, we're going to ask those questions, whether you got your kids or your grandma.
Oh, yeah.
So that was not a problem. So, yeah, exactly. What do you think, Grandma? Should he be fired?
Because she'll
Are you still going to bake him cookies if he loses this game?
Yeah.
But, there was, that fan on the sideline was chirping with him. He was chirping back. And optically, that's probably not the smartest thing to do if you're the head coach of the Eagles with all the cameras on you. You can't do certain things. So winning is all that matters for Philadelphia, but you're watching this guy unapologetically being himself. And then I think it's kind of not calloused him, but throughout this process realizing what he decides he cares about and what he doesn't care about. Mm-hmm. And he's already a person that in the offseason, one of the things that he did was call up some major coaches that had lots of success to kind of deal with how do I work on culture inside my building. And I know culture is a word that's pretty hotbed in Houston.
It's a good word again in Houston. Yeah. It's back now. Culture's back.
But I know I'm running long on that question, but he is a very it is a complex thing to look at and cover for the last couple of years, and his I would say like what he's learned as a still relatively young coach is like how do you manage what you care about, what matters actually to you.
The one thing I wanted to ask you about is that you convinced your employer somehow to fund an 8-day trip to Sao Paulo, Brazil, so you can investigate the Sao Paulo.
I made that pitch so cheap.
The NFL.
Let me tell you.
So the Chargers are going to play in Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
The Texans potentially could be one of those opponents. I really want Sean and I to go do the pregame and postgame from Sao Paulo, Brazil.
It's the best. It's great. It's like blending Miami and New York City together and then multiplying it by 3. It's an amazing city. When I went down there in June. Funny, just as an aside to explain why I said about the budget. New York Times set me up. Like I was putting in there so they wouldn't tell me no, and they're like, "You're not staying in a hostel. You're going to stay in a hotel.
Okay.
And here's our security."
You're like,
team.
I've stayed in hostels before.
Yeah, I was like, I'm good. I'll sleep on the park bench. You know, I slept on the beaches of Portugal. We're good. But it's a great city, and I worked with a translator. We call it a fixer in journalism. Someone that helps me because I'm an idiot and don't know more languages than my own. A fixer.
The Chiefs table is over there. Kitty corner from.
Okay, yeah. So it's and we went. We were at the top of an apartment building, and the city doesn't end, and the food is great. You can have all sorts of. It's like New York in that way. Lots of great restaurants, and the people are great, and the nightlife is great, and the city, the transit. I took the subway from the city to the game, and the fan base is insane. I went to a couple of soccer matches when I went there the first time, and they're just crazy fans, and it's a great experience. And it felt like the Super Bowl whenever they played, because there was just everybody wearing all kinds of. I got a Texans jersey. I guess I'll wear that here. Yeah. Like that kind of fan reaction to it, and I don't know. It's just leading into that game, there was a lot of unfair noise going into that because people had never been there and they see quote unquote statistics about a place and had never been to it.
Yeah, and that wasn't your experience at
all.
No,
not at all.
Mostly I needed to get that audio so when we pitch this to advertisers for I'm guessing there's a vacuum in Sao Paulo for 2 pasty middle-aged dudes that talk about NFL football.
Right.
Yeah. And I think what they need is Payne and Pendergast.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like New Orleans, Houston, Philadelphia, wherever, like locals will tell you where not to go.
Right.
Yeah.
And in Sao Paulo, and as well as anywhere, you're like, okay, I'm new to all this, and all of a sudden I'm walking into a place I probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
Like there are, as well as every place.
We're in New Orleans.
Yeah.
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 So,
yep.
Yeah, it's a great deal. So if it's Chargers Texans, that's going to be a hell of a game.
Before we get you out of here, how do you think this game goes on Sunday?
I think the Eagles win. I think they built this team and the style of play that they have to control a football game. They leverage their offense as a run-oriented system, and look at Jalen Hurts and the way that he's played. He's a quarterback that I think can do a lot more than he's done. They've asked him to be more conservative in the pocket. He's taking more sacks. He's not throwing the ball downfield as much because they know that when they punt the ball, they've got the top-ranked defense. And that's a system that they haven't turned the ball over. They're getting turnovers. I looked at the Chiefs-Texans game. If there was any breath of life on the offense, they might have been able to pull that game off. And I think the Texans will be in a situation – not the Texans. The Eagles will be in a situation. They're going to cash in on whatever turnovers they get. They're not going to turn the ball over as an offense. And they'll be in a position at the end of the game where they'll be up 8 or 9 points, and that's where Mahomes can't kill you.
Yeah.
So I think that's how this game goes.
Yeah. The Texans ran the ball on them. The Bills ran the ball on them. I'm imagining what that offensive line and Saquon Barkley is going to do to them. If the Texans were running it for 150 yards with Joe
Chris
Mixon.
Jones is a completely different defensive tackle than they've seen. So I'm interested to see how he works on the interior with Cam Jurgens, who's dealing with a back injury, and Mekhi Becton, who's plugged in really well as a right guard for them. Like, those are places that you can exploit.
Yeah,
so
that is true. That is true. Brooks, congrats on all the success, man.
Likewise.
Appreciate good seeing you. as always, and enjoy the game.
Yeah. Y'all too, and enjoy the whoever gets to sit in the exclusive chair next.
You can stay in it for as long as you want. We don't have any guests coming on for a while.
This is good.
Yeah, it's good stuff. All right, Brooks Kubena, you can get him on the Athletic, covering that Eagles beat. He's a great follow. What's your is it
B. Kubena?
B. Kubena still?
Yeah. Kubena for all the people who don't know how to spell check.
There it is. All right, we'll come back. One final segment. We'll do a little crosstalk with the guys on In the Loop. Big trade in the NBA. I was just thinking about this. Another trade came down this weekend. I'm actually more worried as a Rockets fan about the non-Doncic trade that went down this weekend. We'll talk about that a little bit and talk to the guys on In the Loop. That's all coming up next.
If you are looking to build a custom home, go to Kirk Homes.
Sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, real quick, the Luca Doncic trade, still a big topic. Everybody's sinking their teeth into that on a Monday. It came down late Saturday night. I'm looking right now, Seth, there was a second trade made over the weekend that actually worries me more as far as the Rockets go than the Luca Doncic trade, because you're going to have to deal with Doncic either way. Whether he's a Maverick or a Laker, you're going to have to deal with him one way or the other. This De'Aaron Fox getting moved over to San Antonio to pair Victor Wembanyama with another All-Star, to me is because San Antonio is a much better team this year than they were last year.
Yeah.
This is a little more problematic, I think, for not just the Rockets but the Western Conference, that, Sacramento is now off the grid. They're trading their best player. They're clearly onto a rebuild or whatever. They still got Sabonis, but they traded De'Aaron Fox, and now you got De'Aaron Fox paired up with Victor Wembanyama. And the Spurs all of a sudden, after going through a few years of trauma, getting the best, now making a trade for another trade where Zach LaVine actually winds up going to the Kings in this whole thing from the Bulls. But I'm a little more worried about this one than I am the Doncic effect on the Rockets.
Yeah, it's notable, obviously, but it's not. I guess when you look at the grand scheme of things, and in the NBA especially, it's just not nearly as division-oriented. It's more conference-oriented, certainly. But the Rockets are in a position right now where, all right, like they've elevated themselves up into that category of teams that you got to think about in the postseason, and they're gonna face tough challenges. Is this one more added to the mix? So be it. I say, bring them on, is what I say.
Yeah, I didn't like that trade for it. San Antonio's better now. I don't like that at all. That bothers me. All right, so there's that. Chip Kelly leaving Ohio State to go be the Raiders OC for $6 million. If you're just jumping in here towards the end of the show, our reaction to that is pretty much, $6 million. I know I had said all along, I'm like, well, I think the one thing that Texan fans don't need to worry about when it comes to this OC chase, money.
Yeah.
McNairs will spend whatever it takes to get whoever it takes to be. And then I didn't realize that whatever it takes and whoever it takes. It doesn't mean they didn't want to spend the $6 million, but that got into a price category where I'm like, oh.
Well, and it's with the franchise and the Raiders that even before Tom Brady, the Raiders have spent super aggressively on coaches. They've had two head coaches that they gave huge guaranteed contracts to that didn't work out, both in John Gruden and McDaniels. They're not afraid to spend money, even with no salary cap on it. Most NFL owners don't want to be setting the high bar for how much you're paying your coaches. And I'm cool with if it turned into, the Texans just didn't want to spend $6 million per year on an offensive coordinator. You got to understand that's double what the highest price. I just got flipped off by a former notable NFL player.
Did you ever sack him at any point?
No.
Okay.
No, we'll talk to him later this. So I think that it's twice as much.
Yeah.
The highest paid offensive coordinators in the league make about $3 million per year.
Yeah.
So they're paying Chip Kelly twice as much. There were a lot of reasons I wanted Chip Kelly. I did still have the nervous reservation that, all right, in the NFL, he lost his luster when he didn't have that ambush attack ability of being able to go up tempo when the NFL wasn't ready for it. Once he lost that novelty or that magic trick in his sack, it didn't look as good. So there was still the unknown of, all right, he's not going to be able to just unleash up tempo football, and he can slow it down like he did with Ohio State, but that was in college. So I'm totally cool with the Texans if what it was that they just simply didn't want to pay $3 million more than what any other offensive coordinator had been getting per year.
Yeah, I think the general conjecture was, too, and I know you and I said this earlier, like, okay, well, if it came down to a choice between the Texans and the Raiders, obviously he's going to choose the Texans in relation with D'Amico. We've had a couple people point out on the text page. I think this is a good point. And this is where I could see the Raiders' job actually – $6 million aside, being more desirable, is that I could see a path where Chip Kelly's taking that job almost as a head coach. If he wants to get back to being a head coach in the NFL, where he and Pete Carroll have that kind of, Pete Carroll's a young 73, but he's only on a 3-year deal with a team option for the 4th. I could see a scenario where 2 or 3 years in, that you make that transition.
And it's not even a usurping of Pete Carroll or anything.
It's just
that, Pete Carroll could have had that conversation with him.
Yeah.
Well, on the other side, from the Texans' perspective, and a lot of our listeners pointed this out to me when I was stumping for Chip Kelly, was that, all right, Chip Kelly, if he does really well, he's probably going to get another head coaching opportunity. Mm-hmm. And do you want to sign on for that?
Right.
So, no, if it heads that off at the pass, I think that's the problem, though, is that with any good offensive coach these days, and this is where it gets dicey when you're a defensive-minded head coach, you're gonna lose that guy to a head coaching position. That's why I thought Josh McDaniels was an appetizing choice, because I don't think he's going to get another chance to be a head coach.
Yeah.
But it's hard to land those guys that'll stick around for a long time without getting that opportunity.
I'm kind of talking myself into Stenovich from Green Bay, just based on his O-line background. I think two things. I think, one, he's obviously he's a former offensive lineman who's been a coach of some good offensive lines. He's been in a building with an offense that's run at a very high level. He didn't have play calling duties. He's got the OC title available because Matt LaFleur has said, I'm not going to prevent somebody from going, I'm not going to prevent somebody who's got the title OC from getting what on paper is a lateral move if they're going to get play calling. Because he got that benefit. He was not play calling with the Rams, and Sean McVay let him go to Tennessee because he was going to have play calling. So he's kind of paying it back in a way. But bringing in an offensive coordinator who, one, I think would have a good chance at fixing the offensive line, and two, probably have a pretty good eye for what a good O-line coach could look like.
Yeah.
I don't want my offensive coordinator to have to spend an inordinate amount of time retooling the offensive line.
If you had to guess, and this is a pure guess at this point, who do you think is the front runner for who the Texans want, and not for who you want or anybody else, but just who the Texans want and have the likeliest chance of landing?
Nick Caley.
I think so. This is the thing, and I'm trying not to be affected by this as much, but for one, Nick Caley has already turned down other opportunities. He took himself out of the Jets conversation when reportedly he was the favorite for the Jets. He turned down a really healthy salary to be the offensive coordinator of the Patriots last year. He's spent time with Caserio in New England, but he's also got experience in that McVay/Shanahan tree. So I think he's seen different philosophies, different ways of operating. For whether this matters or not, other teams have identified him as a guy that they're very interested in.
Yeah.
He checks off a lot of boxes.
Yep.
To where it seems like question all right, well then why is he not the offensive coordinator already? If he were the front runner.
Yeah. Right. Are they waiting on?
Why has he not been hired? Are they negotiating? We don't know.
I'm just trying to think, and there's only two teams left still playing football.
They've interviewed enough guys. It's like Tinder, Sean. They just keep swiping. And we don't even know about conversations they may have had with Chip Kelly or anybody else. Because these interviews don't have to be made public like the head coaching
No,
ones.
you're right. So there's eight candidates.
8 known candidates.
8 candidates in the pool right now.
And I would add, I'm guessing somebody had a conversation with Chip Kelly.
Yeah. Well, at least texts, right? Just say.
I don't know why he was in Houston. It could have been for recruiting or whatever.
Yeah.
He might have been. Who knows? But
he was at Intercontinental this weekend.
Yeah. Standing in a security line, so he definitely stayed in Houston for some spell of time.
I would like to think that if they were flying him in for an interview, is Chip Kelly a candidate you would send the plane for to interview?
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. He was flying commercial.
He was flying commercial.
Yeah, so I bet it was a recruiting trip.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. This just in. There's good football players in Houston.
Yeah, that's
good high school players.
To social media's credit, a lot of people pointed that out immediately. Look,
good job, social media.
He's recruiting for Ohio State. Houston has a boatload of really good prospects. Recruits.
For sure. All right, we got the fellas all queued up here. Mr. Aaron, are we good? Nope.
I don't hear John.
I don't hear John.
Hello.
Nope.
Howdy.
Yeah, there we go. Now we hear you. Chef Lopez.
Hey, man.
You got acknowledged.
I think I'm here as well.
I heard I got it.
Okay. All right, excellent.
Sorry about that, Reggie.
That was a weird existential thing that I just had. Am I here? Do I exist?
I didn't know if you were ready over there. Yeah, I didn't see that you had the headset on. I saw John out of the corner of my eye putting it on his head.
Oh, I was just testing the microphone and seeing if it was on.
I didn't have my eyes over there. I got to get my eyes straight. How are you, Reggie?
Doing pretty good.
How were the beignets last night?
Fan-bleeping-tastic.
They're good.
Had those. We had a live serenade, obviously, as you will, in the French Quarter with folks playing the saxophone. Myself, Show, Aaron.
Did you guys stay out longer than you expected to?
No. We made a pretty quick trip.
Still finishing up. When they got back by what, 10:30?
About 11.
11 maybe.
Well, I wasn't sure if you knew you were going to actually go out for like drinks in the French Quarter.
Was it 10:30? It was probably closer to 10:30.
Yeah.
No, and honestly, we got like a drink per person out there, and
big tube.
And yeah, I got the hand grenade, and honestly, it was just we were making our way quickly down bourbon. We speed ran bourbon basically.
Yeah,
we were just scoping out what happened.
Yeah, you'll be back.
Oh, 100%. That was the intention.
Yeah.
The intention was
recon.
like we did it once, we recon, and then we will go and we will divide and conquer.
Well, and
they
start having like preliminary Mardi Gras parades already this week, right?
Yeah. Do they really?
Yeah. There'll be some like kind of little run up, little neighborhood parade type thing.
Do we need beads?
I mean, don't we have some at the house? Like, don't we have a bead stash?
I don't know. I mean,
I think we have a stash of beads. So
you got some? Okay, good. Aaron's got some. Beads are currency, man.
You know what?
All
I've already
kinds of delights on Bourbon Street.
Is Seth going to come with us to Bourbon at some point?
Oh yeah. No, I definitely will. Last night wasn't the night though.
No,
I was in bed by.
Yeah.
I was like a
long travel day. We acknowledged your barbecue on the show.
Man,
today.
I appreciate
Yeah,
that. I
you
actually
did a
did
good
not
job.
hear the acknowledgement, but I got a few texts and saw some stuff on social
Yeah,
media. That was
yeah.
very nice of you. And that's what I was going to say. You know what I've already picked up on? Here we are, not even 24 hours into the trip here with the boys. This is a really good group.
Yeah.
Like the group vibe seems to be really good. Like everybody's like, yeah, cool, we'll do that. This morning, Clint Stoerner got up and made us all bacon and eggs.
Did?
Yeah.
He did?
Drove us to the center here.
Oh man.
And you guys, everybody was no drama with the rooms or anything.
Yeah.
Minimal drama.
Was there a minimal drama?
Who of you guys got the pull-out sofa?
I asked for the pull-out sofa
Okay.
because I go to the bathroom about 3 times a night, and it's right by the bathroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sean and I gambled for it.
We did.
We did a random number generator.
We did a random number generator.
Sean picked odd, and it came up. What
you picked odd.
I
It
picked
came
odd.
up 5.
It came up
yeah,
odd. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So it's so Seth got the
Then
bedroom.
I felt guilty about it.
Why?
I don't know.
You won fair and square.
Yeah,
That's
I
right.
guess so.
Yeah, I can live with that. I've gambled many times. I know what it's
Oh,
like.
we
to live
gambled
on
last
losing
night
end.
too.
Oh, you guys did.
On the MGM app. As soon as I crossed
that
the
was
border,
fun.
my MGM app was.
I didn't realize that I am coworkers with such degenerates.
Well, I'm sitting there going, "Oh, the app! I can gamble anywhere." I'm sitting there on the couch in a T-shirt.
There's like, Chief.
Yeah, and he goes,
You
"Hey,
think this Bain is going to get over 17.5 points for the game?"
I'm like, "I'm in."
5 at halftime.
I'm in.
Well, 2 of them were gambling on Desmond Bain,
And it hit, by the way.
it did hit. It did hit. So
We watched the Grammys.
we did. We watched the Grammys.
We did have some Grammy talk.
We've had a nice little run as a group. We don't have any drama people in our thing. So we were talking about old Chip Kelly, $6 million bucks a year.
Yeah.
Gonzo off the board.
Same as what he was making at UCLA as a head coach.
Is that what he was making as a head coach?
6.1, yeah.
Okay.
I just went and looked at it again.
So he must. So he was like, I got to tell you guys, this past year has been tough living on $3
That's
million.
right. You know,
I think it was- I
the
think
quality
it was
of life that
$2
is
million.
not established.
It was only $2 million at Ohio
I
State.
got it.
Yeah.
Oh, is it $2 million at
Yeah.
Ohio State?
Yeah.
Okay, well, even tougher.
That
Yeah,
was and a lot of, I guess people were skeptical. A lot of people were skeptical that he would leave Ohio State at all. And for one,
Hi,
there was
John.
I know.
Or triple the salary.
Right. Well, I don't think people weren't anticipating $6 million a year. The highest paid offensive coordinators in the NFL make about $3 million a
I
year.
don't think he was anticipating $6
know,
million.
I think
I wasn't anticipating necessarily him not leaving Ohio State. I was very skeptical that the Texans were really in on him.
Yeah.
And it looks like
there was no reason.
Yeah.
There were no actual ties.
Yeah.
It was all speculation. We tried
it was
to
all
be pretty
speculation,
transparent.
and I wish
saying,
this and I wish that. And then we're talking. I was mentioning this to you guys last night. You know, there was talk, rumors, whatever you want to say, but boy, Ohio State might pay him $5 million to stay at Ohio State. Well, he got 6 and left.
Yeah.
Well, and I should say that obviously there are ties, but there were no reports or anything.
Right.
But even with the money too, Jonathan Alexander in his story on Saturday had said that people he talked to expected him to want to get back into that's it all makes sense obviously in hindsight.
Yeah.
I wish I could have that innocence of people who wonder why a coach would leave a spot in college.
Oh, yeah. He would never leave.
He would never, and they continue deluding themselves back into it. Like, no, he would never, ever leave.
Well, especially now in college where there's so much more that goes with the job than just coaching. You know, like with all the NIL. I know he's a coordinator. He's not a head coach. but you're tasked with recruiting still, and you're dealing with just a different type of situation now with all these
you got to
kids.
teach a new
agents.
In the NFL, you have a little bit more stability in terms of guys learning and knowing your offense. You can have guys around for 10 years if it works out well. But in college, it's a brand new
Portal.
batch every year.
Yeah, portal, you're gone. You're gone. I said earlier that the De'Aaron Fox trade concerns me more than the Luca trade as far as Houston.
And I find that interesting because, I heard that you were kind of setting that up, the idea that Luca Doncic is going to be an issue no matter what.
Wherever.
I still think I would go with the Luca thing. I think your point is well made. This has the potential of putting Wembanyama into that place where he is a dastardly foe for you for a while.
Yeah.
The problem with Luca Doncic is that he is paired up with like a fantastic brand in the Los Angeles Lakers. Imagine the free agency rush that now happens year over year for the next 5-10 years in L.A. to pair with him, right? So now what is the multiplying factor? Because one of the things in Dallas, I know from personal experience, they thought, oh, well, nobody wants to come to Dallas. And they had started kind of turning the worm on that. That has never been the case with the Lakers. Gave them a life that they probably didn't even deserve.
Well, and the opposite effect probably happening in Dallas, right? Like if you're a player and you're thinking,
100%.
To Dallas, the GM is going to go underground and trade our best player without telling anybody in the organization. It's crazy. The quotes from Nico Harrison are some of the most insane things I've ever heard from
Maybe
a general
that's your
manager.
best avenue to get it onto the Lakers. Is go sign with Dallas, and the GM will trade.
And get fat. They get fat.
Are they going to be like the Astros of years back when all the players were filter into Philly, like almost were their farm system? Now the Mavs are the Lakers
Mavs
farm
are the
system?
Lakers feeder system. Yes. All right. Well, fellas, we are about to give way to you here, and you take over here on Radio Row.
Any shenanigans planned for you guys?
Not for us. I would just warn you guys that the internet went out for everybody for about 15
right in the middle of the show.
But don't worry, this is only the city where the lights went out at the Super Bowl about a decade ago.
Excellent.
So everything will be fine.
I gotta get Clinton and Ron the parking pass. So that's my first shenanigans. Driving back to the house. But I'm going to roam our neighborhood today and see what's there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We got a nice little neighborhood.
It's a good early week call.
Yeah. Well, the same way I roam my neighborhood at home with my AirPods in, listening to In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Love it.
You're darn right.
All right, so we're done. We are out of time. Oh, crap. I'll see if I can remember it because it's posted on the wall. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2. Houston.
There it is.
An Odyssey sports station. Yes! Oh, thank God. We are done. We are out of time. We'll hand things over here. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez.
Byron
Matthews back in the saddle.
Hey!
Right. The fourth horse of the four horsemen of In the Loop. You've got them for the next 4 hours here on Sports Radio 610, and they start now.
That's right. You are in the loop, and we are in New Orleans, Louisiana for Radio Row. Or actually, I was chatting with Seth just a moment ago.
Mm-hmm.
Is there do we have a great thing to call this? Because look, we look around and so much of this is various TV properties and podcasts now. Like Radio Row doesn't seem to fit. It fits for us though. Sports Radio 610 live.
Digital Row.
Yeah. It is.
We are at Digital Row here in New Orleans.
That's right. John Lopez. I'm Reginald Datatula. Figgy Fig is here. You will get your daily dose of the mixtape. However, you might not get as much Figgy during the show because he is keeping you tapped into all the things that we are doing out here. So make sure that if you're on social media, especially if you're on Instagram, Sports Radio 610 and at the Figgy Fig, to keep up with all our shenanigans, which we got going immediately once we hit Louisiana.
Once we got in the car.
That is fair.
Once we got in the car.
So he is doing all that. In fact, he's probably getting exclusive content that you might not even hear on air. So you want to make sure you follow that there. But no, we got you. As always, it is the show as usual. I will say, though, we are already starting to get some guests. We'll talk to my guy, Charles McDonald of Yahoo Sports at noon. A little bit about this Texans team. He does a good job kind of covering the NFL at large. So we'll talk to him at 12. But man, it's already, we've already packed in as much fun as possible into the first Well, I guess first 12 hours before we even got to Monday, and now the next 10 hours of this day. So I guess, what is that, 22 hours
something like that.
In the city of New Orleans?
Yeah, look, man, it's going to be a great week. I would highly encourage everyone, and this is not self-serving, you're going to be entertained. You will be entertained. You're going to see some cool stuff, behind-the-scenes things from right here at Super Bowl Radio Row, the game itself, New Orleans, your boys on Sports Radio 610. I would highly encourage it. Tell your friends. It's really, it's going to be fun. That said, Figgy's nickname, some people call him Bootman. And,
that is true.
And he is boots on the ground, literally.
100%, yeah.
Boots on the ground, great digital content, Sports Radio 610. And I know that sounds like a big promo. I'm just telling you. It's going to be worth your time to subscribe and to listen and to watch and to do all those things. And just as an example, you mentioned, hell, we got on the road about 25 hours ago. We hit the road. You guys were a little late, but I wasn't mad about it.
All right. All right.
I wasn't mad about it. And since then,
you said we was leaving at 9.
I said I'll be there at 8:45.
That's an announcement of your intentions. That was not a verbal contract. You said we were leaving at 9.
Verbal contract.
I was there at 9. What's the issue?
But either way, the ride was great. The conversations, the music. Get over to the house. Sweet house. We had a nice dinner last night. Everybody was gorging. My favorite part of the whole thing was the meat sweats afterwards, and that's on Sports Radio.
I don't want to go ahead and try and promo meat sweats. I feel like that's not the way that we should do.
But everybody just sort of leaning back, grabbing their bellies, like clearly overeating. That was fun. You guys went over to the quarter to find some beignets and ended up having a couple of what do they call them? Grenades.
Adult beverages.
Yeah, grenades.
Yeah. Well, I had a grenade. Our engineer Aaron Rabel had him a shark attack, and that was quite an experience to go through on the very first circumstance. But yeah, man, it's been a lot of fun hanging out. Like we as a show, or we as a station rather, we have a different experience than I think a lot of people here at Radio Row, where everybody's staying at like kind of a hotel and everybody's split up. Yeah. Although they have the courtesy of just being able to walk to work, we have to find a little bit of some carpools, but it's because we got a house. We got a house together.
Yeah.
Here a little bit further out in New Orleans, but man, it has been fun hanging out with the fellas.
Couldn't be better. It's going to get better. But I do have a question, because we do have to be completely honest here.
Okay.
There's always a little apprehension when you go and stay, especially at a house, with coworkers. I'm not saying it's bad.
Sure.
It's just like, okay,
we had a whole conversation about this in the mixtape on Friday, who was going to be good or bad roommates.
Exactly. So here's my question.
In fact, we need to do a roommate ranking. Actually, let me write that down. Roommate ranking, and we'll carry it through the entirety. I think post-show, we'll do this as digital content to, again continue to push you to Sports Radio 610 on Instagram. Post-show, I think we do a roommate rankings, and we'll have a power rankings day by day as to who's on the roommate rankings. And let me tell you, my vote is going to be very high for Clint Stoerner today.
Yeah, Clint was on his game. That was very, very cool. So there, like, everything's so great, and it's going to be great. And like I said, I encourage everybody to be here. But what are your apprehensions? What are your maybe like an apprehension might not be the right word, but just maybe you're cognizant of, all right, this is because everybody has their own habits at home, whether it's by yourself, with your wife, or whatever. What are some of your apprehensions? Because I have one that's not even close to everything, because everything else is cool.
Well, I mean, one of my apprehensions has already come up on the text line from 281. They said, big news for trade coincides with Reggie. 77 shocked everyone. One was the number for Luca. The other was somebody's thermostat. Both shocking. Yeah, immediately I was like, look, man, when you're renting a house, like how individualized can this be? And thankfully I found out that each room has their own individual AC, so I can make sure that I could be adequately warm, as opposed to the rest of you folks who like living in meat lockers, apparently.
So that's one.
Yeah.
Figgy's joining us here. Mine has always been, I think most people fall in this category, the bathroom situation. Like how it plays out, where you put your stuff, and let's be honest, how it plays out in the mornings. How it plays out in the mornings.
Oh, when various people visit the throne? Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I was very cognizant and aware, man. I was like, all right, I'm going to try to go take my shower. Now, I usually do them on my work first, then go take a shower. I'm like, I'm out.
I love the way that you handled it today. You were the early person. I was the later person. We did not. There was no crossover.
Put the fan on, take my shower. that, so just aware of not wanting to offend Reggie.
Apparently, I'm easily offended. No, I mean, it's been a blast thus far, and we haven't even added B. Scott to the mix yet. B. Scott joining us today. So, man, again, it's going to be fun. Today is the first day on Radio Row. I'll continue to call it that. It's just a force of habit. But here in New Orleans, and it's real light. People are still kind of rolling in. This thing gets hot and heavy here relatively soon. So we'll have a lot of things. But like I said, at noon, we will be joined by Charles McDonald, who is already on the ground. And we got some fun guests for you all throughout the week. I am looking at my cellular device right now, which as of right now is still a Samsung. We'll see if that changes at any point during the week. However, I did get a push notification from one Adam Schefter of ESPN saying that standout defensive end Myles Garrett has requested a trade out of Cleveland. He announced in a statement. How does that hit your ears right now?
Makes sense. He should. I mean, and from the Browns' perspective, I mean, seriously, what are how much do you want him there when you're completely refurbishing everything?
That's what it is. It seems like they probably got to tear their whole Carter down at this point, and he do not want to go through a rebuild.
Yeah, I immediately go, all right, where does he end up? Like, I mean, that does not necessarily matter for these Houston Texans. You're pretty well situated when it comes to pass rush. I mean, you can never have enough pass rush, but I do feel like that's probably going to be a tough one to swing. Is there any chance, or do you have any concern that envision or one of these teams that could be a real problem for the Houston Texans in time moving forward?
Well, what I'm thinking is it's going to be either an AFC potential Super Bowl contender or an NFC. So you want him to go to an NFC. Because he's even in his statement, he said, all I've ever dreamed about was a Super Bowl. So he's not going to the Titans. He's not going to the Jags or the Colts. I would be very, very shocked if that happened. He's played that game with potential.
Yeah.
He played it in Cleveland.
I was going to say not necessarily that he chose to, but I mean he continued to he re-upped.
He re-upped and he was all in when Deshaun got there and all that stuff. Pick your favorite contender in the AFC or the NFC. We just hope he goes to the other conference.
Okay. I feel you on that. But, yeah, that's some news that's coming up. I just kind of want – hey, man, it's a Monday. How was your weekend? Because there was a lot of sports things that were happening. Of course, that text that I read earlier about the 77 talking about the my thermostat. But also, they was talking about, like, a thing that I will say legitimately on Saturday kept me up to 4 a.m., which was the news that Luca Doncic was being traded out of Dallas to the Los Angeles Lakers. I mean, what a wild thing to happen. And there's so many things that you can talk about, both from the perspective of the NBA at large and from the Dallas Mavericks in particular. I know that there's been more and more reporting. Executives around the league are basically looking at Nico Harrison as some level of fool, which feels rightfully so.
He is a level of fool.
I mean, I do want to – I mean, I guess those types of things will come out as we talk about it. But, what is – how much – Are Rockets fans upset about this trade? I mean, the Dallas Mavericks have harmed themselves a great deal here. Now, Anthony Davis is still a really good player. If you're not familiar with the trade, mind you, I guess I should lay that out. The Mavericks send Luca Doncic, Markieff Morris, who else? One more player in there, not really of major significance, to the Los Angeles Lakers. They get back Anthony Davis as well as Max Christie and a future first-round pick. I believe that's a 2029 Lakers first-round pick. And then the Utah Jazz get a couple of second-round picks, one from each of those teams to kind of help round out the deal. And Jalen Hood-Schifino, if that's worth anything to you, which I imagine it is not. I imagine a lot of people just heard that name and were like, oh, did not know that was a dude. So congratulations on that. But I do want, because the Lakers have made themselves now a continual threat as opposed to one that is passing for the time being, if you could even call them that.
Yeah, we're going to obviously dig in this a couple of times today, and maybe in certain ways. But just on the surface, Rockets fans got to be happy. I don't think this affects the Rockets fans in a bad way at all. They're first of all, they're giddy that Dallas is pretty much going to be a wasteland for a while, and so they're not going to be a real threat in the division. The only thing that I think people, it's not just Rockets fans, are upset about is why'd you have to go to the Lakers, man? I mean, why was it the Lakers where your boy was the GM?
Yeah.
Because that's all this was. It was two guys that knew each other real well, that talked about this, and no one else. They didn't talk to anybody else. They were just like trying to work this deal. Why'd that have to be the Lakers?
This is leaving plenty of ample room for conspiracy.
Yes.
All right, like the idea that this is an NBA thing and trying to prop the Lakers up. And this is going to hurt the NBA, like just its general appeal to the audience. Like I know in Dallas in particular, you're killing a lot of fan base there. But I did wonder if like the NBA in general, people are opting out in the same way that we've talked about referees and the ways that these conspiracies with the NFL continue to pop up. Like I feel like the NBA is also not doing themselves any favors. And I mean, not to say that the NBA at large could do anything about this. This was part of the teams making deals, but this probably hurts them, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. The league is already sort of teetering on that a lot. But I think. Actually, speaking of conspiracy theories, our guy Parker was giving me one, and I got a confession that's tied with that will get you 12-20. But on the NBA itself, the most fascinating thing to me is I can't remember any trade, any move in the NBA, maybe even sports, where it was just universally across the board panned, criticized, called the most ridiculous thing. Like, people are having to try to find some level, some semblance of I can see where the Mavericks might want it. No, it's damn near 100%. Boy, are they stupid for any less.
No, and a lot of the ones that you think about were, in hindsight, although Kareem Abdul-Jabbar being traded
probably the last one.
From Milwaukee to Los Angeles is one of the ones that I think immediately comes up. In the NFL, people talk about bad trades when they talk about the Herschel Walker trade, but I don't know how many people were like, in that moment, terrible.
No, they were getting Herschel Walker.
Yeah.
They were getting, like, even Deshaun, the Browns fans were kind of juiced about it. They were kind of excited about it,
And to be honest, I felt like the Texans probably could have got more.
Yeah.
Well, actually, if you want to talk about a trade that immediately people disliked, this might take the mantle from a Texans trade, which is sending DeAndre Hopkins to Arizona.
The most recent ones where people were going, what are they thinking? And that doesn't even pale in comparison.
Right.
To the reaction that this is getting.
And on the text line from the 281, this trade is similar to borderline malpractice. Everyone is shocked on it. No. It is malpractice, in my estimation, the way that I feel about it. And, man, it's going to be wild seeing that. There's so many different angles with it that we'll talk about today. And we have the courtesy of being able to do that thanks to Flight by Yingling, who's helped us be out here. Also, much appreciation to Low T Center, also presenting sponsor. And then we've got a nice.
I got to do a segment from this chair.
No, you don't. Recliner. You don't get to. That is the hot seat. You're not in a hot seat circumstance, right? We have a recliner here on Radio Row that has already seen good use, but our guests will join us in the exclusive furniture hot seat, which is a nice recliner here, so everybody will be comfortable. And then also, if you want to see the hot seat or our guests or anything else on Radio Row, make sure to check fan cam on YouTube or Twitch. Those are there for you. But more people talking about the various things, like the idea of the Bengals trading Jamar Chase for Mike Evans and a third. But the tough thing about it is sport to sport in the NFL, the only players that can be traded that have that same level of impact is quarterbacks, right? Like it would have to be some level. I think the morning show guys were talking about the concept of if C.J. Stroud was traded for Matt Stafford, a dude that is clearly a very good quarterback, but on a different side of his prime as the young guy going out. Man, that is fascinating to me. Like I said it. I literally was up to 4 a.m. either talking to people on the phone or just thinking about it and ruminating what that meant.
It's damn near pushing 48 hours now, and it's still like people are just their jaws are hitting the
amazed,
ground.
And we just keep hearing more and more about the various things.
Oh, and you said about the weekend. How we spent our weekend.
That's right.
And it's funny you said that about one thing I learned this weekend is. Pretty much all of us go to bed about 11 p.m. on a Saturday. Because, like, you said it, I think Parker said it, I think Sean said it. They were just about to close their laptops or their phones, and they said, oh, wait, what's this? What's this? And I happen to be up, which I normally don't, I'll go to bed earlier than 11 on a Saturday sometimes, but I was just doing some cooking and stuff, and I was, like, messing around, and I went, like everybody else.
What?
Someone, who was Shams. Shams got hacked.
Yeah, Shams Sharani. Everybody was like, there's no way.
I said, he got hacked. I thought 100%. I'm a hand of God. I thought, okay, well, that stakes for him. And then I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It was so wild to trade. He actually came back and said, no, really.
No, guys, for real.
No, really.
No. I need you to understand this really happened.
Really. I didn't get hacked.
And at least basketball-wise, that was the weirdest thing that happened, and it took the mantle from a game that happened earlier, if we're talking about the weekend, and the Rockets playing the Brooklyn Nets, their one home game in between. It's like an island home game in between these road trips because they're headed back on the road. In fact, they're playing tonight in New York. Man, that loss to Brooklyn was perplexing. Actually, it was maddening is really the word that I would use.
Perplexing for me because we were sitting there talking. I think you were thinking about going to the game.
Yeah.
And you're like, nah, Brooklyn.
I needed to pack.
And you needed to pack
That's right.
and all that.
Get to bed early, which I didn't do.
It was to the point where, like I said, I was doing a bunch of stuff Saturday. I kind of just turned it on and had it in the background. And like every time I walked through the room, I'm like, well, what's going on here? What's going on here?
It was nothing particularly good.
Yeah.
A weird loss to the Brooklyn Nets where you were just down the whole way in that game as well. We'll talk more about that as we continue. There's so many things. There's a new offensive coordinator new candidate in the offensive coordinator search for the Texans. Like I said, at 12, we'll talk to Charles McDonald in this exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. A lot of things happening on day one of your Radio Row coverage here on Sports Radio 610 in the Loop. But coming up next, let's start with this. Chip Kelly has a job, and it is not with the Texans. Let's break all of that down and what that means for the Texans OC search. We'll do it next.
Darn right.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Latitude. Shout out to Byron Matthews on the ones and twos. We are live in New Orleans, Louisiana. Figgy is here. He's not on the microphone. He's making sure that you got great content on Sports Radio 610 on Instagram. So make sure that you're keeping locked in there. And if you've been on social media this weekend, there's all sorts of mess happening. But one of the things that popped off was a image of what appeared to be Chip Kelly at IAH at Bush Intercontinental Airport.
Yeah.
Seemingly in the line with everybody else. No clear, no TSA pre-check. Just in the line with us mere mortals, going through the line. Everybody was wondering, does that mean that maybe he could be the next coordinator? Is he coming to town, or did he just come through town to talk about the coordinator? Nope. We found out just yesterday that Chip Kelly will be the next offensive coordinator of the Las Vegas Raiders under new head coach Pete Carroll. And it seems like through reporting, I think Albert Breer ultimately gave us reporting that Chip Kelly will have a salary of $6 million, which is very far away from what the highest offensive coordinators in the league had seemingly been receiving. I mean, I think Todd Monken was reported not more than a few months ago as being up near the top at around like $3 million. And so this blows that out of the water. But there you go, Chip Kelly. Like, apparently this is what it was going to take for him to coordinator. And I mean, what were your thoughts? Like, what was the first thing that came to mind with all of this when he comes up and when we find out in the house, by the way, that Chip Kelly is the new offensive coordinator of the Raiders?
Well, let's go back to that image that you just referenced. Him standing in line. Somebody posted that, and at first I was like, well, interesting. And then when you think about it, it doesn't make any sense that it involved the Texans at all, because if you're trying to keep things under wraps with Chip Kelly. And clearly, first of all, you know how I felt about the whole Chip Kelly thing. I think it was a lot of hope in one hand and whatever in the other. There might have been.
I appreciate your censorship.
there might have been some sort of like, well, maybe we can at least send a message somehow or gauge the interest. But I never felt like they were really in or even maybe even that interested in terms of like what they really were looking for, even though there was connections and all that.
At least not to the level of like a full interview of some sort.
So that's where it started. Like I wasn't really that sure that the reporting was vague or talking in circles or at least inferences and such like that. So when I saw it, I'm like, maybe there was something to it. But then I realized two things. Number one, if you have Chip Kelly, let's say there was interest with Chip Kelly, okay? If you have interest and you're keeping it under wraps and you're not letting it out, but you're letting out all these other stories of other coordinators interviewing, you sure as hell wouldn't have had him fly commercial.
Yeah.
You absolutely would not have had him fly commercial. You would have sent a jet to wherever he was recruiting or Columbus, Ohio, and brought him back in the cloak of darkness. Something to do with the Texans once you think about it, right?
Yeah,
no way.
Likelihood is that he was just recruiting.
Yeah.
And we had seen multiple pictures that same week or like earlier last week of him with various recruits that made it seem like he was just doing his due diligence as a coordinator and getting his recruiting done.
Right. And then the second thing, which a lot of people have talked about, I believe you've mentioned this as well, like if he really did have interest in the Texans, I don't think – now that's a big number. I mean, there's no question about it, stating the obvious. $6 million is a big number. But the Texans are not afraid to spend money to win. It's kind of a misnomer that they wouldn't spend that. Now, maybe they wouldn't spend $6 million, but couple that with the fact that there was no way they would let him fly commercial to come down here.
Right.
I feel like going to the Raiders is the biggest sign of all that he wasn't going to come to the Texans, because there is really no reason why he should go to the Raiders over the Texans.
I mean, outside of there's some things that have come in on the text line, like somebody throwing up the idea that, hey, Pete Carroll is an older guy. He's in his early 70s, if I remember correctly, like 72, 73. That is a dude who, do you feel like he is going to be coaching for many more years? Maybe you think the idea is that he'd be able to sit there and lay in wait in order to take over that job. I don't know. But that isn't a place that has a quarterback, which, Ben Johnson, in his situation, talk about somebody who got money. Like, we were just seeing the reporting that he's getting $13 million to be the head coach of the Bears. But he was talking about in his earliest availability there. I don't know that you can extrapolate this all the way, but it feels like it's something that stands to reason. That, hey, quarterback is high up, if not the main kind of priority on whether or not you want to take a job like that. And I imagine offensive coordinator-wise, that's a good thing. And they don't really have that situated. However, there you go. Chip Kelly is there. So what does that now mean for the Texans? I think that highlights even more so. Although you do add Adam Stenovich, right? And this is where I wanted to go. He is the Green Bay Packers offensive coordinator as of yet. He has been, I believe, for the last few years under Matt LaFleur, the head coach there, and the primary play caller offensively. So Stenovich has not been a play caller. It kind of falls in line with some of the other guys in this Texan search. But Stenovich and Bill Lazor are probably two of the most experienced coordinators in this search. Outside of that, it's so many young guys who are getting a feel for what it is, but they are up and comers on that side of the hill, I guess, proverbial hill, compared to dudes with level experience, which it feels like a lot of people were hoping for in this position.
And I think the Texans are kind of giving us their game plan of what they're looking for in a coordinator outside of those two, as you mentioned. And even Stenovich, though, he wasn't a play caller. I mean, he wasn't the play caller there. It was Matt LaFleur. So it would stand to reason that he would, this would be the most attractive one.
He was the run game coordinator, though, and I wonder how much that and
that might come into it. And he's a line guy, offensive line guy.
Which offensive line coaches are the ones like there's not a lot of positions that I believe are going to give you some level of indication if a player or rather, offensive line is one of those ones where I go, oh man, you're getting multiple people pulling in different directions. Mm-hmm. That is one that you have to be a leader amid. So I do find that to be an interesting one, especially with some of the kind of rumors and things that we've heard about the potential of the relationship with Bobby Slowick. With that, like someone who has been an offensive line coach who has had to inherently bring men together, I think is an interesting vibe with him here.
Yeah.
But how much do you like the prospect of Adam Stenavich now within this group and class of potential offense coordinators?
I would put him probably top 3, but third of what I'm looking at right now. And just as a side note with the Chip Kelly thing, I saw the text that you were referencing. You know, Chip Kelly to the Raiders is a genius move for Kelly. With his age, Pete Carroll will only be there 3 years max. That doesn't make sense to me. Maybe that's what you feel. Maybe that's what he feels. Because if he came to the Texans and turned this thing around, he would be a head coach next year because of his experience as a head coach, because of him coming. So none of it makes sense that the Texans actually showed viable interest in Chip Kelly, because if he came down here and they showed interest, he could turn this thing around in 1 year and be a head coach in 2026.
Sure.
Period. He didn't have to wait these 3 years or anything. Now, as far as the other candidates,
I mean, big money will do it to you. $6 million could
and that's clearly a factor, but a big factor. But as far as like the other candidates, the offensive line thing is crucial to me. I think that's what vaults him up a lot of people's boards. Stenavich, because that's what this team needs. And I feel like this organization does not want to move on. They might have to, but they don't want to move on from 3 linemen, maybe 4 offensive linemen. They want to be able to implement these guys in the next system, or at least adjustments to this system that changes the front blocking scheme, as we've talked about.
I do wonder, though, like with Chip Kelly off of the table, are so many people, or how many people are that have been clamoring for Chip Kelly? Like, where does their attention now turn? Do they fall to the Stenavich, who has a little bit of experience, or like a Laser who has some experience, or do they then find their favorite of one of these kind of young up and coming guys who they want, like a Nick Caley? Is Nick Caley now fall in as like the people's choice, even though I think he already had a certain level of appeal there? Or do people turn to Udinsky or Brian Johnson as we've kind of built this system of folks throwing their proverbial support behind potential candidates? Yeah, man, this is all fascinating. We'll talk more about it as we go, but officially, that man is no longer Chip Kelly, no longer in the running for the Texas job, and if he was even in the running in any way, shape, or form.
I think, and we'll dig into this more as the show progresses here, but I think it's a 3-horse race right now between Gerard Johnson, Nick Caley, and Stenavich. I think those 3 probably have separated themselves, just my opinion, simply because I think they're showing us the template, as I talked about. They want that young guy that maybe can implement various different degrees of experience into this system already.
Some flexibility.
And all 3 of those guys could do that.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, broadcasting live from Radio Row in New Orleans. Much appreciated out here. And I wanted to remind you that we may be in New Orleans, but our Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest continues to roll on. Listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app for an hour each day to get your entry into that contest. If you win, you and 3 friends will be headed to Vegas to stay at the Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, premium sports viewing destination, and you can enjoy the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim as part of your ultimate college basketball championship experience. Plus, you'll have an extra $20,000 in your pocket to spend while you're in Sin City. Just download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day. You'll get a daily entry into Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. All right, coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. What was the time where you were cooked in the way that Nico Harrison, the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks, is being cooked for this Luca Doncic trade? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss it next on Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into our question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You heard the big voice man live from New Orleans. Shout out to Flyby Yingling helping us get out here and giving us an unreasonable amount of cases. Flight by Yingling. In fact, like I feel like I'm going to be convinced or compelled, rather, to drink more beer just because of the amount of beer that they gave us to be out here. So appreciations to them. But, yeah, 713-572-4610. What is the time that you've been cooked?
Absolutely cooked.
In the way that the Dallas Mavericks GM is being cooked for this trade that sent their young superstar, 25 years of age, completely unwarranted. Just he did not force his way out. Luka did not. They traded him to the Los Angeles Lakers of all places. And, yeah, he is getting absolutely cooked. Singular first-round pick in addition to Anthony Davis, who apparently is a player that they coveted, but is a 31-year-old who is oft injured. And so, yeah, he's getting cooked. So what was the time that you got cooked in a similar vein?
Figgy, get in on here. We got to talk about this.
We need Figgy to get cooked, too. Yeah, absolutely.
When was the last time that, you just got destroyed?
Well, my last time is very recent.
Exactly. I didn't want to give the people yours. So you give yours first, and then mine most recently happened as well.
Yeah, my last time happened on Friday when we were talking about this very trip. And I think the fact that at the crib, or not, was it Friday or was it Thursday? At my house, at my apartment, the thermostat at that moment was at 77.
77.
Man, that's still insane, man. I still think about that, man.
I prefer it to be warmer than I do to be cold. Like, it's just the way that my body is situated. And man, like everybody got on me that day. In fact, I think that people were fairly nice about it, but also I feel like what it has caused me to do, and I wonder if this is what is happening with Nico Harrison, the general manager of the Mavs, is it's just made me go harder. Like, I'm just like, no, I will absolutely. I got into the Airbnb and I immediately changed the thermostat. In fact, I almost changed all the thermostats.
And then I changed it down.
I almost turned all the thermostats up. Just turn them all up.
He turned it up, and then I turned it down.
It's going to be 77 degrees everywhere in this mug.
But and get in on this, 713-572-4610. Don't be bashful. Last time you just got absolutely destroyed, cooked on something. Mine was recently too, but I feel like it was unfair.
No, you should not be eating cereal. It's not.
But it seemed like most people cooked me, and I'm trying to think of some other examples. Figure what's coming to mind for you?
The last time I wouldn't say the last time, but one of the memorable ones where I got cooked was me telling everybody I don't know how to swim.
Yes.
Yeah. And everybody act like, oh, what happens if a flood happens in Houston? What you going to do? I'm like, man, a flood did happen in Houston, and I'm just fine.
Yeah, and those are not really the waters that if you absolutely need to, but you're not opting to swim in that if you don't have to.
Yeah, and I'm the one that stayed by a lake, like Lake Erie. Like everybody else, y'all probably stayed by some water, but I stayed by Lake Erie.
Where you grew up?
I did just
cold
fine.
Water.
Yeah, I did just fine.
Yeah, that's cold water there.
Yeah, I kind of got cooked, too, because from my Mexican food take. Like, I prefer soul food over Mexican food.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest Mexican food guy, so I got a lot of hate on
the way that you did that. I think you minimized the amount of cook because you definitely you did not offer a judgment. You were just like, this is my preference, and even then, you're going to get cooked. It gets a lot worse.
Yeah, they don't give a damn what your preference is.
By the way, like, obviously, tight end of the Texans, Dalton Schultz, was once a Dallas Cowboy before he came to Houston, and immediately stepping foot in Dallas. Like, I think one of the first things he tweeted was, yo, where's a good Mexican spot, and I don't want none of that Tex-Mex. And in Texas?
Yeah.
In Texas?
Yeah.
He got cooked for that.
He was destroyed.
He said that take about Mexican food. Everybody got on me over it. And I'm like, I prefer, a home-cooked meal like soul food. And then I want to say a couple days later, and this probably don't age well, but Laramie Tunsil hopped on. And he said the same thing. He said, I'm not really a Tex-Mex guy. I like soul food. Mm-hmm. And ain't nobody say nothing.
I wonder why.
Yeah. I mean, it's Laramie Tunsil now, so I guess they don't sound the best. But
I mean, this is rightful cooking, though, right? Like, of Nico Harrison, the way that he's gone about this. I know that there's someone on the text line who's saying if AD plays, Dallas might be dangerous. I think that they still have some figuring out to do, too. They have a couple of centers, and now they're trying to fully What is happening right now?
I think it's
they playing a little football game or a little something over there.
I thought I heard someone. Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
I thought that was a skull chant.
I thought they were, they were doing Toro.
Yeah. I was like, is that a skull chant? Is somebody yelling? Is somebody chanting Eagles or something? What's happening right now?
Ain't nobody fighting.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is the real Radio Row experience. No, but
Payne right there.
Like, yeah, man, they got some figuring out to do. Like, now they are leaning into Kyrie Irving as their primary ball handler and all this.
You can't spin this anyway, man. You can try, but it doesn't hit.
Yeah, you trade that superstar out.
Yeah, you can spin it all you want, but at the end of the day, it's like, well, this still don't make sense because they could have did without this.
They might be dangerous. You know what they were? Dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous.
They were
dangerous. They literally were just in the NBA
They
finals,
were just
man.
dangerous.
Yeah,
they got to go undefeated the rest of the year.
Yeah.
And this is I think we were talking about this. If you win a championship, they will ultimately come back and say, yeah, but you could have done that with Luca and still have him. Like, there's no way that they win on that. So, yeah, man, he is getting absolutely fried up. From the 713 on the text line, last time I got cooked was after I broke up with an ex and my family let me have it. They never liked her and told me about it. I thought
that's a bold move.
It goes either way,
right? That's a bold move.
Because also what happens if you break up with the woman and they're all like, that was the one. What are you doing, you idiot? Right? Like, go back. Go get her. Find her now. But, yeah, you go the other way where it's like, you were still with her? Like, why did you wait so long? Why were you still there?
Yeah. It's and plus it's dangerous in the sense of, like, what if you get back with her?
Oh, yeah.
We never liked her.
Yeah.
Oh, you're back together. Great.
There's always the chance of circling the block there.
Awesome.
There's absolutely always that chance.
She's good for you. She's good for you.
Yeah, and you see what I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with that. Somebody hit up Figgy and said, Figgy's forgetting that for some people, home-cooked food is Mexican food. Yes, fair enough. Not for Fig, though.
True. Yes.
not for Fig, though. But, yeah, man, this trade is going to continue to reverberate throughout the league, which is, just fascinating. Mm-hmm. It's fascinating for me. One of the things I think is interesting here, though, as well, is like, hey, man, now you have to contend with the Lakers for an extended period of time.
Yeah. And I don't know, how extended is extended? It might not be, like a long time.
It's 25 years. Oh, wait, are you buying into the ideas? The notion that Nico Harrison has put out in the ensuing 48 hours since that trade went down or something to that effect. For reasons where that man, Luca Doncic, is in his conditioning, right? He was
bullcrap.
Frequently kind of came into camp overweight and those types of things, which, hey, Texans fans, we, kind of understand some of those concerns, right? And then also, like, some of the injuries that he's had have been, ensuing factors from that. And then on top of that, a level of kind of commitment in the future, maybe the possibility of, him wanting to remain. You see, clearly you don't buy any of that?
No, I don't buy any of that. I think that's a big pile of steaming crap. Because I saw him coming off that airplane. He sure didn't look 270 to me this morning or whenever it was overnight. And the injuries have been there, and they were going to be there anyway. And he still managed to carry this team. So, no, that's not going to happen. He is, and the reason this came up, we're talking about him, getting cooked in the last time that you did, 713-572-4610, if you want to tell us that, he doubled down. Like, people were trying to give him an out. Well, maybe there was a report or a rumor. You talked about it last night or yesterday afternoon about, well, I heard there was another team that might have been involved. And then they talked to him, and he said, no, just the Lakers. The only team.
Yeah.
Even if you're going to make that move, the only team you talked to was your boy, your old friend. He deserves everything that is coming his way.
Yeah, he's done, man. Like, I don't think that there's executives around the league that look at him like the mark now.
Yeah.
Like, if you were willing to do this, what other nonsense can you possibly get out there and do? Like, I think at least for Houston fans, you look over and it feels like Dallas is a good place in Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis, but I think there is some real concerns as to what the Dallas Mavericks are ultimately going to be for them, which I think probably moves them out of the way of the Rockets in a real way, contending-wise, even though, as of right now, they're down in the play-in circumstance anyways. Like, they weren't a real contender, but when you have Luca Doncic, the idea is, all right, that might be a team you run up against.
Yeah.
Mavericks feel like they're out of your way now.
Yeah. Let me ask you something real quick that Sean and Seth asked at the end of the show, and you waited, and I didn't get a chance to early on. There was another pretty big deal that happened in the NBA.
There was
over the week.
Not getting cooked for this one, I'll tell you. Although the Kings do deserve a little cookage for basically having Houston's own De'Aaron Fox, like, pushing him out the door in some ways.
Yeah, but, like, the Spurs didn't give away any of their significant pieces.
No, they did not.
None.
No, so that the trade that you're referencing is the one in which De'Aaron Fox goes to the San Antonio Spurs. Zach LaVine goes from the Bulls to the Kings in a 3-way deal, and I mean, there's obviously other things involved there, but those are the major portions of it.
Yeah.
And so now the Spurs have an offensive engine for the future. It's kind of a scoring guy in De'Aaron Fox to pair with Victor Wembanyama. I know that Chris Paul is still there for the remainder of the season as a floor general of sorts. But yeah, that team has a little bit of heft to it.
Castle's been playing. He's going to be in the Futures game or whatever it's called, Rising Stars. And so they got a little something going. So the Mavericks just look even worse, because it happens at the same, it kind of bookends, each other. It's a mess. I mean, it's an absolute. I think most of the ones that are coming to mind for me generally have to do with food, and we're getting a lot of food ones on.
Food is a fun place because I feel like everybody can get cooked and still be fairly friendly.
Yeah.
There's some places that you cook them and it's like, hey, we're done here. We don't have to talk to each other no more. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're live from Radio Row, courtesy of Flight by Yingling, helping us get out here, and we're just getting going on this week. But coming up next, it's time to go around the NFL, where let's talk more about some of the news that is breaking, where we have Myles Garrett asking for a trade. You have various things happening there. We'll break all of that down when we go around the NFL next.
Yep, and I want to tell you about
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here, Super Bowl Radio Row. Thanks to Flight by Yingling, our presenting sponsor. Also, shout out to Low T Center, supporting us being out here as well. And again, much appreciation to excluding Mo Karam Injury Lawyers handling our stream, making sure that our live stream is up for all you fine folks who are listening. We begin around the NFL with some the latest news. It was a report that Myles Garrett made it public that he is requesting a trade from the Cleveland Browns, and it seems like Deshaun Watson, yet another thing that Deshaun Watson that has touched, that has turned into dog water.
Look, I mean that's the first thing I thought of. Like, since the Deshaun Watson trade, not only did you give up 3 first-round picks, and cost the Browns, all this guaranteed money. You wasted a lot of good time of Nick Chubb for as well, and now you're losing Myles Garrett. And I get they don't have to trade Myles Garrett. It's going to be really, really ugly unless they do. And I know people are tweeting images of Matthew or audio or text of Matthew Berry saying no, we're not going to trade him from just a couple of days ago. I'm convinced they will because they have to.
Yeah, I mean
they have to.
And you immediately think of, okay, where could Myles Garrett land up? That is a huge, incredible, multiple-time Defensive Player of the Year type guy. And so there's going to be a lot of teams that I imagine are hopping up for the opportunity to get him. And as frustrating as it might be, it feels like the Kansas City Chiefs are absolutely one of those teams that could end up coming up, and somehow the rich could be getting richer with the trade line.
But you're right. It's sickening, but you're right. And we've seen some Raiders buzz, like teaming him up with Max Crosby. I don't feel that. Maybe I'm just dead wrong, but I don't feel that in terms – like Myles Garrett, was he in year 8?
Yes.
I believe he's in year 8.
He's had 8 seasons, yeah.
He's ready. I mean, he needs to go to an off-the-shelf contender and be the guy that puts them over the top and get his – I mean, he said it in his statement. Like, all I want is a Super Bowl. All I want is a chance to win a Super Bowl. So, I mean, think of the usual suspects on top of the AFC and the NFC, and obviously the Chiefs would be one. How do you feel about the Chargers? As a contender, I know they didn't.
Chargers have a few kind of guys there, but I do wonder if they'd want to do some shuffle there.
Von Miller gets replaced by another Aggie. In Buffalo, he might retire. Obviously, Lions against Hutchinson, as Aaron is saying.
The Lions are very much an interesting.
I hope it's in the NFC. I hope it's in the NFC.
Another NFC name the Commanders are a team that is on an upward trajectory and that could probably use more pass rush. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that's a possibility there. Maybe in the
Raiders
NFC.
Raiders doesn't feel right.
Maybe the Packers, I don't know, could be a team that could use some pass rush. So, yeah, there's a few teams that then pop up as interesting potential destinations when it comes to Myles Garrett. But, yeah, man, it looks like they're in for a little bit of a thing there. And it looks like Cleveland has really hurt their possibility of going forward. I hurt for Kevin Stefanski because, like, what did he do to earn all this? Right? Like,
Deshaun strikes again, man.
He just being they tried to go and get for him. Mm-hmm. Ain't that about it, you know what. All right, some other things around the NFL. We were talking a lot about Justin Tucker, the allegations that came up against him in the Baltimore Banner, and now he's facing 3 more at least that we saw over the weekend. Baltimore Banner followed up with 3 more allegations from 3 more massage therapists that fall in the same line, same vein as the previous 6 massage therapists that had been brought up. And so this feels very much a lot like speaking of Deshaun Watson, the previous iteration of this in Houston that we saw. This feels like that same kind of timeline where it's like you have a small group that comes out first, or a fairly large group, to be honest, that comes out first, and then you see more women and more people that are like, oh, no, my story is actually similar, and they come forward as well.
It's wild. I mean, it's running almost parallel to what happened here, in Houston with Deshaun. It's pretty crazy, and frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if it continues to kind of have some of those characteristics. But what is it now? It's
Nine that I saw of. And honestly, one of the things that's interesting with this is that one woman who was a former employee of a downtown Baltimore spot, a luxury spa apparently called the QG, she had an internal report of her experience from 2015.
Right.
So, like, there's, again, in the some way that we talked about.
Remember I mentioned that?
There's more documentation even in this instance. So, man, that is really, really a tough situation. Somebody said it's Busby on that case, too. No, it's a different.
No, he got somebody else.
No, it is a different sexual abuse situations that is representing these massage therapists. But yeah, Justin Tucker, man, that feels like that's going to be wildly untenable.
I think we're going to see, and this may not prove anything, but I think because these are, as you said, sort of an upscale, reputable place, there's cameras there. Now, there might not be any camera. There won't be any cameras other than going out, maybe the lobby, that area. But you're going to, just the fact that you'll be able to see, Justin Tucker maybe leave a little earlier than was planned or just normally the case, and sitting there, it's just going to make it a much tougher hill for him to climb. And the documentation, as we've talked about, he's in a bad spot. That's right.
Yeah. One of the things we're here in New Orleans, Super Bowl Radio Row and everything, and whenever you have these circumstances, you kick off in the afternoon on Monday with Roger Goodell kind of having his State of the League type address. And there's a lot of things that he probably needs to address. Is there anyone in particular that you are interested in? Because I feel like one of the big ones, and we've talked about that, especially with the Houston Texans, feeling some type of way about various situations, whether you talk about the divisional round game with Kansas City or whether you talk about like the Azeez Al-Shaair circumstance months prior. The state of officiating and kind of the ways that discipline is handled in this league feels like one of the big things that the NFL needs to speak to.
I'm interested in a couple of things here. Number one, how long the topic of officiating goes with Roger Goodell.
Sure.
If he doesn't like it, they tend to try to move it right along, but I don't think that's gonna, the reporters there are going to allow that. And secondly, how is he going to because it's so prevalent and so obvious and so talked about, it's going to be hard for him to do the old tap dance here without some mention of like we're considering this or we're planning that or something like that. I think it's going to dominate the day. I think it's absolutely going to.
I think it's going to be hard not to because I mean we've also gotten to a point where not only is this like a conversation amongst fans, we're talking about not just media people but media partners of the NFL have had various conversations about this, and not conversations to kind of quell it, conversations about, okay, this feels like some level of thing. I am very interested as to what angle he would try and take on it.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Again, you're saying like the idea of dodging. I don't know that there's dodges avavel.
That's what makes it so intriguing. What can he do? I mean, it's right there. I mean, their own officials are saying things. Well, the former officials on broadcasts.
100%.
And such. And it's the calls have been just so obviously egregious, to everyone just about everyone who was watching. The other thing that I think is going to be really interesting.
Well, before you move on from that, the one thing I did want to say is like, it's to a point where it's not even just. I know there's the conspiracy of like the NFL has a thumb on the scale of some sorts. It doesn't even have to go that nefarious. It's just, okay, if you want to go with a level of conversation about incompetence, why is there so much incompetence, and what are you going to do to fix this? Because it's reached a fever pitch.
Yeah. And then I think, another very clear one. Well, there's going to be a lot of things that he's going to talk about. But the kickoffs, for me, something, has to be done there in terms of making it a little more competitive with the onside and all that. You remember, I was an advocate.
57% up on return. Like they're already put out the kind of statement earlier, was that last week of, hey man, it felt like this was a mission accomplished, successful, the type. And
I don't mind that. I like that, but I mean the whole availability of being the element of surprise or at least a drama, of keeping the ball like a pseudo for onside kick or something like that.
I imagine one of the things that he probably definitely will talk about is 18-game schedule. It seems like anytime he has the opportunity to continue to advance that possibility, he does. But, yeah, we'll get more information on that. That is happening this afternoon here in New Orleans. The commissioner's State of the League type address will be going on. Some other things around the NFL. Jeremy Fowler reporting this about Doug Peterson, the former Jacksonville Jaguars head coach. He is seemingly a desired, offensive coordinator, possibly in the NFL. Apparently, there are multiple teams have inquired about him for an offensive coordinator this role. It's uncertain at this stage whether he's actually interested into it, but teams are looking into it. When they say teams, for you, percent chance that the Texans are one of them.
Well, I want to say, we were just talking to start the show. Like, I think they have their template. They're kind of showing their hand of the type of coordinator that they're looking for. But I'd sure as heck at least look at it. He's been a good coordinator. It's just the head coaching part that has stunk. But I don't feel it. I really don't. I don't think that's going to be the style of coordinator there.
I mean, I don't think so either. Again, it just feels like they're going towards they want to go towards a younger, maybe malleable coordinator in the way that they've situated this. So no, I'm with you there. I'm not sure if that is how they go. But one more thing, we were talking about this, and this was an Adam Schefter report that came out about the New Orleans Saints. And I mean, we're in New Orleans, so like it's something that pops up, but there's this very weird association that's happening, right? Or this huge, long report about this association the New Orleans Saints seemingly have with the local New Orleans, what is it, Archdiocese or whatever, of the Catholic Church. That the kind of jokes, and I hate to term it as jokes, but the things that kind of happen around the Catholic Church, especially when you start talking about the prevalence and the frequency of like abusive situations. Yeah. And it seems like the New Orleans Saints were tied very, very closely to the New Orleans portion of the Catholic Church when it comes to trying to handle the PR of local leaders and with sexual abuse. And it is such a weird story to have read. It was kind of phenomenal in the negative connotation of the word.
They have emails. And
that's never a good statement, right? We have emails. That is a damning statement to hear.
We've got emails. That's when you say, oh, this is the type of thing that can just end careers. It's probably unfair, but it's the way it is. Like certain things that you can almost maybe get away with is not the right term, but are not viewed as horribly as others. This, what is alleged here, is viewed horribly and will end careers. I mean, the gist of it is the president, top team officials, helped cover up the Saints now, which is in itself a weird thing. Like the New Orleans Saints are involved in this cover-up. But anyway, the president...
Deeply involved, mind you. Like this is not a small level of involvement. Yeah. Like I think that's one of the things that the Associated Press in doing this reporting has made very clear. This wasn't just like, hey, some light consultation of how do we handle this negative PR situation, which of course it's a lot more than, but for them, that was how they were handling it. No, they were very deeply, inextricably tied, where Saints executives were so involved in the church's damage control that a team spokesman briefed his boss in 2018, like hours before the church released a list of clergymen accused of abuse. Like they were deep in this thing.
And it's the NFL team and the president and the top officials helping cover up basically allegations of sexual abuse by multiple priests.
It's such a weird situation.
That's bizarre by itself.
Yeah.
Like just saying those words is bizarre. And the other part of this is if they have emails and phone records and all this other stuff, you're cooked. Speaking of which, you're done. You're done. No matter what level of proof ends up coming one way or another.
Yeah, I don't understand like why these association things feels like there should not be that closely.
That's as far as it should go.
Right. And I mean, like, look, local organizations, you imagine, but like we were riding over, and one of the things we were talking about is that's like if something in Houston happens and they're like, yo, hitting up the Houston Texans, like, yo, can you help us with the way that we should handle this? And that is a wild thing to happen. But yes, that is a thing that's happening. The team's president apparently drafted more than a dozen questions that the archdiocese should be ready, or the archbishop should be ready to answer in this way. And it almost feels like, in some ways, like you could say maybe it's innocuous, but it feels so insidious, especially when it's like, hey, you're helping them kind of hide from very valid questions that would there in theory be there to support and uncover terrible things that happen with children.
Yeah.
Right. That's the crazy part about all of it. So a wild long report about that, but yeah, it was kind of weird seeing that coming in. One more thing I'd like to throw at you around the NFL and to hopefully lighten the mood. We'll see what I can do about that.
No kidding.
We mentioned the idea of the entirety of the sports world stopping down. In fact, I mentioned the entirety of the world in general because I saw a video on social media of a DJ in a club stopping down the music to announce the Luca Doncic to L.A. trade that had happened on Saturday.
Hey, y'all hold up.
Patrick Mahomes, are you familiar with him?
I'm familiar with his work.
He is the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs. He will be playing this Sunday in the Super Bowl. And he is, I think he's a season ticket holder with the Dallas Mavericks, so he has some association there for Black History Month the 1st. Wait, what? And then he went, I'm sick right now. Is there any chance? In fact, what is the percent chance that this move could make Patrick Mahomes so distraught that it could affect his play and maybe stop a three-point?
I mean, we can always hope, right? We can always hope that he's so distraught. And to be fair, if he's as big of a Mavericks fan as some of the Mavericks fans that we've seen, sort of reacting to this, he is sick. People are they took a coffin to American Airlines, and people are just absolutely just completely sick about
this. People are quitting.
Yeah.
People are straight up quitting. Like not just the team.
What,
people are quitting the sport.
700,000 Instagram followers?
I think that one. I think we saw that on X, and I think that was like an edited photo. But the idea that you could believe that 700,000 people were like, "Yep, I am deleting," or the Dallas Mavericks from my social media. The plausibility there, that is there, man. And maybe, just maybe, Patrick Mahomes can be distraught in that way. That is one thing that I'm holding out hope for. Yeah, just distract him. Like, just keep thinking about Luca Doncic. Is that what we should do? Should we have a concerted effort of people tweeting at him?
Ask him on at the
media night tonight.
Media night tonight.
Just like, how hurt are you?
How do you feel about Luca?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
what are you going to do now?
Maybe that's what we should do. We should go up there and just keep
So
talking
Luca,
about.
huh?
Yeah. See if we can throw him off that way.
That stinks, doesn't it? Yeah.
That's right. Somebody said Reggie shared a room with Ivy League Seth last night. No, sometimes I eat big for the circumstance. My bad. From the 832, they mentioned that we're talking about the Goodell state of the league kind of thing, that he has to address the hip drop issue, someone said.
That's a good one.
That would be a good thing to address if possible. Like, there's going to be a lot of things, and there's not. I mean, it usually goes pretty long, but hopefully that somebody will bring that to his attention and see if we can find some level of commonality and like consistency with the officiating. But that follows right back in with this. I think that's going to be the first thing and probably the most important thing that comes out of that. But there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That is around the NFL. Coming up next here in the loop, let's dive into this. Let's come back around to this Luca Doncic thing. Like, what does it mean for your Houston Texans? And what are the possible comparisons? We'll do it next.
Call him All-Star Albie for the first time in his career. Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Shout out to Mokaram Injury Lawyers who are helping us with our live video stream. And if you've been looking at that, you might have seen our guy so B. Scott, who has made it in.
Is B. Scott here yet?
He is here, and he is messing up some wings right now. I tell you that, man. He is enjoying that.
You ever, just real quick, you ever see those cameras that become viral of like an eagle's nest?
Oh, yes.
And there's like an eagle feeding her babies and stuff. We need to just have the B. Scott cam eaten.
Well, that's what we just had.
He's like right in it.
And the problem is now he knows. Those cameras are all great because what you are trying to watch in that moment does not realize that it is being watched. And that was the beauty of that break there. Let's do a little bit of I feel like I got a little bit of a special thing happening for you. I said that we was going to talk a little Luca. I don't want to do that right now. Right now, joining us is from Yahoo Sports. My homeboy and a person that you will enjoy quite a bit. In fact, you should probably listen to, what is it, Football 301, correct?
Football 301.
Football 301. His name is Charles McDonald. Charles, what's happening, man?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
So I need you to sit down in this exclusive furniture hot seat.
Okay. Oh, this is the most comfy thing I've sat in all.
See? That's what we're trying to see. I figure if we do this, we can have you. You're going to come back every day. You don't want to talk to us, you know? Charles, my guy John Lopez.
Nice to meet you.
You're in the loop, and I want to start here. I mean, you cover the league at large. You're paying attention to all of this, and I think one thing that was kind of a thing for all the football nerds was watching this Bobby Slowick offense this past year and seeing the issues with it. I know that you end up kind of getting into the trenches somewhat.
Yeah.
But first and foremost, like we've all been looking at the offensive line with this. Like, what was just your take on watching this Bobby Slowick offense, particularly in the trenches this past year?
I think when you have a drop-off like that, it's always hard to kind of divvy out, like, who the blame is supposed to go to when you're just looking at all of it. Because coming to the year, I think it was fair to expect for that unit to be pretty good because they performed well last year. So I thought that it was jarring just to see how poorly they fell off. But, you look at Laramie Tunsil didn't have his best year. Tyus Howard was hurt a lot. Maybe that went into it. But even then, you're missing up, like, basic protection stuff. You can't pick up, like, simple twists between tackles and ends. And that's like, I played Division III football. We knew how to do stuff like that. And you're in the NFL level, and you can't figure it out. So when you're messing up at that level, and I guess you hear C.J. Stroud might have some problems with Slowick. It just seemed like maybe it was too toxic and you had to end. But I do find it a little darkly funny that someone can get an interview for a head coaching job and like 2 weeks later they're fired. It's just the nature of the business.
Well, and what you're talking about is something that Reggie and I have been talking about a lot. A lot of that, whether there were issues or not with Bobby Slowick, his system didn't fit those big fellas up front. And I say big because a lot of them were bigger guys that weren't necessarily second-level guys and all that. So can the scheme change with an offensive coordinator, fix that, so to speak? Just a different look from the OC.
Yeah, I think you can. And I think you've even seen guys where, like Kyle Shanahan himself, like if you're looking at descendants from this tree, where I remember when Kyle first got to San Francisco, one of the first draft picks he made was Joshua Garnett, the guard from Stanford. Who's like, this 6'3", 330-pound power guard, and you put him in an outside zone system. It just didn't work. It didn't work. And I think maybe that's probably some of the problems that they're having here this year. Because even when you look at like what Joe Mixon's good at, I think he's kind of a back that doesn't have too many flaws in his game. But even like the gap stuff that he's excelled at back in Cincinnati. He can do the outside zone stuff, but if the offensive line can't do it, he can do some of the other stuff. So I think even that, having him is a good piece to have as you move forward and try to figure out what's next. But, me and my buddy Nate Tice, who I do Football 301 with, we talk a lot about the importance of offensive line coaches. And you've seen guys like Jeff Stoutland become one of the highest paid coaches in the entire league. We've seen Frank what's his name, Hank Fraley with the Lions get a promotion to run game coordinator just so they don't lose him to another team.
Right.
So you know how important these guys are. So if you feel like your offensive line coach isn't getting it done, and I think you can see from the results that based on what they were doing on Monday through Friday and what happens on Sunday, it was probably time to make a change there. I still think that you have enough pieces up front where you can realize it and make that quick turnaround. Because I think even watching, my crappy team, the Falcons.
I wasn't going to bring it up. But,
my crappy team.
One of the reasons why, going into 2023 that I was still kind of high on Arthur Smith before he got fired was because I knew they had a good offensive line. The reason why the Marcus Mariota offense was functional was because they could block. And then in 2023, it all fell apart. They couldn't block a soul. You have one of the worst offenses in the league. Bijan Robinson couldn't get anything going.
Yeah.
2024, they're right back to life. And you got to see, at least, for 10 games, that you could run a functional offense even with someone as limited as Kirk Cousins. So the offensive line, it's like a football cliche, but it really is the most important piece that you can put together outside the quarterback, I think.
We're talking to Charles McDonald of Yahoo Sports here. He's sitting in the exclusive furniture hot seat.
That's right. Might fall asleep over here.
Hey, well, don't do that. Not yet. Maybe in the break. We got you. Just hold on a little bit. But, C.J. Stroud is clearly one of the young, incredible quarterbacks in this league. And, we're in the middle of an offensive coordinator search, so it feels like that needs to be central to this. Is there a particular scheme that you feel like best serves what C.J. Stroud does, or does it feel like, hey, you can drop him into most anything and it'll be fine?
I think you're dropping into anything. I feel like, especially with young quarterbacks, we don't always give guys like the grace to have, but, the amount of people who are like, maybe I'm out on C.J. Stroud, like, hey.
Yeah,
let's
settle down.
That's a cold war right there, man. Like I would kill to have that guy quarterback in my team. So I really don't think it matters what scheme you put him into because even with like Bobby Sloak stuff, it's mostly going to be like outside zone stuff. But they do run bits of everything, and there's no reason to think that he couldn't excel if you want to do a spread. Shotgun if you want to
spread like RPO,
right?
More
if you want to be more under center and try to drive the ball downfield, we know he can do that.
Yeah.
We all know he's got all the athleticism to make like the second play when stuff breaks down, which is kind of why the Texans offense is able to stay alive at all this year because of his abilities back there. So I really don't think it matters who you pick. You've got the quarterback. To me, it's just finding the guy who can get this offensive line performing at the level that they should. Because even when you look at someone like Laremy Tunsil, yeah, he's in year 8, year 9, but he's only 30 years old. You still should be able to get some more good football out of him. And I'd like to think that last year was just kind of a blip on the radar for that whole group.
Well, I mean, they need an offensive coordinator, and obviously Chip Kelly's not on the board anymore. That really surprising in the sense of like Raiders. So that tells me maybe he wasn't really on the Texans, radar, so to speak.
Yeah, the Raiders, they got a little VC money coming in now.
Yeah, exactly.
now that Mark Davis has opened up the checkbooks and said, actually, I need a little help running over here. I think they made him the highest paid offensive coordinator in the league. I'm pretty sure $6 million a year. So
he'd be a pretty well paid.
Right. So that's hard to turn down. You got to be practical.
We're talking to Charles McDonald here on Yahoo or from Yahoo Sports on In the Loop. And, I do want to kind of turn this to this Super Bowl we're ostensibly here for. Within this game, is this the best matchup that we could have gotten in the Super Bowl?
I think so. I know people are tired of this Mahomes stuff, but I got to say, I think this year has been so impressive because I feel like this team this year is what people felt like they were watching last year with the Chiefs. Where did you lose Rashee Rice? It was like week 3, week 4 when he tore his ACL. Up until the divisional round, Xavier Worthy has mostly been like a gadget player for them. Travis Kelce's obviously not the same guy that he used to be. And to me, and we took offensive line problems, right? Yeah. Joe Thuney's playing left tackle against Will Anderson in the divisional round and getting beat up, for a good portion of it. But you have this singular force, 15, Patrick Mahomes. And as long as he's there, you can accomplish anything. But I feel like this team was truly mediocre, especially on offense. If you pull them out of there, I don't know if they make the playoffs, let alone, be in the Super Bowl. And I think it's cool that you have this team that is batched together by him going against a team that is more talented in every single way except for a quarterback.
Right.
Better offensive line, better defensive line, certainly better run game, better wide receivers, better cornerbacks. But it just feels like as long as you have that guy.
But you're not ready to pick him.
Right, I'm not ready. I'm
talking about all of us.
Right, I'm not ready. I'm not ready to pick because the logic tells me, oh, dude, this is like a 97 overall Madden team against an 85 team that has one X factor in the middle, but it's Jordan,
Right.
Right. That's the problem. So I'm fascinated by this game, and I just love like the storyline of. He's about to have, if he can pull this off, that's an impenetrable resume
for sure.
Before 30. And then we're already there because last year he did the thing where, we're going to go on the road to Buffalo, we're going to go on the road to Baltimore, beat them both, and then go to the Super Bowl and win that too, and a come-from-behind victory against the 49ers. Like, if he can pull this off with the team we know isn't all that good, just amazing stuff.
I'm curious on your thoughts on Myles Garrett, which is today's news. And what? Number one, whether
wait, hold on. Before that, can I twist your arm to stay for one more segment?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. So let's take a break real quick.
All right.
You're listening to In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're live from Radio Row, and when we come back, we'll get Charles McDonald of Yahoo Sports his opinion on what the Myles Garrett trade situation is and where he might land up. We'll do that next.
We're learning a lot about our guy Reggie heading into our week on. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. A lot of appreciation to Flight by Yingling getting us out here, and much appreciation right now. I think you would agree as well, Charles. A lot of appreciation to exclusive furniture for our hot seat recliner.
It's great. You guys might come back tomorrow. This chair won't be here.
Hey, look, I know how to get you. I know how to get you. I will come track you down. It is Charles
We
McDonald.
know how hard it is to get through security. Maybe it's easier on the way out. But I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
We were the ones who got this in here. You will have a hard time moving that thing around. But yeah, Charles McDonald, Yahoo Sports. He is a host of the 301 Football 301 podcast. It's a good one if you love football, which I'm sure you do. Listen here to Sports Radio 610. There's a few things that we want to get to with you. I know that Lopez, you were setting up a question before I stopped you. What you got?
Yeah. So Myles Garrett. There's a sentiment out there. I think Barry actually said, "Oh no, we're not trading him." I mean, I don't feel like that's as real anymore. Once a player puts out a freaking statement about it, he's gone. Mm-hmm. Correct? And what are the possibilities here? Because it seems like he's going to a select few teams that are actual contenders.
Right. I want to start by saying I'm happy Myles found his sense, because like a month ago he put up the video saying, I'm staying, I believe in whatever vision they've put together. I don't know what changed in a month because he ain't played a football game. It's the same situation it was a month ago. But it's I think it's realistically time for him to get out, and I also think it's very realistic for the Browns to consider trading him at this point.
Of course.
And I don't think that Andrew Berry ever should have come out at any point and said, we're not trading Myles Garrett, because to me that shows that you're not being honest with yourself about where this is right now. Mm-hmm. Deshaun Watson for the next 2 seasons has a $72 million cap hit. And the best case scenario is he doesn't play for your team. Yeah. Right? So you're paying someone $72 million over the next 2 years to not play. Mm-hmm. And they have a void year deal on his deal after it expires, where they still are going to be hit for $30 million after he's not on the team anymore. So think about that. Over the next 3 seasons, you're paying what? 144 plus 30, about $175 million in cap space for this guy not to play? That's not feasible.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah, it's not feasible. And you're dealing with $30 million. You're going to be dealing dead cap from Myles Garrett trade. The truth is, right now, you can't build a team. Mm-hmm. You start looking at their cap space. They don't have a lot of money. And when you've already moved Deshaun Watson around. You have the dead cap space from Amari Cooper. You have limited options on how to even get out of this. So one of the best ways to do it is draft picks.
Where?
I don't know. I mean, I think 31 teams should be on the phone with them right now. Yeah. I would say if you even have a starting defensive end, you should consider trading whatever it takes to get there. But obviously for contenders, it's going to be more so. It's the obvious answer, but I think the Detroit Lions make a whole lot of sense. Yeah.
Maybe the Eagles.
The Eagles make sense too. Yeah. I mean, any team, it makes sense to have.
They all make sense.
They all make sense. Any team that made the playoffs this year, Chiefs, Ravens, Bills, Eagles, Commanders. Yeah, go trade for Myles Garrett, because he is that transformative.
Texans ?
Go trade for Myles Garrett. Why not? I mean, is it
Will Anderson Jr., Danielle Hunter, and Myles Garrett?
Right. Is it unnecessary? Sure.
Is it interesting?
See? Yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's provocative. It gets people going.
It gets the people going. That's right. D'Amico Ryans would be the happiest man in the world calling a defense with those three, right?
But he's just on such a different plane. And, I understand, like, there's Steelers fans who will get upset. Like, people think Myles Garrett's better than T.J. Watt. Like, there's no slight to T.J. Watt, man. To me, it's
it's different.
It's like Micah Parsons and Myles Garrett. Mm-hmm. Those are the 1A in my brains. Where if someone said, if I told you it would it's going to cost you 3 first-round picks to get Myles Garrett. That's just what I'm saying. I might shrug my shoulders,
especially with the way that they've drafted. Like, they've hit all their. They're like, we can afford to let a few draft picks
and make it happen. There's a point. a few years ago where I feel like it would have been a guarantee that Myles Garrett would be a Los Angeles Ram, you know, when they were just spending draft picks on any veteran player that they could get. So it's kind of hard to bog down like what a market would be for him because every team in the league should be trying to trade for him.
Sure.
So obviously I can imagine they would never trade him to like Baltimore or Cincinnati or Pittsburgh, but every other team should be on the table. And especially if you're an NFC team where, you know, Cleveland, they won't feel the burn of that because you only play every 4 years. I think Detroit should be the leader.
Detroit clearly is the most sense, but you're right. Like everybody, every contender.
Now you put the Eagles in my brain. Myles Garrett and Jalen Carter.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And if you can figure out a way to keep Milton Williams too, I mean that's
Imagine either of these two Super Bowl teams with Myles Garrett.
Yeah,
that was the scary one. You give Spagnuolo this dude with the way that they like blitz. He might actually stop blitzing. He might be like, it's fine. Just let Myles go do it.
Myles and Chris Jones, just go.
You got it. We're talking to Charles McDonald of Yahoo Sports here, having a blast. Appreciate you giving us an extra segment. And I did this in part because Seth Payne, who is the host of the morning show, Payne and Pendergast, he implored me to ask you about this. Now, the Texans are in an offensive coordinator search, and there's been 8 names that have been reported that they've talked to. Gerard Johnson, quarterback coach, Bill Lazor, who has been a senior offensive assistant here, Jeff Nixon, who is at Syracuse, offensive coordinator, Thad Lewis with Tampa Bay Bucks, Nick Caley, that's the big name, passing game coordinator for the Rams, Brian Johnson, former Eagles OC, Grant Udinsky, who is, wonderkind of sorts there, was assistant quarterback coach in Minnesota, and then now Adam Stenovich has popped up as well. Of those 8 names, of which I've read all of them, and I will not read them again. I hope that you got them. Which one of those, or which of those most interest you as potential offensive coordinators for the Houston Texans?
Man, hearing Gerard Johnson and Thad Lewis's name, woof, old. Because I remember watching those guys in college. But honestly, man, I don't think that C.J. Stroud gets to this point of where he is as skills a quarterback without having, some good tutelage along the way. We've always heard, prior to even C.J. Stroud getting there, that Gerard Johnson could be a riser. That's good continuity to me. He's already obviously worked with C.J. You've gotten off his impressive start over the past 2 years. I don't know what C.J. thinks about him.
Loves him from all we know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Loves him.
I mean, I would hope so since they spent a lot of time together over the past couple of years. That seems like an easy transition to me. And we always see quarterback coaches become offensive coordinator. Maybe even if you're sequencing your plays different or you're calling different styles.
Well, he's worked in different systems.
Right.
Yeah.
But you could still call it the similar things. It just depends on when you like to call it.
Or add things.
And not calling run plays on first down.
Right. When you're running to a brick wall every other play on first down.
Yeah.
I really like the idea for CJ and for Gerard, just for him to get it, have some good work, be rewarded for what he's done over the past couple of years. But even Stenovich is an interesting name. Those are 2 that I remember.
How much do you know about like the Caley and Udinskis, like those guys that have been getting a lot of love in kind of the nerd circles in some ways?
Not too much. I mean, I think when you're talking about like Rams passing game coordinator, Sean McVay has so much control over what goes on over there. But I will say, the first year of Zach Robinson in Atlanta, I was a fan of what he put together. Especially when you look at how limited like the passing game was once defenses realize Kirk can't move, it gets a lot easier. But when you have that limitation and the offensive line's good, you revived Bijan and Tyler Algier. I thought he did a really good job this year, actually. So maybe it's there's more juice to squeeze from that tree, but I've always been a little worried that at some point you're just going to get to the end of all the smart guys that have worked there, and
then you're going to be the one who starts getting to the bottom of the barrel.
How many guys, off the street can you hire before you just hit some duds? But I think you have a good option going with Gerard. If CJ likes him, that's better because that obviously seems to be an important piece to their relationship and their performance as far as offense goes. So I really like the idea. Keep some continuity, promote someone for doing good work, and then you just got to nail the O-line hire. Easier said than done, but that's the biggest piece.
Well,
just throw money at Mike Munchak. Can you throw $6 million at Mike Munchak for an offensive line?
You can. Do it though.
Has all of a sudden little smoke signals that he wants to get back in, and an offensive line coach like that'd be a perfect retirement job for him, and maybe keep some continuity there with somebody on the staff already.
Yeah. So you got some good options, and I think guys should be jumping at the bit to be working with this group. Because, the truth is also you guys were hurt for a big chunk of the season. Nico was in and out. Diggs, season-ending injury. Tank Dell, season-ending injury. So, you'll have to track and see where those guys are for next year, but you're going to reload. And I think that of all the teams that – and it's crazy to say this about a team that was in the divisional round and gave the Chiefs a game for the most part. They're right there being able to bounce back and get back on track to the team that we thought they could be, coming into the season. The bar is still high in Houston because you made the playoffs this year. Yeah. Won a game, beat the crap out of the Chargers, and then, gave Kansas City a game. So the expectations are going to be there, which is a good problem to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Charles McDonald, Yahoo Sports. Charles, we're in New Orleans. We're in one of the best cities.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have anything that you're like, hey, this is a must-do on this particular work trip to New Orleans?
People who follow me know I love Currency, the rapper from New Orleans. So that Jet Life store is on Canal Street. It's like a mile from here.
Is that? Okay. Let me know when you're going. I might need to go with.
I was literally trying to get a squad. I was like, who wants to go with me to the Jet Life store some days?
Hit me up. Hit me up. We'll make that move.
That's the one thing that I got to do before I got here. I got to go to the Jet Life store and get some apparel.
All right. And speaking of, what you've been listening to, I love asking you this.
Larry Jones and 2 Chainz are putting out an album this week.
Yeah, Friday.
Yeah, and they put out some good singles. And I was there with my girlfriend the other day at home before we left, and I was like, man. These Larry Jones and 2 Chainz songs that I've heard are all good. They should put out a tape. And then the next day, the tape.
There you go.
So I was like, that's what I'm waiting for. Larry Jones, 2 Chainz, Alchemist. That's right up my alley.
Excellent. He is Charles McDonald of Yahoo Sports. It's the Football 301 podcast. You got anything special coming this week?
Just normal reporting. Going to try to get in touch with some guys I covered on the New York beat, Saquon and Kai. Obviously going to be over at Chiefs practice at some point, and then I'll be bouncing around on Seth's show at some point.
There you go. Yeah, Sean,
right.
Payne and Pendergast. You will hear Charles again. I promise.
Be on the Bill Barnwell show later this week, and obviously Football 301 stuff we're doing at the Toyota set. So.
Excellent.
Check it out. Yeah.
Awesome,
Very
man.
good. All right, when you go out there to Chiefs practice, we have a theory. We're trying to see if we can hurt Patrick Mahomes. We know he's a Mavs fan with that trade that just happened. If you could just pepper some of that.
Keep mentioning Luca.
We're going to see if we can maybe lower the level of play just off of just some hater stuff, you know?
Does the Chiefs maybe trying to get Myles Garrett remind you of what happened with the Mavs?
That's perfect.
I like it. I appreciate it. That's Charles McDonald. Hey, man, we appreciate you giving us some time.
Thanks, man.
Hey, and much appreciation again to Exclusive Furniture providing that hot seat that you got to hear Charles from. But, yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, what is next offensive coordinator-wise? You heard what Charles said. We told you that Chip Kelly's out of there. What's next? What are we looking at? What do we like? We'll talk about that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Loop.
Yeah, you are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, broadcasting live from New Orleans, Louisiana, where Super Bowl Radio Row is going on. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula. Figgy somewhere around here somewhere. There he is. He just popped right back up. He is getting that content. Make sure that you follow us, Sports Radio 610, on Instagram. And shout out to Aaron Rabel, the unsung hero of these things, making sure that we sound good from here. And then, of course, also an appreciation of Byron Matthews on the ones and twos.
Quick tease.
Okay.
Aaron Rabel is how far away from me? 1.5 feet, 2 feet?
Yeah.
Just to prove, when we get to confessions, that, we say these things. Hey, would you say that in front of them? I'm going to say something in front of Aaron during confessions.
Oh.
That may not be real popular. May get my microphone turned off.
I don't like this setup. This setup is kind of crazy.
But it's all right. He's already contemplating turning off my mic.
That's right. Very good. Again, much appreciation to Flight by Yingling helping us get out here. They are a presenting sponsor of this whole shindig, and then of course appreciation to Low T Center, exclusive furniture for that hot seat, and of course Mo Karam injury lawyers who are helping us with the video stream, the live stream. That's how you can see us. But yeah, let's talk more about this offensive coordinator thing. We were just talking to my guy Charles McDonald, Yahoo Sports. I was kind of interested that I rolled out all the various names of the coordinators that this team has actually talked to, which is starting to get pretty robust. Eight names on there. Like, I just thought in my head just a moment ago, do I want to read them again? And do I want to say all the names again?
We've heard them.
It's a lot of names.
We know the top one. Probably.
But of all those names that I threw at him, the one that he immediately was latched onto was Gerard Johnson, right? The continuity that exists. Like what at this point, we know that Chip Kelly is no longer there. We know that, hey, the way that this feels, it feels like it's a lot of young guys bringing some fresh feelings. Like, where are we now with this offensive coordinator search in your mind?
Yeah, what's next is kind of what we're talking about. And you say, Chip Kelly is no longer there. We don't even know how much he was even there, right, to begin with.
Well, yeah, he's just off the table. And if you're wondering why that is, he accepted reportedly $6 million to be the offensive coordinator of the Los Angeles Rams.
Crazy.
You might be asking,
right.
Reggie, is there a quarterback that plays for the Las Vegas Rams? To which I would say, not that I know of.
That would be a no.
Not that I know of. I mean, there might be one that is nominally a quarterback.
Yeah.
Not anybody of any real importance or significance. And yet there he goes. Like, sometimes you get that money. However, we're here. What is indeed next?
I started thinking about this when we were talking to Charles. Not only what next. I think the sort of the baseline of what's next is I think we're going to have a decision here in the next maybe a couple of days, certainly by Friday. I think they've gone through the entire process. They're going through it pretty quickly. They're getting their interviews done. And they've given us a template of kind of the profile, if you will, of guys, for the most part, that they're going to bring in. Young, maybe a little more diverse background in terms of offenses that you've run, or at least have had a taste of different offenses. They're certainly going to – I don't think they're going to move on from 3 or 4 offensive linemen. There might be one or two that's what's here. And that does point to Gerard Johnson, but not just Gerard Johnson. It points to Nick Caley as well, who might be a Nick Caserio guy, but nevertheless, D'Amico would be on board. It might, certainly. And
there are reports that Nick Caserio is the man. Sorry, not Nick Caserio. D'Amico Ryans is indeed he's at the helm of this. In fact, when I say there are reports, Jonathan Alexander, who, mind you, he is also on ground here in New Orleans. I'm sure that you will hear his voice on these airwaves sooner rather than later. He wrote a fantastic piece, over the weekend, I believe, about just kind of the search. And that's one of the things, in addition to a few other interesting things at the top of it, that he wrote in there.
Yeah, and so that goes directly into my large report that I was thinking about with whether it's, whomever comes in, how it affects what D'Amico is doing with his team and his staff. And let me explain that just a little bit. Let's say Nick Caley gets the job.
Okay.
How are you playing that with Gerard? And how is Gerard thinking about that? Because let's be honest, he interviewed for offensive coordinator jobs last year.
Mm-hmm.
He interviewed for at least two, including the Texans, offensive coordinator job this year. Then you're going to be the quarterback coach for someone who got the job you interviewed for? That's a little awkward.
I mean, yeah, awkward happens, but I mean, there's also one of the things that we talk about.
Or is he even going to get that job?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like it depends, right? Nick Caley is with any person, you take a job and you have the opportunity to hire who you want, right? That was the reporting when they fired Bobby Slowick and they got rid of everything else. as is. Obviously, some contracts ran out, but everything else, they were like, we're not going to do anything here so that the next person who comes in and occupies the space can do with it and mold it to the way that they want. And you would expect nothing less, right?
Yeah.
Because if you want that person to come in and be as effective as possible, you want to give them the free reign and the leeway to be able to craft their staff in a way that they best see fit in order to get the job done as they imagine they could.
You're right, but you're 100% right.
Yeah.
D'Amico loves Gerard.
Sure.
I mean, so it's like almost like
D'Amico also loved Bobby Slowick.
He did, but he kept Gerard.
Sure.
He kept Gerard. When Bobby Slowick, it would have been easy to say, guys.
But Gerard, but that also falls in line with what leave everything as is. And if somebody if Nick Caley is the man, right? They will come in and they will determine who their quarterback coach is. Now, imagine whoever that is, right? Nick Caley, Stenovich, or whoever. They have their associations as well. But I think that what will also come into factor is, hey, it is probably a benefit to me as an offense coordinator to see a quarterback that has a quarterback coach that has a connection with this quarterback. That quarterback believes in him, and maybe that is helpful to me.
No, you're not wrong.
So, and I mean, obviously, there's still the opportunity for D'Amico Ryans to take that relationship and make that vital to what they decide with this offense coordinator. But assuming that he isn't it, I think that still could factor in on the decision of quarterback coach. But that's a whole other step.
I just think it's really interesting because, you're Nick Caley. Dream job. This is something that you've been working for. And then I don't know if they're necessarily going to make you keep Gerard Johnson or anybody on the staff for that matter, but let's talk about Gerard.
That's assuming that
if he did go on his own, which I don't think he would necessarily because, this is something that is near and dear to him and working with CJ, and he wants to get the job, and he doesn't want to necessarily move on from here. But it's the job that he also interviewed for. It just makes for some interesting things because Nick Caley probably has a quarterback's coach in mind.
Sure.
That he would like to bring
possibly,
in. And then it ends up being him or not. I mean, it really is interesting, especially when the head coach clearly has an affinity for some coaches that he kept here, Laser and Gerard.
Yeah, but I think this is a new juncture where other things are having to be considered. The thing that I've been thinking a lot about is, again, you talked about the group, the class of, I guess, in a way of saying, of guys that have been interviewed for this. And one of the things we keep coming back to is just the notable various different mentors that they've had and the various different systems that show up. The question comes back around for me, and it's one of the reasons why I asked Charles that a second ago. Is there a system that you feel best suits what C.J. Stroud does, or at the very least what you would like to see them do? Are you in a place where you really would like to see remain in that Shanahan style, or would you like to see something different come into play here?
Yeah, I think this needs to be the sort of the hub. The hub of the offense is this Shanahan type system, the Shanahan Kubiak type system, but not exclusively. And I think that's where, and we've talked about this. Yeah. Bobby Slowick was kind of, headstrong about not changing whether it's the blocking assignment or responsibilities, tight ends blocking. We've talked about all that stuff. So I think this is still the hub of the offense, but that's why I'm leaning toward guys that have had, experiences in other type of blocking schemes and offenses as well. And that points to, I think it's going to come down to Caley, Gerard Johnson, or Stenovich. It's going to be one of those three guys. And they've all had those similar experiences.
Do you have any concern with them? I mean, I guess this is the thing. I can keep asking about the idea of play calling, but it's very evident that that's not been the priority here for this in this search. It seems like the priority here is some level of malleability to what you're bringing system wise to this offense, and it seems like we're both on the same page. I think with what you have here, it seems like what you're going to do is a different system where are you okay with the idea that you're going to see this offensive line look fairly similar? Because it does feel like that's also something that's here.
I think the faces are going to be fairly similar. I don't know if they're all going to come back, but I think the faces are going to be fairly similar. I think the most important thing that D'Amico is asking potential offensive coordinators is, how are you going to block this up? They look at tape. They look at game plans and talk about the experiences that, how would you block this up? Because what we did not work. And so I think that's going to be where some of these other experiences come into play and help these guys basically get the run game going and still be able to use CJ and some of the other stuff.
Yeah, I'm with you there. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Was there something else that you wanted to –
No, like I said, I just think it's a fascinating thing that's happening here. I do feel we're going to get the announcement we're going to have any other candidates. Of course,
I mean, are there any other people out there that you could possibly interview at this point?
Exactly.
Like you've interviewed so many people, and again, like also when you look at the type that they have, that was the one thing that I was thinking about is, hey, are they going to then start dipping their toe into the possibility of interviewing more experienced coaches? And I thought that that's where you might eventually get into that Chip Kelly vein. And no, like this remains where they are. They remain in this pocket of things, and so that's what's happening there. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said if the Chiefs are the visiting team in New Orleans, does that mean they get a crap locker room? No. They'll be set up. They'll be set up pretty well. Speaking of the Chiefs, we haven't talked a lot about this game itself. One of the things I kind of want to do a little hater talk. If you're okay with it, is that okay? Can we do a little hater talk?
Who's not good with a little hater talk?
And the thing about this is the Chiefs obviously going for the three-peat or the three-chief or whatever we want to ultimately deem it as. But I've been thinking about this, just kind of banding it about in my brain. Like, what are the things that could possibly keep them? What are the potential cracks in this dynasty of the Chiefs?
In terms of the game?
No, in general.
Well, I mean, obviously, who knows?
We can talk about the game.
Yeah, we'll be doing that.
But like in the entire, because like, look, whether they win this game or not, I think a lot of people understand and believe that this is a Chiefs team that is still going to be one that you have to contend with going forward. And my thought is, what are the cracks in the dam that might actually bring this thing down?
Well, I mean, how much more does Travis Kelce have in him?
That's the one.
Yeah,
that's the one. Is just like, does Travis Kelce bendy and propose to Taylor Swift and then walk off into the sunset, especially considering how vital that particular connection, not with him and Taylor Swift, but with him and Patrick Mahomes. Well, yeah, who knows? All right, but what was that? Remember that story about Taylor Swift drawing up plays at points? Right, that was the thing that happened. But, the connection with Patrick Mahomes and him, like that becomes very vital in those big moments. The thing that seems to carry them over is – when big moments come up, that third down where you need a player, what have you, they have that connection. If that connection isn't there, could that be a thing that bring this thing down a peg or maybe brings this thing down in a larger way? I don't know. Like, outside of that, what do you look at and you go?
What's sad? You know what's sad? Like, outside of that, you're like, well, maybe their receivers, no, they should be okay.
Dude, the last few years they've been doing this.
They got young guys now. They got,
wasn't it last year that we were looking at Kadarius Toney? Like, does that dude know how to, fill out, like read the playbook? Getting out here and infecting games?
Yeah. And so you go, okay, well, what about the running game? Well, no, they'll end up being all right there, I'm sure, because,
Pacheco and a big old Kareem Hunt still getting this thing
What
done.
About Patrick Mahomes? Well, no, he's young. He's pretty young.
Like, is there
I mean, 3 Super Bowls under 30? How old is he? You win 3 Super Bowls and you're under 30? I don't think that's going to be a worry, And then, the defense. Oh, no.
Yes,
the defense is going to be all right.
We talked about the idea of someone going to hire Steve Spagnuolo away.
That's the thing. Like, we need an AFC or an NFC team to step in and hire Spagnuolo just
Does he have grandchildren? Is there a way that we can be like, hey, you're not spending enough time with your grandkids?
Just, we're going to hire him. No, we don't think we're going to win, but we just don't want the Chiefs to win. Get him out there.
Is there anything else that we point to here? Like Andy Reid is getting to this place, right? Is Andy Reid maybe deciding to call it quits, the one where you can go to?
Why would he do that? He is obsessed with – he's sacrificed – hell, you could argue he's sacrificed some of his family for this, for this job. Why would he leave a team that could just continue to win Super Bowls?
I thought that you might actually have some here, and all I did was
Travis
just remind myself. It's just, hey, does Travis Kelce walk away and make this more – okay, very good.
Or somebody just finally becomes better. Finally, whether it's the Texans or the Bills or – well, it's not going to be the Bills.
The Lions or but you're talking about in the AFC, the Ravens finally, not stepping on their foot, something to that effect. The Bengals coming through and actually –
That's about the only hope you got. It is sickening.
All right, well, that didn't make me feel any better.
No, it didn't make me feel better either.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We appreciation to Flight by Yingling helping us be out here on Radio Row. But coming up next, about that time when we do our lunchtime confessions, and we will lean into the New Orleans of all of it next.
We're in the chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Shout out to the whole gang here, and especially Aaron Raybold for keeping us on air. We'll see how that progresses. So... I
don't think he's going to take us off there.
Here's my first confession.
All right.
I am so tired, and right on cue, show walks in, I am so tired of people saying that Cowboy Carter is not a real country album.
Oh, yeah, we were watching the Grammys.
We were watching the Grammys, and Aaron and Ron and others got into a little discussion about it, and Aaron's defending it's not real. And I can appreciate that. I get all that. But I didn't want to get into it. We were talking about other stuff. We were sitting on this side of the room. But the whole time I was thinking, how many times has the definition of rock and roll changed in the past 5 or 6 decades?
A ton. Are you going to turn on your mic, Raybold? At this point, you're trying to argue.
But here's my point. Rock and roll was, Buddy Holly, that sound, or whatever it might have been. Then you get into the 60s, the Beatles, they called it the pop, whatever. But it was, they became rock band and Rolling Stones. That was, then it became, heavy metal. Then it became, all kinds of different things. Then it became grunge. And all these things were versions of rock that won rock albums of the year. So who cares? I mean, country music changes. You don't have to have, whatever it may be, a washboard, and a banjo and tambourines on your knees or whatever it may be for it to be country. Country definition of country music changes over the course of time. Definition of rock has changed over the course of the time. So Beyonce won. Cowboy Carter, was it record of the year, song of the year, album of the year?
She won album of the year, but it was also, I think it was country album of the year that ultimately
That's what country is now, right?
Well, I mean, this is the thing from 713. It's not if it was rather, why wasn't it mentioned at the CMA Awards? And I think that's because there's a lot more politics involved here than we want to admit. There are a lot of politics involved in all of this. Like I think, and this is outside of like the space of I think people would get. There's just some things of. And, Aaron, you know this. I know you're looking on and trying not to talk, but you're trying to talk with your eyes. There he is. We've drawn him in.
If y'all want me to be on the air, but I don't get paid to be on the air with y'all.
No, but, I mean, there's conversations about, like, country being kind of gate-kept even just within Nashville. Like, if you do not operate in Nashville, it is a...
They hate the Texas sound.
It is a pretty political space, and I mean that. Like, there's a lot of politics within there.
The whole industry is.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Rap...
Yeah, for sure.
The R&B community and the rap community, there's political.
There are.
Between the two of them.
But what I'm saying is rock and roll has been redefined 5, 6, 7
Yes, but there's
times.
a million subgenres of rock now.
Why can't it be? But
then
it's
we
still
need
rock.
to start creating subgenres of country.
I think that's what's happening. And Lainey Wilson, somebody said Lainey Wilson should have won instead of Beyonce. Well, sure, if you believe that, fine. But they're both artists in the country, lane.
Or at least that album existed within the country space.
These are my confessions.
I might have gotten a little wild with it yesterday. A little too wild with it.
Did you?
I maintain that I don't think that I did. However, the result was something that looked a little wild with it. So yesterday, myself, Aaron, and Figgy as well as Show, we hit at the French Quarter to go get some beignets. I was like, I'm going to.
You were on a mission.
I needed to start.
Yeah, you were on a mission.
I was like, if we start getting beignets on Sunday, then whatever else happens, like, it's cool.
Yeah.
But I was like, I got to make sure we do this now because I didn't know what the week would hold. And then when you're on the French Quarter, you might as well hit bourbon right quick.
You're there.
We don't get to get
right there.
One.
Yeah.
And my one was a hand grenade. And so, I'm walking around, and we are in New Orleans. You can take your drink to go. And I did take my drink to go, and then ultimately, but once we speed ran bourbon, we got into the car to head back. And so we got into the Uber, and I was in the very back, and I had my hand grenade, which was empty because I handled my business. It was just some ice in there, and I put it in the cup holder. And then when I got out of the car, because I was in the back of the Yukon, I had to funnel my way out, and I forgot my hand grenade. And then the hand grenade fell over in the Uber.
You're that guy, or at least you were last night.
But I'm not that guy.
Hey, we gonna talk about what happened after the fact.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
the Uber driver, I don't think she was too happy about this.
Yeah,
She sent pictures, I heard.
Yeah. And so I was
Because
like, I feel like maybe
we're going to get into it in the mixtape.
maybe I did
We're
too much.
going to break it down in the mixtape.
On night one of Super Bowl week. I got to confess. Somebody said add a shot for $1. Okay. All right.
These are my confessions.
So,
hey, Figgy's back.
Yes. What's up, y'all? So, I got to confess, man, I'm so in love with New Orleans accents, man.
Agreed.
Like, to the point, speaking of the Uber driver, I was kind of picking on her a little earlier just by trying to get her riled up a little bit just so I could hear the accent. So you'll hear that in the mixtape as well. But I pretty much told her Houston crawfish is better than New Orleans crawfish. She damn near stopped the car. But I'm a huge fan of New Orleans accents.
It's distinct.
I can hear them talk all day long.
Yeah, I'm with you. It is the best accent in the world, and I'm willing to fight behind that one. We were driving into the convention center yesterday, pick our credentials, and we parked. And one of the parking attendants, obviously with all the Super Bowl volunteers, was a nice Indian lady, but she had a New Orleans accent.
That was awesome.
And it was like the best thing in the world.
Yeah.
Like I was like, you put anybody, give them a New Orleans accent, and for me particularly, I'm happy to talk about women, but you know what I mean. Like it all works out very good. You get a good bib in there, and you feel better about your life. You just feel better.
You just
about what's
feel
happening.
warm inside. You like it.
These are my confessions.
I mean, you guys know I love a good conspiracy theory, and I love this conspiracy theory going on with Luca and why that ridiculous trade that everybody has criticized and panned happened. So apparently, one of the theories floating out there, to me, it makes sense. I mean, casino conglomerates do these types of things. And even if they're not doing it directly, I think they float these kinds of things. And what is this thing? It is that there is a plan, because Mark Cuban no longer is has been the owner.
Yeah, he doesn't have the controlling interest now.
Controlling
He's a minority
interest.
owner.
Their background is in casino development in Las Vegas.
Correct.
And so one of the conspiracy theories out there is that this actually came from above, or at least started there, in terms of devaluing the Mavericks in a way. And ultimately, because they didn't get the Texas gambling passed as they thought they would, which is a ridiculous premise to begin with that you thought it would actually happen. But
they've got a lot of money and lobbying power.
Yeah,
there's a lot of
that was probably part of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of political touch when you talk about.
We can make it happen. We can make it happen. Well, they didn't, or at least not yet, have made it happen. So two things come up in this conspiracy theory. Number one, you make it untenable for the Mavericks. You create chaos, which is exactly what's happening. And ultimately, it gives you reason to move the team to Las Vegas. Or, as Parker was talking about earlier off air, or this is the type of pressure that you can put on state leaders to ultimately be able to bring gambling here, and then they're happy in Dallas.
I understand. This is one of those things that makes so little sense that we try and grapple and try and grasp for things that would help it make sense, i.e. conspiracy theories. I think this is just a really, really bad deal.
It easily could have been.
An incredibly bad deal. I will say, though, like, if you're wanting to, move the state leadership on this gambling thing, I think it really is just, hey, you have to throw a whole bunch of money in there, because I always have said that one of the reasons why I believe that has not come through is in part because of this state in Louisiana and the state above Texas and Oklahoma.
Sure.
All the money that they get from, visitors.
They've got lobbyists in Texas saying keeping it from happening.
Exactly. So I think that you got to find a way to counter lobby that.
Yeah.
And I mean, they got a lot of money to do it. I can't imagine. Well, and I mean, I guess if you're throwing everything at it, maybe that's the way you go. But I can't imagine that they're like, hey, what we're going to do is we're going to tank this basketball team.
Yeah.
That feels a little stretch.
Or threaten to move to Las Vegas makes it maybe more tenable too. I'm not saying I would, bet on this actually being the case. I'm saying this is how those big Vegas, conglomerates and casino people, work.
I just can't. I can't imagine also that the NBA would allow a team to move out of one of the large markets in America.
But it is Las Vegas.
It's Vegas. But Vegas is it's not as big of a market, and it's more transitory than it is than if you consider in leaving one of the top 5 markets in the nation.
These are my confessions.
All right, you should know we are on Radio Row. This is where we're broadcasting from. And inherent with being on Radio Row is that you're, with all this the media center, I guess the way I should say it, there's various different podcasts and people around, and we have wireless capabilities. My confession is, I have never wanted to, go wireless and go mess with people until you get into this room.
Oh, yeah.
This is my first time being, just going and taking a microphone around and shoving it in people's faces and asking them questions. I've never thought I was the guy who would want to do it, but being in this room, I'm like,
you're gonna be the man on the street?
Not really, but it's bubbling up within me. I think by the end of the week, I wanna do it.
Mm-hmm. I think you should. I mean, we got the capabilities. You got it in the palm of your hand, man.
And I'm like, I feel like that's one of those things that you want to do until you jump in and you're like, actually, was this a good idea?
Yeah.
Do I really want to be bothering Mike Golick Jr. right now? Stuff like that. Am I really gonna actually want to be in that place?
We'll just strike a conversation. Where it goes.
We'll see if that ultimately happens, maybe.
These are my confessions.
I couldn't be happier for it. This is actually, I showed you guys earlier. A memory popped up on Facebook. I don't know if it's still there or not, but either way, from 15 years ago. And I was showing you guys before the show. It was me and Adam Sandler and Kevin James.
Mm-hmm.
They popped in for an interview when we were on Radio Row in Miami 15 years ago. And that memory just happened to pop up today for obvious reasons. It's about this time. And you and Figgy were sitting with me. And it's just kind of, makes me feel so good that you two dudes are getting to experience it for the first time in person. And I can kind of see it through y'all's eyes. Figgy and you are made for this. Especially Figgy with all the things we're doing online. I would highly recommend people.
At Sports Radio 610 on Instagram.
I don't think you guys, as much as people like me can tell you it becomes chaos, by Thursday and Friday, I don't think until you experience it, you really get to appreciate what chaos is.
It's so
where
chaotic.
We're sitting right now, if you look around and you're looking at it on YouTube, we won't be able to move for long stretches. There'll be people coming in with their gaggle of handlers, and then there comes this superstar, and there comes this movie star.
Yeah, this is the calm day.
This is like it's going to be chaos, and it's just so cool. And my confession is just, it makes it even better for me this time to be able to see it through your guys' eyes, even just as far as the house and the drive and the credentials and the getting good. This is really cool for me all again.
It's really fun, man.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's a pleasure to even be in this position because it wasn't that long ago. It was last year. I was producing back at the station.
What up, Byron?
And yeah, man. Hey, salute to Byron. I was there for years doing that type of stuff where I think it got to a point where when I was part-time, wasn't even part of the show. Mm-hmm. They would call me in for Radio Row because they knew it'd be a lot of guests and a lot of hard work. And just to be here on the other side is super cool, man. It's super cool. Never take this for granted.
It is nuts.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
It's wild. And we're trying to give you as much of a taste of what we were experiencing via the Instagram on Sports Radio 610. But yeah, man, it has been very fun. It is already we're half of one day into this, and it's already felt very chaotic, and it'll only stand to get more. So we'll do our best to keep everything together. With all of this, B. Scott ain't even been to that house yet. He hasn't even felt that chaos of it all. But man, it has been really fun. So yeah, those are your confessions here on this Monday of Super Bowl week here on Radio Row. Appreciation to Flight by Yingling for helping us be out here. Low T Center, who is a supporting sponsor as well. B. Scott currently sitting in the exclusive furniture hot seat. We might need
to get him some food.
Yeah, well, he already ate plenty there.
We need to change this camera to the food can.
Yeah, that might
got
be
some
the way we
food,
do it.
just sit in front of the camera and just chow down.
That might be the way we do this, but we might have to force B. Scott, if you're going to be in the exclusive furniture, might be what we need to do. But coming up next, let's get into we skipped what's popping earlier. Let's get into what's popping here in a little bit, including a really perplexing loss by the Rockets this weekend. We'll talk about it next.
Call him All-Star Alp. presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. And one of the things that happened earlier today, we talked about it around the NFL. There was news that Myles Garrett has finally, in some ways, come to his senses. He is asking out of Cleveland, trying to get traded. And so there's a lot of different places that I imagine are in on this. And you think of the Houston Texans, you go, they're probably set on that. But
I like the way Charles McDonald was thinking.
It's like, just get him.
Just get him.
Just get him.
Why not? Let's go.
I mean, what's complicated about it?
Yeah, exactly.
Just go do it.
Yeah, just
you got two great defensive ends. Let's get another one. How about that?
By the way, if you're not familiar with that voice, that is B. Scott. He was around. We figured why not.
Hey,
those wings look good, man.
Also known as the notorious wing eater.
Those wings
cleaning
look good.
off the bone.
By
My mama raised me right. That's right.
I know, Figgy, you don't have the headset on, but are you going to take that video and put it up? You're gonna go get that video of B. Scott eating.
I'm gonna go grab it. I'm gonna go grab it.
Oh no!
The comments were great.
Hey,
the comments were great.
There is y'all know me well enough to know there is no shame in my game. Zero. I am about the most shameless individual that you will find.
Okay, so speaking
I
of
wear it proudly.
Speaking of shamelessness, how would you feel about the idea of Danielle Hunter for Myles Garrett? I mean, you might have to do some level of contract, like an extension there, in order to get him over there. Would you be all right with that, or are you 100% cool with hey, let's stick with Danielle? I like seeing them Euros and all that.
I love Neil, and I would be perfectly fine if they just say, hey, look, we got 2 star defensive ends. We're going to roll with that. But you're not supposed to have me argue with going out and go get Myles Garrett. Like, what are we talking about? Like, we're talking about a generational talent, a perennial defensive player of the year candidate. And Danielle Hunter, with all due respect, in his own right, is, I think, closer to that ilk than we probably want to give him credit for in this conversation. It seems kind of dismissive, but we're talking about Myles Garrett.
We actually talked about that before.
One of one. We're talking about one of one right now, a generational talent in this league right now.
Do that crossover in the middle of the defense.
Yeah, come on. What are we doing? What are we talking about? Every team that doesn't have, so every team not the Browns should be interested in Myles Garrett. I firmly believe that.
Yeah, we'll see if Nick Caserio does anything.
I wish we could play Madden a little bit, man. Just move Danielle in the middle and put Myles Garrett on the end and just move
them all around.
Hey, you already did that with Danico Autry. Four down pass rushers.
Worked out great.
Oops, all pass rushers is what we're doing on defense.
4 guys on the line, all of them pass rushers.
Yeah. Stop, wouldn't run.
Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get to the
You
run.
can run a football. You're not throwing it, though. That's what's going to happen here.
You better run.
Yeah, exactly. Some other things that are popping. Obviously, Ryan Presley has been, traded to the Chicago Cubs. I thought he did a little bit of a classy move. He took out it's kind of old school, but I feel like it still works.
Actual newspaper, huh?
He went to the Houston Chronicle and took out a full page ad, just thanking the city for the time period that he spent here. Man, he really loved it here.
He did. The exclamation point. There is no way he would have done this under any other circumstance. Under any other circumstance. Other than Dana Brown and Joe Espada took the closing job away from him. Like, that was it. That was it. That's why he's gone. Even, was it Dana Brown was talking last week about, things changed after that. Yeah, they did.
Correct.
and that's the reason he's not here anymore.
Yeah, I was like, he's probably not going to want to talk to you very much. I understand how that happens.
Yeah. It's a tough thing, though, because, Presley's a legend here. I was thinking about this when Billy Wagner got inducted into was announced to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. I don't feel like in today's day and age we do enough of celebrating the elite reliever or the elite closer because of the way the game has changed, the way bullpens are managed differently. Yeah. But Ryan Presley, in every sense of the word, I think, is somebody that we should talk about as one of the better relievers in Astros history, and obviously a legend for what he did for the team. So it is odd to see how that relationship turned, but you also understand what was happening.
Yeah, and I absolutely love that the way that he did this. He has the full page ad, but then he has the letter on one side, but he also has the front page of the Chronicle on the other side of that about that ad. He made sure that he saw that World Series champions with him pointed to the sky. He's like, no, I need you to remember, this is the moment. This is it right here. We did it together, but I was here.
Hey, Lopez, I know you could be sensitive to this because you were a newspaper man, but look, Ryan Presley, part of a dying breed, last of a generation that actually knows just barely old enough to know what a newspaper is.
Yes, he is. He's one of the older guys.
There you go.
That actually had it on his front porch at some point.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Best way to do this, right? If you're going to take out a full page ad, best way to do it is
exactly like that.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly like that. Especially a picture of him,
exactly
yeah,
like, hey man,
I'm the dude, and I appreciate you.
I'm leaving, and I'm so happy, with my time there. But I want y'all to remember, I did this right here. Exactly. This is me, all me right here.
Yeah.
So yeah, shout out to Ryan Presley. Best of luck to him in his future endeavors.
You know what? Before you move on,
Yes,
another
sir.
thing that Dana Brown them took from us with the Ryan Presley thing, the Johnny Cash, the intro song.
Yeah.
Like,
that was one of the first things that one of my kids sent me.
Man, when they shut them lights out and everybody get their phones out, and then you hear that Cash come on, you know it's about to be cracking. Man, I'm gonna miss me some press, man.
Absolutely, 100%. Now I do want to go, especially since we got B-Sky here. Why not? A really embarrassing Island home game loss in my mind to the Brooklyn Nets on Saturday.
I was in the building.
Now, you were?
Yeah,
yes. So you had a very particular view of that. It was a very frustrating loss after a 4-game set. Being on the road, you come home for one home game before you head back on the road on another 4-game road trip, which begins tonight in New York at Madison Square Garden. But this team just looked like they did not have any intensity, any energy, and it felt like this was one of those games where, you really are missing Alperen Sengun.
Yeah, all of that you just said on the last part, because I'm okay with losing. They have some highs and some lows. You're going to lose to some teams that you probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
You're probably going to beat some teams that you probably shouldn't. But it was the way that they looked, the part that you mentioned about the energy. Like, the energy and effort did not seem to be there in the same way that we have come accustomed to watching the Rockets, especially this version of the Rockets, the Ime's Rockets over the last couple of years. Normally, effort and energy is not the thing that you're going to criticize them for. They can't shoot, they can't do this, they can't do that. You still don't know who the closer is and all these other type of things. But it's normally not, hey, they didn't get after it.
Yeah.
And that was what that night felt like. It was a pretty big disappointment considering that is their calling card, is to show effort and energy. Now, the Alperen Sengun and then Fred VanVleet going out with the ankle injury early in the game, those things were relevant, and I think part of the reason why, hey, they might not have won this game anyway, but you got to put out a better effort than that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 110-98 loss. And by the way, I think one of the things that made it smart a little bit more for me, not that it actually changes anything on the standings or anything, but the Nets won their first set of consecutive games since November. Like, this is not a good basketball team, but I think they posed a very particular challenge.
That's what it was, right? I mean, they had a tough matchup. Now, the Rockets were, as B. Scott was saying, sort of a half step slow.
Yeah.
But they also seemed to be just a matchup problem for them.
Just a lot of, I mean, B. Scott, you were there. It felt like they have a lot of length, they have a lot of size, and the Rockets, if they can't, pick and roll and get initiating offense that way, it'll devolve into just kind of ISO basketball, especially if you can't distribute from the center of the floor.
They didn't guard worth a damn. They didn't get after it defensively, which is a big disappointment.
True.
But then on the offensive side, to y'all's point, like, they're bad enough with one of those guys out. Like, Alperen Sengun is basically who their offense centers around. Fred VanVleet is basically the orchestrator of the one who keeps everything together. They didn't have the center of the universe, and they didn't have the one that normally pulls the puppet strings, if you will.
Yeah.
So they were basically like it was just, hey, Jalen Green, go get us a bucket.
Yeah.
Good luck. And that is not, I don't think, a recipe for success.
No, and I don't think that's the way that has been his best iteration of basketball either. He ends up taking some shots where, he can make them sometimes, but it's not a good diet, and you're not gonna hit them at a high rate. And you definitely fell into a lot of those. And then on top of that, you fell into Amen Thompson trying to do some of that too. And it's like, this is not productive basketball for a team of the caliber that the Rockets are setting themselves up to be. So hopefully they can find a level of getting themselves back to a better place as they face off against a really tough opponent, the New York Knicks, tonight in New York. Fred VanVleet is already out for this one. Alperen Sengun is questionable. And so, it'll be an interesting look because, again, not having Fred, who is an orchestrator on this offense, let's see if these other guys can kind of get themselves to a place where they're sticking to the plan and playing better basketball. Some other things that happened, what's popping, hey, man, the Houston boy is back in Texas, but not with the Rockets. De'Aaron Fox was indeed traded to the San Antonio Spurs in a deal that saw Zach LaVine go from Chicago to the Kings. I mean, this makes the the Spurs in the division, don't they?
At least moving forward, I would say. Like I don't know about how much this year it's going to connect and all that. They're still, pretty far back in the stat. But this is the best thing about this. I was saying this earlier. If you're a Spurs fan, B. Scott, they didn't give up any of their key assets.
Dude,
nothing.
This is so for as much as I enjoyed, guilty pleasure watching the Mavs fans, squeamish over the Luca Doncic trade.
Yeah.
Man, because these are the two teams the other two basketball teams that are in the state, right? So we've got, I think, close interstate rivals with the Mavericks and the Spurs fan bases. So I'm like, yeah, Mavs, yeah, y'all are at your lowest of low. And then the Spurs come up with a De'Aaron Fox. They're like, hey, man, we got De'Aaron Fox. Chris Paul's on the team already, and we got the alien in Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox is what? He can't be older than 26, 27.
I believe he's 27.
Yeah, he can't. So like they are positioned for the future to have two preeminent stars, two all-stars on their team.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man.
But it makes for good I-10 rivalry stuff.
Yeah, and the Spurs will be a lot more fun to watch now. Like the Spurs, the only reason to watch over the last couple of years has been Wembanyama, at least for my money.
Well, Castle is really coming along.
Yeah. They've got some young talent. And
he's going to be part of that.
For sure. And not having to, like you mentioned, not having to give up their young talent, not having to give up Stephon Castle to get what I don't understand what it is with not having to give up young talent to go get a superstar.
What a concept, huh?
Yeah, man.
What a concept.
Like the Mavs are not like, hey, you know what? I want that Dalton connect. Let me get another first round pick with that. They don't want none of that. Same thing with this Spurs thing. It's like, hey, you don't want to get Stephon Castle? Hey, whatever. Hey, if they like it, I love it.
It seems like the Kings got a whole bunch of trade assets or draft assets rather in that trade back. So maybe they're good with that. But yeah, Fox is indeed back in Texas. Doesn't have a 3-ball, which hopefully that is somewhat of a limiting factor, at least when you have to face off against them. He is a scoring guy, but he's getting downhill. Wembanyama maybe is if he's out there shooting the 3-ball, he's not as effective getting downhill and just dunking on you. Maybe those are the things that you can look at.
But it also gives you a sense for how they're going to build the team.
That is true,
right? So everybody, all of the other 3 guys on the team going forward after this year, you best believe that's what's going to be on the team.
Yeah, they'll find some shooting. So yeah, the Spurs are moving their way along towards finding something, as the Rockets ahead of them, thankfully, but they will have to continue pushing forward in their development because the rest of the West continues to be a menace in the NBA. Some other things that are popping. I did want to mention this. What did I have here? Of course, the internet not working. Okay.
How bad do you really want to mention it, though, Red? How badly do you really want to mention it?
Well,
that's me filibustering, by the way.
I do personally want to mention it because Houston was among 4 groups to officially submit a WNBA expansion bid. So the possibility of the return of the Comets do exist. Now, remember, the Comets banners still hang in Toyota Center. This is something that it's a point of civic pride in some ways. You won the first 4 of the WNBA banners with that Houston Comets team. That team now coming back is WNBA is trying to expand, and Tilmer Fertitta, the governor of the Rockets, seems to be one of the 4 teams or one of the 4 cities that is trying to bring a WNBA team to Houston.
And you kind of think, just 2-3 years ago, your city goes, you know what, we're kind of interested in a WNBA team, and you're kind of thinking, what are you doing? But now's a good time.
Yeah.
And now's a good time. That league, the college game in that league is really taking off. A lot of individual superstars that have been branded and are recognizable, or certainly the game is better than it's ever been. It's actually not a bad play, man. I think it's a very good play.
Yeah, strike while the iron's hot, right? I think from a business side, to your point, Lopez, it's a good play. From a civic and cultural standpoint, to Reggie's point, I think it's a good play. The first 4 championships here, some of the best players to ever play in the game. And I think about this too, guys. The farther we get removed from that 97 to 2000 era, the farther we get away from it, the more their legacy kind of gets pushed back to the back burner, and it's easier to forget.
Well, that's absolutely true.
Right.
Yeah, and
they were huge here.
Yeah, man. They were rock stars, man.
It was relative. I'm not going to overdo it, but relatively regularly, 9,000, 10,000. Sometimes they would sell out on the playoffs. At the old. Compact Center,
yeah. I went to Monica Lamb's basketball camp at TSU, and Kim Perrott came and spoke before she passed. These were important moments growing up.
Yeah.
It was a big before we got into the culture wars of like people hating, not wanting to give women's basketball the credit that it deserves. Mm-hmm. We've kind of flipped now, and are like recognizing them for what they are. I think the rivalries that we're seeing with Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, some of what we're seeing these days is helping that. But yeah, I would love to see the Comets come back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. That's what's popping here. Well, I guess, and also, what's also popping is that we are in New Orleans.
We are in New Orleans.
Super Bowl Radio Row, man. And
I got my Mardi Gras shirt on. I'm a month early, baby.
Did you fly in that?
I'm ready to go. I sure did. I damn sure did.
You pulled into the airport with that.
No, he wanted to make it known where you were headed.
Man, I've had this shirt for 2 years. My first time wearing. I cut the tags off this morning. I couldn't wait.
That's great.
Oh, that's great.
Ready to get here.
Because you just touched down and went right here. What are the shenanigans that you're most excited to get into?
Oh man, I saw y'all went to Cafe du Monde. I want to do that. Mm-hmm. So the French Quarter, all of the different. I don't want to call them scammers, but like the hustlers.
Yeah.
Like the guys they're pretending to do magic tricks. They're not.
Yeah.
I remember one time I was down here and a dude had like a transformer outfit, like a transformer costume, and he would literally he'd be like standing up regular like the rest of us, and he would fold himself into a transformer. Man, they got all kind of hustlers on in the French Quarter, man. I cannot wait to go see them.
I can tell you where you got those shoes. That's my favorite line.
Yeah.
So you will know if you are also making your way to New Orleans for this type of week, you will know exactly where to find B. Scott. It sounds like that is very evident.
With the scammers.
Yeah.
I will be with them.
He will not be a scammer, though. I want to make that clear.
No. I'm here on official capacity.
There you go. Capacity brought to you by Flight by Yingling and Low T Center bringing this out here. That man is currently sitting in the hot seat. Brought to you by Exclusive Furniture, and of course you can see it on the live stream that is sponsored by Mo Karam Injury Lawyers. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we headed to our final hour of Monday, and we begin by getting into the winners and losers of the weekend, and we'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about Ability Tree.
Single item at a regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula. We got Byron Matthews handling the ones and twos back in Houston because we are out here at Super Bowl Radio Row in New Orleans. Thanks to Flight by Yingling being our presenting sponsor for this. And I can tell you who already is going to be one of the winners in these winners and losers that we are doing here.
I can tell you one of the losers.
Okay, well.
We might be on the same wavelength here.
Yeah, perfect. So, yeah, 713-572-4610. I feel like I should have been saying that. I'll put the text in. Let us know your thoughts, who you thought were winners and losers on the week. And there's some big ones that are obvious, but one of the winners of the weekend is B. Scott. The way he's tearing up these wings right now, he is happy to be here.
All right. So,
but we're all, I think every Sports Radio 610 have been winners this weekend, man. It's been fun.
We were on the same wavelength. Hold on a second. Okay. Because one of my losers was going to be wings. The wings are losers this weekend because not only B. Scott, who's, who actually should be a meme. I mean, it was like one of those
Just wait. It'll happen.
One of those scenes out of like an old Seinfeld when the kid's eating the ice cream and all that stuff. Oh, he's really going in there.
I am not opposed. I'm not opposed.
And then I just found out our program director, Parker, Hugh Douglas, what was going on, Figgy?
Yeah, so Hugh Douglas was like, hey, who was that guy? Is that your producer? He was effing the wings up.
Check that out on Sports Radio 610 Instagram. You can find it. It's hilarious.
Oh, you saw it? It's there, too?
Yeah. Hilarious.
Man, wings are losers with this group.
Unless you count being inside of my tummy or Parker's tummy being a winner. Yeah, I would agree with that.
I feel like people going to know this station as the wing station.
That's right.
We're doing Houston proud.
That's that station
opposed.
be effing the wings up.
I'm not opposed at all. Look, I'll tell you this. I am doing better than I ever have in my life, like in terms of like just, job and finances and everything. I will never get to a point where I'm going to pass up free food.
Oh, who does?
And not eat the free food with like a certain level of eagerness and vigor and excitement and enthusiasm.
That makes
and
you
gratefulness.
That makes you normal.
I will do no matter how much money I ever make in my way.
And free food, I appreciate it. I think I would like to be that as well. But yeah, and Hugh Douglas, he knows something about some wings, man. That is a former NFL defensive end. He hosts.
And he was impressed by our guy.
Yeah, he hosts on our sister station in Philadelphia, sitting right next to us. So yeah, he was impressed. Somebody said, "Is he eating the Don Julio wings?" Oh, not yet. I forgot that.
That's on the table.
That is something that we still have to do.
That's on the docket.
I forgot about that.
We haven't gotten that far yet, man.
All right, we
baby
still
steps.
We're gonna go as a family.
Yeah.
Yes, we will. We will find time. But how about let's actually dive into the winners and losers of the weekend. Text in if you have any winners or losers of the weekend. I'd like to start here. College basketball, in fact. Big 12 top dogs were losers on the weekend. On Saturday, in particular, you had the three highest ranked Big 12 basketball teams, men's basketball teams, all lost. Baylor defeated Kansas. Now, that was in Waco. Number 11 Kansas at that. And then, unfortunately, University of Houston fell to Texas Tech at home in the Love You Blue jerseys.
Dude, it was a terrific game. It was as good a college basketball game as you can see. I don't know how much y'all saw. I happened
watched
to be,
all of it.
Yeah,
or a lot of it,
I happened to be locked in because I was just chilling at home, cooking and stuff. And I just sat down after a while, like, wow, this is next level.
And it was a tight game all the way
good
through.
Storylines, too. Coach gets thrown out and all that stuff.
A lot of us were at, and I say us, I'm talking about media corps, press corps, folks you would know. We were there at the Toyota Center, the media eating area, watching it on the screen. Like, we had the wrong damn game.
Yeah, exactly.
We had the wrong game. This is the Houston basketball game to be at tonight.
The best player. Coach
4 minutes into the game, there is a pass by Texas Tech's best player. Except as he does, he gets a little Draymond. His leg gets a mind of its own, and he kicks a Cougar in the manhood. And so that got him out of there. Flagrant 2, boom, you out of here.
Yeah.
And then the coach, I guess, decided that he had to go to bat for his mans. He gets thrown out of here. And yet and still, they were able to maintain, what is it? Like, it was like a 4-point game for the entirety of this thing. Largely with Texas Tech up. And then late in the game, this is the thing that got me. Late in the game, you had the Cougars actually flip it, and they were leading by 4. Ultimately fall in this game, so they end up being one of those top dogs. And then Kansas State defeated Iowa State in quite an upset there at Iowa State. Iowa State, or this particular matchup between Kansas State and Iowa State, I don't think that Iowa State had lost to Kansas State at home in like 15 years. And so Big 12, I mean, it's always been a great basketball conference, and this is the reason why. Top to bottom, it's usually pretty good.
And as far as the UH game, 33-game home win streak,
33 games,
18-game Big 12 win streak.
Snapped.
I think there were 2 game-tying threes in the final minutes by the Texas Tech. That was
absolutely
really good.
An underrated loser within your loser there? Were you about to?
I did want to mention just with Houston, oddly enough, new AP poll came out. They moved from 6 to 5. Somehow I
don't have a problem with that.
So is this a good loss? One of those good losses?
I'll take it.
One of those beneficial losses?
Yeah.
No, an underrated loser in your loser there? Fairness? Because to me, you kick a guy in the man parts and then your coach defends it. That team don't deserve to win. So fairness and the right thing happening.
Well, I know
was a loser.
I know karma will somehow get back to this, because one thing I maintain very strongly is that nut punchers shall never prosper. And so, like, in this instance, the iteration is kickers, but the prospering will not happen. Like, this is why Chris Paul has never gotten a ring. Like, it will never, they shall never prosper.
I
believe that.
I like that theory.
I subscribe to it.
Yeah.
There is a faith that I have in this, and it is a central tenet of my life. Another loser, we were saying that, at the house that we have in NOLA, that, all the Sports Radio 610 personalities and employees are hanging out at, we were watching the Grammys, and a loser is indeed Aubrey Drake Graham.
Yeah.
As Kendrick Lamar wins.
Clean sweep.
The diss song that he wrote about Drake now has him, 3 Grammys just off of that alone. Plus, remember, within a week, he'll be performing that at the biggest live performance that there is in American culture.
He actually went 5 for 5.
Yeah.
So my man got 5 Grammys off of that song,
Off of a diss song, man.
Well, not just a diss song. Like, let's just call it what it is. It has become culturally popular to call this man a pedophile, and we have no evidence to suggest that he's an actual pedophile, but everybody feels okay saying it, and nobody's mad at anybody for saying it. It's just like, A minor, and it's just like everybody's just into it. I'm like, wow, that's really being a loser.
Taylor Swift,
we get to call you a pedophile, and nobody has any repercussions.
Taylor Swift was dancing to the song.
Yeah, did you see the video? And
despite the fact
Kendrick said so,
despite the fact that he's been, I don't want to use the wrong language here, that he's been Drake, has been like gas boosting her up. Drake has been boosting Taylor, and she's still like, nah, A minor, let's go.
I think also the additional part of him being a loser when it came to this particular Grammy situation. Did you notice what Kendrick Lamar was wearing? I don't know if anybody saw it.
I didn't know until I read about it.
Yeah, Kendrick Lamar was wearing a denim-on-denim outlook, right?
Yeah.
Or look. He had a denim jacket, denim, obviously jeans. What is that called?
Canadian tux.
I did not know that.
It is called a Canadian tuxedo.
I didn't know that until this morning.
That is what people refer to it as, and the notable Canadian.
Dude, that is so good. Now that I know that. Yeah.
He's a very petty individual.
Now that I know
petty
that.
and clever and can rap. That's terrible combination for Drake.
That makes it a lot better. I mean, not that I'm taking. I mean, it's just the whole concept of what's going on.
Bomani Jones had a tweet, formerly ESPN. Bomani Jones had a tweet. Man, I'm so glad that my ops can't rap.
That's right.
Same.
Yeah. Like, what is the skill that if your enemies had, it would make you the most terrified? Because I feel like being able to rap is up there because there's a social ability to drive you down.
Well, because a comedian,
exactly. It's a good one.
Aside from the obvious of being able to a kung fu fighter,
that was
but a comedian or a
Brazilian
rapper.
jiu-jitsu is the one. That
I think those are the right answers.
Yeah,
those are the ones that'll destroy you.
Yeah, don't want those. Don't want those problems.
Yeah,
I feel like Zabel. Like the that played in the Senior Bowl.
Oh,
Now you got me.
It's Gray Zabel, I believe is his name, just to make sure. But like he got so much love over the entirety of last week and then into this weekend rather. I think that he's been a winner absolutely. This is a dude who is played at North Dakota State. That is not a hotbed
That's
of
the
offensive
one we were
line.
talking about last week a little bit.
I mean, you've heard him a lot. I know that John Harris even talked about him with Payne and Pendergast last week. This dude he played at North Dakota State, and he is looking like he is going to be, a first-round offensive lineman. And I mean, we're really leaning now into the draft space with the player player acquisition process of that all. Gray Zabel is one of those dudes who he is the test case of what the Senior Bowl does, right? You get up there and you have opportunities to be in front of NFL personnel, and the cream will rise to the top, as any football coach will tell you. He's looking like the cream right now.
That's one guy that, proof positive that if you have a good Senior Bowl, you make a lot of money. Because it wasn't just like the nerds that or the draft experts or the scouts that were in. Once you get on that field with those guys and get it done, I mean, it's on.
North Dakota State has also become, over the last 10 to 15 years or so, a space where people are trying to find those diamonds in the rough because they are the preeminent FCS program.
Yes.
And so if you're trying to just step below that level, like the best players in the FCS are potential NFL North Dakota State, to their credit, over the last, 13, 15 years or so, have been getting the very best FCS players.
Yeah.
Billy Turner, offensive lineman for the Green Bay Packers, came out of there. Carson Wentz, I know Trey Lance didn't quite work out, but they're getting talent out of North Dakota State, slowly but surely.
Yeah, and that feels like more of a development prospect too. Like they're getting dudes, they're keeping them for an extended period of time and develop them from maybe like a relatively raw prospect to dudes that can go into the NFL and provide something. The only other person that I could think of as a winner from the Senior Bowl, Jack Beck, the wide receiver from TCU, that ultimately he got the game-winning touchdown and won the MVP in that game. And of course, this is a month after his brother passed away here in New Orleans on Bourbon in that that terrorist attack. It was a heartwarming moment for him to have that this weekend. When it comes to losers, I feel like the Pro Bowl probably pops up here.
Oh boy,
Pro Bowl games rather, I should say. The Pro Bowl games did not. Did you watch a moment of it?
No.
I think we were on the road.
We were driving.
To be fair,
but zero. I mean, and when we stopped and outside of Lafayette, I looked at some stuff and I'm like, this is embarrassing. Figgy even, and it wasn't his fault. He's like, so what's the main event now?
Yeah.
We're like, I guess flag
football game, I guess. Well, I think basically what happens is all the Pro Bowl games, they add score, and then they bring it into the flag football game and that. But, yeah, man.
Hey, forgive me for feeling like the Pro Bowl is just like for the gram now. Like, it's a social media event. It's not an actual athletic, but that's all it is. It's like, hey, Nico Collins, go do a selfie video. That is all I've consumed from the Pro Bowl. Is whatever the Texans and other teams have really put out from their accounts, and people shouting out their hometown fan bases. Like that's the Pro Bowl, not the actual games. I'm like, I don't need to. I'd rather play dodgeball than watch Joe Mixon out there playing dodgeball. Like,
right.
I'm good on that.
Now, I will say that you speak about for the gram, it was a nice catch by Nico Collins, though. He did have a nice catch.
He did. And I only caught it because of the gram.
100%. Shout out to at Houston Texans on Instagram. But, yes, that was cool. My mom called me about it. She was like, yeah, I was watching this. And I'm like, okay, so this is what it's for. It's for people that are like.
Look at her watching the Pro Bowl.
They like sports, but it's like you just had it on the TV. It's just something to have on the TV.
I'm for that.
Yeah.
Anything, even if it doesn't draw me in, if it'll bring in Reggie's mom or my mom or any of our moms, I'm down for that.
Yeah, so and then winners, I feel like the winners, is we're going to have a lot of winning here in New Orleans this weekend.
Oh, yeah, I'm hoping that's us.
Yeah,
that Team 610, baby.
Winner.
Let's go out here and win, dog.
That's right. So, man, those are the winners and losers of the weekend. Other than that, I feel like we're all in a good space. But coming up next, this is typically where we hand it over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. And he says that he has a mixtape prepared.
Yeah, he does.
However, Figgy Fig is also responsible for making sure that Sports Radio 610 on Instagram has plenty of content, and he's doing that right this moment. So coming up next, we will see if Figgy Fig makes it back to host his own segment right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stu. contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed, it is the mixtape. Figgy Fig is in the building.
What's happening?
You got it. You on?
Yeah, okay. I was thinking. It kind of threw me off a little bit because I usually.
You want to do the whole thing? Yeah.
Let me do it again.
All right.
Yes, it is. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
There
It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down.
There we go.
On a Monday, live in New Orleans. Happy Monday to everyone out there. I got to say, man, I'm having a good time so far. I feel like the week didn't even start yet. And I'm already having a blast.
Mm-hmm.
And first, I just want to give a big shout-out to the OG.
Hey, now.
Juan Phillip.
Mm-hmm. Juan Felipe, correct.
Juan Felipe Lopez, for one, driving us there. I mean,
he drove the whole way, too. I appreciate that.
He drove the whole way.
That was easy, too.
He rented the car, man. Really appreciate that. But we really appreciate you cooking, too, man.
That was fun, man.
Yeah, the brisket was really good, man.
Had brisket and chicken and beans and potato salad. Kept it pretty straightforward.
Yeah, my old lady was a little jealous because I sent her the video of the brisket, and she said, "You bastard. Why would you send this to me?"
You dirty dog.
Yeah, you didn't have to do that. That was not necessary.
But, yeah, so for some reason, man, I've been kind of in a trolling mode, and I never troll people and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I had to troll John one good time because I felt like he was feeling himself a little bit. So he's setting up everything. He pretty much moved my little side dish to the back.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, because you brought a little side dish as well.
I bought a little appetizer. I'm thinking like, all right, we can snack on that until the other food, get done. He just pushed my stuff to the side. He like, they can have it sometime next week.
But I did.
And so he's setting up everything. I'm letting him have. He set the OG sauce right in front of me, pow, on the table. And so I'm like, you know what? Let me troll him a little bit, man. So here's what I had to say when Lopez put that OG sauce in front of me.
Hey, we got some Sweet Baby Rays. Hey.
So he pretty much told me to bleep off.
That's right.
Yeah, I did.
That's right. He absolutely did.
Sometimes when people feel themselves a little too much, you got to, like, set them back.
Yeah.
Yeah, knock him down a peg.
Yeah, knock them back. Like, hold on.
Speaking of knock him down a peg, you got rave reviews specifically from, I think, Clint and Seth. Specifically were huge about the beans that you made.
Oh, the beans turned out great.
PC, Patrick Creighton, of course, host of Area 45 here on Sports Radio 610. He's into YouTube, and he said, feeding beans to a house full of guys is a questionable decision.
Hey.
Which, now that you put it like that, fair enough.
Seth had 4 cups of beans.
He sure did.
4.
We got to check on him. Actually, we got to make sure he's okay.
4.
He made it through the show. It was a fantastic another edition of Payne and Pendergast this morning. He looked a little queasy after. I wonder if that's what it was. If his guts was just bubbling a little bit or something.
It was awesome. It was great that everybody really enjoyed it, and I'm glad everybody piled their plates. But I was looking at Seth, and he had 4. We had a bunch of. We all had a bunch of brisket and chicken. And then you get another one, and you get another one. I'm like, he's going back for another bowl, isn't he?
Yeah. Don't judge that man.
But to be fair, Figgy, before you move on, we were going to eat a little earlier, and then everybody started getting their appetizer for tomorrow or just to have around the house.
He said, put that to the side.
Let's go ahead and put that in the back of the fridge for a little bit.
Let the real meal step up.
Yeah.
But, salute to you, man. We really appreciate you doing that. I know you don't have to do anything like that, but we really appreciate that.
All right, I appreciate it, too.
So, yesterday also, me, Reggie, Aaron, who else was in the show?
Yeah.
We all decided to, hey, let's go get some beignets.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome, by the way.
That was your mission all day.
I needed to. My thought process was, This is going to be a long week. There's going to be a lot of stuff packed into it, and I don't know exactly. This is my first time here. I don't know exactly how this is going to pan out. So if you want to make sure to get something done, do it early rather than putting it off. Fair. I was like, make sure we get the beignets. We might get beignets 4 times this week, but we're going to make sure we get beignets on day 1 so that at least that's crossed off.
Yeah. So we did that, and right after, like you said earlier, we hit Bourbon Street. We said, you know what, let's walk around and peek the scene a little bit. And we had a good time. This is Ron's first time out here. So
he'd been to the city before, but he hadn't really experienced it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Out on Bourbon Street first time?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So he was kind of looking around.
We were afraid because he was drawing. He was, in the back because it was 4 of us. Myself and Aaron were running up front. Figgy was kind of in the middle, and then Shell was in the behind. We had to keep turning around to make sure that someone didn't pull him off the street into one of these houses.
Hey, it's a lot of hustlers out there.
Pull
man.
him.
Well, he is also a person that, so.
Yeah, so it was a lot of people aggressive out there, so we was kind of checking on them. We got us a little drink, some hand grenades, and the shark attack?
Yes.
Yeah, got the shark attacks and all that stuff. Cool night, right?
Pretty fun.
So we get back to the Uber.
Yeah.
We get to the Uber. We got the lovely, what was her name?
Miss Didi.
Miss Didi.
Yeah.
We got Miss Didi driving, and she straight out of New Orleans. Like, if she told me she was from somewhere else, I would have thought, you gotta be lying. Yeah, so she was very energetic and beautiful accent. And this is me talking about trolling.
Yeah.
This is me. I kind of want to troll a little bit more. I'm going to tell her
He's in a trolling vibe.
Yeah. So I started off by saying Houston got the better food, and she said, nah. So then I took it a step further. I decided to tell her Houston have the better crawfish.
Oh, boy.
And this is how that sounded. Houston definitely got the better crawfish, though.
You're trying to get us kicked out. Hey, bro. We're trying to get bro. What you mean? On a terrorist attack, you ain't supposed to be doing shit like that. I feel like you just ain't supposed to be doing shit like that.
Nah, that car was wild enough. So in the midst of her yelling at me, she see another car going down the wrong way street, like kind of a little illegal U-turn. And she started cussing this person out.
We got the full experience. We got the full experience.
Yeah,
I love it.
Riled up.
So we got it riled up. So I'm like, okay, like I like this experience. Like going here. So next, this is her talking about Waffle House. So Ron seen a Waffle House, and he said this looked like a different Waffle House.
Why are you shaking your head, Aaron? Is there anything you would like to say?
I'm glad you brought up Aaron's name because Aaron never been to a Waffle House.
Not once in his lifetime, which is unbelievable.
Yeah, so this is how that interaction happened.
I've never been to a Waffle House.
What?
Never. Are you for real? Nope. My wife was supposed to go on a girls' trip last November, and I was going to go because she's been there 3 times. She doesn't like it.
Yeah, man. Ain't nothing like a little breakfast sandwich from Waffle House with some hash browns smothered.
Come on now.
Yeah.
The Waffle House at this point. I'm not actually drunk enough for the Waffle House. Oh, hell no. I could have been covered. 6 hours. I'm with you, and that's smothered and covered. I didn't know what's next step. That's great.
Man, why we gotta get a pecan waffle or chocolate chip
That's
waffle?
the one. That pecan waffle? That's the one.
Chocolate chip waffle or pecan waffle?
That pecan waffle is the one. You said pecans. That's got my name on it. Yeah, I'm gonna need 2 order eggs, pecan waffle, hash brown.
Yeah, but see, the eggs I get come on my breakfast sandwich. I get the egg over easy over
these all in.
Got
breakfast
you
sandwich.
so that yolk can run.
Ooh, yes,
Come
indeed.
on
When
now.
you bite that bitch, they're gonna run it down your mouth. You put that tongue out there and get it.
Still on the plate a little bit.
Hey, she was going in
She
on that
was all
Waffle
in.
House,
Yeah,
man.
she knew everything.
Over eggs, over.
Yeah.
I have a
Was
confession.
that you that was saying I wasn't drunk enough to go to
That
a
is
Waffle
correct. I was not drunk enough to go to the Waffle House.
That's a good point. But if you go to Waffle House, like, it's really good. It's just as good when you're not drinking. It's just as good when you're not drinking.
But I feel like you maximize what you're doing.
Yeah. No, you definitely, it's a vibe. It's a feeling. It's sort of a moment, when you have that maybe one too many, you go to Waffle House. But if you go, like, we did a trip not long ago last year. We drove through the South. And I'm like, well, let's just go to Waffle House. Like, damn, that's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Yeah.
So shout out to Miss Didi, and then towards the end of the ride, she got us to our Airbnb, and I said, hey, you need to be our driver for the rest of the week because you super cool. So she said, yeah, take my number. So I took her number and all that stuff. And later on, I got to my room, and I get a text.
Oh, I know what this is.
I get a text full of pictures with a hand grenade in her car, spilled all over the seats.
Oh, Reggie, weren't you drinking a hand grenade?
I was drinking a hand grenade. That is correct.
And I was drinking the hand grenade too, but mine was inside the.
Oh boy,
mine was in my.
That's not a little spill. That is not.
It's all ice. I promise you.
Yeah.
That's all ice. Though.
Why does it have color in it?
It's all ice. Because the ice was colored. I don't know what you mean. What you mean?
And so she texted me and said, "Oh man, I turned the corner and oh boy left his drink," shaking my head.
Oh, Reggie.
So I said, "Oh man," I said, "I'm so sorry about that." I let them know about that. I'm sorry.
See what happened was.
So I Apple paid her like $20.
Which, by the way, I still got to get you back for that.
Yeah.
What had ended up in the back seat? It was 3 rows.
Yeah.
And, so you end up with. I was
so
like,
you
look,
had to do the crawl.
Yeah, I did the crawl.
Yeah.
So getting back there, all right, cool. I set the Hurricane in there because I had finished that thing up. Set the Hurricane in the cup holder.
Yeah.
And then when we got out, because we were all having such a good time, and I was making sure to thank her and everything, and crawling out, I forgot to reach back and grab the Hurricane. So how it fell out of the cup holder, I don't know. But
I do.
What?
It wasn't in there good, or you hit it, or she hit a bump.
I feel like Reggie had a little too much to drink. I felt like he was wilding out a little bit.
I wasn't there.
He was wilding out.
You seemed fine when you got home.
He done left the cup inside the Uber and all that stuff. So I
no
think
shame, Reggie. No shame.
We got to look at Reggie.
I'm in New Orleans. What you want? What you want from me?
I'm not passing judgment. I'm asking if you had.
See, he wilding. We was only out there for like 30 minutes, and he already slurring and.
All right, I wasn't slurring now.
So I think we got to watch Reggie going forward.
And he also did say, "I'm not drunk enough yet."
Correct.
When he was talking about it. So you put the two stories together, he's talking about Waffle House in one, saying I'm not drunk enough yet, which is admitting you're a little drunk.
Well, I mean, I had a drink. That's all I admitted. I admit nothing more than that, officer.
I was a little drunk.
So imagine if Reggie said he wasn't drunk enough yet.
Yeah.
Imagine when he do get drunk.
Oh, yeah, what's going to be?
He's going to be puking all over the Uber.
See, that's the worst. That's the one where you just like.
So we got to keep an eye on Reggie, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
I maintain you got to keep an eye on Show. I'm just gonna push him out here. That show looked like he was fighting demons back. He was holding those demons back. He was like, they gonna come out.
He was fighting the sugar demons.
That's true. That's also true.
He like we walking past all of these daiquiri shops, all that sugar. I felt bad for my man Show. He gonna give in sometime this week.
Oh, it's gonna happen. He's gonna splurge on one of these nights. When we're out and about.
Yeah. But, yeah, that's the mixtape live from New Orleans on Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down. And I'm going to have more coming for y'all this week.
I know you will.
Yeah, maybe we might hit the streets and talk to some people.
I know you will.
Yeah.
Okay. And I imagine that, Instagram sees it first.
Yeah, probably so, but I might make something exclusive for that.
Oh, look at that.
For the people that's rocking with us on the YouTube and all that stuff. And I promise I probably won't troll anymore.
That's all right. You can do it.
Nah,
you can do it.
I ain't going to do that. People get offensive over the crawfish thing.
Oh, yeah.
If I said Houston crawfish is better than New Orleans, they damn near get ready to give me a black eye.
Fighting words.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. From the 832, somebody said, good job, guys. Now Uber is going to cancel her because she can't take private rides. Ooh, I did not think about that.
Oh, man.
That was someone else entirely.
It was another Didi. It was a different Didi.
It's a different one. Yeah. From the 346, somebody said Reggie's going to have the kid leash.
The kid leash.
I'm promise I'm good.
I'll put that harness on. I'll be holding the other side.
We're going to be like, where's Reggie?
No, Reggie, this way.
I'm perfectly fine.
No, Reggie,
I'm perfectly okay. I was the one who ordered the Ubers. Come on now. Let's go. All right, there you go. That's the mixtape. You catch it right here on Sports Radio 610 at 1:20 p.m. every weekday, especially when we're in New Orleans. Our appreciation, a flight by Yingling to Low T Center, the Mokaram Injury Law for making sure that we got the live stream, and of course the exclusive furniture hot seat where B. Scott has made that his new home.
Man, he's making himself at home.
I realize it's Monday, so it's pretty light, but you're gonna have to find somewhere else to sit. We got interviews and stuff to do.
Hey, I thought about it too. I was like, man, I'm glad they ain't have a bunch of interviews right now. I have to get them and find me somewhere to actually sit.
Yeah, we've got a lot of interviews coming, and again, appreciation to Exclusive Furniture for helping making those feels as comfortable as possible. But all right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and coming up next, we'll get ready to hand it off to the fellas Clint and Ron as they get ready for the drive. We'll do it next.
We're in the Big Easy all week long leading up to Sunday's big game. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Thanks to the Low T Center. It's top-tier sports conversation with a little New Orleans flair. Buckle up. You never know what's coming up next.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, well, no, we're still in the loop for a moment more. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula, John Lopez. Figgy Fig is around doing content stuff. Sports Radio 610 on Instagram. Make sure you tap in there. And we're getting ready to hand it over to Clint and Ron. Clint and Show of The Drive, as you heard there from Big Voice Man. Appreciate Flight by Yingling for bringing all these things together. And, I mean, we have not talked about it yet. We'll have all week to talk about it, especially with guests. But, hey, man, the Super Bowl is coming together, is it not? Right? Like, we have the Kansas City Chiefs. We have the Philadelphia Eagles here. Like, this
is a game this week.
It is happening. It is happening this week. Immediate. What is the biggest story in this week that you are looking forward to?
Well, look, one thing that hit me over the course of this show when we were talking to Charles McDonald, it was kind of depressing.
Yeah, and thanks to Charles McDonald for sitting down with us earlier.
For sitting down with us and bringing this up, because he asked us, like, all right, so where's the weak spot? How does this Chiefs terminable?
Yeah.
And I realized there ain't a whole lot.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot where you're like, all right, that's declining. I mean, it's Travis Kelce and that's it. Everywhere else they're pretty much setting out. Things change quickly in the NFL, as we know, but it's like, well, dang, they're going to be good for a while.
Yeah, that's on the long term,
and it's already been a while.
Yeah, the short term situation is that, look, man, there's been teams that's played with them if you can find a way to win third down.
Yeah,
right. Like that's going to be one of the Eagles' charges here, and I imagine some of this also would probably be, hey, if you can. Time of possession, that type of stuff, leaning in with the running game that they clearly have with this offensive line and Saquon Barkley. But, yeah, man.
But you asked the story.
Yes.
And that's something that I've been – it's kind of confusing because this should be, well, the Eagles are clearly better. I mean, they're a better team. T-E-A-M, as Bill O'Brien would say.
Especially if you're just looking at it on paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, every single element of this team is probably better than the Chiefs. So why aren't we all picking the Eagles? And I'm not saying we're not. I still may. But I mean, why is it such a mystery? Well, we know it's obviously Patrick Mahomes and that Chiefs defense and the way they've been winning games. And, oh, by the way, this hasn't been mentioned yet, I don't think at all during our show. Officiating. That's part of it. Like, people are just reticent and reluctant to say, oh, yeah, Eagles are going to win this game. Because part of it's not just Patrick Mahomes. It's like,
Yeah, what kind of whistle will you end up seeing? I get. All right. So we'll dig into that game quite a bit during this week. That's part of one of the things that you have within this week. We'll have a lot of guests throughout this. And, again, it was cool that we got my guy Charles McDonald of Yahoo Sports to start. But how about this? CBS Sports put together this piece of, look, we're still Texans. They're still kind of trying to figure out who the coordinator will be of this team. And that is something that we hope to have some level of answer on. But free agency is, a little bit away, and trying to find ways to fix this team is something that we're very tapped in on. And CBS Sports put together a one free agent for each team that each team rather should prioritize.
I saw this.
Going into the offseason. And I was kind of interested in the name that they brought up. Now, you won't be surprised at the position at all, right? Without looking at it, because I know you said you saw it, but I don't think you do. You recall?
Go ahead. I think I do, and I'm a little vague now on which one it was.
It was offensive. It was an offensive guard, but it was Kevin Zeitler, who was a guard who played with the Detroit Lions this past year. I mean, this offensive line was very problematic. A veteran Pro Bowl guard like Kevin Zeitler would be a great idea, says CBS Sports. He's turning 35, still playing at a high level. Would the Shaq Mason experience give you any level of pause on this? Because, again, it's 35-year-old offensive guard. That sounds a little bit like where Shaq Mason has been, and he had been pretty good until it wasn't, right? Like the level of decline that is possible for an older guard. Would that throw you off the scent there?
Yeah, no, that wouldn't do a lot for me, to be honest.
Really?
At that age, at that position. Because I think they're blocking up than Shaq Mason. He's not playing. He's not the same player he was.
Ooh.
But has he fallen off a cliff?
I think so. Like, we're talking about size and mobility in a way that was problematic. Now, I guess when I bring up mobility, you come back to
if they decide to double team the guards, he just needs to lean on them. You know, and I'm using that loosely, but I'm saying, you know, rather than trying to be this nimble, you know, guard that gets to the second level, that ain't going to work anymore with the Texans. Not with the way they run in the offense and the way they run the offense.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like even in pass block, because like running is one thing, right?
Yeah.
Pass blocking where you're getting.
No, he's clearly not the best. Same player.
He's getting danced around, man.
Yeah, no,
like that's the tough part about it. He's getting danced around at right guard, and that like pass blocking ain't no other like, oh well, if we change the scheme on it, like sometimes you just got to be able to get that dude that you want up with
at some point.
And that's the part that's sliding a little bit. I did find it interesting, like especially the idea of having a Kevin Zeitler who's been a part of a offensive line that has a decided, gritty culture, that has an identity that's like, yo, we're going to get out here and we're going to move dudes. We're going to road grade or whatever. That's an interesting idea of like bringing in somebody with some veteran experience there to help mold your room as you continue to move forward, especially with concerns that have been there for how are the voices in this room coming together? Or do they have a level of entitlement? Are they soft or whatever? Like these words that get thrown out there.
Yeah.
It feels like Zeitler is the type of dude that could address that. I just immediately think, oh, yeah, but he's 35. And
that's the thing.
At what point do you have that drop-off? Because it happens for everybody.
You know what, the other interesting thing about the Texans and the scheme and everything that we're talking about, you know, you always hear offensive, and they talk about on broadcasts and everything else. Boy, they would rather run block than anything else. You know, run the damn ball. We want to run the ball. It's almost as if the Texans don't subscribe to that. They don't want to run the ball.
Well, they want to run the ball.
No, as linemen.
Oh, okay, I got you.
In this scheme, because running the ball means, oh, I got to get all the way up there, and I got to get out here, and I got to move. Like most offensive linemen, like, yeah, run the ball. We're going to lean on them. We're going to punch them and all that. The Texans are like, oh, man, can we pass? Because this is not going to work for us. Let's go ahead and drop back and pass.
Which, I mean, brings us back, like we were talking to Charles, and I thought it was interesting that he was talking about this because it feels like we've gotten to this place where, hey, if you have a different run scheme, especially if it's large, maybe more trending towards a gap scheme that seems to fit these guys, could it be possible that you just don't see very much change on this offensive line and maybe like a singular switch like at right guard, so to say, would be the one that you look at?
I'm kind of trending toward that. You probably picked up on probably picked up on it over the course of the last few days. On the air, it just sounds so cool to say let's move all these 3 guys out, these 4 guys out, and get in some guys that really know how to run this system. We all know. I mean, it's a lot easier for the coach to change, and especially a coach, whether it's Gerard or Caley or whomever, Stenovich, you know, that knows how to run a different blocking scheme in the run game. And by the way, that's a good way to get in good graces with Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. Go into that meeting and say, no.
What we got here.
No. What we have here, I can work with.
That could absolutely be a part of it.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, look, it's nice to hear somebody can come in and be like, hey, I'm
telling you we can win with these guys right here with this scheme.
Yeah, I had not even considered necessarily the possibility that, hey, man, that could be a selling point in a way to help move yourself. Hey, yeah, someone might come in as a coordinator and be like, look, this is cool, but in order to do what I want to do, I'm going to need you to go out and buy a whole bunch of groceries. And somebody's like, no, what you got right now, I can make the meal.
And Nick's going like, hey, whoa, that's my job.
Like, I can make the meal.
That's right.
Right, I can make the meal right here. So, yeah, that would be an interesting part of it. And shout out to the 703 on the text line. They said, don't say three-peat. They're going for the Pat trick. I kind of like that.
Oh, okay.
I don't like that I like that.
Yeah.
But I kind of like it. I kind of do. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. The fellas are sitting at the table, including my guy Clint, who's sitting in the exclusive furniture hot seat. Which, by the way, Clint, just like I don't think I've asked anybody yet. Like, how would you describe sitting in this hot seat? How does it feel to you? What's it feeling like?
Exclusive.
Oh, there we go. That's the right answer. That's the right answer right there.
You look like it was made for you right now.
I can put them toes up and take a little nap. I mean, I was up cooking breakfast early this morning for you boys.
I gave you a shout out, man. That was
thankfully you were clothed too.
Oh, he made it for the people.
All of us.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, you
didn't get no breakfast?
Oh, he got invited.
I got invited. I didn't want to. I thought he was down there making it for himself. He made it for the people.
No, real team player. I've already said that what we're going to do as a show.
Not Aaron, but he made it for the people.
You were gone already, bub.
Yeah, he was out at 4. Aaron was out at 4, as was Clint. As was Sean and Seth. So they ain't get breakfast. But I think that we as a show are going to put together our roommate rankings. And I feel like he's a real good player.
Well, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I've been a good roommate. I've been a tremendous roommate for 24 hours. We'll see if it lasts.
Oh.
We'll see if it lasts for the full week.
Enjoy it while you can.
I have been very, very considerate. I mean, I've been very, very considerate.
That's so good. At least he's being honest.
Really, I'm interested in hearing what you did.
Yeah.
What you stopped yourself from doing.
It's some of what I did, and it's some of what I didn't do.
Okay. All right.
That's good.
Just do your best.
So obviously, like I think we're gonna go through this once we get off the show. But I kind of want you boys' input. Like at the very least, who do you think would be at the very top of the roommate rankings after one day, and who do you think would be at the very bottom of the roommate rankings of the folks that have been here? Obviously, excluding B. Scott, who's not even made it to the house.
I think B. Scott would be at the bottom right now.
I'm not giving you the easy answer here.
I think it's been cool. I don't think ain't nobody done that where I'm like, ooh.
But somebody got to be last.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think
it might be me. I think I'm at the bottom right now, just off of messing up. I might have messed up the Uber. I might have messed up the Uber Connect.
Yeah. See, I can't put you down there. Like, listen,
I ain't got
Houston.
enough experience with everybody.
Listen, Houston.
We are in a frat house.
Listen, Houston, in America. This boy living it now. Hear about it. Now, Reggie, if ain't nobody gonna enjoy this damn thing. Reggie gonna enjoy this. Hey, Reggie almost did a cartwheel once we got on Bourbon. You say he was ready. He has been ready to go.
That's right.
He's been ready to go. I mean, he said, "I'm trying to. I mean, we in New Orleans, Lopez. I'm trying to learn the city. I'm trying to feel the vibe, man."
I'm telling you, man. I know you guys will back me up. Seeing Radio Row and New Orleans through Figgy's and Reggie's eyes, first timers, is awesome for me. It's like, dang, man, they're in. He's like, we're not even the Lafayette. He's like, we're getting some beignets a day. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
He said, I got one thing on my mind. Beignets.
Beignets, baby.
But did you not appreciate it?
No, listen, I told you yesterday.
You did. That's
my
right.
wife listened. I told you yesterday. I got you. I'm riding with you. I'm wingman in this thing. I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to push you. I'm trying to be right there with you. I want to experience this through you. I do. Well, I'm so happy for him. I mean, he got that Marty Schottenheimer gleam in his eye.
Yeah,
that gleam that he used to talk about. He got that thing. I love it.
Hey, let's be honest. He keeps saying he's happy for you. He's just happy that's where you're at, so he can.
That's right. That's right.
Well, yeah, you need you need a tone setter.
Mm-hmm.
And
would you say you need like a Randy?
Yeah, you need a Randy. Yeah, shout out to Randy, Tina Rainbows. You need a tone setter. And he's already, because you're right. I sat there in that kitchen. I said, okay, all right, hold on now. I got to pick this up a bit. We got somebody out here who is stepping out, and I just don't want him to be alone.
And Ron goes, I'll go.
I got you. I got you. Where we going? We going? I got you.
Yeah, and that was keeping it light. What we did.
Listen, I'm telling you, I didn't need it to end last night. I was ready. I think.
I know that we got the budget all together, and again, flight by Yingling, low T. Center. Did you give us a budget for possible, bail? Was that a part of it? Because I feel like,
well, look, I'm not going to jail with you, Richie. That's kind of where I.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure.
I'm not going.
You won't know the line until you ask. You know what I mean?
Right there.
Okay.
I feel like that one's just oh hell. Here comes.
All right. Here comes Parker Hillis.
No, there is no bail money, no bail budget.
All right. Well, it's just good.
I will leave you here if I have to.
And now we know.
You got to ask questions. That's how you find things out.
Young fella.
Yes, sir.
Spread your wings. I got you.
I say.
I can't scrub the web. I can't fix your reputation, but I can bail you out.
And Reg, you spread your wings, but I'm not bailing you out. I'm just telling you, but I want you to spread them wings.
Oh, fellas, we have breaking news. Can you hit the sounder, Byron? I need the sounder if you don't mind.
I feel like this sounds like something we all need to stay on here for. Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, so
that's happening.
All right, the sounder ain't happening. However, there it is.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, this is per Ian Rappaport at RapSheet on X or Twitter if you like. Ladies and gentlemen, there's an offensive coordinator. The Texans are hiring Rams tight ends coach and pass game coordinator Nick Caley as their new offensive coordinator, as C.J. Stroud and the Houston offense get a new play caller per Rappaport and Tom Pelissero. Apparently, obviously, and we knew this, Caley, but he was selective. Remember, he pulled himself out of that Jets job, and now he will be making his way to Houston as the offensive coordinator for C.J. Stroud and these Houston Texans.
So clearly this will be a talking point as I'm saying it here, Tom Pelissero with the same thing, longtime Patriots assistant, as you just talked about. Caley spent the past 2 seasons with the Rams. He clearly has a connection with Nick Caserio as well, as they were in the building for several years together. I know we'll talk about this. I do, as this is happening, as we are in the crosstalk, and hell, I believe this is why
we're here.
This is why we have a crosstalk.
God bless.
Initially, we'll go with the vet here. OG, your thoughts here? We've seen a ton of names, including that Stefanovic name. I'm glad I don't have to try to say.
We don't have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, he don't coach here.
What's your feeling right now, Nick Caley? A lot of people liked him, but what's your feeling here?
I feel what the ultimate thing for Nick Caley was he had a varied history of offenses and people with whom he's worked, and now Gerard has had that as well. But maybe there was a part of the Texans that sort of still felt, even though Gerard didn't come in with Bobby Slowick, they came in together.
Yes.
He wasn't a Bobby Slowick guy. Like, they were like, okay, maybe we need an overhaul here, a new look. The most interesting thing to me, and maybe I'm just sort of, putting this out there in the ether for you guys to talk about at some point, is Gerard. How does he feel about this in terms of long-term, short-term, hanging around or not? He's going to stay, but that's an awkward situation.
You think this is
a job he applied for and wanted?
Do you think this is a Gerard decision? Like, if Gerard wants to stay,
I think,
or is this a Nick Caley decision?
It better be a Nick Caley decision. You don't hire somebody and then hamstring him. If he wants another quarterback coach, then he will hire another quarterback coach.
That's the other side of it. Yeah,
that is 100% the way that this has to go.
What does it do with a guy that D'Amico loves?
Yeah.
If all of a sudden,
what did I just miss? Did I just miss?
And CJ loves.
You talking about Nick Caley hiring somebody?
Yeah, well, he was talking about the possibility of Gerard Johnson now that he's not the coordinator.
Gerard Johnson at the quarterback coach position, a guy who went for the same job as Nick Caley. That's what I said. Is this a deal where it's up to him?
No,
it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Unless he would take himself out, that's the only.
But you're not ruling
that
out
control.
that
Nick Caley needs to bring in anybody that he feels he needs to bring in.
Should.
But at the same time, D'Amico loves Gerard and CJ loves Gerard.
And it might be helpful for Nick Caley to have.
That's kind of an awkward. How do we play this?
Nick Caley ain't never called plays, much less hired a staff.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're looking for an offensive coordinator to come in here and hire a staff, that ship sailed when Chip Kelly got hired.
Well, and keep in mind, Bobby Slowick didn't bring in his staff.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Who brought that staff in?
That was Nick and D'Amico.
Bingo.
Right,
yeah. Who you think brought this in?
Yeah. Oh, it was Nick.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Yeah, this ain't a hire where you turn the reins over and say, "Hey, man, do your thing, man. I'm out the mix."
But then that leads to the other side of it.
This is why this is created.
That leads to the other side of it. Man, if I'm Gerard, I wanted that job.
Sure,
I interviewed for that job. I was in line for that job. I interviewed for the Las Vegas job. Yeah. I interviewed last year for 2 other offensive coordinator jobs. And now they're bringing in Nick Caley?
Yeah.
But, look, man, we've all had disappointments in life. And what you're going to do is you're going to look at the circumstance and make the best decision. And if there's a place where that loves you, that is willing to have you, are you going to go get another quarterback job somewhere else with a quarterback that you have to develop a new relationship with?
Yeah, no.
But that's also beside the point. The breaking news is that Nick Caley's the offensive
He's the new guy, and I know you went kind of that route and the Gerard route, but I'll go with you, Reggie, before you guys get out. How do you feel about him? How do you feel about, we looked at all the candidates, to be honest with you, outside of Bill Lazor, outside of Brian Johnson, who called plays before and been an OC before, these were all young guys that basically were Bobby Slowick before he came in, didn't have a lot of experience. Yeah. Now that it is Nick Caley, who I believe turned down
the Jets
job, was up for the Patriots job, but got beat up by Patricia and
you can't even finish saying it.
And Judge, the special team coach. But what's your thought about him being a guy? Not the Gerard stuff, not all that. Your thought about him being the guy?
Look, he is well-rounded. I think one of the things that I was hoping for is somebody that has some versatility to him. And he has, some schematic versatility to him. He's seen a few different ways of calling offense. this league. It's the hem garment of the golden boy, which is Sean McVay. And I hope for one thing, especially when I'm looking in coaches, detail-oriented. Like that Sean, well, you remember that time where everybody that touched the hem of Sean McVay's garment was getting some level of job.
It's back.
But I do think that, like, those guys have all shown to be fairly detail-oriented. So I like this hire. And on top of this might be where I just lean on the wisdom of the masses. There's been enough people that have told us that he is smart, he is good at this. And so I would lean on that idea that, hey, he has a good reputation around this league. It seems like he has the versatility necessary, and it's not like you were interviewing very many people that had a whole bunch of play calling experience. So if you weren't going to have that, all of those other things I'm willing to lean on and feel comfortable going into.
All right, fellas. Appreciate the show and appreciate the breaking news here at the at the cross.
Nothing really.
I guess the thing I'm supposed to do here is that you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2. Houston and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, I mean, as you've already been able to hear, the drive is live.
Well, you just made it in front of that 205 marker. There you go. Way to do it. As we just roll in here. And listen, we are live. We are live here on Radio Row here in New Orleans. But this show has taken a turn. We were obviously the number one thing in terms of stories was the offensive coordinator situation. You see Chip Kelly go to the Raiders for $6 million. You see moves being made, and you say, where are the Texans going to go with everything they have? We have Rappaport coming from Tom Pelissero as well. The Texans are hiring Rams tight end coach and passing game coordinator Nick Caley as their new OC. As C.J. Stroud and the Houston offense get a new play caller right now. He drew interest from the Jets and the Patriots, as we just talked about before. He was selective, didn't even interview for the Jets, turned it down. He is now going to be the guy. First-time play caller. He is the guy here for the Texans. Clint, your thoughts? Have you been able to kind of sit through this and hear everything? Nick Caley's the guy now. Your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I think it's rinse and repeat with Bobby Slowick, another guy that came out of the very similar system. One was Shanahan, one was McVay. Both, I believe, had the passing game coordinator title. Neither had ever called plays. Neither had ever managed grown men that are making million dollars. None of them had ever put together an entire game plan and play designed for who the best players are and who the best weapons are for that team. And so it's a roll of the dice. I mean, you're hoping that these guys in the moment can get it done. There's no way you can't get in a simulator somewhere and let these guys call plays and all of a sudden how they're going to handle situations and how they're going to handle people and how how they're going to handle, most importantly, their quarterback. And so it's a roll of the dice. And as I've said before, I'm not a fan. I didn't like the list that they the candidates. I didn't like the process. It's underwhelming, I think, to say the least. Now, he may end up being a grand slam hire. We've obviously seen in those two systems, whether it's McVay or Shanahan, we've seen them absolutely kill it and be the next best thing. But we've damn sure seen one that was supposed to be, the smartest guy, and this guy that had been in the advanced stat world forever, and he could apply that part to offense and this and that, and he wasn't good enough. And so I think it's a huge gamble. I understand it's a trend in today's NFL is this is the way a lot of teams do things instead of going after the retreads. But the fact that there was never a link to Chip Kelly, the fact that there was never a link to the Doug Petersons of the world, the fact that there was never a link to anybody.
You wanted someone.
I wanted somebody that would walk in and say, "This is my offense. Shut the door. I got this." Period. And instead you got a Nick Caserio guy that's going to allow everybody. There's going to be 10 different cooks in the kitchen, as there was with Bobby Slowick, and you're going to hope that it all comes together and you get you nice New Orleans style, Southern Louisiana Cajun seafood gumbo. Come on.
All right, I think I want to throw this out to the people because Clint clearly is saying where he is in his mindset. Now that they have moved on, and when they moved on from Bobby Slowick, and now that you know the name, right? There are other names. Clint just spoke of some guys that had experience. From Chip Kelly, when that name came out, I think that was a sexy name for a lot of people. You named Doug Peterson. We've seen a lot of names roll in here. Is this one acceptable to you? Nick Caley, in your mind, Nick Caley never called plays. Is this the guy where you're like, all right, we have C.J. Stroud. He is heading into, year 3. We are win now. We've been in the divisional round. We've lost back-to-back years to the 1 seed, and the offense is what needed to be fixed. And when you were thinking about it, when you closed your eyes at the time and you were like, yes, Bobby's gone. Many of you who wanted Bobby gone. What was this what you were thinking? Was this what you were thinking? A guy that apparently is well respected, a guy that people have liked, a guy that has been up for jobs, or at least wanted to be talked to, but a guy, as Clint just said, doesn't have play calling experience, hasn't hired a staff, doesn't, any of that very Bobby Slowick-like. Is this what you felt and expected? Some people texting in, this is some BS. Hell yeah, we got us the number 1 guy. Nick Caley, love it. Someone else texted in, underwhelming. Caley was the top name on the market. Where are you at? Is this something that feels good to you? I'll tell you where I am, Clint, is, look, he very well may work. We are seeing a trend of young guys that are working, and we have seen guys, and for the Texans, hopefully, this is more Matt LaFleur. This is more Sean McVay, who came from that, original tree with Kyle, and some of the other young guys under Sean McVay. Hopefully, it is that. But to me, I was hopeful because of who you have in C.J. Stroud, who you have in Nico Collins, Joe Mixon, that it would be somebody that you had a little bit more day one confidence that they knew exactly what they were doing and what they were going to implement. I'm not saying he doesn't, but it's just hard to say you've got day one confidence for somebody
who's never done it.
And that's
day one confidence that it appears that the entire process was designed around getting a guy that everybody in the building could keep their hands on the goings-ons on the offensive side of the football. The good here, I will say, I think the terminology will probably stay the same. I know it'll be very similar, but it'll probably stay the same. And so, again, you're taking a team that if you bring in a whole new offense, you're starting back over at Football 101 and having to grow the offense and be patient with growing the offense. This is one where you should be able to take off, from really where you left off with Bobby. This should be a step in and keep this thing rolling and hopefully get better. It is not as easy as one would think that you just step in and start calling plays, man. This is an absolute monster job for somebody that's never done it to step in. Because here's the truth of the matter. The truth of the matter with the Houston Texans is this is the last offensive coordinator that's going to be hired of C.J. Stroud being on a rookie contract. You've got $45 million advantage right now for the next 2 years. If Nick Caley goes in there having never called plays, and it's not I'm talking about gangbusters from the jump, the dynamic changes significantly once C.J. Stroud gets 60 per, right? So this isn't just a hire. Yeah, you got the best candidate. Yeah. I mean, this is a bigger risk than hiring Bobby Slowick the first time, a guy that had never done this.
I definitely agree with that. Right, now for where your team is.
Yeah, absolutely. You are, and again, I'll reiterate, this is exactly what my fear is when you hire a defensive-minded head coach, you start churning the offensive coordinator position, whether it's because it's good and he gets hired somewhere else as a head coach, or he's bad and he gets fired. That turnover at the OC position. And even more so, the turnover at the OC position when it's a guy that's never done it, and even more so when it's a guy that appears to be a plug-and-play that he's not going to bring his own staff. He's not going to bring his own people. And I don't know that. I'd be willing to bet a good amount of money on it that Nick Caley's not hiring the offensive staff for the Houston Texans. And that's a huge gamble, man. It's a huge gamble.
Yeah. I see some people texting in, hey, Drive Men, today's OC pick is disappointing. Another no OC experience and a roll of the dice. Would you all like Slowick back or the Nick guy? I think you have a little understanding more of what Slowick has done in his 2 years. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying when you had, in my mind, I'm thinking out loud, all right, we got C.J. Stroud. Okay. All right. How many quarterbacks, young quarterbacks, on a rookie deal do you think coordinators would love to have? All right. What else you got? We got an all-pro left tackle. I don't know how you feel about it, but we got an all-pro left tackle. Well, damn. Okay, he's under contract too. What else you got? We got a top 5 receiver potentially in the league in Nico Collins. Wow. Okay. All right. What else you got? We got a great defense. We got all this. We've got this, and we've got a little something that we can spend to get things to get help in. What else you got? We got Joe Mixon, who's was a Pro Bowl running back as well. All right. I would have thought Clint Kubiak would have gave you a look. or you would have given, I just, in my mind, envisioned it would be somebody that brought more to the table, that you at least felt more of a definite, to where it was like, damn, man, it just didn't work. This one, if it doesn't work, I think we'll have a lot of questions. Now, I'm saying I think Nick Caley could work. He could very well work. He could be the guy that really turns things around. Just for me, the expectation was maybe a little something that was more. Someone texted in, is Bobby Mate the scapegoat? I don't know. We'll see how the staff looks. Because that's how the staff looks afterwards, and then you would say, all right, maybe they just thought it was just removing that part of it.
Absolutely. I mean, if the only change is the O-line coach and Bobby, call it a scapegoat, call it what you want, because we won't know if it was the right thing to do until we see the product that Nick Caley's group and whoever that may be can put on the field. But it sure seems to me that when you win 10 games, and I know there's some second-half issues, and I know the offense wasn't perfect. Look, I get it. But when you let go of one or two guys and that's all you replace and you retain everybody else, it's damn sure a look if you thought those two were the problem, and let's fix it.
Yeah. All right. As I see people rolling in, Clint Kubiak, not that experienced. I see you, Cornbread. He had 1 year with the Saints, and the offense was pathetic after a while. Okay. All I know is I've sat here, and the names that kept rolling in here with excitement were Clint Kubiak and Chip Kelly. Those are the names for many of you.
Yeah.
Many of you. Now, maybe Cornbread, you were always on Chip Kelly wasn't. Or Clint Kubiak wasn't. I'm just telling you what the names that rolled through often were those two names. It sure as hell wasn't Nick Caley. Again, I'm not saying he's not going to work, but I mean, at this point. All right, we'll continue this breaking news. If you are just joining us, we are live here on Radio Row. Shout out to our great friends, Flight and Yingling. Also, hey, we got that exclusive furniture, that hot CD in the building as well, and also the great people at Mokaram Injury Injury Lawyers as well. We appreciate you and for helping us and doing everything we are to get down here in New Orleans. But more on the breaking news. Nick Caley, he has been tabbed by the guy. And I do want to get to this point of it because I think this is the point that is bothering Clint, I think, the most. And we'll discuss it. And many of you have some questions. We'll get to those as well. That's all coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Call him All-Star Albie. For the first time in his career, Rocket Center from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here, Radio Row, here in New Orleans. And there is breaking news. If you've just joined us here on Sports Radio 610, Nick Caley has been tapped to be the OC. And obviously, when you're the OC here under D'Amico Ryans, you are running the offense. And this is interesting. Even at the table here, there is mixed thoughts about the situation. Obviously, many of you on the text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, again, as I'm saying this, I can completely see this. Hey, this could very well work. We have seen guys come out of that system in which it can work. Absolutely. Yes, it's a system that many people are running. I'm not saying that, and I don't think Clint is either, that you're dismissing that, oh, he's going to suck or anything like that. It's just a feel if you traded one situation for another. And a very similar thing, especially when you have all the things around. And I'll get to some of the things that people have had to say here on the text line and on YouTube and Twitch. But, Clint, it feels like even over the decision on who it was, it feels like the process and the people that have been brought in is what almost is bothering you as much as anything in terms of how they went about this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just like you mentioned earlier, the whole process before they hired David Culley was strange and odd, and one that you kind of you wrinkle your forehead at, right? And then the same thing with Lovie Smith. Look, I think when you've got, I mean, think about what the Texans have done. You win 10 games in back-to-back seasons. Your quarterback wins Rookie of the Year. Your 1,000 yards, 40-some-odd touchdowns, and 17 interceptions in 2 years. He's off to a hell of a start. And you decide you're going to fire your offensive coordinator, fire the offensive line coach, fire the assistant offensive line coach. I don't know what Cole did to get wrapped up in that mix, but the assistant offensive line coach. You're going to fire those guys, and then you're going to interview Gerard Johnson and Bill Lazor for the job just to go back and tell them, nah, we don't want either one of y'all. We're going to hire this guy that's been a tight ends coach and a pass game coordinator who's never called plays before to come in here. There was clearly a level of dysfunction for a 10-win team to feel the need to fire their offensive coordinator. There was clearly a level of dysfunction within, and now all of a sudden this dynamic is thrown in the mix, as John Lopez just said before he got off. Like, Gerard Johnson wanted this job. Gerard Johnson interviewed for this job. And you went another route, not for a more proven guy, but for a guy that has a very similar resume to what you have in terms of never calling plays. So I just don't like the process at all. I think there's a better chance you can see more of the same than improvement.
I hear you with that, with the process. Holy Toast podcast, y'all are pissed. They took their time. I trust their process. This is my thing.
You trusted the process when they hired Bobby Slowick. Just trust the process thing, man. Don't even mind getting on the text chain if on the text line or YouTube, whatever it is, if it's just a trust the process deal.
To the texter on the trust the process. This is my only thing is, like, if you came to Nick Caley, that's fine. My deal is, if you are to a place that everything you described is, it obviously hasn't been a train wreck under Bobby Slowick, as much as many people want to say. That hasn't been a train wreck under Bobby Slowick. Like, he's had a hand into why the job looks so attractive anyway with the players there. So it wasn't a train wreck. You've won 10 games back-to-back years. You averaged a little over 22 points 2 years ago, and then this past year you averaged 21.9. So, like, you're in the same area. My thing is, the top two names and the top two most qualified and the top candidates on the market when teams were looking for OCs were Chip Kelly and Clint Kubiak. It was the first names that many of you threw out, and it was the top names I think people would say. It's a hard process for me to get behind that you didn't even invite them in to talk to them. Like the top 2 dudes on the market. You didn't do that when you hired D'Amico. When you hired D'Amico, hell, I think you talked to the top 3 candidates that year. Shane Steichen, the former Super Bowl winning coach, Sean Payton, and D'Amico. You at least talked to him, right? And then it feels better. Well, hell, we talked to Sean Payton. All right, wasn't us. We talked to Shane Steichen, wasn't us. We felt this one. All right, these top guys on the market. I'm not going to talk to them. That is to me an interesting decision and an interesting process. If they had talked to Chip Kelly and talked to Clint Kubiak, I would have been like, all right, this is who they feel comfortable with.
Yep.
Cool. That's the only part of it. Again, I think Nick Caley has a great chance to work here. But it is a weird thing to me when you have arguably the top most attractive space to come to offensively with everything they have. And the number 1 candidate, Chip Kelly, doesn't sign until yesterday. I understand. Hell, I'm not saying go pay him $6 million, but you ain't talked to him. Like you never even had him in the building. It's that to me. Go ahead. I mean, do your thing. And again, as I'm saying this, I'm hopeful Nick Caley comes here because just as a fan, I want to see C.J. Stroud reach his potential. I think C.J. Stroud has a chance to be a special football player, and I want to see him reach that. I don't know. It's how many guys you think on this staff stay?
All of them that are still here.
You think Nick Caley comes in and he has –
I think part of the reason you hire Nick Caley and don't interview any of the people you just mentioned is because you're not going to give somebody else a chance to run Gerard Johnson out of the building.
So you get the sense Gerard, the rest of the offensive staff, because that's what they said.
If you hire Nick Caley, it's got to be to keep the continuity and keep the chemistry in the building. That's a huge plus for him. Like the other stuff is unknown. Somebody that's happy with Nick, I trust the process. Like you don't even. It doesn't matter if in that case it didn't matter anybody that they could have hired anybody that they interviewed that had 0 play calling experience and you'd have been cool with it. You'd have just trusted the process. Like that's fine. There's pluses and negatives, and the reality of it is if you hire Nick Caley, keeping the continuity in the building, keeping the same verbiage so you don't have to start over from jump with your entire install. All of that stuff is why you make a hire like this.
Yep. All right, someone checked in and said, Clint, why are you so high on a guy that doesn't have play calling experience versus somebody that does but isn't winning?
With Chip Kelly at one point was not winning. Chip Kelly just got paid $6 million to be an offensive coordinator. Chip Kelly just won a national title as an offensive coordinator. Doug Peterson didn't win, but he did call plays and won a Super Bowl, right? And by the way, I'm not high. I'm more along the lines of your problem. Like I'm not high on Mike McCarthy, right? But he's managed guys. He's won a Super Bowl. He's had great quarterbacks, and those guys have excelled underneath him. He's called plays, right? He's made mistakes, and I didn't like Mike McCarthy. I'm not saying you should have hired Mike McCarthy. David Shaw, I don't know if he's going to be worth a damn in the NFL, but he's a great college coach. He's a great offense, passing game. Like it's not about being high on one person or the other. Again, it's about if you fire a guy like Bobby Slowick, the thought is you would have a plan of something that is an absolute upgrade from Bobby Slowick. And there was no plan. It was get Bobby out of the mix and go hire the next. I
will disagree there. I think I don't know how if the plan is this how they arrived. I do think they believe they've upgraded over Bobby
Well, I'm sure they hope so. Hell, they hired him. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they hope so.
I think they believe that Nick Caley is an upgrade.
Well, look, I'm sure they do believe that. Why would they hire him if they didn't? Yeah. But the reality of it is what. And I'm open to hear anybody that's got it, 713-572-4610. What is it that makes you think that this guy's an upgrade over Bobby Slowick? We were told Bobby Slowick was a great offensive mind. We were told Bobby Slowick's the next best thing. Bobby Slowick was up for head coach gigs.
Till he wasn't.
Now all of a sudden Bobby Slowick's the problem. I mean, I just it's one of those. It's a wait and see for me, man. We'll see if the Nick Caley experiment works out.
All right, as we are live here, Radio Row, we've had some fun. We'll have some fun. We'll get back to the story of the day, the Nick Caley thing. We had a crazy thing happen over the weekend in the NBA that we'll have to look at, as well as the goings-on here on Radio Row and in New Orleans. So have some fun as we continue riding here, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, check anytime, man. We're talking –
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on Radio Row. We will get back to the big news of Nick Caley. Nick Caley being the new offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. He will be the next one who will be working with C.J. Stroud and this offense moving forward. We'll get back to that and give you more of the details of what we know on that. But we are here live, and there is a lot going on. Obviously, we will work our way until the end of the week where the Super Bowl takes place between the Chiefs. But Clint, man, I've learned like this one's going to be a tough one for me this weekend to maintain. And I appreciate your help. I appreciate your help a little bit. This one's going to be a tough one for me to maintain my my quest of trying to keep down these sugars and these carbs. I'm really on the fight to try to. I told myself I was going to have a beignet. And
well, that's night one. I
had 3, and but they come 3 in a bag. So I mean, you have to shook them up, got that powder. And so I did that, but that's it. I'm not gonna do any more. I'm gonna stop right there. I'm not gonna do any more.
Okay.
And I'm doing that now. I was so proud of myself because you know my daiquiri situation.
Yes.
And as we were on Bourbon Street last night. There's so many.
Up and down there, huh?
Oh, my God. One of them had like 19 flavors. And I just saw myself mentally running in there and just
loading up.
Oh, God, getting about 8 or 9 of them. But I pulled myself together. So, I mean, this one going to be tough. This was going to be tough for me to maintain things. Shout out to John Lopez. Helped us out night one. But I'm a little nervous that, like, I'm accepting I'm going to have at least one daiquiri.
Well,
I just hope it's not 30 like it was for Vegas.
I mean, I know Courtney's out there listening, and I just want you to know that the time that Ron was my responsibility, he was in real good hands and he was taken care of. He wasn't out on Bourbon Street on bourbon drinks and eating beignets. No, not with me. We're eating almonds. We're eating some good meats that Lopez brought to the table, and
pork skins.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I mean it's we're solid. Hell, we didn't even eat on the way in.
I'm proud of you because I thought you were going to try to stop like you said you was.
Man, the conversation was so good, man. I didn't even think about it until it was damn near 2:00, and then I thought, well, we can hold ourselves for Lopez's grub now.
Yeah, man.
Got to get over there and get them credentials, man, so we can do this Radio Row thing.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have me a good time though. Mm-hmm. I gotta get one in.
Look. I mean, ain't nobody ever doubted you gonna have a good time now. I mean, that ain't never been a doubt.
It ain't. Hey, I tell you, who's not having a good time? Them folks in Dallas. Them folks. And listen, I'm not even laughing at it. I'm sitting at the house, 11:30 at night, packing for this trip. And we're leaving 10 o'clock the next morning, packing for the trip. And I just see come across the Dallas Mavericks have traded Luca Doncic to the L.A. Lakers for Anthony Davis. And I'm like, what? What? And it is the craziest thing to me and how this thing is loaded, starting from there. This GM, Nico Harris, who looks like and sounds like his days are numbered if this thing doesn't work. Because, I mean, we know what Anthony Davis is, yes, capable of on the court. He also finds his way out off the floor as well. This dude has stepped out. I mean, came out there, basically called Luca fat and said that's why we don't want to pay him. He's overweight and all this stuff, which I understand some point to it. The part that's getting me is now that the deal is done is who's better, which team is better. And like some people rolling with and listen, I may be off on this, Chris. I know you're in the NBA, and I may be off on this thing is that right now Dallas has gotten substantially better. And I heard Charles Barkley say they may be the second best team in the West. I heard Stephen A. said he thinks they're the best team in the West, and that the Lakers, LeBron might try to get out and go to Golden State. I'm like, hold on, let me get this straight. Like in my mind, I know that I am stepping in and being honest with. There is a homerism factor with LeBron on this with me. I'm accepting that. If they get a big, it does feel like to me, hey, LeBron and Luca finding a way to work, because Kyrie and Luca got to the finals last year. LeBron and Luca finding a way to work. I'm not getting the understanding of how people don't sense that will work. And we've seen him work with Kyrie, work with D Wade. I feel like two smart basketball players that can do it all seem like they will find a way to figure out how to work.
I mean, I heard Tim Hardaway Sr. talking earlier about, him and LeBron being paired, all dominant guys, and you just look at it and you go, yeah, but, I mean, LeBron's biggest criticism is he gets everybody else involved. I mean, LeBron's biggest criticism is he's passive and moves the ball and isn't aggressive enough. I mean, and to your point, I mean, Kyrie and Luka were in the finals last year. You got to think
Kyrie's ball dominant. He was ball dominant, and Luka is till it worked.
Well, I tell you, when this first went down, you asked me a question. You said, "Hey, as a Rockets fan, would you rather see the Mavs or the Lakers right now as their?" And I'm going to tell you, it's hands down the Mavs.
Really? I think the Lakers get a big, but yeah, I'm with you.
I don't care who they get. Like you tell me, do you want LeBron? Do you feel like your squad has a chance to advance if LeBron and Luka are in the building, or do you feel like you got a better chance with AD and Kyrie in the building? For me, it's a 10 out of 10 times. I don't want no piece. Give me the Mavericks 10 out of 10 times. It ain't even a thought.
Yeah. You. Would you pick, like as they're constructed, and I do, I believe the trade deadline is on Thursday. I think both teams may make another move. I damn sure believe the Lakers will and add a center, because right now they got Jackson Hayes and Maxi Kleber. Whatever. They need another piece. But would you pick the Rockets? And I know Brandon Scott is about to lose his mind, and I could see him slide. Would you pick the Rockets in a 7-game series over either one of those teams?
I'll tell you, I would pick them over the Mavericks before I'd pick them over the Spurs. That's what I'm ready to tell you.
Or the Lakers, yeah.
That's what I meant, the Lakers, yeah, not Spurs. I would pick them if it's one or the other. I'm not just randomly picking. I like my chances as a Rockets fan against the Mavs. I don't want to see LeBron and Luka.
Yeah, I'm with Chris. You would you pick the Rockets over those two teams in the 7-game series right now?
Right now, yes.
You would. So
yeah,
you would.
Yeah, I would right now. Yeah, I mean, when you look at what the Lakers have, it's just LeBron and Luka and nobody else. When you look at the Mavericks, I mean, yeah, it's Kyrie and AD, but I don't know. The Rockets they're complete. I mean, other than struggling to find out how they're going to close games or whatever. I mean, I trust them a little bit more, especially right now, the way that the Rockets are playing.
Yeah, it was. I mean, damn, Austin Reeves just got. Chris just said Austin Reeves ain't worth the damn in that thing. Said what they got. If they go and get Walker Kessler from Utah, I think people may want to chill out. I just like when you say that's all they have, and I get what you're saying. Of LeBron and Luka, that's what they do for themselves and others is like a lot. Like as you know, Chris, what they do for themselves and others is a ton.
No, that's true.
So many other ways, and there's no confusion at the end of the games. Like either one of those, a team like the Rockets. Listen, the Rockets are rolling. I wondered if these moves, because De'Aaron Fox, he makes a move, he goes to the Spurs. I wonder if these moves will push the Rockets to feel like they need to make a move. Do they need to do something? Because they're sitting in the 2 spot right now in the West. But I mean, what's Dallas? Charles just jumped Dallas from the 8 seed past the Rockets. I mean. Right there, and I do agree with you on that one, Clint. I think I would slow down, really, in just saying that the Rockets would lose to either one of those teams right off the bat right now. I would damn sure slow down. Like, all of a sudden, And I think this is what people in Dallas are losing their minds. What people are saying, all of a sudden I'm supposed to trust that Kyrie and Anthony Davis, that those two guys are trustworthy in the playoffs. Like, when they have won their championships, they've had somebody else there next to them that could make up for a lot of the stuff. Those two are ready to run and carry this thing. I think that's why, to me, it's like, I gotta roll back and chill back on that. I'm not sure if that is the case. All right, as we continue live here again, shout out to Flight by Yingling. Listen, I had me a couple last night, or at least one of them last night. I know Reggie tried one the first time. Goes down smooth, fantastic taste. It is good. Maybe only 2.6 carbs in there, 95 calories. It is a good treat. We appreciate them for helping us get here as well. The story, as there were a lot of candidates here, but the Texans, they have decided to move forward with Nick Caley. He is the new OC. We will continue to get your thoughts and give our thoughts on that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, we are in New Orleans for the big game, y'all. You can take your big game.
New Orleans. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Here, Sports Radio 610 on the road. The Drive is on the road. The Drive is live here, Radio Row, here in New Orleans. And it's been a good time, but it's some serious business today, Clint, as Nick Caley. Nick Caley he's the guy. He is the guy that the Houston Texans as the new OC, as the new offensive coordinator. And if you're looking for the history of him currently, he has been the Rams tight end coach, passing game coordinator for the last couple of years. But he also has major ties with the New England Patriots, as he was there for multiple years and actually there crossing over with Nick Caserio. So Caserio's very familiar with Nick Caley and has had multiple opportunities to become an OC, or at least interest in becoming an OC. I know this year there was heavy interest in him by the Jets, and he turned down the gig. I know he was up for it multiple years ago when Belichick was still in New England, but he decided to go with Matt Patricia and Joe Judge. So he was kind of up with there, remained there, and then he moved out to the Rams under Sean McVay. How much of that is to you like a positive thing? As we've talked about it, I think he can potentially work. What do you think are the best assets that Nick Caley can bring as he has been to multiple places? Yeah. What are the best things? What's the positive thing that you look at and you're like, all right, this is why I think this could work?
Look, I think one thing that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans do most of the time and have done a really good job of I think, in Houston is they hire great coaches. Right, let's get beyond the can he call a play, can he manage a game, can he manage the personality, the $1 million personalities in the building, yada, yada, yada. He can coach football. They hire really good coaches of the game on the grass on a daily basis. I think he'll be really, really good there. Sean McVay wouldn't have him in his system if he weren't really good there. Bill Belichick and up in New England would not have had him in the building up there in New England had he not been a tremendous coach. So I don't doubt one bit that he is a tremendous football coach, and on a day-to-day, minute-to-minute basis brings the energy and the know-how and the want to help players get better day in, day out. Don't doubt that one bit. The huge plus of bringing in an offensive coordinator that has similar terminology and the offense not having to start over at ground zero and build up with C.J. Stroud and this offense. C.J. Stroud, knowing the terminology, should be a big-time plus for this football team. And look, other than that, I don't know. The jury's still out for me. I'm imagining that there is an understanding, an agreement that he's going to have to work with some people that are already in the building. He's going to have to. He's probably going to have to work with whatever staff D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio hire. There's probably an understanding of that, so you can say, hey, look, that's going to create. He's obviously on the front end accepted this. Hey, it's a collaborative effort to play offensive football in Houston. So I'd imagine that's a plus. It's a fit. I don't like it, but it's a fit for what they seem to want their offensive staff to look like and how they want their offensive staff to operate. So, there are some pluses, and you're right. Everybody on the text line that's saying, "Oh, well, right, it can work." You're right. This guy has been a hot candidate for the OC job in a few places. I would just like for him to maybe be an OC at the place he's at instead of us talk about how great of an OC he is coming up in that system, and maybe have at least had the title in that system before, we as the Texans make him our play caller. But there are some positives, and it's a wait and see for who Nick Caley is and what his strong suit is.
Yeah, I think the big thing is he's been through multiple systems, right? He's been in New England's system there under Josh McDaniels with Tom, where they had some success there. Yeah. And then obviously the Rams, and who knows? Again, with that, I wonder what offense he feels tied to. I wonder, I do that. and I'm guessing it will be what Sean and this offense has been, because it's clearly what the Texans have been running. I don't think that would be a surprise if it moved towards more what the Patriots were doing when he was there for multiple years. I would assume it would stay here, but I do think that he's been to multiple places is a help. You keep mentioning this. And this is a guy, we've talked about it, that has turned down interviews, at least one, we know, turned down the Jets interview for sure. You really think that the decision on the staff, the staff is coming from not his call, not his decision. This is coming from above him. That one of the big reasons that he was selected was
absolutely
that he would be worth. You don't really. You don't think?
I think you look at that list of guys that were interviewed.
I hate that.
There's not one guy on that list that was going to bring a staff with him. Absolutely.
Really? That part, because I do, to me is yes, you hope to have someone speak with the experience, but I was also hoping that since this guy is going to be the offensive coordinator, this guy is going to be calling plays, the stuff's going to fall on his head like it did Bobby, that he would have some input on this thing. And I know Lopez said that is going to be a strange thing of, Gerard Johnson's going to remain the quarterback coach. That's a strange thing, a guy that went for the job, who wanted the job, who has been interviewing for coordinator jobs, and we know has a great relationship with the quarterback and C.J. Stroud, that he would remain there. That is an interesting part of it if it is the case. I'm going to be watching that big time to see how many coaches remain here. Obviously, we know there's going to be a change at the offensive line coach. We clearly understand that. But that is my thing, is how many guys are going to change from that? Because that's my deal is, as we said, I just, hey, give him the reins.
Yeah.
And you don't think that at all is occurring?
Well, look, I think it's a risk hiring somebody that's never called plays, never built a plan, never managed these people, a team, an offensive unit. I think that in itself is a risk. And just, can he do that or can he not? I mean, that is an unbelievably difficult job, right? And this is an unbelievably critical time for the Houston Texans to make that jump. To then, on top of that, task this guy or allow this guy to come in here and hire the whole offensive staff? Yeah, no, I can't. I can't see that being the plan.
I understand where you come from, but I'm just damn, he ain't gonna get any.
I would be willing to bet you that the next time we hear from probably Nick, it will just be. It'll just flow out, man. We put this offensive staff together with intent, with a plan.
Yeah.
What are you gonna bet?
You think that it's some sort of verbiage of that we put this.
You got two choices. Hey man, we hired Nick and we let Nick bring his offensive staff in and he's really, or hey man, we put this thing together strategically for a reason.
I mean, I'd probably lean towards the latter. You jump in here, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, what are the biggest things that are on the task list for Nick Caley? What are the biggest things? Obviously, there's a change that was made. Bobby Slowick was relieved of his duties after 2 years, one really good year, and then I think a very up and down year for Bobby Slowick with injuries and poor play up front. What are the things that Nick Caley has to come in and the expectation is this is what you fix? Because I still think the Texans are in we got to win right now and try to get past the divisional round and get to the AFC Championship game. And they clearly believe the coordinator held them back for that. So what are the things, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. What are the things that Nick Caley has to improve?
Well, I mean, I think the one vacancy or opening on the staff after he's hired is the answer to that. The offensive line coach. I mean, that piece has to get right. I mean, that piece has to, whether we're talking about, you know, the day-to-day technique, mechanic type stuff, or we're talking about overall the five guys working together and figuring out how to communicate. Who's in charge? Is the center in charge? Does the quarterback have some leeway in what he's calling? That's got to get – to me, that is absolutely – when we're talking football things, X's and O's, that part of it has to get corrected ASAP. Really a guy. I'll go back to what I heard D'Amico Ryan say shortly after the season. I don't remember which one of the pressers it was, but one of his pressers, he was asked about guys wanting guys to take time off and when are they coming back. And he said, look, man, after the Super Bowl, we got to get back and we got to get ready to work, right? That's got to include everybody. And I'll be honest with you, the first one in the building should be the offensive line. Shaq Mason, Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, Juice Scruggs, Jarrett Patterson, they should be the first ones in the building. They should be knocking on the door every morning to get in the building. Those guys have to get right. Plain and simple. That's
been the biggest issue the last 2 years.
If you're, front. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know whose fault it is. Right? I'm not a big blame guy here, but I don't know whose fault it is that C.J. Stroud was the most pressured quarterback in the NFL, one of the most pressured quarterbacks in the NFL. But if you're an offensive lineman, particularly one with a C on your chest and you got big money, or you're in here, you're making $10+ million a year and you've won a Super Bowl and you were brought in here to tighten things up and shore up the middle of the offensive line, or you were drafted in the second round and expected to come in here and play, you should lose sleep at night. You should be embarrassed that your quarterback was the most pressured and most hit quarterback in the NFL. That shouldn't sit well. Now they ended on a better note in terms of running the football, so I can see where you may sleep a little better at night. But when it's all said and done, that group should lose sleep about the performance and the fact that their quarterback got the hell beat out of them this year.
And maybe was one of the big things that led to the firing of the OC.
There is some truth to, hey, you get another voice out there and you're willing to adjust and do some things differently. Then that offensive line executes differently. There are so many pieces that go into how poorly they protected the quarterback overall this year that it's bound to get better with change, right? I mean, if you just change the O-line coach and it's a technique and mechanic thing, it gets better, assuming he's better, right? If you change the play designer and the play caller and they're protecting differently, you would assume it gets better. If you allow your quarterback the ability to redirect the pass protection, then it gets better, right? If your center is a better communicator, which I would expect Juice Scruggs and Jarrett Patterson to be, the O-line of protection gets better. So I don't know how the protection doesn't get better and more consistent with this change.
Yeah, it should.
But that's the number one priority, no doubt about it.
Yeah, as people are coming in, that's what people are saying. Number one thing he needs to fix thing that's going to be on his plate, right? Whether you like the hire or not, what are the things he has to improve? A lot of people went there with the offensive line. Someone said they're happy that his background's at tight ends because that position needs to improve. And then somebody said, we need to see the old CJ. That's what someone texted in. And to me, like I hear you say the offensive line and maybe those things go hand in hand, I think that is his number one thing. I think it's ultimately what happened with Bobby Slowick, right? Everyone knows how at times the offensive line was. But I think the biggest thing that got Bobby Slowick in trouble was sophomore slump. C.J. Stroud ain't working. C.J. Stroud don't look the same. To me, it's about quarterbacks. Like we've seen it. Like, there are other teams. Like it's Zach. Was it Zach Taylor or Zach, whatever his name is in Cincinnati?
Taylor.
Yeah, he has not had great offensive lines. Hell, it maybe cost him to get to a Super Bowl before. But damn it, his quarterback he'll be in trouble when Joe Burrow falls apart. That's when he'll be in trouble. So honestly, I do think the biggest thing was C.J. Stroud looked like he was on a rocket ship to be like literally. We heard people saying he may be better than Josh Allen. I'd take him over Lamar right now. I thought he would be in that conversation. And now it may be a hard thing to say, but Sam Darnold looked better than he did throughout the season. Like there are players that you wouldn't think. And I hate to say it, you come to a space where you talk yourself into say, hey, Bryce Young closed the gap in between those guys from last year to year one. And that kind of stuff to me is what crushed and hurt Bobby Slowick, and that is what Caley has to fix. Whether that's the offensive line or whatever, he has got to fix C.J. Stroud. I think that's his biggest thing to me is C.J. Stroud has to look like the guy, which was the reason they went out and got Diggs, got Hunter. That to me is the big one.
Yeah, look, there's no doubt about it. I mean, fixing C.J. Stroud is a 2 or 3 or 4 pronged approach. I mean, you ain't fixing C.J. Stroud if you don't fix the protection.
Sure, yes.
I mean, that's where it all starts. And so, I think big picture, if you fix C.J. Stroud, whatever all that entails, and he's playing better and he's playing like he did his rookie year, then you've obviously done some great work. Yep. I mean, but it's not just him. It's there's a lot of work across the board at damn near every position on the offense that has to be better.
Yep. No, I agree a lot too. But as we've said, like to me, the quarterback will fix a lot.
Yep.
And if C.J. Stroud starts to look like C.J. Stroud, it will fix a lot. And I think a lot of people will look a lot different. But I agree with you. It starts with him. He's got to stop getting hit. And I wonder if they will give him better pieces up front that will help him be able to do that. So Nick Caley's got a lot in front of him again. Hopefully this is something that works for the Texans. But those are the big things. Got protection, C.J. Stroud. Those are the things that have to improve. All right. There was a move that was connected with the Rockets for a couple of weeks. A move connected with the Rockets. That move is dead. Get our thoughts on that. And do you think there is a move left that the Rockets need to make? That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Work your lines.
610.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on Radio Row. Doing our thing. Every time we mention Radio Row, we need to thank our great friends and partners at Flight by Yingling as they are supporting us to get here as well. And our good friends at Low T Center, we don't need to mention. We make sure we need to mention them and let them also understand how much we appreciate them. Also, can't wait till we get here, man. We got a long week, courtesy of exclusive furnitures. It'll be a good time. And also, man, our good friends at Mokaram Injury Lawyers, as you can watch us live at Radio Row on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers video stream. You can do that, as many of you are on YouTube and Twitch with us right now, as we've been talking a lot about the news of Nick Caley. He is no longer or they are no longer looking for an OC. He is the guy, but also, Clint, and I know if you're listening to the H-Town Hoops podcast with B. Scott and Adam Spolane, you've heard them kind of talk about things as a trade deadline is coming up on Thursday. A name that had been tied with them, I'd say the most, was Sacramento Kings, Sacramento Kings point guard De'Aaron Fox. That move has now been made, and that will not include the Rockets. Not a big surprise if you heard Rockets report last Wednesday. B. Scott said, not really sure that's where they're going after, but their name will be connected to them because everything they have that any team would like with the picks and the young players. But De'Aaron Fox goes to another, contender, but another team that you may have to deal with, and that is the San Antonio Spurs. So they have made their move to get Wemby some help with De'Aaron. A 3-team deal. The Spurs gave up several picks as well. The Kings got Zach LaVine in it. The Bulls were involved in this thing. But the big move is for De'Aaron Fox, and it came with at least 3 first-round picks. It came with other players around it. They didn't go that direction, but it looks like teams and contenders in the West are trying to make moves, right? We talked about the big one between the Lakers and the Mavs. We've also talked about this one with the Spurs trying to jump up. They didn't get him, and it doesn't seem like they're that, hurt about that. But from what we're seeing with the Rockets, 2 seed, do they need to make a move? Do they make and what kind of move, right? There's multiple moves. Do they need to make a bigger move, or do they need to make just, small bench help, small moves that isn't going to kind of move the needle? That is the question here in the next couple of days. I know many people want them to stand pat with their big names, but it does feel like they need to add to this roster as all these other teams around them are doing it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think my answer to that question is always going to be yes, just generally speaking. The team, I think, is lacking that one superstar that can go get buckets at any point in time. That like we mentioned the other night, the last Rockets game we saw, or maybe it was 2 games ago, where Van Vliet 3 straight possessions late in the game with the game on the line, he's turning it over or taking step-back threes. I mean, that can't be the answer, and it's less about Van Vliet and more about in that moment, they don't have the guy that they want to get the ball in his hands and get the hell out of his way and let him go get a bucket. It's got to be it's going to require the perfect play dialed up, and Van Vliet staying on his feet or him being able to facilitate at that point in time, which is fine. But it's just the point there is that you still don't have that surefire buckets when you need it the most. And if that guy came available, whoever it may be, which, hell, if Luca's available, I'd imagine anybody in the damn league damn near is available potentially. So it could be somebody that we're not even talking about. If that guy came available.
Anything's a surprise right now. Hell, anything can happen.
Right. Well, and if the right guy was available and we didn't know about it, I sure hope they're having those conversations. But your question being posed of do they have to? No, I don't think they have to. I'm good and excited either way at this point in time. I could get good and excited to watch this team, which I am good and excited to watch this team as they're built right now, make whatever run it is they're capable of making and playing a little bit uphill as it relates to the biggest names in the game.
Yeah, I listen, if you've followed this show on many different things, I come by, I am a go for it. I am a go for it dude. And I know sometimes that isn't the right move, but I am a go for it guy. And, you just don't – hopefully the Rockets for years to come will be at the upper part of the West, and they will be years to come. They'll be a 2, and they'll be this.
Yep.
But they sitting up here, this is a really good basketball team that, to me, if there is one move that's made that you will look at them differently. I get where you're coming from, and I know, it is hard for you, to me, sometimes in my brain to say, 7-game series. All right, they're going to beat Denver. 7-game series, they're going to beat OKC. 7-game series, what's that going to look like, with the Lakers now? Or what that's going to look like with some of these other teams that have experience and have guys that they know what they're going to do. When John Morant comes back, what's that going to look, even though they've had great success against Memphis? It does feel like, God, come in, someone just texted KD would make it happen. Sure, something like that. It does feel like they're missing something. And I get it. If you just said, hey, man, to compete to where they're just going to get to, hey, man, whatever, if they get to the second round, that's a fun thing. That's a good thing. That's a good building block. I'm just honest. I'm just, my thinking is go for it. Go for it. And I ain't going to lie to you. Many of you may be right. Sometimes people text in and say, Ron, thank God Ron's not the GM. Yeah, you're probably right. Because I'm going for it, damn it. I am like you just, hey, you don't know. You don't know. Hopefully you're building something. You don't know. But, damn it, you drop the right player in this thing. I got to look at the shot of you really making it this year with this team. Obviously, that doesn't, to me, giving up anybody crazy like Amen Thompson. By the way, if jackasses and they opened it up to everybody, would you have said yes to Amen Thompson? For Luca?
Yeah, absolutely.
Remember, we've been talking that Amen Thompson is my man. Aaron is there. He's not convinced yet. My man Aaron, I just wanted, because he's been the, and I know I've said it, he's been the untouchable piece. Somebody just texted, he's been the untouchable piece. And Brandon Scott just went the thumbs up. He would be a Dallas Maverick today if it was up to him for out of shape Luca. But no, you just don't get a lot of chances like this if you were a team like the Rockets. So I at least hope they make a move to get a shooter in here. At the very least, to me, you got to at least make a move. I'm not, the KD and the Booker. Okay, I can understand if they don't want to do that. But to me, just adding another shooter in the mix, because you'd hope it was Reed Shepherd, but it's a young guy. I don't know that's going to happen. They could get somebody who can spot up and shoot. I think that's at least a big thing. They're in a great spot right now. As someone said, overall our process is great right now. You're absolutely right. I just tell you where I am. Some people are different, and you're not wrong. I'm like, go for that thing. You the 2 seed in the West right now? Go for that thing. That's me. I'm trying to make some moves. Get up in here.
Well, like I said, look, if it's there, I would like them to make a move too.
Yeah. Totally yet.
Slightly, just a little bit. We'll get back to O'Kaley.
I think so. I think we talked about Nick Caley.
We'll get back to Nick.
We just talked about Nick Caley. No, you can stay tuned and go ahead and use that Odyssey app as you want to, and you can rewind and check and see how much Nick Caley we've talked to. You probably hear it at 2, probably hear it at 2:20, probably hear it at 3, probably hear it throughout the show. So yes, we have had conversations. Speaking of Nick Caley, this is not really going towards Nick Caley, but now that he is in and it's solidified and a lot of, at least coaching-wise, the big pieces are there, what's now the expectation for this team? This upcoming year, you got your OC in, you know where they're – what's the expectation? Has it changed? Or are you looking for more? What's the expectation? We'll discuss that next.
Hey, y'all, check it out, man. Underdog is Underdog.
Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on Radio Row here in New Orleans, having a good time. And listen, I know the Nick Caley news has been out. We've talked about Nick Caley, and we will some more here throughout the show. It's the top story right now. Nick Caley is the new OC here for the Houston Texans, dropping right at the end of In the Loop as we were coming on. But before that, fellas, Chris, you weren't here. I don't know if you've seen the video of it, but we did a team throwing contest a little bit ago, and listen, I'll say I was not happy with my performance.
Was it a football?
I'll be honest. Yeah, it was football. So basically, the old bounty. They've got a little section over there, and they've got a thing where you could throw it into a hole for 100. You could throw it into a hole for 250. You could throw it in another hole for 500. And the record was, I think, for a team was 3,800. I don't know, what was it, 30 seconds? I think it was 30 seconds. 40 seconds. Yeah, 40 seconds. And look, we didn't come close as a team. I wasn't happy about my performance. I think I could have done a videoed the whole thing and put it up. Now, I will say I don't think that I was as upset about my performance as maybe my partner should be. But, I mean, it was really pushed.
Pissy Po.
Figgy walked up and said, "This guy's a former NFL quarterback here."
He set me up.
Former NFL quarterback. Oh, they was like, "Oh, okay, all right." It wasn't. They had our nickname up there, Dirty and Show. What it said. All right. I felt like to me, I was like, when I play spades and y'all play spades, I was a weaker one. I'm like, hey, I got 3. That's really never me in spades. But generally, I felt like I was. I was the one that the guy, the partner asked, how many books you got? Because, they're going to tell you that the stronger partner keeps it in. I'm like, hey, man, I got you 3. I got you 3 shots, baby. Just carry us home, right? I got the 2-time SEC, all SEC second-team quarterback on my team who could throw it in. This guy, the self-proclaimed top 5 quarterback coach in all of the country with me, and I'm thinking, all right, man, we about to dominate this thing. All right. That second round we went, he got a little warmed up too. First round, we didn't talk about it.
First round wasn't as bad. That was a good start.
It wasn't too bad. I think I got 2 or 3 in. We did, and then we in the second one said, let's go for the 500s. Let's do it. All right. I'm like, hey, I got you 3. I roll in there. Boom, I come right off the bat. I get one in the 500. I said, baby, let's go, baby. Let's go. And I'm looking, and I'm throwing, and I'm close. I keep looking at that score. Just say 500. 5 seconds later, I look up at that score. Say 500 again. Damn. Then I think I got another one in there. Boom. Look up. Say 1,000. Damn. Still got it. We got about 5 seconds left. I think you snuck one in.
I snuck one in last second. Wasn't enough, though, boys. Wasn't enough.
I threw more in, and I'm not happy with my 2. But I threw one. I feel like, to you, man, that's tough. And I feel like we're going to play that probably multiple more times this week.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I'm not leaving today till I break 3,800.
Y'all got to get a win, man, before y'all leave.
Oh, did they leave?
Yeah, they're going, man. We can't do it until tomorrow, man.
That's all right. Tomorrow I'll come back.
What happened, Clint? I got my 2.
Nah, just a rough day at the office, man. I mean, I pelted that damn thing, man. I just couldn't get it to go through, man. I was, and then I get throwing it harder. Trying to figure out how to control the Nerf ball, and it just wasn't working.
No, it was about Nerf ball. Yeah,
it just wasn't working, man. Wasn't my day, man. I told you, I'm either 4 touchdowns or 4 picks. There was no in between.
Could get it out, man. Damn, boy. I thought
I didn't pull my weight. You did plenty to get us to the record on day one.
I didn't do plenty.
You throw 2 through there in 40 seconds, and I think the first round you hit a couple in the 1. I wasted half the first round throwing at the 1, thinking, let me just start here and just kind of nickel and dime. And I was like, well, that's stupid. Let me go to 500. Well, neither plan of attack worked.
That's all right. That's all right, though. We'll get there. We'll get there tomorrow. I get that. I think we got 1,000 or 1,500 on the last one. Just ain't good enough. All right, as we continue here, way has the Nick Caley thought because he is here now, Clint. But What's now the expectations as we start seeing this team? Is the expectation – obviously they took a step back. Is the expectation still, all right, hey, we're trying to get to realistically, we're trying to get to Super Bowl, we're trying to get to AFC Championship game. What's the expectation with this team right now, understanding where they were last year and the growth in 2 years? And I would say some would argue maybe a bit of a step back. You got another first-place schedule again. What's the expectation for this Texans team? Are you as high? Or is this Super Bowl? Is this AFC Championship game? What's the expectation?
Well, look, you make the move to get better, and you get better by advancing further than the division round. I mean, I think that's the easy answer. To me, it's more of a product, right? It's more of a what does the Texans' product look like, and if you want to get real specific with it, it's I've said this multiple times throughout this offensive coordinator saga, if you will, between firing Bobby Slowick and the search, right? Like you can't look up 9 weeks into year 2 and your offensive coordinator is still talking about it takes time to find your identity. Everything's different year to year, and it takes time to find your identity. At the end of the day, I think the big story here is can the Texans adjust and improve better, both talking about at halftime of every game and being better in the second half, as well as, hey, man, we had some pressure. Let's shore that up and make sure our quarterback's not the most pressured quarterback in the league. Like I've said it multiple times, whatever week 3 or week 4, whatever it was, we played Minnesota. You got your tight ends trying to block true edge rushers, and it was an absolute nightmare, terrible game plan. And I know it wasn't necessarily the plan. It was more of a reaction in the Kansas City game when you couldn't protect the quarterback. But the next thing you know, you've got your tight end lined up again trying to block true edge defenders. And that just to see those things consistently show up and be a problem, to me, is what you hope you solve by hiring Nick Caley. And hopefully that results in a better product at the end of the year that allows you to then get to an AFC championship. You know me, though. I'm not you could have a great year and run into a buzzsaw in the first or second round of the playoffs, and by how far your team went may be a lesser team, but in reality you look at it, you were an overall better football team that just got beat earlier in the playoffs or in a division round. So I'm less worried about like this round or that round and more worried about the product that is the Texans offense, right? Do the same problems keep popping up and we keep hearing, oh, it's fixable, all they got to do is execute, or are they adjusting and trying new things and overcoming? I think that's what they got to get done.
Yeah. No, I 713-572-4610. What are your expectations now? I think we have reached the stage now. We're past just how it looks on the field. I think the expectations do have to be AFC Championship game. I think it's to that point now because you've made moves now. Like you've clipped a guy that came in off 1 year, was getting head coaching opportunities, and you do all these things. You've made move. You spent money. I'm thinking they're probably going to do it some more again after this in this offseason where they add to the offensive line, add to do things. I think we have reached a point now. Like it's not just, all right, man, you look better. I think that's a big deal. But I think there has to be movement. I think they have got to knock and kick the door down of this divisional round spot. Like they have got
look. I think that two things can be true. I just don't think. I mean, you could be a significantly better football team and still get beat by Pat Mahomes in the division round.
Oh, I hear. Oh, listen, I'm gonna say this. It's not. I'm not saying it's fair.
Yeah, well, I'm just talking about real. Like to me, it's real.
Real or completely fair. But I think we have reached a point with the Texans right now, and I would say some of the frustration with the fans and stuff, and now the moves they've made. Like you go out and you go and do these now moves, you got to make the expectation is like how many years has it felt like the Texans have run into a buzzsaw? That's got to stop at some point. Hell, they got to be the buzzsaw, or they got to figure out a way to to beat one of these teams. Like so, it just feels like that this thing, especially if we see now if they don't make any moves to their offensive line. And if they hit us with a running back, which I just can't believe and I will say a running back to me, a running back includes even if Shaq Mason's out and you just put in like Juice Scruggs and you still put in guys that are here. Like a running back to me is still we're going to put Titus at left guard with Patterson. Yeah. Like that's even if they don't do anything to bring something in, a new bona fide starter, that's a running back to me. But it just feels like they're at a place where they have made moves to win right now. They have tried to be aggressive to make moves, and I think they got hit with some injury stuff. It's got to be that time that it's no more the damn man, the Ravens are just good.
Yep.
We can't solve that team, or damn, here comes the Chiefs again. And I'll say it before you guys do. They've cheated us again. Or the Bills or whatever. Like at some point it has gotta you gotta knock that thing down. So hopefully Nick Caley does help with that. Hopefully that is a thing that we see improvement on. But that to me has to roll through. Someone or people are texting in AFC Championship game or D'Amico is a failure. All right, I know that's the kind of stuff that you're talking about. I don't think he's a failure. I mean, if he gets there again, I don't think it's a failure, but it's just a damn. Yeah. Just didn't reach the expectation. We're moving the disappointment thing. I think a failure season to me is not making the playoffs. I think that's where this group is. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
All right, the Texans, they hired an offensive coordinator. I want to take a peek back at the OC search. There's also been some movement around the league with other teams hiring their offensive coordinator. We'll discuss each one up next. And Sports Radio 610 has a monster contest where you can win a big-time prize. I want to let you in on that contest as well as, again, we will rehash this offensive coordinator search. The Texans have their guy. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about some cold Coors Light. Now, I want to take a minute.
Nation.
Daly's dirty.
Presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party. I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
We're out here at on Radio Row in NOLA, baby. It's Monday. I've already embarrassed myself on the football throw. It was bad enough that Ron, had it been a head-to-head, he would have beat me. It wasn't head-to-head, it was team, and I didn't carry my weight. And to make things worse, Figgy got it on video and posted it on the social. If you're out there and you're listening, Sports Radio 610, get on them socials now. Get on them socials, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch. Follow, subscribe, like. Hell, we want it all. We want every bit of it. Figgy is rocking and rolling. He's out here in NOLA with us. Whether we're on the air or we're in these streets, you can follow it on Sports Radio 610 and all the social medias. So do me a favor, do me a solid, and hit them follows, likes, and subscribes.
I get the feel if I wasn't happy, you had to be really, really disappointed in your performance.
Well, no, I'm okay with it. I mean, like I said, it's day one. It's day one. I knew it was going to be rough with those light balls and the turf stuff. You got to get your groove. It'll be all right. When it gets hot, you want to be on my team because we're going to break records.
That's right. Let's go. And good thing Tyler's not here with them light balls.
Yeah, right here. Another thing. Another thing, real quick. Right. I want to encourage everybody out there to download the Odyssey app. AUDA. Hip, take us everywhere that you go. And here's the deal. We got a big-time contest going on right now. All right? We got a big-time contest going on right now, and here's the deal. All you got to do is download the Odyssey app. You got to log in now. And then you got to listen to Sports Radio 610 for 60 minutes a day. Every day that you do that, you get an entry into this contest I'm fixing to tell you about. Right? So I'm going to tell you my cheat code here. I know everybody doesn't have an hour straight to listen to. I know a lot of y'all do, and we greatly appreciate it. I know everybody doesn't. But if you got 20 minutes drive home, boom, when you get out of the car, just turn the volume down. Right? Get your hour in, and then turn the app down. Then turn the app off, right? So then you get your hour, you get your entry. You can have an entry every day up until February the 23rd, right? And here's what the contest is, right? You can win airfare and accommodations for 4 people to Vegas for the first 2 rounds of the big college basketball tourney. Y'all know what I'm talking about, baby. 4 folks, you and 3 others, airfare and accommodations, and I'm not done yet. We're also going to give you $20,000 to do as you please while you're in Sin City. Be honest with you. I feel like I've done pretty well for myself. I've never wondered where the next meal is coming, that kind of thing. I've never gone to Sin City and said, I got 5, 10, 15, 20 stacks that I can just piss in the wind. It's a hell of a deal, man. Make sure, download the Odyssey app, log in, listen for 60 minutes a day, get as many entries as you possibly can, 1 a day. Get that airfare and accommodations for 4. Get that $20,000, and then holler back at us and let us know how the trip went and how you enjoyed it. Now we got to hit this. We got to hit this OC search real quick. The Texans have hired their offensive coordinator. It is Nick Caley, who has been highly thought of over the last couple of years. Spent some time in the New England Patriot organization as a tight ends coach, and that's kind of where he really jumped on the scene of being a potential climber, if you will, offensive coordinator, head coach eventually. I think I've heard that mentioned several times over the last couple of years as well. But then he went out to the L.A. Rams and got into McVay's system and was the tight ends coach and passing game coordinator. Not the offensive coordinator, not the play caller, but the passing game coordinator and tight ends coach. And now he is the Houston Texans' next offensive coordinator. Here's why this is it's a huge hire. One, I think the Texans built the way they are with C.J. Stroud and company. I think this was the best offensive coordinator opening in football this year. So this is a job that I would think would command the attention of any and everybody that is in the offensive coordinator pool that was ready to jump in. This hire is the last hire that DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio are going to make before they have a $60 million a year quarterback, which we all know the dynamic changes significantly when you're paying your quarterback $60 million. You don't have roughly $40 million plus to dance around out there in free agency and make those win-now moves. So this is a monster hire. It is absolutely paramount that he moves the needle and gets this team better. Ron, now that Nick Caley's hired, the next hire, important hire in the organization, I'll argue, is just knowing the route that they went. I'll damn sure argue now is just as important, if not more important than Nick Caley is. What do they do at the offensive line position? Do they go out there? First of all, who hires him? Is this Nick, DeMeco, and Nick Caley? Is it Caley that gets it done? Do they go out and hire the absolute best offensive line coach that is available, or do they hire a guy that's been in one of Nick or DeMeco or Nick Caley's systems somewhere along the way? Ron, I'll argue that the offensive line coach is as big a hire as the offensive play caller is, if we're being honest. In terms of this team getting better, that O-line coach is a huge hire as well.
Well, it is. And now the thought is, how do they go about getting them? Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Who's gonna pull the? Who is this a team decision? Is this a Nick gonna go about hiring? Because that's the only thing that they fired. They fired Bobby Slowick.
Well, Cole got caught up in the mix too.
And then they let anybody associated with the offensive line. I know whoever that tight ends coach was over there sweating bullets.
Oh, got it.
But I mean, anybody that was associated with the offensive line had to go.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing right now that isn't filled. How are they going to go about that? Is this Nick Caley? Is one of Nick Caley's boys from the Rams going to come on? Does he know an assistant? Who is going to hire that, or is that coming from somebody else? Or is that a joint project? Who is going to hire that?
I think if you look down at the candidates that the Texans interviewed as for their offensive coordinator, I think every one of the individuals were hand selected with the number one priority being you're going to come in here and ultimately we're going to handpick your staff and it's going to be a collaborative effort. It's not going to be your show. It's going to be a collaborative effort. Brian Johnson, Jeff Nixon, Gerard Johnson, Adam Stinovich, Bill Lazor, Nick Caley, Grant Udinski. I mean, you all of these guys would be guys.
I was hopeful for Grant.
Grant Udinski? Why is that? You just like the name?
GU, baby.
I mean,
like that big Grant, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was, again, third in line in play calling, so it'd have been on brand. But the other move here, Ron, other than Nick Caley, and we'll keep you posted on all the staff moves that they make, because the Gerard Johnsons, the Ben McDaniels, and all the different coaches that were retained, the last I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, Ron, but the last I heard was that those coaches, the offensive coordinator with the rest of the coaching staff that was retained. That's the last statement that I saw coming about the staff, and so we'll keep you posted on exactly what Nick Caley does or what the Texans do once Nick Caley is in the building with the staff. It's going to be interesting to see how they the interesting thing, we mentioned the offensive line coach. The other interesting thing here is Gerard Johnson and Bill Lazor are two guys that were in the building that wanted the job, that interviewed for the job, and Nick and DeMeco went another route with an inexperienced guy, a guy that has less experience than Bill, but a guy that has equal to, very similar experience to Gerard Johnson. So how does that dynamic work in that building with the offense? Does Gerard Johnson stick around? Does he bounce? I would imagine there's going to be some options. He has more and more every single year. So we will see. The other piece of this, Ron, is Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly is now the Raiders' offensive coordinator. And I think the thing of note with Chip Kelly is $6 million per year on average. I don't know what the contract looks like, but apparently it is an average of $6 million.
What do you think Chip said?
Per year?
All right.
Yeah.
Well, they say Liam Cohen, who's with the Bucs, was like, all right, maybe 4.5, and they were going to make him the highest paid offensive coordinator in football. And I mean, my man, it wasn't Pete, man. Unless they said, "Hey, Pete, man, whatever number you feel good." All right, what you think, Chip? Maybe 6.
Well, let me ask you this,
7,
because this is interesting. Since the Chip deal came up, we were talking about. I don't know if it was crosstalk or just as a group. Given the Texans' current situation, all things considered, CJ, the timing, the fact that you just hired a guy that had never done it before and it didn't work, apparently didn't work good enough for you. You disappointed that the Texans wouldn't write whatever check for an offensive coordinator to get in here?
I'm not disappointed that they wouldn't write any check. I'm not disappointed that. For me personally, I am disappointed that they would not talk to all of the top candidates. That's my thing.
Before you get to money?
Yeah, before you even get to like to me, it's not. There isn't a deal of, hey, we fired Bobby Slowick because we are trying to get up here.
Yeah.
Let me talk to everybody that are the best. Like if you're going to talk to Grant Udinski or whatever Grant's name is, are you going to talk to the offensive line coach in Green Bay? Well, damn it, you should talk to the 2 top guys too. Yeah. And it don't mean you got to pay them. But you at least put yourself in front of them to see. All right, well, what's up with these dudes? What do they got to say? And to me, that's where the disappointment is for me personally.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to think now. Obviously, $6 million a year is ridiculous. I mean that's up there. But I would like to think that given the world that we're in right now and how important it is to get this hire right and how important it is to take advantage of C.J. Stroud's next 2 years and how risky it is to do what they ended up doing, I'd like to think that money wasn't going to get in the way.
No, yeah, I don't even think it was, that's why I don't think it's money. I don't think it's the money with Chip Kelly. I don't think that he fits what they're wanting to have. I don't think he fits what D'Amico wants, and D'Amico knows him in the class. Just like the thing that tipped me off on the Chip thing was what I said last week. You got guys like LaShawn McCoy, guys like multiple guys that have been around him with the Eagles. Deshaun Jackson's another one with the Eagles and Niners, who he's rubbed the wrong way.
Yeah. And
I don't think that's what they want.
Yeah, look, it's interesting how this thing unfolded. Again, we'll keep you covered on all of it. And the next moves are Nick Caley's staff, and what does that look like in particular?
I like
Gerard Johnson. Yeah, Gerard Johnson and Bill Lazor are the two there that I think are they'll be interesting how they handle that. I got a question, boys. We're out here in New Orleans. We caravan down this piece. Took about 3 vehicles, loaded up, rocking and rolling. Again, check the social medias. You can see the trip, the arrival, the look get down last night, the grub, and the fellas making a little run to Bourbon Street. But I got a question. What age is it where you got to start contributing to the house?
Contributing in what way?
Anyway.
Oh, shit.
You know, Lopez, old head in the group, he's got everything. He's got all kind of grub done up, right? And then you take a fine young gentleman like me, and I get up and I do a little breakfast and include the folks that are there today. I've told everybody earlier, that's the first time I've ever cooked for a group of men on a trip like this. I'm typically the guy that.
How you feel about it?
I'm pretty proud of it. But I feel like I told Reg earlier, he said he felt like he needed. I said, Reg, you're the young man in the bunch. You just need, hey, man, just take it easy and enjoy, man. Take it easy and enjoy. But there's got to be an age, right, where you, at some point, you got to help out somewhere along the way. You got to be the coffee guy. You got to make some breakfast. You got to make some lunch. You got to make some dinner. You got to do something, right?
Yeah.
What's that age? You think it's all right for Reg to just? I mean, who gets a pass?
Nobody. Everybody is eligible to do it, but nobody is forced to. But everybody is eligible to do it. Like, you got to add something. At least you know what I think about that. You're right. You at least got to buy something. Like you got to add something to it, right? Like. Like Aaron said, he's going to buy some king cakes. Like, you got to add something, right? I don't know what Parker's going to bring to the table. I'm waiting for it. But, I mean, Oh no, you don't get. It does not count for you that you gave it to you. No, you got it. No, you got to get you a thing of sweet tea or something.
No, Sean brought the tent.
No, Sean brought the tent. All right,
but that was his doing. Though.
No, yeah, I'm waiting on them chairs that we can sit under there.
Chair.
Yeah, I want to see. Like, no, no, you got to run some. I brought a little tequila. To the table. We did our thing. Yeah, you got to do something. You got to bring something. You got to. Yeah, or maybe his is driving. He drove down here. Maybe he's gonna, drive around for some folks.
Who, Park?
Yeah, Parker. Yeah, you got to bring something to the table. Like Lopez. So who's checked off? Lopez is checked off.
Yeah,
he's done his. Clint and I, we checked out. But we ran through that bottle of tequila quick, didn't we?
It didn't last long.
It was very good. The Rock, shout out. I like that kind. Wow, who's left? Seth, come on now. Your time, and I believe in Seth. Come on now.
Seth said, by the way, I wish I'd have got this out of you. Maybe we can do it for tomorrow. It definitely has shelf.
Oh, but he lost his mind. Yeah.
Somebody got under Seth's skin this morning about eating muffins and cupcakes and things of that nature. And so I'd imagine Seth just eased. He said he's going to the grocery store. Get off of him. He's going. Get off his back. He's going to the grocery store.
Brandon Scott clearly needs to. He's got to add something to it. Figgy's interesting because Figgy's been doing a lot of the
work.
The documenting
work doesn't
count. So that's what he's here for. So yeah, Figgy still got to add to the table. Figgy got to do something. Figgy.
Yeah.
You know what? Reggie washed all the dishes.
No, Reggie washed a handful of forks. That ain't getting.
He got some of the mugs. He got some of the cups.
No, we ain't. That ain't it.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Unless he's going to do it all week.
By the way, I did bring a bacon jalapeno popper dip.
That's right.
So he's in.
Yeah.
He's checked.
Dip.
But it don't count till we eat it. So it's still.
So my appetizer while Lopez get everything together.
Sure.
But he kind of jumped. He jumped in the way. And
he had it ready.
He
He's
said,
too
"Screw
good,
your
Figgy."
dip. So he's like, "We can eat that later this week."
Hey, he's too good, man. He's been at it too long,
I respect it, man. I respect it. I think it was worth it.
I forgot about the dip though. That's gonna be money.
Yeah. And we got these. Oh, I'm gonna smash them with them pork rinds. I can't wait for that thing. All right, as we continue right here live, the drive is on the road, Radio Row. We will continue to get back to the big story here in just a bit. Nick Caley, new OC, but Clint, you'll be. I don't know if you'll be proud of me. You'll at least be proud of my wife because she forced me into a change. And
she's the only one that can.
I was drugged, and I'm still not comfortable with it.
You were drugged.
I was drugged. I was not drugged. I was drugged, like dragging me. See, to this point. We'll discuss that. Let me get out of this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all check it out, man. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Look, if
610.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as The Drive is live and live and rocking and rolling on Radio Row here in New Orleans. Having ourselves a good time. We're going to have ourselves a good I'm trying to debate, what kind of vibes I'm in tonight. We're going to have a good time. We're going to the media event. We'll run into some of the players from the Eagles and the Chiefs tonight, so that'll be a fun thing. We'll bring you some content with that. So we should have some fun tonight. But I told you, Clint, my wife Courtney, you would have been proud of her. I know you would have been proud of her. Before we left to make the trip, I told her I said I need to make a run. I need to make a run to stuff for the trip. She was like, "Oh, okay, I'm heading there anyway. Just give me a list of what you want to get." But I know I want to give me some new draws. It's maybe been about I don't know, probably close to a year since I bought a pair of some new draws. I can see the disappointment in your eyes the way you're slamming that table. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, I mean, I could see the run. Got some some holes starting to develop in there. That means it's time. So I told her, well, I said I can just go. I need to get some draws and stuff anyway. She was like, well, here, I'll just get you some draws. I said, all right, bet. She came back, and I knew them weren't the kind of draws that I typically buy. I knew them were. I saw that they just looked expensive through the bag. And me, hey, man, I'm riding. We talked about this before. I'm riding Hanes, baby. I'm riding maybe some Fruit of the Loom. I see a good special. You can get about 8 pair for a good, $20-24. That's me right there. That'll last.
$3 a pair.
That's where I am right there. Sometimes you get a nice deal, even more.
$3 underwear?
No, they're not $3 underwear. I don't sense it like that.
I mean, I just did that math right there.
Just come in a pack. Yeah, I mean, but she had one where it's just 2 in a packet.
Mm-hmm.
I look at that packet. Packet was like $30-something for them two pairs.
Hell yeah! Come on, Corey.
No, I know. Hell yeah!
Yeah,
I like that. I like
hey,
that.
Man. That's it right there.
Oh, well, hold on, Chris. You spend a lot of money on your draws?
Yeah, I do, man. Yeah, I need that waist.
Don't do.
Really?
I have some friends that spend $76 on Lululemon boxer
Yeah, that's
briefs.
stupid. I'm not spending $76 on no draws. Now, I'm not rolling. I looked in there and I saw that and I said, "You just bought these two pair of draws for $30." Like it was like $36, $30, a little bit more than that plus tax when I looked at the receipt. And then she bought me another nicer brand than I normally get. Them was a little bit much for me. I'll be honest with you, and I ain't gonna lie to you. I got them on today.
Feel good, don't they?
They do feel good, man. I can't lie to you. They do feel good. I got a nice little, I felt it as soon as I pulled them up.
Yes,
and
indeed.
It felt good. But I mean, I don't know that I'm gonna make this a normal thing. But I mean, this is what she gonna say to me, Clint. She said, "Well, I bought these for you." I said, "Damn, Courtney." She said, "Well, I bought these for you because I knew you'd never buy them for yourself."
Yes.
Well, I mean, I don't need to.
Well, you're gonna wear them for a while. You'll start buying them. I mean, you got a lot of you got a lot of friction down there.
I don't know if this has turned me yet. What are you talking about? I got a lot of friction down there.
I mean, you got a lot of friction.
You don't know about just because we slept as roommates last night don't mean that you got.
Well, I watch you walk in the building every day. You got some friction down there.
I ain't never shocked you. What the hell's that mean?
You got some high end material between there. Yeah, you got some old $2 toilet paper. You got your choice.
I don't skimp on toilet paper. I buy good toilet paper.
I wasn't saying you do. The point was you get some old cheap, thin, holey underwear underneath there, and it feels the friction better. You're gonna fall in love. I mean, that's money well spent. Well done, Courtney. Not to mention that maybe your wife telling you it's time to move the needle a bit, bub.
Text line coming through. It's a Black Thing show with those underwear. I don't know if that's the case. Chris just came through and said, Figgy, when's the last time you got some new draws? Brandon, when's the last time you got some new draws? January. Well, it's the start of the year. There you go.
Yeah, less than a month ago.
less than a month ago.
Yeah.
What is going on around here, man? We got people out here.
Them boys having fun.
Them boys having fun. See, I'll tell you, I am. I let someone see. You know what, Clint? This is why I hate you. You just come through and say shit. Now people on the text line talk about Ron got thunder thighs.
Well, I mean,
it's not true. I
hate to break it to you.
No, I'm not. I am not walking with friction.
Yes, you
Look
are.
at this
You
on
also
the camera.
You also ain't walking like that.
I do. I walk like this. I don't walk with no friction.
Hey.
And it's not because I got the new drawers on today. Don't put that on me on that.
Nobody's ever looked at you and said his thighs ain't rubbing. Nobody. I mean, I got the same problem. I'm just telling you.
Shut up, man. No, shut up. No, that was low.
No, it's true.
No, it was. No,
now,
it's
look,
low.
B. Scott. I don't know that his inner thighs are the inner thigh of his underwear are getting any friction. Figgy's are. Figgy's getting friction.
Hold on, man. You don't know that. Figgy, maybe there's been a time where Figgy's thighs just calling us thunder thighs.
Figgy's got
Yeah.
It don't make me,
What's going on, man?
It don't make me feel better
What is
that
this
you yourself. Is he a friction person?
He's definitely a friction person. Yes. So
713-572-4610.
So we all got friction.
No, we just nah, man.
Reggie ain't got none. B. Scott ain't got none.
Clint saying I'm the only one here that's thin as a rail.
No,
I'm 170 pounds soaking wet. With my belt and my shoes on. And that's the fact.
Right. That's the point.
That's the facts.
That's the point.
I understood what he's talking about.
I mean, it don't take much for them thighs to start friction to crank up.
When Show walks, he creates static.
There ain't no doubt.
Kiss my ass, all of you.
I don't get no friction until I get into bed at night.
I just want you to know.
Curl up.
I just want you to know that's not been my whole life that I've just had my thighs have touched.
Well, just the majority of it. Look, I mean, the truth of the matter is, them expensive underwear in between them thighs is going to make it feel a lot better than the more cheapies you
inside
had.
of my pants. They ain't no. Like you act like the inside of my thighs are darker.
Hey, I've had jeans. I've had jeans that I've had forever. I've had jeans, and the inside of my thighs, I pull them out of the dryer, and I'm like, whoa. They're thin, real thin right there, damn near holes in the thigh from the thighs.
I don't have a lot of pants.
Look at y'all. Y'all can start a fire over here. Good to know if it get cold here in New Orleans this week. We can start a fire with the friction between y'all.
I don't like to be assumed that I have thunder thighs. I don't.
Well, now you took it and ran with it. I didn't say you had thunder thighs. I mean, your thighs fit your bill.
You know that the texter said you got thunder thighs. You said, "Yep."
Well,
that's right.
I mean, you look funny. You look funny with B. Scott's lower half.
You would.
Right. Hey, Parker, you laughing a little too damn hard. You too, Harry. I mean, y'all calm down, man. You grinning, you in it. Calm down now.
He's charging.
It wasn't that damn funny. All right.
Yeah, that's why you read it. It damn sure was funny.
It was a little funny, but it wasn't that damn funny. The way that
Parker over there turning red.
Running, laughing hard. Yeah, yeah. Look at that Tesla. Look at that Tesla over there. Somebody said you could start a festive. All right, listen, Thunder Thighs, I'm just trying to be happy with my new draws. And listen, I like these two pair. I'm going to wear these suckers out. I'm not going to buy no new ones, but I'm going to wear these.
And your thighs are
What's the brand?
Well, I'll tell you off here because I'm wait till they pay me.
Okay.
That's real.
It's real in these streets.
It's the realest thing that's been said this segment. Tell you off there.
I'll tell you off there. All right, Nick Caley. Nick Caley is the new OC. And this is the thought. This is the thought. He is the new OC. When you hear the name Nick Caley, and you know they have moved on from Bobby Sloak, when you knew that was happening, they're going to get a new OC. When you hear this name and you understand what they've done, is this something where you're like, yes, this is the move. I feel really good about this move. This move is the one that I was hoping they would make. This is the kind of guy I thought they'd get. Or are you feeling different? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. I got to tell you a little bit about Low T Center. Talking about how you feeling.
New Orleans. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Nick Caley, the new OC for your Houston Texans. And I want to jump right in at 713-572-4610. You can give your thoughts on this. You on YouTube and Twitch, you damn well better. All right, please stop calling me Thunder Thighs on the text line. Please.
Huh?
Please stop calling me Thunder Thighs on the text line.
Hey, Thunder Thighs, new draws.
No, but no, this is where I want to get to. And you can jump on this as well, Clint, and we'll get your thoughts here on the text line and the YouTube and Twitch. With the Nick Caley situation, you're just jumping in. Patrick Mahomes, the new OC coming from the Rams, was a tight end coach. Before that, he was in New England, cross paths with Nick Caserio, went to John Carroll. So there are ties, and Nick and people within the Texans are familiar with Nick Caley. But once you knew, all right, they're going to make the move, they fired Bobby Slowick, you got that. Now that you know who the replacement is, after they fired Bobby Slowick, now you know who it is. They've had a lot of interviews. You've seen everybody. You understand the process. Are you feeling good about the hire? Are you feeling good about Nick Caley? Now, is that where you thought this was going to be when you said, all right, they got rid of Bobby Slowick, and now that you're here and they've replaced him with this guy who was the passing game coordinator, tight end coach at L.A. with the Rams, are you like, yes, this is what I was hoping for. This is what I was expecting. Now I feel good about this offense moving forward now that they got Nick Caley. Where are your thoughts based off where you were when they fired Bobby Slowick?
Well, it doesn't turn me on one bit. It doesn't turn me on one bit. The reality of it was that there was nobody on this list that was gonna blow my skirt
on the
up.
Texans list.
There was nobody that they had interviewed that was going to blow my skirt up. I like Gerard Johnson. I like Brian Johnson. Other than that, there's really not much there that was going to turn me on. I understand, the obvious approach to them was younger, experience, time on task really didn't matter. More of a guy that you can plug into a system that's already been in place for 2 years. Appears to be what they were looking for, and Caley may work for that. But right now, in the moment, yeah, this one doesn't do much. This doesn't do much for me. You look at what the Texans have to do. They got a short time to get there. They got a long way to go and a short time to get there. And Nick Caley's going to be the guy that's got to be better than Bobby Slowick. The jury's still out for me. I don't know anything about him personally. Obviously, I'm going to need to see what the product looks like. This is a huge product move for me, Ron. What does the O-line look like with Nick Caley in town? Do we still see receivers that are running routes at the wrong depth and screwing up concepts then your quarterback has to hold the football? Do we see a offense that's for 2 months plus seems to be forcing a certain scheme or a certain style and it not working and they're just being hard-headed? Like, what does Nick Caley bring to the table that changes what we've already seen the Texans be? The truth of the matter is this is a talented football team. They're going to win games, right? They're going to win games. They're going to be in the playoffs. They're going to put up numbers, but at the end, just like they did this year, right? But at the end of the day, or do we look at the Texans and think that they're any closer to competing with the best in the league? Do we look at the Texans and say, man, there's no flaws in their game? They've got answers to strengths and not to their weakness. They're taking care of their most prized possession, which is the quarterback. That's the jury's still out on all of that, and until I see more, Nick Caley just doesn't do a whole lot for me here.
I tend to think, like, when you hire, especially if you're a hardcore fan, if you're in a moment where a coach is hired or a player is brought in, and in this situation it's a coach is hired, there's two reactions. One, You're excited as hell. It don't matter. Like, as soon as you see it, you're like, hell yeah, D'Amico Ryans. Like, when it's D'Amico Ryans, you're like, yes, that was the one. It was the connected one. You saw what he's done. You didn't. And then there's other times when you're a hardcore fan or then moves to, you got to start convincing yourself if you like the guy. You got to start to really pull up the what could be positives and just kind of try to move yourself away. This does not feel like the D'Amico one to me. Some of you all, I'm not saying that's my opinion. Some of you, it may be. I will admit there were people who texted in. They was team Nick Caley.
Yeah.
They wanted like let's get Nick Caley. For me, this doesn't seem like. I don't think anybody was like, oh, I don't know about D'Amico. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about D'Amico. All right. Now, I think there were some who had to convince themselves a little bit on C.J. Stroud. But that clearly was right, and that clearly worked. When you walk away and you say, all right, this team fired Bobby Slowick. They got C.J. Stroud. They've won the division back-to-back years. They've got a top-5 wide receiver, it feels like. They've got a great left tackle, at least pass protection, someone you can work with who's been a Pro Bowler. They've got a running back in Joe Mixon who had a really great year and is a Pro Bowler. You would thought like, my thought would have been they would have had somebody that you felt really confident on day one. And I think there are some people who feel really confident with Nick Caley on day one. It just feels to me, Clint, this is more of a let me kind of trying to convince myself as a fan to be excited about this one and not as this is it. Now this is it. This is if it don't work, it ain't nobody's fault. It just didn't work in that situation. I don't know if that one is the case here. So this is not, to me, Clint, what I expected they would get. I thought they would get somebody that potentially had a little bit more, you had a little bit more confidence or a little bit more to go off of what they've done. But I will say the other part is a lot of people have liked him. He has had opportunities with the Jets. He turned them down. He's had some opportunities with teams in the past, so he is somebody that people like. But I guess when I was thinking when they fired him, it wasn't like Nick Caley wasn't one for me that came to mind. That going to get.
Oh, it's exactly what I felt they were going to get.
Oh, is he? So you're not surprised by it?
By this?
Yeah.
If this surprised anybody, they weren't paying attention to what they were doing.
But I'm just talking about from the day they fired him, not through the whole process. From the day they fired him, I'm just saying for me, from the day they fired Bobby Slowick, I would have thought that the person that replaced him was somebody that you would feel a little bit more.
Yeah.
You're not.
I hope that we would see. I just wanted to see a process where you're bringing in like established offensive minds. That because again, I don't think being CJ's buddy is the way to move forward here. I don't think coming in here and kind of keeping everything kosher and letting everybody remain comfortable across the board is the way to go here. So I was hoping there was going to be several guys interviewed that were going to be hand the reins over kind of guys that you were going to have to pay a lot of money. Right? Yeah. Maybe not more than the damn head coach, but you were going to have to pay a lot of money to in order to get those guys. Some guys that had pelts on the wall. It's just hard. It's hard for me to think that Nick Caley's going to walk in there and change the world for the Texans. And the reality of it is
no. But does he have to?
Yes, absolutely.
Really,
absolutely. That's what I was just fixing to say. Yes, like it's easy to walk in with the Texans. Man, they with the exception of a couple of plays, some people may say the refs, they're right there with the Chiefs. They got a chance to play, to compete with the Chiefs. Hell, they beat Buffalo. Man, they're close. Man, this all can be fixed. It's easy to say all that, and in reality, it's not. I mean, they've got a dynamic in that building on the offensive side of the football that, again, it's I'll be shocked if it doesn't improve because there's so many facets of offensive football that have to get better. That have like the tight ends. They got I mean, I'm even talking about playing to the level of having $36 million invested in a tight end. Just good tight end play. Just give me good tight end play. Huge improvement for this offense. Right? Just give me a center that can communicate or a quarterback that can overrule it. Huge improvement with this team. Right? We've talked about the Laramie Tunsil effect, kind of that ripple effect. I don't know what they're going to do there, whether it's hold him accountable and ask him to change a bit, or I don't know what they're going to do there. But figure that out. A huge improvement with this football team. So yeah, Ron, I think especially if you're of your thought, of your mindset, where this is AFC Super Bowl or bust. Oh shoot!
I think that's got to be what the expectation is.
Whew. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's got to be major. So I expected this to be a little bit more of what, instead of the next Bobby Slowick getting plugged and played, and then you just run it back.
Yep.
Like doesn't surprise me though.
All right, many of you I know 5 o'clock jumping in and getting off work. We'll give you kind of the hits here coming up, including more on Nick Caley, his background, and some of the real positives of what he can help with this team, what he can change, what things he needs to change, and why a lot of people were really, really high and excited on him. We'll talk about that, as well as is heating up before the playoff or before the trade deadline in the NBA. It's heating up, and a team is going after everybody. We'll give you the latest on that, and big news from a former Aggie. You want to hear that? You don't want to miss that. He wants out. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Cliff Stoerner here for Twin Peaks. Look, if you love watching live.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. And luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Tip Bomber and Chris Santiago, who is in. Yes, I just got a video. We just got a video from Tyler Milner, who I think is wrapping up his time at Disney. It looked like a beer. Tyler's not normally a beer drinker. It looked like he had a beer out there, but he will be back soon, rolling with the drive. But we do have Chris Santiago, who has been holding us down big time, as usual, with us today. So we appreciate you jumping in with us. Listen, 5 o'clock fire, as we're here live at Radio Row here in New Orleans. The big story of the day, and we've been talking about it throughout the day, and many of you have been commenting on it, is coordinator. We've talked about a lot of our thoughts, right? And I think there are people who have, really excited. There are people who are in the middle with the wait and see, and then there are people in the, this is, I think I've seen multiple times. This is Bobby Slowick with a beard. Like, we've seen that that a lot. What though, I would say to the audience, and what you've known if we've seen this, do you feel is the positive things that he brings to the table? What things, when you look at him and you're like, all right, the Texans got to fix this thing, and the reasons why people and the Texans who appear to be really, really high on Nick Caley, what's he bringing to the table that helps this group?
Well, look, I think he's a great fit for what D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio typically go after, which is a great coach, right? I mean, I think when it comes down to cleats in the turf, instructing and teaching and fundamentals and technique, I think he is probably, I don't know him, but I'm going to guess he is a very, very good football coach, which is underrated, by the way. We watch Bill O'Brien here with a bunch of his buddies around that you go to practice and hell ain't but one of them sweating. They ain't coaching, they ain't working, they're half-assing through it. That's not the case with D'Amico Ryans, and it's not the case with Nick Caserio. It's not the guys that they have in here. And I think he'll be a great fit from that perspective. I think when you look at the fit here of probably retaining a good bit of the offensive staff, I think he's a plug-and-play guy, replacement for Nick for Bobby Slowick. You look at the organization that he came out of, being the L.A. Rams, which is McVay's system. There is definitely some crossover there with the Shanahan Slowick system, if you want to call it that. I would imagine the terminology is very similar. So the offense, when you hire one of the guys that I would have liked to have at least seen interviewed, they were going to be completely start from scratch. Here's how we're going to run. We're going to play offense. Here's the language we're going to speak. The positive here is that language is going to stay pretty consistent. So your entire offensive unit is going to be able to pick up, really should pretty quickly be able to pick up where they left off with Bobby Slowick. So, there are absolutely some positives that allow being a guy that'll take an offensive coordinator job, keep the same language, and allow the organization to keep the continuity by keeping the Gerard Johnsons and Bill Lazors and Ben McDaniels and all these other position coaches. There's definitely some positive in that. Nick is – I'm just not real excited about the hire, but Nick Caley is – there are definitely some positives with him being the guy.
Yeah, to me when I look at this is, one, you do like guys that have been in multiple systems, who've been able to be in part of multiple systems that have had success. And if you look at Nick Caley's history, he came out in the NFL immediately with the Patriots, and this is what the Patriots doing during good years with Tom Brady, even through the years where they Mac Jones and did some things with Cam Newton where it was like, all right, there's some things under Josh McDaniels. He's been able to do that, and then the last 2 years in that system with Sean McVay. I think that's a positive thing to say, all right, he's able to do multiple things, and I know a big thing that many people have had issues with is, all right, adjustments. All right, adjustments here, adjustments there, although sometimes I think people are just saying stuff that became a narrative, but adjustments here, adjustments there. All right, well, he's pulled from multiple different systems that he's been around, and maybe they're are more ways that he can shift and change and adjust that maybe Bobby Slowick, who's just been in one system, hasn't been able to do. So I think those are potential positives to me, Clint. But we all know, like all those positives, there are two major positives he needs to have, Clint, and that is how do you fix the massive issue that was bad Bobby Slowick's first year that then became absolutely at times undoable with this offense, and that's the offensive line. And how do you, and obviously some of this is hand in hand, but how do you get the confidence of C.J. Stroud back up? How do you get to those? Those two things are things that better be positives and things that he better excel at.
Well, look, I'll be honest. I think you said it right earlier. The most important thing is fixing C.J. Stroud, but fixing C.J. Stroud is a byproduct of fixing 4 or 5. And I'm telling you, when it's this widespread, I think it has as much to do with the head coach as it does the offensive coordinator. Now, we'll see if the different offensive coordinator helps it. But when you look up and you've got, an offensive line that week after week and all year long can't figure out how to basic slide protect and give your quarterback a chance. They can't figure out how to protect versus a basic defensive tackle, defensive end twist, which those are used for a reason. They're effective, but the Texans just got destroyed with it, right? When you look at receivers that can't run routes the right depth and clearly on different pages throughout the season in critical moments, Dan Orlovsky pointed out all the details that just are overlooked and the mistakes that are in the Texans film week in, week out. Like, to me, we sit here and say, if all those other positions are coached better, then your quarterback plays better. Yes, I believe that you got to practice better. I believe that you got to be held accountable on a snap-to-snap basis in practice, and you got to change what is being allowed to guys to get away with. No more like again, short weeks in the NFL. Like, I really, it sticks out like a sore thumb. We start talking about these things to me, man. Like, the whole Nick Caserio comment about when we practice, we're really good. And then, coming back and the whole thought of, what I really meant was when we have a full week of practice. Like, man, I get it. There's a conversation for everybody in this building that 4 weeks, hard to recover, and what do the stats look like, and what do the advanced stats tell you, and recovery for these guys, and yada yada. I understand. I don't want my team's practice to depend on a short week or not. Like, that's part of the NFL is you're going to have to deal with short weeks, right? You're going to have to deal with short weeks. Is it ideal? No. But like the thought that we look back and are referencing, boy, when we practice, we're really, really good. No, I mean that the standard should be the standard all the time, and you do whatever you got to do to prepare the football team to play, whether it's a short week or a long week. And so I think they got to change what's been accepted on the offensive side of the football, what's been allowed on the offensive side of the football, and I think that changes the game for Houston immediately. Whether it's D'Amico Ryan, I think it's a D'Amico Ryan's problem, and he's got to fix it. But maybe Nick Caley is the guy that comes in and changes the game for him. But somehow, some way, that's got to get done, Ryan.
Yep, text line coming through. I love this hire. As I said, there are many people on different sides. This right here, previous text right before the I love this hire, is I don't want to judge too quickly, but this Nick Caley hire feels like a lateral move. If they were going to hire someone without play calling experience, why not just hire Gerard Johnson? He is at least familiar with CJ. And listen, we'll talk about that as we kind of move on and finish up through the show today. What are the next moves? What does this mean for the coaching staff? That's something coming up. As we said, there are some things that he brings to the table that could really, really get people excited. We'll see if he's able to pull those things off as he is. Nick Caley, the new guy.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, another thing. We've been watching when is the OC position going to be solved. The other thing in the city, Clint, is we know the NBA trade deadline ends on Thursday. So that means for a lot of teams, and obviously over the weekend we saw a huge move between the Dallas Mavericks and the LA Lakers, sending Luca Luca Doncic from the Mavericks to the Lakers for Anthony Davis and other things, but those were the main headline moves in that deal. This coming out, Clint, from the Golden State Warriors, and I know you're cracking up looking at this too, Chris. The Warriors are legitimately, according to Shams Charania, the Warriors are legitimately calling about every all-star player around. Just name the all-star player. LeBron, Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler, any of them.
Well, one of those is available.
The Warriors are going. Well, Jimmy Butler has come out and said he is not going to sign long-term with the Warriors, so that might be it. We're only hearing he will only sign long-term with Phoenix, is what Jimmy Butler is saying. But apparently, according to Shams, the Warriors are dead set on adding an all-star to pair with Steph Curry. So this thing is going to be crazy. To me, when you see LeBron, that's the name of the trade. To me, like, it makes more sense for LeBron to stay and play. To me, I understand how Curry and him, but to me, with Luca, to me is the better player right now. I love Steph, but right now, Luka's the better player, and I do think they can figure it out. Like, if I'm LeBron, who I think can probably try to force moves or do whatever he wants, the Warriors wouldn't make me want to bounce over the situation with Luka and what they could potentially do with the Lakers right now. So,
well, that would.
I know a lot of fans want to see it.
I like the thought that it could potentially happen just from a basketball perspective.
We saw it. We saw it at Team USA.
But it would just be. I don't know, man. Because I know Golden State is highly respected, but something about Bron with Luka right there.
Oh, yeah.
Going to the Golden State Warriors would be. I just can't see it. Like going from the Lakers to the Warriors.
Yeah, not for me. Yeah, I mean, anything.
Forget the basketball. I'm just talking about the brand side of it.
Yeah. To me, the Lakers is where he wants to live, and everything that he's doing outside of basketball makes a lot of sense to stay there. But to me, the Luka thing, I want to see that out. That is something that I would much rather see out than LeBron just, hey, man, we're going to get old guys coming together. We'll see. I don't know if the Warriors are going to land. It looks like they are willing to give up anybody, so we'll see who the Warriors pick up. But to me, to me, it's not a double-edged sword, but you're killing two birds with one stone. Is one, I'm intrigued to see what Luka and LeBron looks like.
Hell yeah.
And two, I think for the future of the game, with some of the issues that the Mavericks have brought up about Luka, which are real. Like, hey, man, is he taking care of his body the best way he can? I don't think there's a better player for him to sit maybe the next year or two with and watch. And LeBron will do it. Like, LeBron will make him. Like, he'll try to make him. Like, we saw what he's done with Dave. To have him as a person that he can sit up and watch to see what it means to take care of your body the way he has, I think that would be great for the future of the league with a guy like Luka too.
Yeah, that is interesting. You talk about like how sweet LA's sitting, assuming that they can get another big somewhere along the way before Thursday.
Yeah.
But you're right, man. Like the Lakers, you go get a 25-year-old superstar, and he doesn't need to be the alpha in the building. He doesn't need to set the standard. You're not worried about him bringing with his lack of accountability and inability to take care of himself and keep himself in shape. You don't worry about him dragging down young guys with him or dragging down other players with him because LeBron's there and they know and he ain't moving the needle in that department when LeBron's around. So, and to your point, LeBron actually rubbing off on him and getting him right for the future of the Lakers with Luka. That's a pretty sweet deal for the
league and that spot. So we'll see how this thing unfolds the next couple of days. It looks like the Warriors, I mean, you come out, they're just letting it be known. We want whatever we can get.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, speaking of trades, this happened earlier in the day, Clint. Myles Garrett, the Cleveland Browns defensive end, arguably the best defensive player in the game. He is actually currently the reigning defensive player of the year right now. He's made a request to be traded. He wants to move on from Cleveland. He has been there a while, and I think Myles Garrett has clearly reached a point where he is over it and is ready to make the next move and turn the chapter away from the Cleveland Browns. Listen, I know some people aren't fans of players, hey, finishing out their contract. You signed a contract doing all this.
Yep.
Hey, I'm sorry. I got no problems at all with this. And I hope Myles Garrett gets the hell out of Cleveland because that situation with Deshaun, with some of that stuff, I would love to see him in big games.
Yeah.
Look, it feels like JJ a little bit to me, where it's just like that dude's a talent. You love to see him have a shot to be a bigger game.
Right, for me, this is Saquon Barkley 2.0 for me. I mean, look, he's given his all in that organization. It is as dysfunctional as it was when he got there. There's no way when they're handcuffed by Deshaun Watson's contract and other Myles Garrett and actually give him something that they can move the needle and win in the AFC. It's just not going to happen. And so I want to see Myles Garrett in a different uniform before it's too late. I don't knock Myles Garrett for 1 second for wanting out. To be completely honest with you, Cleveland they ought to tip the cap and let him move. Help him move. Do everything they can to move him. I really, you with Deshaun.
But what can they do to say, hey man, we're going to entice you to want to stay?
Yeah, there's nothing. They're handcuffed. There's nothing they can do. I mean, they can fake their way through it, sure. I mean, but at the end of the day, it's the same old there with less money, with the Deshaun Watson situation. And you know you're you're 2 years removed from even having an opportunity to be taken serious. Flip him for some first-round draft picks and keep this thing and try to rebuild your organization. Meanwhile, all of us NFL fans out here can watch Myles Garrett do his thing in another uniform.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's just, there's nothing that Cleveland can do where you're like, all right, he's looking up there saying, yeah, man, how long is it going to take for we deal with that Baltimore team? How long is it going to take for we deal with that Cincinnati team that was down? He's like, Cincinnati couldn't make the playoffs with the dudes they got. You know, in Pittsburgh and stuff like that. So I'm with you. I know there are probably some NFC teams that are licking their chops to try to get to him. And Detroit, you could think of those teams, maybe some AFC teams that got to pay a bigger price. But there are some teams that and to me, the Browns, it would make sense because what you could get back.
Yep.
Like you can get. You know, obviously, he's probably not going to get the quarterback stuff like Deshaun got, but at least 2 more first-round picks and more. So, I think it's a move that both parties should probably make.
You could move him, and over the next 2 drafts, have the draft capital for 2 years to when your quarterback comes up to make a serious move for the number 1 overall pick or whatever pick you need to jump to get the quarterback that you need.
Yep.
I mean, that's where you're at, or you can drag your feet. With his contract, you can drag your feet trying to get out from underneath Deshaun Watson's contract, and hopefully you throw something together. But life in that division is already a monster. Being handcuffed is a hard way to live, man.
Yep.
And they are handcuffed.
They are handcuffed. All right, as we continue, it's the process, folks. It's the process. We'll talk about the process of how the Texans got to their new OC. We'll discuss that coming up next.
We're learning a lot about our guy Reggie heading into chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That gentleman just came. Like we've known each other for years.
He mistook you.
He had to. He stopped, came out of his path to come over here. I went with it, because we about to get on the air, but I ain't never seen that brother a day in my life. I'm going to just be honest with you.
You sure?
Yeah, just going to be honest with you. Never seen him.
I'm going to be real. I thought it was like one of them bruh type of things, so I was getting ready to shake his hand, too.
And then when he stopped, it didn't go nowhere else.
Oh, I thought it was a black thing. I'm going to be honest, man. I was like, man, so he's just going to dap up all the brothers. Because you didn't look like you knew him. I know I didn't know him. But he had dreadlocks. Yeah, I just figured there was some kind of kinship that was finna happen there.
I didn't know. Yeah.
Me neither.
Maybe a cousin. I don't know. I didn't have it. I didn't have it. But hey, man, I shake everybody up.
You're a friendly guy, man. That's what happens. Look, when you buy expensive underwear, man, it's folks know it, man.
To the draws, huh?
I guarantee he ain't wearing no cheap draws. He said, "There's one of them more nice draw brother right there."
He walked in. He said, "Look at Thunder Thighs."
Bro said,
he got to have on some good draws.
Bro said, "Where's that friction coming from?"
It just that static just drew him over here, didn't it?
He said, "God, I'm trying to walk through that. Damn, is that a dryer? God, dog, just pull me in."
Oh, that's funny. That's good.
All right, yeah, that was good. All right, as we are covering the big story here, Nick Caley, we've talked about it throughout the day, and I'm sure get up in the morning, Payne and Pendergast, 6 a.m., and I'm sure they will talk about it. I can't wait to hear what those two guys have, and you heard briefly from Lopez and Reggie. We'll see what more they have to say coming up on in the loop. But to me, the thing that I've noticed, and I think this has been building for you, Clint, and I'm right here with you, that has been building for you, Clint, and I think now it's come to a head now that it's over. It's because so many people are like, hey, Clint, Clinton Run, who is it? Well, who is it that you wanted? Who is the name? Who is the name of these guys you wanted? Yeah. But for you, it has been you just haven't been thrilled with the process of how they arrived here.
Well, look, I think this is the worst case scenario for me in terms of the process, right? Like, if you fire Bobby Slowick and you immediately say, hey, man, Gerard Johnson's the dude. We're moving him up. We're keeping the terminology the same. We're keeping the chemistry. We're keeping everything that we got in the building that we built over the last 2 years. It's Gerard's turn. Let's go. Right? I could be sold that. But it has more to do than just Gerard Johnson. It has to do with your level of commitment, right, and conviction in making that decision. That would have been solid. Now, you move on from Bobby Slowick and say, hey, Bobby Slowick was not the leader of men that we thought he was. He was not the manager of men that we thought he was. He was not the offensive mind that we thought he was, and we need to do better. Okay, well, I would expect you to then go and interview, right, guys that have pelts on the wall. And, again, I don't necessarily want these guys to be hired. I'm just telling you there's multiple guys out there that are former head coaches that are offensive minds that have won Super Bowls that it would have been nice to see my squad interview. That would have been nice, right? But you don't. That's not an option, right? Instead, we see fire Bobby Slowick. We really don't know what direction. We got some guys we like, but we don't know what direction we're going to go. We're going to interview 8 guys, and these 8 guys are going to be from all over the map. And then we're going to end up – none of them have any experience with the exception of Bill Lazor back in the day and Brian Johnson for a year in Philly. A bunch of inexperienced guys, and we're going to 2-3 weeks into it, we're going to fall on a guy that ultimately is another Bobby Slowick. You're betting on this guy being something that we've never seen him be yet. He's never done, right? And so – that, to me, that's the worst-case scenario of how this thing unfolds. You fire Bobby Slowick and ready to move on, and you don't really have a plan. You don't think this was the plan
the guy.
Nick Caley was on the radar, but I don't think Nick Caley was like, hey man, this is the route we're going right here.
You don't think as soon as because for you're like Bobby Slowick, there should be a plan. You would have thought it would have happened quicker. You don't think it was we're firing Bobby Slowick because we know we want Nick Caley.
No, yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, that would be, you're going to fire Bobby Slowick, who, again, I understand didn't do a great job over 2 years, but there's a case to be made that he did a pretty good job with a rookie and a second-year quarterback, in statistic-wise, and they won a lot of ball games. Yeah, it's hard for me to think that you'd go, we're going to move on from him, and we're going to go straight into another one.
Text line coming through. Who are these guys with experience you speak of?
Well, Mike McCarthy, Doug Peterson, Shaw, that just went to Detroit, obviously interested in getting at the NFL level.
Chip Kelly.
Chip Kelly would be one of them. Yeah,
Clint Kubiak was
there you go.
an OC last year with the Saints.
Yeah, they're looking. And again, I'm not saying that those guys are great candidates. I think a big part of this is if you're going to move on from Bobby Slowick, you got to know who's out there and what's available. Right, it's clear that was never on their radar, and they never even wanted to go that direction.
It started with moving on from Bobby.
Yeah,
Slowick.
it started with moving on from Bobby Slowick, and then it quickly leans into guys that ultimately you look at Bobby. I mean, I'm sorry, not Bobby. Look at D'Amico. You look at Nick, and I think they want to be involved in the overall offensive product. I will be shocked if Nick Caley hires his offensive staff. Like, all right, it's your turn. You've never done it before. Never had the title. But, hey, we want you to come here, call plays, give you the title, and you're going to hire the staff. It just doesn't strike me as one of those hires. And so, to me personally, I'm just not this is worst-case scenario how this thing all unfolded for me. Like I said, I could have got Gerard Johnson the day after you fired Bobby Slowick. Boom, this is the route we're going. CJ's got a great relationship with CJ, yada, yada, yada. Feel great about it, been in the building with, know the kind of offensive mind that he is. I could get behind it. This is wait and see for me, man.
Yeah, I think for me the only issue I had, because I get you. Maybe it wasn't Nick Caley, but I think the plan was someone young, somebody that could be the next Kevin O'Connell, the next, Mike McDaniel, the next guy that's probably in one of these systems that we trust, somebody young, because that's everything that they kept interviewing, somebody young, something like that we can feel that we're bringing in to be the next. Very similar, I guess, to Bobby Slowick. I think that's what they're – so I think that was the plan. I don't know if they definitively, when they fired Bobby, had the guy, and it was Nick. That was the plan. For me, the only thing is I just think you're in a situation where I think you should at least, if you don't interview the top two candidates, and I think the top two candidates were Clint Kubiak and Chip down and talk with them for whatever reason. Yes, maybe you weren't going to pay $6 million. But to me, that's not going to stop. Like, I do wish – in high school, Clint, that, hey, I knew I wanted to be in broadcasting, and just to say, no, I'm not going to go to Syracuse because I just know it's going to be expensive. I'm not even going to go try it. No, I mean, it's the best school. It's where I should at least see what it's about, and to see if there's something that could be done. That's my only issue is, do you want to get with Nick Caley? Sure, I could see that. If you look at the other coordinators that have been hired in this cycle, a lot of them are young guys. That's fine. It's, to me, if you have all of the assets, C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Joe Mixon, and hey, some people really like Laramie Tunsil as an asset. If you have all those assets, the thought would be, well, hell, man, you can run it roll on anybody you want. How about we at least just talk to the top two candidates, right? At least just talk to them. Or what many people view as the top two candidates. The way you did when you hired D'Amico. The way you did. You talked to Sean Payton. And don't give me the deal of, all right, well, maybe they did talk to him. Well, hell, then it would be stupid if they talked to Chip Kelly and they didn't let that come out. Why would they hide it? They talked about 7-8 other guys that they talked to. Why would Chip Kelly be the one that they'd be hiding? So, to me, it's that's just my only gripe is, you didn't even talk to these other two guys, and And we know who we want because you interviewed 7, 8 dudes. Why would you just sit and talk to those guys? So that's the only gripe I have. Good luck to him, and I do. I hope he works. As I said earlier, surely because I do. Many of you have your thoughts. I'm a fan of the game. I want to see C.J. Stroud be at his best. I enjoyed watching him day in and day out that first year, and hell, even at times this year, to know what he could be. I want to see another great quarterback. I want to see C.J. involved in these, hey, are these matchups? Who's next? So I hope he does work out. But it's an odd thing to me. Go out here and bring him in and then, and not talk to all of the top candidates. That's just my thought on it. My only thing that I had issues with. All right, coming up as we continue finish this thing out, we haven't talked about why we're here yet, the Super Bowl. And we'll also get into do we got him? Chris got his best bets. Here we go. He's got his best bets tonight. Oh yeah, Chris ain't dying on this hill. He's got him for Monday. He had a pretty good Friday. We'll go over that, but we'll get to T Mill's best bets by way of Chris Santiago. And this is the thought: would it be an upset to you if the Eagles stopped the Chiefs in their three-peat attempt? Would it be an upset to you if the Eagles won coming up on Sunday? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, look, it starts as just a little tweak, just a little nuisance.
Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Today here on Radio Row. We'll be here all week long. Shout out again to our good friends Flight by Yingling, who have taken care of us, not just back at the place, but taking care of us here as well. And all of our sponsors, Exclusive Furniture, Low T Center, as well as Mokaram Injury Lawyers, who have helped us bring you Radio Row. And we will continue to do so all week long. As we said, be ready for Payne and Pendergast in the morning, in the loop behind that, and then we'll come back again tomorrow. All right, before we get to T-Mill's best bets by way of young Chris Santiago, what we're here for, Super Bowl, and we'll have multiple conversations throughout the week leading into this big game. But we're here to to kind of talk about this all week long. And I threw this out in the tease before we left. If the Eagles win this game on Sunday, obviously right now, not a huge favorite, but the Chiefs are technically favored right now in this game, as they are a 1.5-point favorite that has been holding since the game was announced. Would it be an upset, though, to you? Would you count it as an upset if they came in here and stopped the Chiefs from three-peating on Sunday?
No.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think into it, the playoff system in the league, but I mean, we've got clearly the best two teams that the NFL can offer facing off this weekend, this Sunday. And I think, look, I would argue that the Eagles, they're the better team on paper.
Yeah, I think they got better talent.
Look, I think you look around at kind of the ways that they can attack you with Saquon Barkley in a run game and A.J. Green in a pass game, and then the defense has been really, really good. You can argue that schematically and kind of, the ability to counterpunch you. You can argue that Philly, on a good day, is better than what Kansas City is right now offensively. But then the factor comes in is you got Andy Reid, you got Pat Mahomes. It's hard to bet against them two cats right there, Ron. It's hard to bet against them two. So I don't think it would be an upset. I mean, you look up, if Jalen Hurts and his performance in the last Super Bowl, I mean, I know the MVP doesn't go to a losing quarterback, but I mean, that's one of them games where you could at least consider it, given how he played in particular, the numbers he put up.
The first Super Bowl they played. Yeah, 2 years ago.
Yeah, so I mean, for him to come out and play great again wouldn't be a shock. So yeah, no, I don't think it would be an upset either way at this point.
Well, how different is Jalen now from that year? Because that year he finished second in the MVP. He was, I think, the leader before he got injured late in the year, and he had to miss 3 or 4 games. And like you said, I argue more than Tom, who beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. I don't think there's been a quarterback that has faced Mahomes that has played better than Jalen.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's the toughest the quarterback matchup he's had when you look at, Purdy, and you look at the first 49ers quarterback, whose name is Jimmy Garoppolo, and
there you go.
And then you look at, like I said, Purdy last year, and Tom, and then Jalen. I think Jalen's been the best quarterback that's given the Chiefs the most.
Definitely in that game it was.
Yep.
So we'll see. I don't see it being an upset either way. I think the only upset is if one, because the defenses are so good, if one offense falls apart and turns it over. Falls apart and turns it over and makes this. Just like, and I don't expect the Chiefs to do it obviously, but the way that the Washington Commanders fell apart last week and allowed the Eagles to go score 55 points. I mean, that would be the only thing that would be upsetting, is if some kind of, and it can happen, but if some kind of swing of 3 or 4 turnovers turns the game into a lopsided game, that'd be the only upset that I could see happening. But upset-wise, no. I think either one of these teams, whoever wins, man, it's going to be a hell of a story.
Yeah, these are two pretty close teams. I would say that from the text line. Hard to bet against the refs. upset. It'd be an upset because the refs are on the Chiefs' side. There you go. There you go. It was, guys. There it is. There it is. Hard to beat them both. By the way, the commissioner addressed. I'm not surprised that he would say that, but no, I just throw that out there because obviously the Chiefs have won back-to-back Super Bowls. They have been here, but upsets are hard because all their games are close. I think there are a lot of people, and I think I probably fall in this camp. Like, it just feels like, Clint, that the Chiefs are just a team that, in some way, however you feel, find a way to be on top. Like, well, yeah, they just seem to, like it, and it would almost, in a way, be a surprise a bit that, they actually lost. They actually, because they just seem to find a way to make the plays that their opponents don't make. However you feel they do it, make plays. So it is a bit of a surprise from that standpoint. Like, hey, it's just, okay, they actually lost. They actually lost this thing. So, but it'll be a great game all week. We will have that here from you. We'll hear from a lot of people discussing the game, talking about the game. We'll get you, again, stay with us. Figgy's doing a great job. B. Scott also at it. Stay with us on our social media channels, Sports Radio 610 on Twitter, Instagram, however you can find us, as you'll see a lot of content here this week from the Superdome, from all over the place here as we continue to ride through. Coming up behind us, remember, again, as I said, we will get to the best bets here, T-Mill's best bets by way of Chris Santiago. But behind us, Area 45, the fellas tonight, and I'm sure they will give their take. Caley, I would assume these guys are through the roof by the hire.
Who's that?
I would assume that Sean Bijani and Patrick Creighton probably feel good about the hire.
I don't think PC does.
You don't think?
I saw PC on social media.
What did he say? PC didn't love it.
He don't love it, man.
I would just assume. I would have just assumed. What did PC say?
He phrased it in a friendly way.
He did. Okay.
But basically,
wasn't his first choice.
I could see where you'd be disappointed in this.
I'm not disappointed.
Bijani said you're a delusional idiot.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Bijani did. He probably did say that. You're delusional too, Sean. So right back at you. I love you. I love you, but you got some delusions in you too. I can't wait to hear it. I'll listen. You should listen as well. Area 45 coming up. PC, I apologize. Hell, maybe really listen. I just assume it'd be a feel good thing. Hell, anything but Bobby.
We'll see if he's as aggressive on this hire as your take.
Well, one thing, even though
your C.J. Stroud take.
Oh, well, I don't know if it'll be that aggressive. I was going to say, one thing about Patrick, I think you'll know where he stands. I don't think he'll mince any words. I think you'll know where he stands. And also, I'd say that about Sean Bijani, too. And I feel like I think I know where he stands. So we'll see about that. Make sure you stay tuned. Guys are great every night, 6 to 10, Area 45. Stay tuned for the guys as they will take you home this evening. All right, let's do it. Best bets. Tyler is really finishing off this last night as he has started to send us a lot more content that we cannot use on the air, but he is having himself a good time. He will be back soon joining us. But in honor of T-Mill and his best bets, you did pretty good Friday, Chris. I see you got 3 or 4. Where are you today? What are your best bets as we roll into this Monday? Get the people started off in a good foot.
All right. So if you tell me on Friday, I hit on 3 of my 4 picks. So today, Monday, I have Rockets plus 6.5 versus the Knicks. How you feel about that one?
Okay. What's going on with Şengün? That's he's out. He's out again. And Fred's out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, I don't know if I like that. And the Knicks are coming off getting their ass kicked by Anthony Davis-less Lakers team, and it's in New York. I don't know if I love that, but hey, do your thing.
And then my next pick's can be Pistons money line versus the Hawks.
I like that. Hey, I like that. The Pistons, they've been rolling, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, they're in the playoffs right now. They're in the play-in. They got a winning record, 25-24. I like what they've been doing. Go ahead.
My next one
I like that one.
All right, good. And then my next one's Anthony Edwards over 3.5 threes versus the Sacramento Kings.
Well, I know he's going to take 11.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm certain Anthony Edwards is going to get up 8 to 11 threes in this game. And it's the Kings, probably up and down tempo. The Kings just lost to Aaron Fox. We'll see where they are. I like it. I like